Chapter 211. The next day, the caravan sent by Narati arrived at Northwind Harbor. Under the gaze of everyone in Northwind territory, the caravan took Eleanor away. Before leaving, Eleanor gave a meaningful look back. Everyone assumed the Lord was reluctant to let them go. And in the crowd, Bonaparte, hidden beneath his cloak, had already steeled his resolve. Bonaparte, this woman has waited for you for 10 years. You must succeed. You must not let her and her mother down. Everyone in Northwind territory was heartbroken by Eleanor's departure. Sadly, they returned to their homes, sharing their frustration and heartache with their friends. It was so hard to find such a good lord. And yet, Narati had so ruthlessly taken him away. How furious they were, but as commoners, what good was their anger? Because Northwind Harbor was by the sea, they could still sell fish even in winter. Fish is a local specialty, so it's very cheap. Every day, many people, unable to afford other meat products, flocked to buy fish. But today's fish was noticeably different. Bonaparte had ordered a magician to use magic crystal powder to carve the emblem of the Siri dynasty into the fish's body. Once the fish was boiled or steamed, the emblem would reveal itself. That night, many people were horrified when they saw the emblem at the dinner table. The children might not have known, but the adults were horrified. The history of the Siri dynasty had been erased by Narati. Many people yearned for this dynasty, but due to the surveillance of Narati's lackeys, they're forced to bury this nostalgia deep in their hearts. But today, they discovered this emblem on the fish. Could this be a divine will? Rumor has it that Crown Prince Bonaparte didn't die in the palace coup. If anyone rescues Lady Eleanor, it could very well be Crown Prince Bonaparte. The people of Borealis felt a renewed spark of hope. And within Borealis, the convoy that was picking up Eleanor arrived at a village. Upon seeing the royal convoy, the village chief immediately stepped forward to greet them. But he had no idea they were demons in human form. When the village chief offered them bread, these pampered aristocratic soldiers flew into a rage. Putting knives to the village chief's neck, they demanded, "Why don't you give them meat?" The village chief replied, "Where can you get meat these days? These breads are all collected from every household." Of course, the noble soldiers didn't believe the village chief's words, believing him to be deceiving them, and they killed him on the spot. Eleanor, upon seeing this, immediately rebuked them. To their surprise, the noble soldiers responded bluntly, "These lowly people are dead, so be it. But you, don't think that just because the emperor takes a liking to you, you can dictate his will. To put it bluntly, you're nothing more than a toy for his majesty." Listening to the general's words, Eleanor's fury reached a fever pitch. She wasn't angry at the insult, but at their disregard for human life. After dealing with the village chief, the noble soldiers turned their attention to the village. They began searching for the women in the village. Soon, the entire village was filled with wailing and screaming. The men, driven from their homes, stood in the courtyards, listening to the laughter and sobbing coming from within. Many men resisted, but were cut down by the noble soldiers with a single blow of their swords. Many were in despair, puzzled as to why their lives had been suddenly shattered. They had done their best, but after these men arrived, their once happy families were shattered. "Why, God? Open your eyes and see. Is this the person you have chosen?" The villagers no longer had any hope for life in their eyes. They were filled with despair, with no hope left in this world. Eleanor also closed her eyes, trying her best to block out the sight of this tragedy. But the screams reached her ears. "Bonaparte, where are you?" Just as the noble soldiers were reveling, they suddenly felt a violent tremor. Many of the noble soldiers immediately ran out to investigate. As they stepped outside, they heard the clatter of horse hooves. Under the moonlight, countless cavalrymen charged toward the village. The light armor they wore gleamed silver in the moonlight. Their long swords shone with a chilling light that struck fear into the hearts of the noble soldiers, and what frightened everyone was the bicorn hats they wore. The bicorn hat was once a symbol of the Siri dynasty. After the successful Narati coup, the bicorn hat was abolished. But now, they saw the bicorn hat, which had disappeared for over a decade. All the noble soldiers hastily drew their weapons and prepared to fight. But it was too late. The cavalry had already charged into the village. The noble soldiers on the road had no time to react and were instantly cut down by the dragoons. Most of these dragoons were former soldiers of Hobik. Even though they were approaching 40, they still possessed formidable fighting prowess. Old soldiers never die, and how could these noble soldiers possibly defeat the bloody dragoons who had experienced the bloodshed of battle? Soon, a large number of the noble soldiers were slaughtered. The few dozen remaining noble soldiers trembled and hid in a house. The leading general was so frightened that he couldn't tell north from south. The emperor had clearly told him, This was a very easy task. It was indeed easy, and it was very easy to get killed. Of the 500-man army, only this small number remained. And just then, a voice came from outside the house. "Listen up, everyone inside. We are soldiers of the 10th Regiment of the West French Revolutionary Army. We are here under the orders of His Majesty Bonaparte to rescue the people of this village and bring back Lady Eleanor." A soldier, holding a manuscript, shouted into the room. A West French regiment consisted of 100,000 men. Even the soldier himself was confused. Where did the 10th Regiment come from? Where did a million-man army come from? But the soldier continued reading without a pause. "Lay down your weapons and surrender immediately. We will grant you a life. Go back and tell that Narati that His Majesty Bonaparte will lead a million-man army to raise the capital, Ligadize." The soldier laughed. The others laughed too. Hearing the soldier mention a million-man army, the men were terrified. Finally, the dragoons carried them out one by one. The remaining noble soldiers were executed, and the leading general was sent back to inform Narati of the situation. Soon, Bonaparte's name would spread throughout the Western French Empire. With him came Bonaparte's million-strong army. The Western French Empire was in a state of panic. Chapter 212. As the news of Bonaparte's return to the Western French Empire spread, the entire Western French Empire was in an uproar. After learning the message Bonaparte had brought him, Narati flew into a rage and executed several palace maids. He then summoned the Western French Empire's general, Frere, to discuss how to eliminate Bonaparte. As soon as they met, Narati asked Frere directly, "Is the rumor that Bonaparte has a million-strong army true?" Frere said with certainty, "Bonaparte can't have a million-strong army unless he's tied everyone in the North Wind territory onto his warships." After hearing this, Narati finally breathed a sigh of relief and asked Frere, "Can we send troops to eliminate Bonaparte now?" Frere lowered his head, then spoke solemnly. "Sending troops now isn't wise. It's winter, and the Empire is at war with the kingdoms of Plan and Soulon. Even the smaller nations west of the West French Empire are secretly supporting these two kingdoms. Currently, 6.8 million of the Empire's 7.5 million troops have already been deployed. An additional 700,000 troops are needed to defend the homeland." Listening to Frere's words, Narati grew increasingly serious. Frere was right, but Narati simply wanted to kill Bonaparte. Thinking of Bonaparte reminded Narati of the Shiri dynasty. In the years immediately following the coup, Narati suffered nightmares every night. Every night, he thought of the tragic deaths of the Shiri dynasty royal family. Narati even recalled the 3-month-old baby he had dropped to death. And this baby was Bonaparte's biological brother, a brother from the same father and mother. Narati had thought that every member of the royal family of the Shiri dynasty had been slaughtered. But that wasn't the case now, because Bonaparte had appeared. It seemed that the disfigured corpse in the palace wasn't Bonaparte's. Looking at the worried Narati, Frere also felt the pressure. Then he tentatively said, "Your Majesty, you could send 100,000 troops to test Bonaparte." Narati's eyes lit up at Frere's words. "That's right. Send 100,000 troops for a test attack. If Bonaparte truly possessed hundreds of thousands of troops, then these 100,000 could hold out for a while, until reinforcements arrived. If Bonaparte didn't even have hundreds of thousands, then these 100,000 would be enough to crush the enemy." Narati instantly finalized this plan. But what they didn't know was that Bonaparte would teach them a hard lesson. Soon, in less than 3 days, the Western Empire's capital, Ligadize, dispatched an army of 100,000 men. They marched in a mighty procession directly towards the Northern Wind territory. Along the way, they would pass through 7 territories. All of them were pillars of the Western Empire. These territories were not small in size. Some were even significantly larger than Great Yen. The Western Empire's territory was roughly twice that of the Holy Empire. Yet, the Western Empire comprised hundreds of territories, large and small. Among them, the 79 territories south of Ligadize were Narati's most reliable support. They were firmly under Narati's control. To the north, there were a total of 23 territories, but they generally disregarded Narati's orders. Normally, if the army marched north, these lords would have chosen to resist. But this time, all the lords unanimously chose to wait and see, because they too were skeptical of Bonaparte's million-strong army. How did the Northern Territory manage to muster such a million-strong army? Although Narati was currently engaged in wars, and the empire was deeply in debt, Narati still possessed over 7 million troops. And the southern lords could gather over 3 million. That's a total of over 10 million troops. The northern lords' combined forces only numbered over 2 million. How could they possibly defeat Narati? So, The army sent by Narati advanced unimpeded towards the Northern Territory. Bonaparte learned of this immediately. He ordered his soldiers to prepare for battle while recruiting in the Northern Territory. The people of the Northern Territory also learned of Bonaparte's reappearance on the lands of the Western French Empire. But they held little hope for Bonaparte. Only a handful of civilians chose to join Bonaparte's revolutionary army. That evening, Bonaparte announced his return to all the lords of the Western French Empire. But the news fell on deaf ears. 7 or 8 days after the uprising, the revolutionary army had only recruited 20,000 men, not even 50,000. Unable to muster even a single Dian standard infantry division, Bonaparte felt he had no chance of shaking the Western French Empire. He had underestimated the uprising. Everyone was watching him. The Western French Empire's punishments for rebels were severe. Exterminate 9 generations of their clan. So, no one considered rebellion, no matter how difficult it was, except for those desperate. Most humiliating to Bonaparte was that Narati's army seemed to take him and his men completely for granted. While Bonaparte was furious, he also understood this was an opportunity, a chance to prove himself to the world. Bonaparte's resolve to win remained unwavering. But his soldiers didn't share the same sentiment. Although they had obtained the great Yin weapons, they still harbored a deep fear of the Western French Empire. After kneeling for so long, they were still a little uneasy about suddenly standing up. Morale was dwindling, and Bonaparte saw it. So he led by example, living and eating with the soldiers, training with them, and reassuring them daily that victory lay in their own hands. But morale still didn't improve much. After all, with an army of 100,000 and a tenfold disparity in strength, how could they possibly win? At his wit's end, Bonaparte pulled out a small notebook with a list of sentences he heard in Great Yin written down on the front. Then he raised the notebook and, without a pause, skillfully recited the sentences. The enemy is at our doorstep. We may be insignificant, but we are still human. Standing still or retreating is the work of cowards. Think of our families, exploited by the Western French Empire. The Western French Empire destroyed our once happy families. The Western French Empire's army has shattered our happy lives. They have harmed our wives and children. They have already taken advantage of us. They don't want to exploit us. They want to enslave us. They want to turn us into heartless tools. Blindly compromising will not change the outcome. All we can do is move forward. 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 Let the flames of revolution ignite the Western French Empire. Everyone in the audience was staring at Bonaparte. They were speechless, many weeping, remembering their past happy lives. It was all the fault of the Or dynasty and Narati. Soon, their eyes filled with anger and determination. A young recruit named Rouge, after hearing Bonaparte's speech, felt a sudden surge of emotion within him. He felt as if he had finally found the song he had long wanted to write. Chapter 213. The next day, Rouget wrote his song and immediately shared it with his comrades. After singing just a few lines, they were hooked, and the song spread throughout the army. The next day, the song spread throughout North Wind Harbor. Bonaparte also heard the song. After listening to it twice, Bonaparte felt a strange connection to it. Bonaparte inquired and discovered that the song was written by a young soldier named Rouget. He immediately summoned the young man and asked him how he came up with the idea for such a song. Rouge explained that he had been moved by Bonaparte's speech, and that he was a survivor rescued by the dragoons that day. He had witnessed the atrocities committed by the Spanish-French Empire army, leaving him alone in his family of 4. He was also deeply moved by the dragoons' fearless spirit. By chance, Rouget wrote this song. Bonaparte patted Rouget on the shoulder. This young man, not even 20, had suffered such a catastrophic change. What a twist of fate! Bonaparte unhesitatingly selected this song as the Revolutionary Army's anthem. Bonaparte named it Rouge's song. Rouge himself could not have foreseen that this piece of music would endure through the ages. A dozen days later, Narati's army finally arrived in Borean territory. But under Bonaparte's policy of scorching the walls and clearing the countryside, the vast majority of Borean territory's civilians were gathered in Borean harbor. This meant that Bonaparte and his men would have gained over 50,000 square kilometers of guerrilla depth. Perhaps this would be a day's work for armored forces, but for infantry on 2 legs, this depth was enough to keep them engaged for days. The Narati army never imagined they would face something they had never seen before. The weapons and equipment of the Western Empire's soldiers had begun to advance towards the era of muskets. They had even developed flintlock rifles. However, these were flintlock rifles filled with magic crystal powder instead of gunpowder. Because magic crystal powder replaced gunpowder, the standard muskets currently in the Western Empire's possession generally had a range of 100 meters. However, their effective killing range was only 60 meters. If an enemy soldier standing 100 meters away was wearing armor, a musket would be unable to penetrate even that soldier's defenses. The Western Empire relied on muskets, nearly annexing several neighboring countries. But these neighboring countries, unwilling to lag behind, overtook them and developed muskets comparable in power to the Western Empire's, even beginning to develop breech-loading rifles. While the Western Empire intensified its musket research and development, it also adopted a strategy of overwhelming the surrounding smaller nations with sheer numbers. It built a massive army. For the West French Empire, with a population of 300 million, nearly 10 million troops wasn't unacceptable. But the West French Empire was already deeply in debt. Narati felt like he was walking a tightrope every day. A single misstep could lead to a plunge into the abyss. His thoughts returned to the present. Half of the 100,000-man army was equipped with muskets. This made the other half envious. But what they didn't know was that their envy would soon fade. The 100,000-man army, formed into a long, black snake, advanced through the icy snow. Soon night fell. Narati's army immediately prepared to set up camp. They didn't realize that several revolutionary soldiers in camouflage had been lying in the snow, observing them all day. The soldier in charge of reconnaissance immediately reported the situation to his deputy. The deputy immediately reported the army's situation via walkie-talkie to the telegraph station a kilometer or two away. The telegraph station immediately transmitted the frontline situation to Bonaparte. Upon learning that the 100,000-man army had already set up camp, Bonaparte couldn't help but feel secretly delighted. They had finally arrived. And they were properly fortified. He had only one chance to directly cripple this 100,000-man army. To this end, Bonaparte and Hobeck held a thorough discussion. Hobeck was to lead the infantry, following the artillery bombardment, to establish defensive positions in 3 directions around the enemy camp, leaving a gap, allowing the enemy to flee. Bonaparte personally led 2,000 dragoons to hold this final gap. He was going to teach these Narati's lackeys a lesson. After finalizing the battle plan, Bonaparte immediately sent a telegram to the 3,000-man artillery divisions. Currently, the artillery consisted of 24 150mm howitzers, 64 105mm howitzers, 120 75mm infantry guns, 60 50mm anti-tank guns, and over 100 mortars. And the ammunition was plentiful, because Lyon had already delivered all the stock from the warehouse. If it hadn't been delivered soon, it would have gone moldy. In total, there were 400 artillery pieces of various types. All the guns were trained on the encampment of the army. The encampment of 100,000 men was a magnificent sight. Tents lay everywhere. But soon, these tents would cease to exist. 3 o'clock in the morning. On the other side of a mountain not far from the main camp, nearly 100 guns, with a caliber of over 100 millimeters were concentrated on this side of the mountain. Nearly 1,000 artillerymen were preparing for the impending bombardment. They didn't know why General Bonaparte had ordered them to position the artillery on the side of the mountain. But the general's orders were supreme, and they had to obey. Ready! Fire! Bang! As the howitzers with calibers over 100 millimeters opened fire, other artillery pieces in the surrounding area also began to fire. Boom, boom, boom! A barrage of shells rained down upon the Narati army. At first, the sentry on duty heard a sudden, intense whistling sound in the air. Unbeknownst to him, he looked up and felt something falling. The sentry's vision went dark as the entire post was blown to pieces. Boom! 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 The dense explosion startled all the soldiers awake. Many soldiers rushed out as soon as they had dressed. Some didn't even have time to get dressed before running out. They had witnessed with their own eyes the tents nearby being blown to smithereens. Fearing a similar fate for themselves, they even ran out in their undergarments, ignoring the freezing cold. The entire camp was in chaos, and the Revolutionary Army's artillery wasn't focusing its attacks on a single point. The artillerymen were evenly distributed. Almost everyone in the camp was under attack. The awakened Western Empire soldiers were dumbfounded. The Western Empire general immediately ordered his troops to prepare for a counterattack. But for a long time, no trace of the enemy was found, only attacks from the air, coming from nowhere. The Western Empire general immediately ordered his soldiers to launch exploratory attacks in all 4 directions. He wanted to confirm whether the army was surrounded. Chapter 214. Soon, the soldiers who had launched the exploratory attack retreated. They reported to the general. General, we confirmed enemy defenses in the north, west, and east. Only along the path we came from are there any traces of the enemy. Upon hearing this, the general's expression instantly darkened. This tactic was clearly a 3-way encirclement, and one-way defense. To confirm this, the general carefully questioned the soldiers. What was the enemy's firepower like in all three directions? The soldiers, pushed back by the machine gun positions, answered without hesitation. The firepower was abundant. They wiped out hundreds of us in an instant. Furthermore, their weapons could fire very far, and judging by the sound of the gunfire, they seemed to be muskets. Several soldiers gave this answer. The general's expression darkened even further upon hearing this. The general's name was Bidwin, a typical modern-day aristocratic general. He yearned for innovation and despised Naradi's rule. Naradi also knew that the young general had the support of many of the elder nobles. So, he had been unable to find an opportunity to strike. But now, the opportunity had arrived. Upon learning of Bonaparte's appearance, Naradi immediately dispatched Bidwin to eliminate him. Although Bidwin was only in his 30s, he was extremely cautious. He possessed the caution of a veteran in his 40s or 50s. After hearing the soldiers' answers, Bidwin became even more convinced that the only way out was likely a dead end. Because the three lines of defense, with their powerful firepower, must be hiding something. The truth was not what Bidwin had imagined. The three lines of defense actually consisted of only 3,000-man divisions. But they were stunned by the Zhongjing rifles and ZB-26 light machine guns. The revolutionary soldiers defending these lines were even more bewildered. The enemy had only launched a tentative attack, then fled in panic, leaving behind hundreds of bodies. The revolutionary soldiers said, "I haven't even started seriously yet." However, this judgment would greatly increase the difficulty of Bonaparte's charge. But Bonaparte would not be afraid. He had to fight to prove himself, because only by winning a glorious victory could he spread the flames of revolution across the land of the Western French Empire. Bidwin took advantage of the chaos to gather tens of thousands of soldiers. Looking at the noble soldiers, whose equipment was barely intact, Bidwin was filled with anger, but now was not the time to punish them. The priority now was escape. Some soldiers who hadn't put on winter clothing soon regretted it. Amidst the ice and snow, the night temperature reached over 10 degrees below zero. Clad in their coats, they were soon shivering with cold. They couldn't even hear their commander's orders, relying only on instinct to huddle together and move slowly forward. Seeing this, Bidwin realized that escape was impossible. Or rather, it was impossible to escape with such a large army. Although there were nearly 60,000 troops, fewer than 6,000 were actually combat-ready. Many of the soldiers had been awakened shortly after sleep, severely reducing their combat effectiveness. Furthermore, only a few hundred cavalrymen had horses left, the rest had been scattered by the artillery fire. These few hundred cavalrymen were conducting reconnaissance for the army. Soon, they arrived at the border of Borean territory. What they hadn't expected was that they'd been driven out less than 24 hours after entering the Northern Wind territory. It had taken them 8 hours to enter, only 4 to escape. Bidwin couldn't help but twitch his lips at the sight of this. But he also sighed, finally escaping. It seemed there were no enemy troops blocking their way, but the next moment, a scene struck him as completely devastating. In the distance, the sound of heavy horse hooves rang out. After hearing the clatter, Bidwin finally understood Bonaparte's plan. The entire army was on the verge of collapse, even the end of its strength. After a night of forced marching, these tens of thousands of soldiers were exhausted to the point of exhaustion. And now, with Bonaparte leading the cavalry, it was a massacre for them. Many of the Western French Empire soldiers were stunned, most of them nobles guarding Lugoda. How could they have experienced the baptism of fire? The intense bombardment coupled with 4 hours of forced marching had brought them to the brink of collapse. The sound of horse hooves became their final death warrant. 2,000 dragoons, wearing bicorn hats, charged. They saw Bonaparte at the forefront, for he wore the authentic robes of the crown prince of the Chili dynasty of the Western French Empire. The sight of Bonaparte finally reminded everyone of the horrors of the Chili dynasty. The Chili dynasty, as the legitimate successor of the Younger dynasty, continued the Younger dynasty's tradition of vengeance, especially when they saw the dragoons behind Bonaparte. Although their equipment had changed, dragoons were still dragoons. This military unit, which had dominated the eastern continent for 500 years, had reappeared. The soldiers finally collapsed. They no longer thought about taking up arms to resist, but about how to escape. Bidwin led the guards in forming a line of 3, firing volleys. The dragoons, upon seeing this, immediately stopped 100 meters away. They then removed their Zhongjing rifles from their backs and began firing. Bidwin was puzzled as to why the dragoons had begun firing from a distance of only 100 meters. But the next second, a large number of soldiers were hit, and everyone realized that the dragoons' weapons could hit them from beyond their range. Bidwin immediately ordered the soldiers to disperse and seek cover. But where was the cover in the icy snow? Even lying on the ground would still be fatal. Because the dragoons were on horseback, they were half a body taller than them. How could they possibly fight? Bidwin was no longer able to fight. But he had to buy time for his army's escape. After all, if they were completely annihilated in the first battle, Bidwin would be nailed to the pillar of shame. So, for the sake of his last bit of dignity, he had to fight Bonaparte. Bidwin and the royal guards lay prone in the snow, enduring the dragoons' fire. Although the dragoons' accuracy wasn't great on horseback, with their exceptionally long range, they didn't have to worry about accuracy. Missed? No problem. Just a few more shots. After nearly 15 minutes of firing, the royal guards finally gave in after their rifles had exhausted their ammunition. Bonaparte immediately drew his command saber. In the name of the revolution. Dragoons! Charge! With that, he charged forward. All the dragoons removed the bolts of their rifles and slung them across their bodies, then dropped them into the snow. Then, drawing their sabers, they followed Bonaparte in the charge. Chapter 215. Watching the 2,000 dragoons charge, the already terrified Shifa Empire army fled in even greater panic. But how could two legs outrun four? After losing Bidwin's protection, the fleeing soldiers who had abandoned their comrades faced only one fate, crushing them to death. The dragoons easily caught up with the fleeing soldiers from behind. The soldiers tried to resist, but found their weapons nowhere to be found. They were easily slaughtered by the dragoons. Many Shifa Empire soldiers surrendered with their hands raised. Although surrender was shameful, it wasn't so difficult to accept when one's life was at stake. The key point was how quickly the Shifa Empire soldiers surrendered. Before the dragoons even reached them, they were already kneeling on the ground, their hands raised. Their skill was so great that the dragoons suspected this was not their first time. Despite their suspicions, the dragoons pressed forward. Those who dared to resist were slain with a single blow. Most of the tens of thousands of soldiers surrendered. Some were lost in the snow. Only a few were killed by the dragoons. The sky gradually brightened, and dawn had arrived. After being charged 5 or 6 times by the dragoons, the tens of thousands of soldiers were subdued. Even Bidwin was captured. Although he wanted to end it all, he ultimately chose not to die in such a cowardly way. He wanted to see what kind of man Bonaparte really was. This man, who was rumored to be dead. It's definitely not because he's afraid of death. Absolutely. 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 As the dragoons began clearing the battlefield and counting the prisoners, they reported a total of prisoners captured. The infantry, tasked with clearing the main camp, also received news. They had captured nearly 30,000 prisoners. The dragoons had killed nearly 4,000 enemy soldiers. The combined bodies recovered by both sides amounted to only 20,000. Another 7,000 were still missing. Perhaps they were shattered by artillery shells, or perhaps they had fled into the mountains, but their fate remained the same. Their whereabouts were unknown. Bidwin soon met the person he had come to see. Bonaparte, on horseback, watched the revolutionary soldiers escorting the captured soldiers. The revolutionary soldiers not only received a large amount of weapons and armor, but also enough food to supply 100,000 men for 3 months. Bonaparte breathed a sigh of relief. After selling the goods from de Yen these past few days, the gold coins earned were mostly spent on the army. Food, however, was supplied by Eleanor's North Wind territory. Although it was his wife's, this couldn't continue. So Bonaparte had already begun purchasing food. But the North Wind territory was already experiencing food shortages. For the past 10 days, the West French Empire had blocked food shipments from its territories to the North Wind territory. This was to prevent the North Wind territory from enriching Bonaparte. But the 100,000-man army before him was a direct aid to Bonaparte. If Narati appeared before Bonaparte, Bonaparte would definitely say, "Thank you, old friend, for the food and labor." "Thank you, old friend." Bidwin came before Bonaparte, who took a look at the man dressed as a general. "Who are you?" "I'm Bidwin, from the Adriel family." Bidwin lowered his head. "I remember the Adriel family supported Narati, right?" Bonaparte asked with a half-smile. Looking at Bonaparte's creepy smile, Bidwin broke out in a cold sweat. Bidwin tried to defend himself, but found it was an indisputable fact. His father had indeed betrayed the Shiri dynasty, and chosen to support Narati's rule. At this point, Bidwin seemed to know his fate. It seemed he was doomed. But the next moment, Bonaparte spoke. "But you are different. You are a thorn in Narati's side. I will not let you die in vain." Hearing this, Bidwin couldn't help but look up at the man of similar age, basking in the sun. Seeing Bidwin staring at him in disbelief, Bonaparte smiled. Then he asked, Why don't you believe me? By the way, I want to hear what the people of the Western Empire say about me. Bidwin was silent for a moment, then spoke. Narati has his intelligence agents spread the rumor that you are a dictator, and that your return to the Western Empire will only bring endless war to the Western Empire. They say your ultimate goal is to destroy the Western Empire, and that you are possessed by Satan and an unmitigated demon. The more he spoke, the lower Bidwin's head dropped. After hearing this, Bonaparte burst into laughter. So Narati is so afraid of me. Ha ha ha. After hearing these words, Bonaparte showed no anger or other emotion. Instead, he burst into laughter. He spoke to the soldiers and prisoners beside him. Look! This is the great Emperor Narati. He only hides in his castle, lashing out at his enemies without daring to confront them head-on, and he portrays his enemies as outright villains. He's truly afraid. He's afraid we reach Ligadize. He's afraid we capture Ligadize. He's afraid we overthrow his rule, brothers. Soldiers of the Revolutionary Army. Narati is afraid. He's a coward. A scheming villain. He became emperor by single-handedly favoring his adopted father, and he's afraid of us. So what should we do? Bonaparte gave an impromptu speech, trying to empathize with the crowd. Attack! 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 The 2,000 dragoons echoed, brandishing their sabers. Yes! Attack! Bonaparte said with a smile, then glanced at Bidwin beside him. Bidwin finally understood why Bonaparte had dared to return and take up the banner of rebellion. Because Bonaparte had become a qualified leader, fully capable of leading the rebel army. Looking at the dragoons around him, their eyes brimming with fighting spirit, Bidwin had a premonition that Bonaparte would eventually defeat Narati and re-establish a powerful Spanish-French empire. Narati? It's time to be consigned to the dustbin. A few days later, Narati, far away in Ligodice, learned that Bonaparte had defeated Bidwin's army. He also learned of Bonaparte's evaluation of him. Especially when he heard the part about him being his adoptive father, Narati was furious. This is too much. This is too much. Puff. The next second, Narati vomited blood and fainted. Your Majesty. Your Majesty. Chapter 216. After Naratius lost consciousness from a fit of rage, all of Ligodice was plunged into panic. The prince was only 6 years old. The young Queen Marie was completely incapable of managing the situation, and Naratius's ministers were restless. Because Naratius had taken advantage of Bonaparte's father, Emperor Charles, to launch a palace coup. The emperor's alert captivated all of them. If Naratius could become emperor, why couldn't they? Looking at the restless ministers, the queen could no longer sit still. She looked at Naratius, unconscious on his sickbed, then at her son, who was only playing in the mud. She appeared calm on the surface, but inside, she was agitated. Fortunately, some senior court attendants advised the queen to seek out the queen mother. Queen Marie, taking advantage of the cover of night, led the imperial guards directly to the Augustus family, also Emperor Naratius's family. The butler looked at the dark mass of troops outside, then at the anxious young queen. He immediately understood the seriousness of the situation. He immediately reported it to the head of the household. The head of the household quickly instructed the butler to bring the queen in. In the hall, a woman in her 70s sat at the main seat, looking at the queen before her. Mother, His Majesty is unconscious, and the ministers are restless. I hope you can step in and take charge. Queen Mary, disregarding her dignity, knelt down. Queen Mother Valeria looked at the queen expressionlessly. Seeing Valeria's lack of reaction, Mary remained kneeling, and the two sides continued to struggle. After a long moment, Valeria spoke. Why should I help you? Narati's rule is causing widespread resentment among the people, but his brother is quite capable. Queen Mary felt as if she were sinking into an icy cave after hearing Valeria's words. Then, a sudden thought struck her. She pulled her son beside her, and made him kneel down. Call me, Grandma. Call me. Seeing his mother, who had never yelled at him before, yell at him, the little prince burst into tears, but he still spoke. Grandma. Valeria looked at the aggrieved little prince, as if remembering something, and sighed. This child is very similar to Narati, but I don't want him to be like Narati. I want him to surpass Narati. Do you understand? After hearing Valeria's words, Queen Mary's heart finally settled. Marie had brought her son here because she knew Valeria hadn't given Narati the care he deserved when he was a child. This had become a source of worry for Valeria, and Narati's current state was partly due to Valeria. And Valeria's agreement wasn't just to compensate Narati, but more out of sympathy for the queen. Why should women make things difficult for other women? But Valeria needed a way out, and the young prince was the perfect step. The august family members around them, though somewhat displeased by this scene, chose to obey Valeria's instructions. Then they spoke. "Your Highness, I am your uncle. I am your uncle." With Mary's help, the young prince began to recognize his relatives. In the middle of the night, the two returned to the palace. Looking at Naladi on the sickbed, she glanced at her son, who was already asleep. Looking at her son, whose nose was still bubbling, Mary suddenly laughed. "Everything I've done has been worth it." The next day, in the palace, the ministers stared at Valeria on the throne, speechless for a long time. Then, they realized this was reinforcement sent by Queen Marie. The ministers had no choice but to temporarily curb their ambitions. Wait, now is not the time. The Queen Mother's appearance meant the August family supported the young prince. The August family commanded an army of over 5 million. What could we possibly do against the August family? The previous hesitation stemmed from the increasingly strained relationship between Narati and the August family. But now? Viria glanced at the ministers below and spoke. "The emperor is unconscious. I will temporarily rule. Do you have any objections?" "I second the motion." The August family faction immediately echoed, and the others were forced to follow suit. Given Bonaparte's uprising and his defeat of a 100,000-man army in one fell swoop, are there any trusted advisors who could analyze the forces at his disposal? A veteran general immediately stepped forward. "Queen Dowager, based on current combat methods, to annihilate a 100,000-man army in one night, Bonaparte would need 300,000 men. To defeat a large army in a single encounter, Bonaparte's forces should be around 500,000. The veteran general offered his analysis. Hearing this, Valeria frowned. "Is Bonaparte advancing so rapidly?" Valeria immediately spoke. "What's the situation on the front lines?" "The empire's advance in the kingdoms of Plan and Ceylon is slow, and a breakthrough is unlikely anytime soon. Other small nations have achieved more success in the succubus and goblin kingdoms." "Then can we withdraw troops from these two kingdoms?" Varelia asked. "Queen Dowager, I'm afraid that's not possible. We can only withdraw 200,000 troops from the front lines. The empire is currently at war with 13 kingdoms, and a 7 million man army is already stretched thin. I hope the Queen Dowager can recruit soldiers from the people." Bang! Then, Valeria slammed the throne. "Recruit? Are you worried about insufficient public resentment, 7 million troops, 3 years of fighting, and not a single country destroyed? What are you doing?" After saying that, she turned to the August family. A noble immediately stepped forward. "Queen Dowager, I am willing to gather the troops in our territory and march north immediately." "Queen Dowager." Dozens of August family members stepped forward. Varelia smiled with satisfaction. After all, family members are trustworthy. Northwind Harbor. The people of Northwind Harbor looked at the captives in disbelief. 100,000 troops? Just gone. In one night, the people were stunned. Bonaparte, returning victorious, sighed as he looked upon everything before him. He had finally won. A victory in the first battle. He had defeated 100,000 troops in one fell swoop. However, Bonaparte also learned that Narati was in a coma, and that Queen Dowager Valarja was acting as regent. He also learned that the Auguste family had dispatched troops. Hearing this name, Bonaparte was trembling with anger. Because of this family, the Shiri dynasty had never let them down. But they had stolen the kingdom. Bonaparte declared that blood debt must be repaid with blood. At the same time, he reported the results of the battle and the latest developments to Lion. Lion observed Bonaparte's achievements before him, and after learning of the West French Empire's current feat of 1 against 13, a half-baked idea formed in Lion's mind. Chapter 217. Lion looked at the complex situation on the eastern continent. A half-baked idea came to his mind, because the situation on the eastern continent was even more complex than that of Great Yen. The Western Empire's 1-on-13 strength filled Lion with admiration. What kind of demon empire reincarnated on the eastern continent was this? Fighting on multiple fronts? Lion shook his head. Who would dare to fight on multiple fronts without some strength? If the demon empire hadn't encountered Great Yen, it would have likely moved south to annex central China. So, with the Western Empire, Lion planned to adopt a divisive tactic. Find a way to split the Western Empire, or replace it with Bonaparte. But Bonaparte was an ambitious man. This meant that if Bonaparte replaced the Western Empire would likely oppose Great Yen. That was all for the future. The immediate priority was to find a way to narrow the gap between the Western Empire and Bonaparte. The best approach was to provide Bonaparte with a boost and strengthen his opponent. But strengthening Bonaparte is not as good as strengthening his opponent. So Leon planned to give Bonaparte a rude awakening. He packed up the dozen or so Panzer IV tanks that had been gathering dust in the warehouse, and sent them to the Western French Empire. Leon already imagined the Western French Empire using a platoon-style execution tactic to counter their armored units. While it was unfair, that was reality. In addition to the tanks, weapons, and equipment for 400,000 men were also prepared. Of course, most of this equipment was redeemed from soldiers of the Great Yin. After all, this was free stuff. I couldn't possibly give you the best, could I? Although the weapons were a bit worn, they were plentiful. Eastern Continent, Western French Empire. After 2 weeks, the Western French Empire regrouped a 500,000-man army and marched north. The majority of these soldiers were recruited from the southern lords. The vast majority of these were lords of the August family. The 500,000-man army marched northward in a mighty force. Valeria stood on the city wall, watching the 500,000-man army march north, thinking to herself, "This time, we can't be completely defeated, right?" In just 2 weeks, Bonaparte had recruited nearly 50,000 soldiers. Although most of them had only just picked up guns, in the era of mass executions, holding a bolt-action rifle was already a powerful strike. Even with new recruits, you could shoot at the enemy from a distance. What if you missed? Just fire more. Bonaparte incorporated these 50,000 troops into the First Legion. Of these, over 30,000 were infantry, while the artillery numbered 10,000. The remaining 5,000 were cavalry. Although the number of artillery was clearly excessive, Bonaparte knew that this number would absolutely ensure the legion's invincibility. Dandaloo is considered a demon-poor continent, with per capita magic power levels far lower than those of the other 4 continents. Thus, the people of the Eastern Continent rely solely on technology to achieve supremacy. The musket is a product of their technology. Although the musket poses little threat to magicians and fighting knights, otherwise, other countries still dare not easily invade the Eastern Continent. Because the Eastern Continent is separated from the other continents by a storm sea. Furthermore, the Eastern Continent is most famous for its navy, which is far larger than its army. The Western French Empire, a demon-poor nation, was able to assemble an expeditionary fleet 20 years ago that nearly destroyed the Holy Empire. This clearly demonstrates the immense strength of the Western French Empire. But is Leon afraid? Of course not. And Bonaparte? Not either. Having decided on this path, fearlessness is essential. After learning of the army's movements, Bonaparte immediately ordered his soldiers to build fortifications. From the border of Borean territory to Borean harbor, a total of 8 lines of defense were constructed to defend against and deplete the enemy. The Western French Empire's army had no idea what awaited them in Borean territory. Borean territory. Winter was almost over, but Borean territory remained cold. But everyone's past anxieties had vanished. Their faces were filled with heartfelt smiles. These days, the Revolutionary Army has launched reforms. All the convicted petty nobles and merchants in Borean harbor have been imprisoned. The people of Borean territory have been given land and some money. The people's attitude toward the Revolutionary Army changed instantly. From initial indifference to current enthusiasm, their previous wait-and-see attitude stemmed from fear, a fear that the Revolutionary Army would be like the Western French Empire's army. But after a month or 2 of observation, coupled with the policies implemented by the Revolutionary Army, they realized that the Revolutionary Army before them truly served their own interests. They finally experienced the feeling of being protected. It turned out that the army wasn't just there to oppress and exploit them, it could also be there to protect them. The people of the Northern Territory eagerly enlisted, their enthusiasm for joining the army high. 40,000 men were recruited in just 2 weeks, and the number was still increasing. Considering that the population of the Northern Territory was just over 1 million, nearly 1/20th of the population was already a significant number. Realizing that his own forces were still insufficient, Bonaparte had considered educating the captives and seeking ways to win them over. But then, I suddenly remembered that these soldiers were all nobles. Come on, take them out and chop them off. No, send them to the mines for hard labor reform. After Bonaparte realized he couldn't assimilate these captives, he turned his attention to the 500,000-man army heading for the Borean territory. These 500,000 soldiers weren't nobles. Most of them were peasants. Bonaparte was already thinking about how to win them over. Valeria also learned of Bonaparte's new policy. She couldn't help but wonder how Bonaparte could have come up with such a policy. Isn't he a noble? Why is he digging his own grave? Baffled, Valeria convened a meeting overnight. In the hall late at night, all the ministers were exhausted, but when they heard Bonaparte's new policy, they were all frightened and broke into a cold sweat, their sleepiness gone. They immediately realized the seriousness of the situation. Fighting the landlords and dividing the land, this is going to undermine their very foundation. Valeria looked at the crowd and got straight to the point. Tell me, where did Bonaparte get his equipment? Where did he copy these policies? Valeria absolutely didn't believe Bonaparte could accomplish all this on his own. A minister looked at his silent colleagues, then stepped forward and spoke. Your Majesty, all signs indicate that Bonaparte has the support of Great Yin. The amount of Great Yin goods sold in the Northern Wind territory has surged recently, especially since the war began, almost straight up. Before the minister could finish, Valeria waved her hand and said, gritting her teeth, I want the Yin people dead. Chapter 218. Seeing Valeria's rage, everyone immediately knelt. Queen Dowager, calm down. What do you want the Shifa Empire to do? Where is the prestige of the Shifa Empire? Valeria roared, rising to her feet. These ministers wouldn't act unless it was a crucial moment. They would only take action if she pushed them from behind. Are they a bunch of traitors or just loyal subjects? It didn't matter now. What mattered was that the Shifa Empire couldn't stand this. If this minister's words were true, then it meant that Great Yin had blatantly interfered in the internal affairs of the Shifa Empire. This was a clear provocation to the Shifa Empire. How could the Shifa Empire stand this? The ministers were enraged, their saliva flying. Queen Dowager, I think we should immediately issue a condemnation to the Holy Empire. One minister said firmly. Wait, why should we issue a condemnation to the Holy Empire? Valeria was puzzled and perplexed. Because Great Yin is a vassal state of the Holy Empire. The minister responded immediately. But everyone fell into a deathly silence. Because who was a vassal state of whom? The answer to this question had been buried forever since Great Yin defeated the Demon Empire. And now, the minister's words forced it to be brought to the surface. Condemn both the Holy Empire and Great Yin. Valeria came up with a compromise. The Queen Mother is wise. The ministers echoed. Soon, across the ocean, Leon and Charles received the condemnation simultaneously. Charlie looked at the letter of censure without a word. He rolled it up and tossed it into the nearby trash can. Charlie said, De Yin is De Yin, and the Empire is the Empire. If you want the Empire to manage De Yin, why don't you come and manage it yourself? And on De Yin's side. Lion glanced at Yin Xian, who was secretly eating cake in his office, and then at Yu, who was watching Yin Xian eat with eager eyes. Looking at the letter of censure in his hand, thousands of words long and eloquent, wasn't it a waste of paper? Lion looked disgusted. The scene before him was even more amusing. Because Yin Xian had been eating too much cake lately, Yu had also eaten quite a bit. So, Frostar was now sitting at home, waiting for something to happen. But he hadn't expected this rabbit, and this foolish dragon to be so clever as to come to the capital and ask Leon for food. He simply handed the money to the guard at the door, and asked him to buy cake for them both. What could the guard do? The guard remembered how Lord Frostar had punished the leader. Finally, without looking back, he went to buy cake. Lion, who's in charge in this family, anyway? But watching the two of them enjoying their cake, Leon's temper faded. After all, sitting through piles of paperwork every day and occasionally playing with the kids wasn't bad. Lion, why do adults have to do things they don't want to do? You grabbed Leon's right hand, which was working. Yin Xian, standing nearby, twitched his ears and stared blankly at Leon. Lion smiled, pulled his hand away, patted Yu's head, and said kindly, because many things in this world are beyond our control, we're able to sit here today because of the hard work of the people at the bottom, so we must respond to their efforts. Yu nodded, half understanding. I can't figure it out, so I won't think about it anymore. Finally, he went back to play with Yin Xian. Yin Xian listened to their conversation, tilting her head, completely unaware of what Leon was talking about. He seemed quite impressive. Lion looked at Yin Xian, her mouth full of cream, and forced a smile as he picked up a tissue and carefully wiped it away. Yin Xian looked reluctant, as if wanting to dodge, but seeing Leon's serious expression, she let him wipe her mouth. Remember to wipe your mouth after eating? Looking at Yin Xian, who was almost as tall as him, Leon's mouth twitched. Could this be the new generation giant baby of Great Yin? Lion and Shuangxing had been trying to figure out a way to restore Yin Xian to normal. After all, this was a magical world, so there had to be a way. Yin Xian's face flushed as she watched Leon diligently wiping her mouth. As if realizing something, she lowered her head silently. Lion was puzzled. What was going on? You suddenly knocked over a pile of documents. Leon was about to stand when he felt his lips wet. Yin Xian had secretly kissed him. Just as Leon was dazed, he suddenly felt a chill. It's over. The next second, Frostar burst through the door, looking at Leon with a half smile. Listen to me. Swish. Before Leon could finish his words, an ice cone flew past his face. I said it wasn't my fault. Do you believe me? What do you think? Froststar smiled, but to Leon, that smile was quite creepy. Lion sighed, watching Froststar about to go berserk. Then, with a deep sense of heartache, he spoke. If only life were a first meeting. Before he could finish his words, Froststar flashed in front of him. He immediately gave him a powerful wall slam. The bricks beside him crumbled to dust. Bricks, I didn't mess with any of you. In that brief second, Leon experienced everything from the first sprout of life underwater to the destruction of the universe. And just then, Yin Xian spoke. Sister? What are you doing? That one sentence made Froststar let Leon go. Leon, just wait. Wait until I become an unrivaled powerhouse. We see who's in charge in this family. Froststar, this family won't fall apart without me. Time slipped away as they bickered. Lion had forgotten about the letter of condemnation. So neither the Holy Empire nor Great Yin responded to the Western Empire's condemnation. So the Western Empire waited for days, but nothing came of it. Valeria seemed to realize she'd been tricked. If the Holy Empire hadn't responded, the Western Empire would have understood, but Great Yin's lack of response was unacceptable to Valeria. In truth, Lion hadn't done it on purpose. Even if he had remembered, he wouldn't have reacted. Because a response would have clearly made it clear that he was the culprit behind the war between Bonaparte and the Western Empire. My silence doesn't mean I did it. Is there any evidence? Unless you find it. Valeria went on a rampage in the street again. I want the Yin people dead. Although Great Yin didn't respond, the Western Empire still took corresponding action. The Western Empire's fleet was dispatched to blockade the sea transport routes, attempting to cut off the delivery of Great Yin equipment to Bonaparte. But what the Shifa Empire doesn't know is that the current Yin is different from the past. Chapter 219. Soon, the Great Yin merchant ships were intercepted by the Western Empire. Many merchants were detained. Many merchants passed this information back. Capital, Great Yin Intelligence Bureau. After receiving this news, the telegraph operators immediately rushed to Lion's office. Lion read the contents of the telegram, his mouth twitching. Is he not dying soon enough? It stated that the Western Empire had blockaded the coastal areas and strictly restricted Great Yin merchant ships, prohibiting them from approaching the Western Empire. Even worse, the Western Empire Navy not only embezzled the Great Yin merchant ship's cargo, but also harmed the Great Yin merchants. Seeing this, Lion flipped the table. He grabbed his hat and headed for the military headquarters. Along the way, he encountered Lion's staff, who, seeing his angry Lion, instinctively hid aside. What's going on, leader? Why is he suddenly so angry? He arrived at the military headquarters and pushed the door open. This startled Caddis and the other three, who were enjoying their afternoon tea inside. Puff! Carl, seeing Leon burst through the door, couldn't help but spit out the tea he had just drunk. Caddis, eh? I don't mind, because you were spraying me. Chester waved his hand hurriedly, peeling the tea off. Seniors, stop enjoying your afternoon tea. Hurry! Something's wrong, Leon said as he walked in. Caddis immediately stood up, put the coffee table into his storage ring, and then asked sternly, What's going on? The Western French Empire has closed its borders. Isolated from the outside world. Caddis had never heard the phrase before, but he knew it was definitely not a good one. Isolated from the outside world means that the Western Empire has blocked all our goods from entering, harmed our merchants, and even embezzled the goods. Lion twisted the meaning of the isolationist approach. It's okay, the result is the same. Can you swallow this? Carl stood up. Caddis gestured for Carl to calm down. He's already a marshal, can you calm down? Calm down. Chester flipped the table and addressed Lion. I suggest that all magicians in Great Yin turn their attention to the Navy. We only have 2 days left before the first dreadnought is launched. If we concentrate all of Great Yin's strength, we can launch 3 dreadnoughts a day. Lion fell silent after hearing Chester's words. After a long pause, Lion shook his head. Chester and Caddis were both puzzled. But Lion didn't finish his words. Building dreadnoughts isn't cost-effective. We suggest building aircraft carriers directly. 2 aircraft carriers, some dreadnoughts, hundreds of Königsberg cruisers, and finally some submarines. Listening to Leon's words, everyone was confused. What does this mean? Why does it feel like war is about to start? Facing the puzzled looks of the crowd, Leon erupted. I'm so pissed. They're bullying us, and you're still so calm? What the hell are you doing? The neighboring countries can take their time, because at least they're behaving themselves now, But the Western Empire is already riding high on us. The interests of the people of Great Yin are being threatened and harmed. What should we do now? Revenge, of course. Listening to Leon's words, Caddis said nothing, but Chester and Carl's eyes lit up. Especially Chester, whose eyes practically spit fire. His mind was now preoccupied with the expedition to the Western French Empire, his unfinished feat. He, too, had been defeated by the Western French Empire, Chester declared. I want to take back everything I lost. Carl was similar. Both Carl and Chester were warmongers. Caddis was a neutral, while Winster was a conservative. But this time, even Winster chose to support Leon. Winster's reason was, I want to see what free trade really is. After hearing Winster's reason, Leon smiled. Good boy. Which idiot is playing tricks on me? Did you mean to steal my diary? Hey, you, who was secretly reading the diary in the Duke's mansion, suddenly felt a chill down his spine. After reading the diary, Hey, you always shared the novel terms in it with his good friend Ivana. However, Ivana would understand these terms and spread them. Even Winster knew about free trade. It's okay, it won't affect me. The younger generation will just remember it as a good policy. Well, no matter what, as long as I defeat the enemy, free trade is free trade, so it's not my fault. Genius. The military convened an emergency meeting, and even Congress convened an emergency meeting. Some magicians were transferred from the aircraft manufacturing plant, industry, and other departments to the shipyard to help the shipyard build warships. Currently, De Yin possessed over 200 Königsberg cruisers. After acquiring this number of cruisers, Lion ordered the shipyard to cease cruiser production. He then shifted his focus to battleships, aircraft carriers, and submarines. The first dreadnought was about to be launched. As for both the aircraft carrier and the submarine, there was only a single blueprint. For the aircraft carrier, Lion chose two classic aircraft carriers, the Essex class and the Midway class. The Essex class had been battle-tested and boasted an astonishingly rapid construction. Thanks to the magical industry, building the Essex class was as easy as rolling dumplings. As for the Midway class, Lion intended it to be a dedicated aircraft carrier. With a full load displacement of over 60,000 tons, it could carry not only aircraft and aviation fuel, but also a large amount of military supplies for frontline soldiers. For the submarine, Lion chose the U-21. This submarine is a masterpiece of World War II. Lion thoughtfully gave it a wave of enhancements. The original power system was upgraded again, and the quality of its protective materials was increased. It was mixed with a large amount of magical metal. As a result, the submarine's hull is now as strong as a battleship. Chester said, if I had this thing back then, I would have dared to drive it directly into the ships of the Western Empire. Although the future development of the Navy has been determined, priorities still need to be established. After careful deliberation, winter will be over in 2 weeks. Within 2.5 months, 2 aircraft carriers, 4 submarines, and 30 dreadnoughts must be produced. How is this possible? 1 million skeleton mages will handle everything. Chapter 220. With the sea transport lines blocked, Bonaparte lost the support of Great Yin. But the Western Empire's army continued to press forward. Within half a month, the Western French Empire's army had reached the border of the Northern Wind territory. At the same time, spring arrived. The first spring rain of the year fell, and with it came the attack of 500,000 Western French Empire troops. The deep winter snow had not yet melted, but the Western French Empire's army launched a charge through the snow. The Northern Wind territory's border offered almost no natural defenses. Therefore, Bonaparte did not establish fortifications along the border. Instead, he ordered 5,000 dragoons to maneuver and stand by at the border, occasionally harassing the army's movements. The Western French Empire's army was forced to dispatch a large force to encircle and suppress the dragoons. But the infantry could not catch up with the dragoons, and if the cavalry pursued, they would be gradually worn down by the dragoons. Because the cavalry's weapons couldn't reach the dragoons' weapons could easily dispatch the Western French cavalry. Though the dragoons did their utmost to harass the army's advance remained unabated. They soon reached the first formal line of defense. Bonaparte had built numerous fortresses here. Taking advantage of the surrounding terrain, he had created a massive pocket formation. This pocket could swallow 100,000 troops in one gulp. Even if it couldn't, it could still hold the Western French army at bay. Of course, this wasn't the only route the Western French army could take, it was simply the fastest. If the Western French army took a detour, it would add 7 days to their journey. Therefore, the commander of the Western Empire's army chose this route without hesitation, only to find themselves facing an impenetrable defense. Lucas, commander of the Western Empire's army, looked at the defenses before him with a serious expression. He hadn't expected that the Buena Vista had built such a massive fortification in just a month. And this was over 100 kilometers from North Wind Harbor. But Lucas had to find a way to break through this defense. Valeria had already ordered the army to capture North Wind territory as quickly as possible and capture Bonaparte alive. Valeria wanted to use Bonaparte's death to show to Hien that the Western Empire was unbeatable. Imaginations are beautiful, but reality is cruel. Valeria kept urging Lucas to launch an attack. But Lucas, determined not to repeat Bidwin's mistakes, adopted a steady and cautious approach, advancing all the way. He feared being surrounded and annihilated, just like Bidwin. But his caution was shattered by the defensive line before him. It told him that only through sheer force could they capture this position. Lucas randomly began counting his soldiers. He already knew that Bonaparte possessed weapons from the Great Flame, whose range and power far surpassed those of muskets. So, Lucas requested a large quantity of magical armor. While its defensive power was limited, it could easily block musket fire. Soon, 50,000 armored Western French Empire soldiers charged. Despite Lucas's orders not to use formations, the Western French Empire soldiers instinctively formed a single line. And what met them was a well-placed machine gun barrage. A soldier holding a ZB-26 light machine gun stared intently at the enemies before him, watching them creep closer and closer. Here they come, here they come. The moment the Western Empire's army entered range, the riflemen opened fire. The bullets struck their armor, their kinetic energy absorbed instantly. The soldiers on both sides froze almost simultaneously, and the battlefield fell into a deathly silence. The next second, a Western Empire officer drew his command saber. He led the charge, and the soldiers immediately followed. The Revolutionary Army's weapons were ineffective against them. Knowing this, the Western Empire's army charged at full speed. But they overlooked one question: would Bonaparte be completely unprepared? The Western Empire's army rushed to the front of the position, almost entering it. The next second, a barrage of explosions blew the soldiers skyward. Bonaparte had planted a large number of magic crystals and explosives in front of the position. This wave of fire immediately crippled the Western Empire's vanguard. Because the explosives were properly placed, the explosion created a 3-meter deep trench, and many Western French soldiers, unable to break, fell directly into it. Lucas, upon seeing this, immediately withdrew his troops. Positional warfare would be difficult to capture the position before him. My soldiers should not die here in vain. Lucas still didn't know the exact number of troops Bonaparte had. If he knew, he would have divided them. But Bonaparte's camouflage was excellent. The army was cut off from the outside world, and a 3,000-man force was left at North Wind Harbor. They would leave the city every day under the watchful eyes of the public, and return through tunnels at night. The number of troops and their banners would change with each exit. The West French Empire spies hiding in North Wind Harbor were also stunned. In just 1 month, 100,000 troops had already left the city. How could there be more? The spies had their doubts, but they still reported the situation. They also tried to verify the information, but Valeria kept pushing them, so where would they find the time? But while the spies' false reports of military intelligence put immense pressure on the West French Empire, Lucas was pleased. Valeria believed the Revolutionary Army was too strong and that an offensive could not be rushed. So she ordered Lucas to act freely, adopting a cautious strategy and waiting for reinforcements from the West French Empire to arrive. After learning Valeria's latest order, Lucas beamed and immediately ordered his soldiers to begin building trenches, preparing for a positional battle with Bonaparte. Bonaparte's aid had been cut off, and so had the supply of supplies to the North Wind territory. How long can the Northern Territory sustain so many people? So just wait. Gradually, as Bonaparte gradually encroaches on the Northern Territory, he will naturally fail. By observing the latest tactics of the Western French Empire, Bonaparte remained silent. Hobeck knew the immense pressure he felt. In 3 months at most, the Revolutionary Army would be out of food. Could a miracle happen in those 3 months? Hobeck shook his head, but he didn't see the fighting spirit in Bonaparte's eyes. Block me? Then I break the shackles. Bonaparte glanced at the map, and a desperate plan emerged in his mind. When two meet on a narrow road, the brave prevails. Do it. Chapter 221. According to past weather conditions, the North Wind Territory will experience a few days of heavy rain in early spring. The melting snow, mixed with the torrential rain, will likely cause flash floods. Bonaparte planned to make a desperate move, relying on the power of heaven to launch a breakout. Break through the blockade of the Western French Empire's army and march directly south, fighting his way through. Keep the initiative in his own hands. If the attack failed, Bonaparte would retreat to the North Wind territory and engage in guerrilla warfare against the Western French Empire's army. But for Bonaparte, the latter option was not an option he would choose unless absolutely necessary. In Bonaparte's eyes, the latter option was a helpless compromise. Although he knew the horrors of guerrilla warfare, the burden of saving the people of the Western French Empire still lay on him. So, the most important thing now was to wait for the opportunity presented by heaven. Bonaparte remembered his father's words. We cannot decide what heaven does, but we can decide what we can do. Only when you can harness heaven's power will you be a true king. A few days later, on the border of the North Wind territory, the armies of both sides had been deadlocked on the border for a long time, with the Western Empire holding off on launching an attack. And the Revolutionary Army was incapable of launching an offensive. The two sides simply wasted time. But then, the gathering dark clouds in the sky told everyone that heavy rain was coming. Looking at the dark sky, Lucas felt a sense of unease. For some reason, he felt something was about to happen. Bonaparte looked at the gathering clouds and couldn't help but wave his hand. It's finally here. The rain is finally coming. Soon, astronomical mages on both sides announced the impending downpour. Lucas immediately ordered the soldiers to cover the magic crystal powder with tarpaulins. While the magic crystal powder itself wasn't vulnerable to moisture, the water element could affect the lifespan of the muskets. So, after ordering the musketeers to protect the magic crystal powder, Lucas also ordered the infantry and cavalry to prepare for battle. Lucas worried that Bonaparte would take advantage of the downpour to launch a counterattack. But Lucas soon abandoned this idea. The rain was simply too heavy. The torrential downpour, and because the Western French Empire soldiers, having never dug proper trenches, had no idea of the importance of drainage ditches, the trenches of the Western French Empire were flooded with water, and the water level was still rising. Many soldiers began using their helmets to clear the water. But the torrential downpour was staggering. Even with the relentless efforts of tens of thousands of soldiers on the front lines, they still couldn't completely drain the trenches. The Revolutionary Army on the other side watched this hilarious scene. Bonaparte strictly followed the knowledge he had learned at the military academy. While constructing the trenches, he not only dug drainage ditches, but also several anti-artillery holes and observation posts. This makeshift position was transformed into a perfectly standard trench warfare position. All that was missing was the concrete fortifications. In the frontline headquarters, Bonaparte observed the scene carefully through a telescope. This heavy rain isn't heavy enough. Let's wait and see. The torrential rain continued for several days. Valeria also realized that the heavy rain was slowing down the army's advance. While ordering Lucas to find a solution, he also delivered a batch of supplies to the front. Although Valeria had never fought in a war, she understood the importance of supplies and military supplies to the soldiers on the front lines. Especially on rainy days like this, soldiers not only had to endure the weather, but might also have to fight in the field. So, they needed to be given more food. It must be said that this move greatly stabilized the morale of the troops on the front lines. But the torrential rain continued unabated. The rain had already submerged the outer positions, forcing the Western Empire soldiers to establish a new defensive line on higher ground. The Western Empire's accompanying magicians were helpless. This torrential rain was a once-in-a-century event, and unless they could send in 9th-level magicians, they were powerless. But the Western Empire had only a few 9th-level magicians. They were deployed on the Eastern Front to intimidate the magicians of the smaller nations. Although they were small nations, they could still muster a few 9th-level magicians. But Lucas was in trouble. The torrential rain had affected many things. Many muskets were rendered inoperable, instantly reducing the Western Empire's army, which had previously been a semi-cold and semi-hot weapon force, to a cold weapon force. Lucas, observing the situation on his side, couldn't help but wonder if Bonaparte's men would also be affected by the heavy rain. But Lucas was wrong. Bonaparte and his men were making final preparations before the battle. Bonaparte's heavy artillery had been transported to the higher ground. Many mountain roads were so muddy that not only did the artillery get stuck, but even the heavy trucks were unable to operate properly. The revolutionary soldiers gritted their teeth and manpower pushed the artillery up the mountain. For they knew that only these heavy artillery pieces would hold the key to victory. As Lucas waited, the surrounding hills were already covered in artillery fire. Moreover, Bonaparte had planted explosives at the mouth of a nearby lake. Whenever the opportunity arose, Bonaparte would order his soldiers to blast the lake open. Then the water would rush down the mountain, creating a mudslide. He also ordered the logistics department to manufacture a large number of wooden boards, similar to skis. This would facilitate the revolutionary soldiers' charge. After all, in the mud, You couldn't get far on foot. Late at night, the torrential rain began to subside. Lucas had been terrified for days, fearing a sudden mudslide in the mountains would sweep away the army. Daily, he sent numerous soldiers to inspect the area and eliminate potential safety hazards. Thankfully, it was all over. The damn rain was finally stopping. Lucas summoned the generals to discuss the offensive in a few days. The generals arrived at the tent and listened carefully to Lucas's battle plan. But suddenly, in the quiet of the night, a loud bang was heard. Then, in the distance, the faint sound of a rushing river could be heard. What was going on? Lucas opened his tent and walked out, then froze in his tracks. A flood was coming. A mudslide, to be more precise. It was coming directly from behind the Revolutionary Army positions in front of him. The Revolutionary Army's artillery positions were stationed on a nearby rocky mountain, and they had pre-existing defenses at the foot and along the mountain. The mudslide had no effect on them. The soldiers in the Revolutionary Army positions had already evacuated. So, tens of thousands of troops on the Western Empire's front would face the mudslide head-on. Looking at the oncoming mudslide, Lucas uttered only 2 words. "Oh my God!" The accompanying magicians tried to cast a spell to stop the mudslide. But the Revolutionary Army's artillery opened fire, and the shells directly interrupted the magicians' spells. Lucas roared in anger. "Don't worry about anything. Everyone run. Run to the hills on either side." After saying this, he even grabbed a fallen soldier and ran with the infantry toward the high ground on either side, not riding his own warhorse. Because Lucas had to stabilize the morale of the troops, he had to stay with the infantry to ensure they wouldn't collapse. Besides shock, there was even more fear. Bonaparte! Bonaparte! You're a madman. Chapter 222. The flash flood directly destroyed the frontline positions of the Western Empire soldiers. Even the main camp in the rear was affected. Lucas personally led his soldiers up the mountains on both sides for refuge. However, many soldiers were swept away by the flash flood. Of the 50,000 troops stationed at the front, only a little over 20,000 remained. Many weapons were swept away by the flash flood before they could be retrieved. Even the most important magic crystal muskets were buried. Just then, the Revolutionary Army sounded the horn of attack. The Western Empire soldiers attacked like drums of war. Bonaparte brought back not only knowledge from Great Yin, but also Great Yin's culture and policies. Dilly, 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 dilly. The charge blew. The revolutionary soldiers seemed to feel a surge of power in their bodies, and instinctively charged. Using the skateboards they had prepared in advance, the revolutionary soldiers quickly crossed the muddy ground. A charge was launched towards the hilltop where Lucas and his men had taken refuge. Lucas immediately ordered his soldiers to prepare for defense. Swish, swish, swish. But the next second, the shells rained down like raindrops, and the dense whistling sound in the air made Lucas and his men shudder. They had no shelter on the hilltops, as both were stone. There were few trees, so where could there be any shelter? Seeing this, Lucas wanted to lead his troops to retreat from the other side and seek the main force. Bonaparte, seeing this, immediately ordered the charging soldiers to turn around and attack the main camp of the Western French Empire. He also taught them a slogan. Lucas is dead. The frontline army has been defeated. Holding this slogan, they fought their way forward. The frontline camp, less than 5 kilometers away, was also affected by the mudslide, but the impact was minor. Upon receiving the order, the Revolutionary Army soldiers immediately launched an attack on the camp. The 5 kilometers were covered in a flash, and the Western Empire Army, still struggling in the mud, was crushed by the Revolutionary Army soldiers. A total of 300,000 troops were stationed in the camp. Under normal circumstances, the tens of thousands of Revolutionary Army soldiers would have been unable to launch an attack. But now was different. Under the impact of the mudslide, many of these Western Empire soldiers had lost their weapons, and some had even been swept away. This was a godsend. 5 kilometers away, hundreds of artillery pieces with a range of 100 millimeters or more had already begun to extend their firepower towards the Western Empire camp. The dense artillery fire directly reduced the Western Empire camp, already ravaged by the mudslide, to ash. They finally experienced what it felt like to be suppressed by firepower. It's okay, don't worry. You feel this way many times in the future, for they could never have imagined that the Great Flame would descend upon the Western Empire 3 months later. Soon, Bonaparte won the battle. Under the combined blows of artillery fire and mudslides, the Western Empire's main camp had fewer than 100,000 soldiers capable of combat. No more than 10,000 soldiers were equipped with long-range weapons to fight against the Revolutionary Army. The outcome was predictable. With the main camp soldiers eliminated, Lucas and his men looked at the dragoons wandering at the foot of the mountain, helpless. The main camp had been lost, and now they were isolated. What should they do? Lucas himself wanted to hold out a bit longer, but in their hasty escape, they hadn't taken any food with them. They were already starving. What could Lucas do? There was only one way. A white flag slowly rose under the gaze of the dragoons. Lucas chose to surrender. This terrified the remaining 150,000 troops, still stationed 10 kilometers away. They were still asleep when, early the next morning, a fleeing soldier arrived, telling them that Marshal Lucas had surrendered. The 350,000 troops on the front were completely wiped out. Upon hearing this, the generals leading these 150,000 troops immediately chose a strategic shift. Lucas was gone. All 350,000 were gone. The 150,000 of them weren't even worth a plate of food, and they were still beating chicken feathers. Look at us. Upon hearing the news, Valeria angrily smashed several pieces of porcelain from the yin. I'm so angry. Why is Lucas so incompetent? Some ministers tried to defend Lucas. Queen Mother, Marshal Lucas was affected by the mudslide. His tactics were flawless. Shut up. Take him away. Before the minister could finish his words, an enraged Valeria ordered the soldiers to drag him away. All the ministers flinched at the sight of his fate. At this moment, a battle report from the Eastern Front made everyone even more solemn. The enemy on the Eastern Front had launched an all-out offensive. Although the Eastern Front's army had held off the enemy's advance, their own casualties were also heavy. Over 500,000 soldiers were killed or wounded, rendering them ineffective. Upon hearing this, Valeria immediately spoke. Order the commander on the Eastern Front to negotiate peace with them. Withdraw all troops. I'm going to kill Bonaparte. Yes. Queen Mother. Everyone echoed. They didn't want to continue committing troops to the Eastern Front. After a year or two of fighting, they had gained nothing, and now the empire was deeply in debt. As the ministers withdrew, Valeria realized that the porcelain she had just broken seemed quite expensive, and they were some of her favorite pieces. She then asked the nearby maid where the porcelain came from, and how much it cost. It's from Great Yen. 10 gold coins each. At these two words, Valeria fainted in anger. Great Yen. Great Yen. Great Yen. Northern Wind Territory. After receiving the prisoners, Bonaparte immediately ordered his troops to split into two groups, one to garrison Northern Wind Territory, and the other to launch attacks from Northern Wind Territory into the surrounding areas. But what Bonaparte didn't anticipate was that after defeating Lucas, the lords north of Ligadies approached Bonaparte, telling him that the northern lords would support him in retaking the West French Empire. But the condition was that Bonaparte wouldn't be allowed to implement his policies. Bonaparte reluctantly refused. Perhaps before, Bonaparte had a glimmer of hope, but after witnessing the miserable lives of the people in North Wind Harbor, Bonaparte chose this path without hesitation. I must die before I can give up. The relationship between the northern lords and Bonaparte instantly strained, and Bonaparte began collecting prisoners in the North Wind Territory. When his army was strong, it was time for Bonaparte to march south. And just as Bonaparte was entering his period of development, something terrible happened in the Orc Empire. Spring had arrived in the Orc Empire, but something happened that ignited the war between the peasantry and the nobility. Chapter 223. With the arrival of spring, the farmers of the Orc Empire were about to begin their spring plowing. However, the Orc Emperor, Baromir, was hastening war preparations. Baromir was now nearly mad, and the Vatican had learned of this. They promised to provide the Orc army with the necessary supplies for the war. This meant that spring plowing could proceed normally, and the farmers and the nobles would live in peace. Until one noble did something incredibly foolish. Because of their excessive winter spending, a noble levied a spring tax on the people of their territory. This immediately devastated the people of the territory. Years of war had already left the people of this territory suffering, and this so-called spring tax completely crushed them. The people of the territory begged for mercy, but their repeated requests only made the nobles' demands worse. After killing several of the ringleaders, the Orc nobles set their sights on a human woman in their territory. Yes, a human woman. The human woman was raped by the nobles, and unable to bear the humiliation, she committed suicide by jumping into a well. Her mother was irritated to death. The nobles paid no heed, and the peasants buried the woman's body. They tried to gather money to pay the spring tax. Both sides thought the matter was over. But the woman's family was far from simple. The woman's mother was human, sold by slave traders, but she was already pregnant at the time. She gave birth to twins, a boy and a girl. When the boy grew up, he was forced to join the Orc Empire to make a living and became a guardian knight. In reality, the boy knew he was human, But his mother and sister were both in the Orc Empire. The boy wanted to take his mother and sister back to the Empire, but his mother was old. His mother didn't want to go back. So the boy stayed in the Orc Empire, but he never participated in the war against the Holy Empire. Instead, he became a knight guarding the princess. Although his salary was low, he sent it back home every month. It could be said that his family was his only concern. Spring rain fell on the capital of the Orc Empire. The human knight looked at the letter in his hand, his anger almost bursting out. His only concern was his family, but now his family's death was inextricably linked to the Orc nobles. Furious, he decided to seek revenge on the Orc Empire. He was a 7th level Dochi knight. Bermert valued this human very much, because humans were few and far between in the Orc Empire. And a 7th level Dochi knight was extremely rare. Looking at the knight's sword hanging on the wall, the young knight muttered expressionlessly. Isn't a knight supposed to protect the weak? But I can't even protect my own family. Perhaps it's just as the holy knight Kunberg said. These orcs are just animals that look like humans. The young knight arrived outside the princess's chambers, and waited quietly. He also had to say goodbye to the half-orc princess, who shared his plight. The princess's mother was a human woman who had been abducted. As a half-orc, she had always been disliked by the orcs, but this orc had fed the young knight when he was a child. So, naturally, the knight became the princess's guardian knight. But it was time for him to say goodbye to the princess. In the morning, the knight, who had been standing outside the chamber all night, saw the princess just emerging. Lahail? Why are you here? The orc princess opened the door, and saw Lahail outside. Your Highness, I'm here to say goodbye. From today on, we will be enemies. Thank you for your care over the years. Of course, I also saved you from suicide attempts. We owe each other nothing. Lahail wiped the dew from his armor, and left without a backward glance. Left behind was the Orc Princess Duranda, who stood there in a daze. A small manor in the southern Orc Empire. Lahail arrived here in disguise. Gaze upon the 2 new graves in the cemetery outside the manor. The young man, who had been away from home for 10 years, had finally returned to the place he cherished. But to his surprise, he didn't even get to see his mother and sister for the last time. Lahail's inner pain was tangible, and at that moment, a woman who had lived next door to Lahail's mother for many years approached. Having heard about Lahail's mother and sister, she had come to the grave to pay her respects. But she saw the man in black before her. Who are you? The woman asked. Antibonia, I'm Lahail. Lahail removed his cloak, revealing his face. Are you little Hylar? The woman's face lit up, but then her expression changed. She looked at the tombstone before her, then at Hylar. About your mother and sister. Hylar forced a smile. Antibonia, I understand. I came back to deal with this matter, and I want to bring my mother and sister home. With that, Hyrule began digging his mother and sister's graves. Those graves were simply corpses wrapped in straw mats and buried in the ground. This was the truest portrayal of the lowest classes. They weren't even worthy of a coffin. Watching Hyrule's actions, Bonia opened her mouth and sighed. Looking at the now stinking corpses, Hyrule wept tears and then lit a fire. The flames consumed the 2 bodies, gradually erasing the last traces of their remains in this world. The flames caught everyone's attention. Some farmers rushed over and looked at Hyrule, some looked puzzled. Bonia, standing nearby, explained Hyrule's identity to everyone. Everyone fell silent, unsure what to say. The village chief, standing nearby, tried to comfort Hyrule. Hylar, your family matters. We are peasants, they are nobles, we can't defeat them. Do we have to give up just because we can't defeat them? Do we have to let them bully us? Do we deserve to suffer? Hylar confronted the village chief, and the surrounding peasants were stunned. At this moment, the noble manor owner was rushing over with his men. As soon as he arrived, he accused the peasants. What are you doing here? Aren't you going to work? And who are you? You set fire to my land, and you have to pay. Hylar stared at the noble after hearing this. The noble felt as if he were falling into an icy cave. The next moment, Hylar gritted his teeth and said, My name is Hylar, and you have insulted my sister. The noble sneered at this. I thought it was that bitch. Before the noble finished, a cold light flashed. The noble suddenly felt his vision leave the ground, the world spinning, and finally, he saw his own body. Everyone stared at Hyrule, speechless. Hyrule struck a single blow, severing his throat. Chapter 224. Everyone was in a panic. The most fearful weren't the noble servants, but the peasants. The village chief pointed at Hyrule in a trembling voice. You just killed him? Hyrule didn't respond, but instead, sword drawn, walked towards the noble servants. A few seconds later, the noble servants collapsed to the ground, their eyes filled with terror. The servants couldn't imagine why Hyrule had the nerve to attack them. They would never understand until their death. After Hyrule finished, he approached the cremated corpse, and took out 2 exquisite wooden boxes, slowly collecting the ashes of his mother and sister. When the village chief saw that Hyrule hadn't responded, and had completely slaughtered the servants, he was speechless. All the peasants lowered their heads. The noble was dead, and they couldn't escape responsibility. Some bolder peasants began to accuse Hyrule. But Hyrule didn't respond. "You're trying to kill us all. You're a demon." After collecting his mother and sister's ashes, Hyrule stood up and stared at the peasants. "I'm a demon? Then what is this noble who exploits you? Is he an angel?" Hyrule's words silenced everyone. The peasants didn't know what to say, but they wanted to. In the end, they let it go. Just then, a young man spoke. "No, you're not a demon, you're a noble. You're a hero who dares to challenge the nobles." Hyrule looked at the young man with some surprise. Although this young man was still underage, he exuded a murderous aura. "Little brother, what's your name?" "My name is Urus," Urus said, looking towards Hyrule. Urus' mother hurriedly grabbed Urus. "Urus, you just escaped from the Great Flame, and it was only thanks to the mediation of the Orc Empire that you were able to return. Instead of thanking the Empire, you dared to criticize it?" The mother said this, praying to herself, muttering to herself, "God of the Wolf, my son didn't mean it. Please forgive him." Urus had always been an obedient child, but this time he chose to go against his mother's will. He stood on a haystack, looked at the hundreds of farmers gathering, and shouted, "Fellow villagers, you should all know that I am a captive returned from the Great Flame." Everyone's eyes immediately turned to Urus. "I know you think it's His Majesty and the Empire's help that allowed me to return. But I want to tell you, you're wrong. The Orc Empire never cared about us. It was Marshal Baruti who secured the opportunity for us to return. I was able to return early because of my good behavior, not because of any imperial mediation. The Orc Empire is a feudal empire rotten to the core. They only exploit us, the lowest class of people. All the wealth was created by our hard work, yet these nobles take it for granted that we squander it. And we can only eat the black bread that the nobles despise every day. The most ridiculous thing is that we treat black bread as a rare treasure. Why are we born inferior? Why are we born to be exploited by them? I saw nothing else in the yin except humble leaders, smiling people, and hot food. And they are just like us, the lower class. And yet they eat food 100 times better than us, live in houses 1,000 times better than us, and lead lives 10,000 times better than us. Why? Why?" Urus practically roared as he spoke all this. He had suppressed his emotions for a long time. The death of Marshal Baruti, the defeat of the army on the front lines. Even after being bullied by the nobles in the prisoner of war camp, even though all this was in the past, Urus could not forget them. Originally, Urus had planned to wait a little longer, looking for an opportunity to start a rebellion. But now, he could not bear it. No more. He no longer wanted to see ignorant people being arbitrarily driven around by these ugly nobles. He wanted to liberate the Orc Empire. All the peasants fell silent as Urus spoke. Because Urus spoke the indisputable truth. Yes. These nobles talked about the Great Flame every day. How could they not know how great it was? But the Great Flame had a good leader, and did they have one? Hyrule felt an inexplicable fire ignite within him as Urus spoke. At the same time, Urus' words sparked his interest in the Great Flame. When did the human camp have such a nation? Is it really as Urus said? Either we explode in silence or perish in silence. The noble lord is dead. Whether we resist or wait, we cannot change this fact. I don't want to die in vain. I use my weapon to show them that I too am powerful. What about you? Are you still going to wait here? Waiting for the butcher's knife to fall? Then humbly begging the army not to kill you? Not to rape your wife? Urus said, pulling out the long sword from the noble's corpse. Then he raised the sword and roared. Urus swears an oath here today. I will liberate the orcs. I will feed all the orcs. I will take back what belongs to us. The peasant stared at the young man in stunned silence. Hyler drew his knight's sword. Count me in. I want to kill all these nobles who disgust me. Following Hyler's lead, the peasants picked up the long swords from the servants' corpses and joined Urus. Urus' mother looked at him with red eyes. Urus smiled, as if to say, Don't worry, Mom. I grown up. I'm no longer just your son. Urus' mother opened her mouth, but finally sighed. She understood. Urus had grown up. More and more peasants took up arms, and declared their allegiance to Urus. At the same time, the Great Yin Intelligence Agency agents responsible for monitoring Urus reported the situation back to Great Yin. Leon was overjoyed upon learning this. Once the Orc Empire fell into civil strife, he could begin to liberate the Holy Empire. After all, over 100 million people were still waiting to be saved. They were all future colleagues. Leon also began to think of ways to help Urus. This was a good revolutionary colleague. The future conquest of the Orc Empire depended on Urus. Chapter 225. The Orc Empire to the north was in turmoil, but the Holy Empire to the south was not much better off. The endless civil war had brought the Holy Empire to its complete decline. If the empire still had some semblance of prestige during the reign of Edward III, it was now completely gone. The current situation in the Holy Empire was complex. It was divided into 4 factions. There was Emperor Charles's imperial forces, with the Duchy of Richard, the Duchy of Silo, and the Duchy of Violet among them. There was also the Holy See, a group of 2 million rebels supported by the Vatican. The 4 principalities of Croatia, Barya, Stik, and Pabuvia formed the Holy Southern Empire. The Duchy of Kara and 3 other principalities formed the Holy Kara Empire. Looking at the chaotic Holy Empire, Leon felt a sense of relief. It was a good thing he had not chosen to inherit this mess. Otherwise, given the current situation, I wouldn't even know who to fight. But beyond this there was even more solemnity. I had become a bystander. I had to assess the situation clearly, seize the opportunity, and then conquer the Holy Empire in one fell swoop. Holy Empire. Emperor Charles had been extremely frustrated these days. The Holy Empire existed in name only. For factions, large and small, had divided the Holy Empire to the point where it could no longer be divided. Holy Empire, actually, it could be divided further. I can handle it. Charles currently commanded 1.2 million troops from the various duchies. But most of them were deployed to the northern border to defend against the orcs. Only 300,000 remained to defend the imperial capital. Charles couldn't recapture lost territory because he had so few soldiers. And because the empire was divided, Charles collected very little tax gold. They couldn't even afford to support their intelligence personnel. Duke Brian and the other dukes were responsible for the army, otherwise the empire would have been destroyed long ago. The money they had was only enough to support the 300,000 troops in the imperial capital. Charlie was now blind and deaf. He could only rely on intelligence from others. But now, news had arrived from Yin. The Orc Empire was about to fall into civil strife, and they told Charlie that the imperial army could be withdrawn from the northern border. Charlie's face instantly lit up with joy upon hearing this news. How long had he been waiting? Almost half a year. As the emperor of the Holy Empire, he was unable to reclaim his homeland. This was a grave humiliation. Meanwhile, Brian, who was currently confronting the Orc Empire in the north, also received news from Yin. But the uprising was still a few days away, or rather, a few days away from becoming a full force. So Leon gave the Orc Empire a push. Lion contacted the resistance groups already present in the Orc Empire. He told them the time had come. This winter, these resistance groups successfully survived thanks to supplies from Yin. He also successfully delivered a severe lesson to the elderly, weak, and sick in the rear. They instantly gained confidence and obeyed Yin's demands. Although they knew Yin was an enemy, they now had no choice but to side with it. If Yin wanted their resources, then the Orc Empire wanted their lives. After receiving Leon's order, the resistance forces immediately began to riot. This successfully drew the Orc Empire's full attention. And Urus had the opportunity to revolt. In a small town near Urus's hometown, due to the uprising of the resistance forces, the Orc Empire was forced to transfer troops stationed in these rear cities to suppress the resistance. As a result, the defenses within these cities were significantly reduced. Originally, towns with only 1,000 defenders were reduced to only 300. But 300 regular troops were an invincible force for these rebellious peasants. Thankfully, Urus had a plan. Inside the noble manor, the nobles' families had disappeared. Urus hadn't ordered their execution, but it was unclear whether his men had been executed. Thousands of villagers stared at the long staff in Urus's hand, bewildered. What is this? This is a divine weapon, a weapon that will allow us to fight against tyrants, Urus said, smoothly examining the rifle in his hand. Although it was secondhand, the quantity was large. Soon, a full 3,000 Mauser rifles were distributed. Several surrounding villages also joined Urus's rebellious forces. After hearing Urus's speech, many young men in their villages had killed their lords without hesitation. The other orcs had no choice but to join Urus. But after hearing Urus's daily tales of beauty, they couldn't help but yearn for the great flame he spoke of. What exactly was the great flame? However, Urus had a different take. The great flame is more than just a place. If we work hard, the empire can become a place as beautiful as the great flame. Listening to Urus's words, everyone's eyes shone with hope. It had been a long time since they had felt such excitement. Or perhaps it could be that in the past, they had been living in a muddle-headed state. Because their days were filled with nothing but work and rest, they never considered why they had to continue like this. These days, Urus has been giving them ideological enlightenment lessons. Every morning, he would repeat the lectures he received from the political commissar in the prisoner of war camp. Many prisoners of war have returned to the Orc Empire after undergoing rehabilitation. Many prisoners from several towns near Urus's location began heading towards Urus. They too wanted to continue living in such a muddled existence. Urus and his companions' gathering attracted the attention of the towns. But with only 300 soldiers stationed, the towns dared not send troops easily. They could only ask for assistance from the Orc Empire. But the Empire only gave them one word: get lost. Now, Baramirt's entire focus was on the border and eliminating the resistance. In Baramirt's eyes, an uprising like Urus's was nothing to worry about. A peasant, you still want to fight me? It's nothing more than a minor scab. Baramirt never imagined that he would soon pay the price for his words. After 2 weeks of development, Urus's peasant army numbered over 10,000. Urus finally took the first step, attacking a small town. Leon said nothing about Urus's decision, instead picking up a copy of Encircling the Cities with the Countryside and slowly reading. Whether he succeeded or failed, we see. Chapter 226. After all preparations were complete, Urus began his attack on the town. That small town, with only 300 soldiers, could never have imagined that only 2 weeks later, they would be surrounded by tens of thousands of rebels. What shocked them even more was the weapons in the hands of the rebels. Where did the rebels get their guns? Before the garrison could react, tens of thousands of rebels launched their attack. How could a small town with only 300 people withstand an attack by tens of thousands? After a few token resistances, they allowed the rebels to march in and out. It wasn't that the garrison didn't want to resist, but they simply couldn't. The enemy had over 300 times their number, and every one of them was armed. Could they possibly fight them with their swords? They were shot dead before they even got close. Thus, the rebels captured the first town with lightning speed. The rebels' morale instantly soared, and they began to harbor thoughts of attacking other towns. However, Urus did not rush into action, instead focusing on the immediate distribution issue. The first act of the rebels upon entering the town was to convene a public trial. All the nobles who had not yet escaped were gathered together and tried one by one for their crimes. The vast majority of the nobles did not escape trial, with only 2 upright nobles escaping. Urus confiscated the property of all the convicted nobles. He distributed land to the common people and exchanged all the gold and silver he had obtained for food, which he distributed to every household. Urus knew that if he wanted to survive long-term, he needed the support of the people. But Urus had his limitations. He was only a teenager, not yet a qualified leader. With his immaturity, he was bound to make mistakes. He didn't consider whether his food would reach everyone. Not all the rebels shared Urus's goal. After capturing the town, divisions began to form within the rebel army. A considerable portion of the food Urus purchased was embezzled by the rebels. Even though Urus constantly emphasized fairness, justice, and other good qualities, how could the rebel soldiers, who had never received a proper education, know this? Their perspective was limited. They only saw the food in front of them, not the importance of public support. A small number of civilians did not receive any food. The seeds of disaster were thus sown. Urus was still too young. But Leon, far away in Yin, had learned all this. Intelligence agents reported every detail of Urus's rebellion to Leon, word for word. Leon knew of Urus's mistakes, but he didn't offer any advice. Urus needed to endure some hardship to grow into a qualified leader. If he continued to help Urus, he would be harming him in disguise. A revolutionary leader trained in this way would be no match for Baramir and his ilk. Suffering would teach him a lesson. How could a revolution without sacrifice and bloodshed be a true revolution? Soon after arrest, Urus led the rebels in an attack on the next town. However, this town had received the news in advance. And it was a medium-sized city. They had already learned of the true strength of the Urus rebels. And they urgently mobilized soldiers from several surrounding towns. Coincidentally, a 1,000-man mage battalion was stationed nearby to recuperate. And they ran into the Urus rebels. The Urus rebels had never expected to encounter a boss-level enemy right from the start. 1,000 regular troops could have given the Urus rebels a hard time. However, what about 1,000 mage legionnaires? However, Urus led the rebels, unaware of this, and continued to march towards the city, singing passionate war songs. But they soon paid the price. Although Urus had conducted simple training, the short duration meant that the rebels had never developed the necessary combat effectiveness. Even with rifles, the rebels still charged forward in a swarm in every battle. This led to a disastrous defeat in their attack on this medium-sized city. The rebels charged towards their established positions. But the next second, the crackle of magic crystal rifles rang out. The rebels at the forefront fell like wheat being cut. The rebels behind, unaware of what had happened, continued their charge. Observing this, Urus immediately ordered the frontline soldiers to withdraw. But the rebels were not concerned with such matters. They were focused on the land and food they would gain after capturing the city. But what they didn't know was that everything came at a price. And that price was their lives. The tragic deaths of thousands of rebel soldiers taught the rebels that they weren't invincible warriors, but were still ordinary peasants. Soon, the rebels collapsed. Urus, protected by Lahail, and hundreds of transformed orc soldiers, who had returned from Great Yin, retreated to the town. Soon, a large number of defeated rebels returned to the town. But soon, the civilians who hadn't received their food distributions began to riot. They united and attempted to expel Urus and his men from the town. Urus had no choice but to personally go and appease the civilians. When he learned what had happened, Urus could no longer bear it. He couldn't accept this outcome. In his eyes, the rebels should be like the Great Yin National Defense Army. The military and the people should be one family, not like his own, where the two sides were at odds with each other. Why was this happening? Urus racked his brains, but couldn't figure it out. Urus then executed the rebels, who had embezzled food in front of the angry civilians. However, this action resented the rebels who had just fled. The setback in the offensive had caused the rebels' morale to plummet. The defeated rebels had lost their former passion, and were more focused on gaining more benefits. And now, Urus's actions had infuriated the remaining rebels. The rebellious rebels nearly killed Urus. Thankfully, Lahail intervened and saved Urus. But the rebels fled in panic. Only Urus and 100 or so reformed soldiers remained. Urus felt a little sad, but he quickly pulled himself together. He had to pick himself up again from where he had fallen. He counted the remaining men. 108, including himself. There were only 108 men. It will be fine. A single spark can start a prairie fire. Chapter 227. As the rebels dispersed, Urus fell into depression. He couldn't understand why all his passionate efforts had resulted in this. He didn't know why. With the rebels' dispersal, the Orc Empire sent troops to retake the lost town. Urus was forced to retreat to the small manor he had started from. The manor was deserted, save for his mother and sister. The villagers had fled, save for the elderly, the weak, and the disabled. Urus, looking exhausted, returned to the manor with the remaining troops. Looking at the deserted manor, Urus sighed. It's done now, let him go. Watching Urus return home, his mother and sister showed no emotion. The mother wiped the dust from Urus's face and said with a smile, "Look at you, you've gotten yourself into this mess just by going out. Go take a shower." Urus smiled at his mother's words, but just as they were about to break, the smile faded and he suddenly burst into tears. Urus knew he had lost miserably, completely. Looking at Urus crying, his mother, Stevie, hugged him, gently patted his back, and comforted him. "It's okay, it's all over. You're back, aren't you? And your sister and I are here too." Urus cried even harder at Stevie's words. His mother was momentarily flustered. Urus held his mother, crying for an indeterminate amount of time, until he fainted. Stevie carried Urus back to his room, gently tucked him in, and let him sleep soundly. Inside the manor, Lahail and the other rebels were deeply concerned about Urus's condition. They saw it all and were deeply concerned, but they felt helpless. They couldn't find any reason to comfort Urus. Urus slept for days. The intelligence agency's spies reported the situation to Leon. After learning of this, Leon felt the thorny nature of the situation. Urus's illness could very well affect Leon's plans. Leon looked at the news for a long moment without saying a word. Then he stood up and walked to the window, gazing out at Sin City. Just then, Hans walked in. "Leader, the Orc Empire's 4 uprisings have all been thwarted. Urus's was the most successful, but the result..." Before Hans could finish, Leon raised his hand, signaling him to stop. Seeing this, Hans immediately lowered his head. He knew Leon had high hopes for this uprising, but the reality had surprised everyone. Leon couldn't help but wonder why the Orc Empire's uprisings had been repeatedly frustrated. Leon recalled his time taking over the territory of Sin. The reason the nobles and commoners were initially willing to trust him was because of his duke status. Yes, throughout history, peasant uprisings have rarely succeeded. But Leon didn't believe it. He then said to Hans, "In that case, I go there myself and see what the problem is." Hearing Leon's words, Hans couldn't sit still. Leon was going to the Orc Empire? Isn't that crazy? Hans looked at Leon in disbelief, as if asking, "Leader? Are you sure?" Leon looked at Hans seriously. "Do I look like I'm joking?" After learning of Leon's intentions, Hans immediately ran to the military headquarters to tell Caddis, hoping Caddis could persuade Leon. But Caddis said, "Go to the Orc Empire? Go to the Orc Empire, that's fine. Leon hasn't visited the surrounding countries yet, has he?" Hearing Caddis's words, Hans' eyes widened. Is this still the mature and steady Caddis? Caddis seemed to understand Hans's concerns. Then, he spoke. "Are you forgetting someone?" "Who?" "Barian." Hearing Caddis's words, Hans suddenly realized something. That's right. With Barian around, who else in this world could hurt Leon? Looking at Hans' sudden realization, Caddis couldn't help but admire him even more. Because Hans was also thinking about Leon, he was a good subordinate. But somehow, Froststar and the others learned that Leon was going to the Orc Empire. "Hans, don't look at me." It definitely wasn't me. As soon as Leon, slumped over his desk during his lunch break, looked up, he was met with a pair of large, glaring eyes. "Hello." Lion mumbled, but the next second, his body trembled. Froststar, Yen Xinyun, Qing Chi, and Hey, you were all staring at Leon from his desk. "Lion, I'm terrified." Froststar and the others panicked at the startled Leon. "What are you doing?" Lion immediately took the initiative. Froststar and the others finally realized they were there to call him to task. What was there to be afraid of? Then, he spoke. "I heard you're going to the Orc Empire? Aren't you afraid of danger?" "Of course I am, but what good is fear? What needs to be faced must be faced. This trip to the Orc Empire isn't just to deal with Urus, but more importantly, to see just how powerful the church truly is." Leon spoke righteously, his tone filled with determination. "Then it seems there's no way to stop you. So who are you taking this time?" As soon as he finished speaking, Leon sensed murderous intent in the air. The women glanced at each other, their eyes sparking. Hans, working on documents nearby, suddenly sensed the murderous aura in the air. He retreated without hesitation. Leon, as usual, picked up the teacup beside him and slowly drank. "It's okay. I always win in the end." As Froststar and Cloud Green Chi rubbed against each other, Yin Xian watched eagerly. At this moment, the clever Hey Yu slithered over and hugged Leon's thigh, his eyes twinkling. "You scumbag. Take me with you. I can transform into a black dragon and let you experience the feeling of a dragon rider." Lion nearly fell to the ground after hearing Hey Yu's outrageous speech. Whose incredible Loli is this? Are all Lolita girls this incredible these days? Wait, it seems like she's his own. Lion held his forehead, thinking he ruined this one. He's unmarried and raising 2 children, one silly and the other clueless, and both good-for-nothings. What a misfortune for his family. In the end, Leon chose to take Qing Chi and Hey Yu with him. One was a native of the Orc Empire, and Hey Yu simply couldn't resist her flirting. "Lion, it's so hard for me." Besides the 2 of them, Leon also brought Barian and Hans, as well as William and his squad of soldiers. That was Leon's entire group. Of course, this was a covert infiltration, more to do with studying the Orc Empire. Plan ahead for the future. Chapter 228. After careful planning, Lion's itinerary was laid out in perfect detail. They would depart from Qingqi Kingdom, disguised as a caravan. The first stop would be the location of Urus, and the final destination would be the capital of the Orc Empire. Although they weren't heading for war this time, Lion still placed a Gustav in his pet ring. He claimed it would increase his sense of security. After everything was ready, Lion and his companions set off. They quickly boarded the train to Qingqi Kingdom. Currently, the railway between the Yin and Qingqi Kingdom is fully connected. Exchanges between the 2 countries are becoming increasingly close. In addition, Qingqi Kingdom has begun its journey of industrialization, attempting to become a powerful nation through industrialization. For although Qingqi is small, they have always had a grand goal. That was to conquer the Orc Empire. Restore the glory of the Orcs. If an Orc could be emperor, why couldn't an Orc? This sentiment was shared not only by the nation's top brass, but also by ordinary citizens. They had been oppressed for too long, and they wanted to reclaim what was rightfully theirs from the Orc Empire. This time, Leon traveled north, not only to guide the uprising, but also to investigate the Orc Empire, to discover the depth of the conflict between commoners and nobles within the Orc Empire. Although the intelligence agency had informed Leon of the severity of the problem, Leon still wanted to see it for himself. After all, seeing is believing. After several days of bumpy carriage ride, the group arrived at the location of Urus. But according to the caravan leader, there was a rebel army in this area, and the Orc Empire was seeking to annihilate it. But this rebel army had recently vanished, completely silent, as if it had never existed. The Orc Empire, upon learning of this, was somewhat puzzled. While uprisings elsewhere were flourishing, why was this particular uprising so silent? What they didn't know was that it wasn't that Urus didn't want to continue, but rather that he had fallen into confusion. Soon, Lion and his companions secretly left the caravan and headed for the small manor where Urus was staying. Outside the manor, Lahail, the supposedly noble knight, was leading some civilians who had fled from nearby to carry out spring plowing. The captives who had returned from the Great Flame were also present, meticulously sharing what they had learned with the newcomers. Seeing this, Lion was deeply pleased. Although the rebels had suffered setbacks and a crushing defeat, they hadn't given up on the fight. Soon, as Lion and his companions approached, Lahail and his companions instantly noticed them. They immediately surrounded Leon and his men with weapons drawn. However, upon realizing that Leon and his men numbered only about 20, and that most were humans, the orcs laid down their weapons. Because the humans and their small number were sufficient to conclude that they were not enemies, and even if they were at most lobbyists. But soon, some captives returning from Great Yin spotted the Great Yin National Defense Force soldiers, their AK-47s barely visible beneath their cloaks. Some of the captives asked in trembling voices, "Are you Yin people?" The people hiding under the cloaks remained silent. Leon gestured for William to approach and negotiate. William took off his hat and stepped forward. "I'm a lieutenant colonel in the Wehrmacht. I come to meet Urus, the leader of the rebels. I heard you suffered a setback, so we come to see what's going on." William then pulled out his officer's ID. After repeated checks, the transformed orcs finally confirmed William's identity and led him inside the manor. They arrived. The manor was no longer as luxurious as it once was. Urus had exchanged the expensive decorations for money and distributed them to the rebels. But the rebels left Urus nothing. Looking at the somewhat bleak manor, Leon couldn't help but sigh. The idea was good, but the reality was cruel. Being too idealistic will ultimately lead to harm. Leon and his companions arrived at the manor hall, waiting for Urus to arrive. Urus, who had slept for several days, was finally awakened. When Urus woke up, he didn't ask how long he had slept, but instead asked, "What's going on? Is the Orc Empire attacking?" The soldier shook his head. "No, it's someone from the Yin, a lieutenant colonel." After hearing the soldier's words, Urus's previously dim eyes gradually brightened. He jumped out of bed. Urus knew, as the political commissar and the others had said, that life offers only a few opportunities to change one's destiny, and he must seize them. Urus rushed down, but the next second he froze. What had stopped him was not William's identity, but the man smiling at him. Leon. Leon, leader of the Great Flame. Urus was so excited he was speechless. Leon, leader, you. Leon smiled and gestured for Urus to sit down. Urus was a little bewildered. Meanwhile, Urus's mother, Stevie, had heard about the arrival of guests and brought some refreshments. Although Urus was the leader of the rebels, he did not abuse his power for personal gain. On the contrary, he remained the same as before. Stevie used the only flour they had in the house to make a few pancakes. The pancakes, without any condiments, were placed on the table. Urus's face was a little embarrassed, and Stevie was also a little embarrassed. Urus's sister, Sienna, lay on the table, staring longingly at the pancakes on the plate. She swallowed hard. Beside her, Heiyu was a little dissatisfied. Eating cake every day had made Heiyu a bit of a glutton. However, Heiyu didn't object and began eating. After taking a bite, he collapsed onto Leon's lap, looking at him pitifully. "You bastard. I want some cake." Looking at Heiyu's watery eyes. "Lion, no problem." He then pulled 2 cakes from his storage ring, giving one to Heiyu and one to Sienna. Heiyu devoured them without hesitation, then looked at Leon with a satisfied look. "Lion, eh?" Sienna was somewhat flattered. She glanced at everyone and finally handed the cake to her mother, Stevie. Stevie was a little bewildered, but more than anything touched. Seeing this, Leon took out another cake and gave it to Sienna as a reward. Heiyu's face was filled with dissatisfaction. Heiyu, I'm angry. I'm really fierce. Lion ignored Heiyu and got down to business. He wanted to talk to Urus. Chapter 229. Seeing everyone about to discuss business, Stevie immediately took Sienna back upstairs. Watching his mother and the others leave, Urus immediately grew serious. Leader, you understand. Urus said somewhat embarrassedly. Leon nodded. Leader, let me explain. Before Urus could finish, Leon waved his hand, motioning for Urus to follow him. Leon led everyone to the fields outside the manor, pointing to the people working there and speaking calmly. Urus, look at everyone, look at these farmers. What do they need most? Urus was puzzled. Isn't enlightenment the most important thing for these farmers? Looking at Urus's bewildered expression, Leon, under the bewildered gaze of the others, took off his combat boots and put on a pair of high boots. Then he went straight down to the fields. Urus and Lahail were somewhat surprised. Come on! Come down to the fields, we talk. Urus jumped down without hesitation. Heiyu immediately took off his shoes. A flying dragon on his face. The dragon roared. Huh? The next second, Heiyu was lifted into the air. The fields are dirty. Who wash your clothes if they get dirty? Leon said. Of course you, that scumbag. The next second, Heiyu transformed into a tiny black dragon, freed himself from Leon's grasp, and instantly transformed back, landing steadily in the paddy field. Splash. The splash of water splashed Leon's face. I deal with you when we get back, Leon said, and walked towards the farmers with Urus. Lord Urus. The newly arrived farmers were about to kneel, but Urus hurriedly supported the old man before them. No need to call me Lord. Are you all doing well? Urus smiled. Thank you, Lord Urus, for giving us the land. We can now cultivate our own land. Urus rubbed his head sheepishly. Old man, what are your thoughts on Lord Urus's policies? At this moment, Leon spoke. Unexpectedly for Leon's question, he felt a little awkward. After a long pause, under the gaze of Leon and the others, he spoke. Actually, I have no idea what Lord Urus is talking about. I'm fine with you shouting a few slogans, but I truly don't understand what you're saying. The old man's voice trailed off as he watched Urus's face darken. A pause of awkwardness filled the air. Urus waved his hand, motioning the old man to go back to his work. Then, with a dejected look on his face, he sat down on the edge of the field. Why on earth is this happening? Lion smiled at Urus, who looked puzzled. He sat down on the muddy ridge without even noticing it. Watching Urus sit beside Leon, William's Wehrmacht soldier's eyes blazed with rage. How could this orc be on equal footing with the great leader? We don't even get that kind of treatment. Lion ignored the soldiers and pointed at the busy people in the distance. Look at them. They're just farmers. You can talk to them about principles, but do they understand? Urus lowered his head. The most important thing for farmers is the land. You can't reason with them. They only understand the land. You need to make them understand that the ultimate goal of the revolution is to overthrow the aristocracy and allow them to acquire land, not to lecture them daily about those lofty theories. I remember you were a farmer too. Why, after a trip to Dian, have you forgotten your roots? Dian's products are good, but they may not be suitable for you. Lion said this, and picked up a field of rice nearby. Rice in the Orc Empire is harvested only once a year. Although the Orc Empire is located in the north, rice remains an indispensable crop for them. Looking at the incredibly familiar rice in his hand, Leon smiled. In his previous life, he had only planted rice a few times, yet after so many years, he was actually farming again in another world, and the key is, he was enjoying it. Many soldiers also joined in the farming, as if drawn by some magical force. Barian looked at the fields before him, seemingly reminiscing about past events. No one noticed the tears welling in his eyes. 1,000 years ago, I was busy in a field like this when I stumbled upon her convoy and saw her face for the first time. Barian smiled, wiped away his tears, and joined the farming crowd. Heiyu, standing nearby, was stunned. She hadn't expected Leon and everyone else to go farming, but she was still enjoying herself. Seeing a small fish swimming around, she pounced like a dragon. You little fish. Look! Am I awesome? Heiyu, beaming, walked towards Leon, holding a small fish. He even offered a hug. Leon's mouth twitched as he looked at the mud-covered Heiyu, his face darkening. Heiyu, pills, then he turned and ran away, and Leon just smiled. Hey, you will be an adult next year. Why is he still acting like a child? It's time to grow up. Soon, after a busy day, Leon and the others returned to the manor. Stevie couldn't even cook a proper dinner, but thankfully, Hans had come to the kitchen early and given her some vegetables and meat. These were ingredients that were hard to come by for Stevie and the others. So Stevie was very nervous, but Hans didn't mind. It was just some vegetables and a little meat. Froststar and the others had forced Hans to bring these. Because they knew Leon wouldn't cook anything special, he'd probably just eat some marching rations. So, this burden fell on Hans. Leon and the others couldn't help but swallow their saliva as they looked at the steaming food on the table. Without any elaborate formalities, everyone started eating right away. Hey, you took a bowl of meat. Hee hee. It's all mine. Leon smiled and pushed the remaining meat toward Sienna. Eat it, little girl. You're still young, eat more meat. Sienna was somewhat flattered, her small hands restlessly grasping at the hem of her skirt, looking from Stevie to Urus. Don't worry, your brother will make sure everyone has meat. Leon stroked Sienna's head. Her greenish skin and jet-black hair gave him a strange feeling. While orcs may be disadvantaged by their appearance and possess many bloodthirsty perverts, not all orcs are created equal. Some orcs deserve a fair and beautiful future, while some... A cold glint flashed in Leon's eyes. Chapter 230. The next day, just as the sun rose, the sound of someone crying could be heard from within the manor. The sobbing was so heartbreaking that it made one think they had suffered a great injustice. Inside the manor, Heiyu, now dressed in clean clothes, was hugging Leon's thighs and sobbing. She wiped her tears and snot on Leon's pants. No! I don't want it! Help me! Please! Lion held his forehead, a look of helplessness on his face. He tried to take a few steps when the weight on his legs held him back. The story begins when Leon had just woken up. Although he had been farming all day yesterday, Leon, now a 5th level Dochi Knight, wasn't particularly tired. Since leaving Dian, Leon now had to wash his own clothes. Lion picked up the clothes he had changed out of yesterday and immediately noticed something was wrong. Why were the clothes so heavy? Lion unfolded his tightly wrapped clothes. Gradually, he realized something was wrong. Because he remembered that his clothes weren't wrapped this tightly. What could be hidden inside? Leon unwrapped the tightly packed clothes layer by layer. Finally, a small skirt appeared. To be more precise, a skirt covered in mud. Hey you! Leon's roar instantly resounded throughout the manor. Furious, Leon rushed directly to Heiyu's room. Heiyu was soundly asleep inside. But as a dragon, she possessed extraordinary senses. The moment Leon roared, Heiyu sensed a murderous aura emanating from him. Murderous aura? Listening to Leon's footsteps ascending the stairs, Heiyu scanned the room for possible hiding places. What should I do? Where should I hide? After pondering for a long time, I heard Leon open the door. Got it. Heiyu grabbed the quilt and wrapped himself up, covering his head. This way, he shouldn't be able to detect me, right? Watching Heiyu wriggling within the quilt, half of his body was exposed to the air. What a good hiding place. Lion approached the bed. Heiyu, sensing Leon's approach, even moved aside. Heiyu couldn't detect me. How could that jerk detect me? The next second, Heiyu found himself being lifted up. Heiyu, little Heiyu, is there anything you want to tell me? Lion asked kindly, but to Heiyu, it was the darkest smile in the world. It's over. A week's supply of cake is gone. Sorry, jerk, I was wrong. Heiyu chose to admit his mistake honestly. Looking at Heiyu admitting his mistake, Leon's brows relaxed a little. So he spoke. You have to learn to wash your own clothes, you know? No. Heiyu turned his head away proudly. Leon couldn't help it. He wanted to teach Heiyu a lesson. This silly, cute little dragon was so abominable. Will you wash them or not? If not, I leave you here. You stay in the Orc Empire forever, and never even think about returning to the Duke's mansion to eat cake. Hearing Leon's threats, Heiyu's expression changed like a Sichuan opera face changing. First shock, then fear, then sadness, and finally tears. In just a few seconds, his expression changed several times. Even a Sichuan opera master wouldn't be as good as you. Looking at the weeping Heiyu, Leon didn't show any mercy and simply walked away. Heiyu slid onto Leon's lap, crying. He simply hugged Leon's thigh and wouldn't let go. And so the scene at the beginning unfolded. Leon pointed at Heiyu and said, "This time, acting cute won't work." Heiyu didn't respond, instead staring at Leon with longing eyes. His eyes were filled with pleading, and he didn't cry or make a fuss, just staring at Leon. Leon and Heiyu stared at each other for less than 3 seconds, and instantly, a feeling of guilt washed over him. Wait, why am I feeling guilty? Leon looked at Heiyu again. 3 days later, he was defeated again. How much did I owe you in my last life? Why are you torturing me like this in this life? Leon sighed, then, ignoring the pendant on his leg, walked downstairs. Heyu didn't let go either, holding Leon's thigh. Everyone stared at Leon, at the pendant on his leg, stunned. What was going on? Leon didn't explain, simply dragging the pendant and his clothes with him to the river. Can't you get down? Lion patted Heyu's head. No! You punish me if I do. Heyu shook his head and held him tighter. Lion was furious. If you don't get down, how am I supposed to wash your clothes? Hearing this, Heyu looked up at Leon in disbelief. Looking at Heyu's idiotic expression, Leon couldn't help but hold his forehead. Are all black dragons so intelligent? Or is this a mutant exception? How did she live to be over 900 years old? Heyu met Leon's serious gaze, then let go and slid down, sitting on the ground. Then, as Leon watched, she walked away, oblivious. Can't see me! I'm going to chase butterflies. Little butterflies. Leon watched Heyu leave, shook his head, and swiftly picked up the soaked clothes, washing them with ease. Although Heyu was mischievous and sometimes teased Leon, Heyu never delayed Leon's work, and even gave him advice when it came to important matters. This led Leon to wonder if Heyu was doing it on purpose. Was he pretending to be stupid, so he could get his cake out of him? A few days passed, and Leon meticulously explained to Urus how to strengthen the relationship between the peasants and the rebels. Urus's notes from these past few days alone filled up half a notebook. Urus was now brimming with fighting spirit, confident that he could rally his forces. The uprising would ultimately succeed. Watching Urus gradually regain his spirits, Leon realized that Urus had shed the shadow of defeat. But he still gave Urus a copy of Encircling the Cities with the Countryside, although this work seemed somewhat out of place in the era of cold weapons. However, Leon had given Urus a lot of information over the past few days. For example, the development of the rebellion shouldn't be determined by the number of cities it conquers, but rather by the quantity and quality of its soldiers, and whether the people can have enough to eat. Only with food and talent can it continue to develop. Sacrificing a large number of soldiers for cities that don't move is not worth it. Also, it's crucial to ensure that policies for farmers are implemented effectively and gain the support of the people, so that the rebellion can continue to thrive. Urus needed time to digest this, and reorganizing the rebellion would also take time. However, Leon still gave Urus some food and equipment, and he assured Urus that he would succeed. Afterwards, Leon and his group set off for the Orc capital. But as they got closer to the Orc capital, Leon grew increasingly furious. Chapter 231. As Leon and his companions drew closer to the Orc capital, their observations were truly inspiring. The Orc Empire possessed a strict hierarchy, one even surpassed by the Demon Empire. While the nobles controlled politics, the military was relatively open-minded, and a significant number of nobles did not prohibit commoners from advancing in the military. After all, not all nobles were fools. They understood that to achieve long-term benefits, someone had to sacrifice for the empire. And these commoners, eager for fame and fortune, were the best choice. But the Orc Empire was different. It had a strict hierarchy. Commoners could very well remain commoners their entire lives. The Orc Empire also had a slave class. And the treatment of slaves there was the worst among all nations. While the Holy Empire had slaves, it allowed them to learn knowledge, learn magic, even fighting spirit, and even join the military. If you made contributions to the empire, you could apply to be removed from your slave status. Ordinary people can also rise to prominence through learning magic and fighting spirit. This is why the Holy Empire has endured for millennia. It boasts not only a group of patriots, but also a people willing to sacrifice themselves. But the Orc Empire is different. Their rigid system denies ordinary people the opportunity to rise up. Thus, for common people to acquire wealth, there is only one way, through plunder and wars of aggression. The upper echelons of the Orc Empire are mired in decadence and extravagance, while the lower classes are plagued by aggression and the law of the jungle. Due to constant internal strife and external invasions, the Orc Empire's citizens have become significantly stronger overall. They aren't naturally bellicose, but rather forced into a warlike state. Throughout his journey, observing everything along the way, Leon realized that serving in the Orc Empire wasn't such a bad thing. At least as a soldier, you no longer had to face the wrath of the nobles. Even in the army, you inevitably be bullied, but it was better than living in the Orc Empire, facing the nobles in constant fear. Many nobles, influenced by their Orcish genes, were extremely tyrannical. They often abused the civilians within their territories. The civilians dared to be angry but dared not speak out, a phenomenon that became increasingly pronounced the closer they got to the Orc Empire's capital. In just 3 days, Leon witnessed 10 instances of nobles whipping civilians. 3 civilians were even beaten to death. Is this the Orc Empire? He had originally believed that everyone in the Orc Empire deserved death, but now, as he journeyed, Leon discovered that there were still some good people within. It seems all nations are the same, whether strong or weak, they have their patriots and their parasites. In that case, Leon said, he wouldn't mind being a demon for once, a chance to see the survival of the fittest. Lion could at least tolerate the situation in the Demon Empire, but the Orc Empire's situation was horrifying. Lion even considered destroying the Orc Empire. This country shouldn't exist in this world. Lion even saw a little orc girl carrying fire with 3 times heavier than herself to sell in town. The girl was no more than 10 years old, an age that would have been school age, both in her previous life and in Great Yin. But in the Orc Empire, they had to struggle to survive. Even more ironically, next to the little girl, a noble child was playing with a toy they had just bought from a store. Not only that, after playing with it for a few moments, the child dropped the toy and crushed it to pieces. The little girl could only watch helplessly. This toy only cost 5 copper coins. But it became a lasting regret in the little girl's childhood. Some of the Great Yin soldiers couldn't stand it any longer, but Hans and William held them back, because this was someone else's territory. At least, they couldn't act until Leon gave the order. After all, they had Barion's backing. Honestly, even if they bombed the Orc Empire's capital, Barion could get everyone out of it unscathed. This thought only flashed through everyone's minds, because it was impossible to actually blow up every beast in the Orc Empire, right? But what they didn't expect was that Leon actually did it. The group soon arrived at the Orc capital. Lion and his companions, unfazed by their human identities, disguised themselves as merchants from the Papal States. The Papal States were also a human power, and in the eyes of the Orc Empire, they were the happiest place. There was endless food, and the people's faces were filled with smiles. This was what the church had always preached. The church was God's messenger, and everything it said was true. The soldiers guarding the city were collecting tolls at the gate. Upon seeing Lion and his companions, they stood in awe. While sternly urging the civilians to leave, they greeted Lion and his companions with smiles as they entered the capital. They allowed them through without even a single inspection. This shocked Leon and his companions. What kind of guards were these? They were just allowed in so brazenly. To avoid inspection, Leon and his companions even stored their weapons in their storage rings. And now, Leon and his companions realized that these guards, with noses sharper than a dog's, hadn't even checked them. After a brief moment of shock, Leon and his companions decisively entered the city. As soon as they entered, they felt the disparity between the inside and the outside. If the outside was a primitive society, then the inside could be described as a modern society. Of course, this was just an exaggeration, reflecting the disparity in credibility. The capital of the Orc Empire was not filthy or messy. Instead, it was remarkably clean and tidy. It was even comparable to Sin City. This left Leon puzzled. Why was the capital of the Orc Empire so clean? At first, Leon was impressed by the Orc Empire's excellent cleaning practices. But the reality was simply unacceptable. The reality was that the Orc Empire employed a large number of slaves, who were tasked with cleaning the streets. Yet these slaves had to work at least 14 hours a day. They received no wages, and were abused at will. In those alleys, covered by straw mats, lay the bodies of dead slaves. This was what infuriated Leon the most, treating human life like worthless grass. Leon immediately ordered Hans to prepare Gustav outside the city. He wanted to make the Orc Empire realize the power of the people. Meanwhile, Leon went to a bookstore in the Orc Empire to collect maps and documents of the Orc Empire. After all, he couldn't attack the wrong place in his future attack on the Orc Empire. Chapter 232. While Hans was arranging Gustav outside the city, Leon took Balian to a bookstore in the capital of the Orc Empire. Although only the nobility could receive higher education in the Orc Empire, there were still many bookstores in the Orc Empire, and they stocked a very comprehensive selection of books. Leon transformed himself into a bookseller, akin to a robber. He bought nearly every geography, history, and political book in the bookstore. The bookstore owner was shocked by Leon's behavior. But when he saw the Papal States uniform Leon was wearing, he was speechless. After all, people in the Papal States often behave strangely, so buying so many books was no big deal. However, the most dramatic scene occurred. As soon as Leon left the house, he discovered his own bounty on the sign at the entrance. Yes, the Orc Empire had a bounty on Leon, the supreme leader of the Great Yin. Killing Leon would earn 1 million gold coins. Capturing Leon alive would earn 10 million gold coins. Leon twitched his lips. So I'm only worth this much, huh? Beside him, Baryan forced a smile. Let me tell you something. Back then, my bounty was 20 million. Lion turned his head away. Just as he was about to leave, something suddenly struck him. He headed straight for the trading hall in the capital of the Orc Empire. Watching the orcs coming and going, Leon felt no fear or worry. Because his invisibility cloak, with Baryan by his side, was enough to sweep everything away. If this couldn't protect Leon, then even in the capital, he would be assassinated. Lion came to the exchange to search for a cure for Flameheart. After all, this wasn't just a matter of concern to Flameheart, it was also a source of worry for Froststar. Currently no such medicine had been found within Great Yin. This was likely due to the inherently barren nature of Great Yin, preventing many medicinal herbs from growing there. The limited arable land currently available had already been designated. So Lion had already begun expanding his land development efforts to the Violet Duchy. The Violet Duchy's land revolution was already halfway complete and steadily progressing. Lion had already made plans to launch a war to annex the Holy Empire upon his return to Great Yin. Even if Lion didn't initiate the war, the lower classes of the Holy Empire couldn't possibly live a normal life. Because of the infighting between the four major factions, these people, trapped at the bottom, saw no hope for survival. They also wanted to start spring plowing and other tasks, but just when they finally managed to plant their crops, a war would destroy all their efforts. The anti-war sentiment among the civilians of the Holy Empire had reached its peak, and now was the time for Lion to dispatch his troops. Furthermore, Lion's advanced preparations this winter, promoting Great Yan's policies extensively, had already made the Holy Empire civilians aware of Great Yan's might. He had also gathered a large amount of grain, preparing to ship it to the Holy Empire, both to liberate it and to distribute it to the people. With this two-pronged approach, the Holy Empire would soon be within his grasp. Reflecting on the present, Lion and his companions had searched the trading house for a long time, but had found no cure for Flameheart. After their fruitless search, Lion and Balian chose to leave, as Hans had signaled that Gustav had finished reloading. The two quickly arrived at the Gustav's location. The Gustav was placed 30 kilometers outside the Orc Empire's capital. With Heiyu's help, the cannonball had already been loaded. Lion asked, watching the Gustav about to fire. Aiming? Don't worry, Commander. Gustav has already zeroed in on the Orc Empire's palace. A soldier nearby reported to Leon. Lion nodded and ordered his men to open fire. Boom! A loud bang echoed across the wilderness. The next second, a dark shadow streaked across the sky, hurtling towards the Orc Empire's capital. Soon, the people of the Orc Empire's capital heard the roar. Many were puzzled, but some veterans, who had survived the battlefield, remembered what had made the sound. Dead memories attacked them once again. It was that devastating thing. The next second, the shadow slammed firmly into the palace. Fortunately, the palace activated its defensive formation, withstanding the blow. But the surrounding palace residences of the princes and nobles weren't so lucky. The powerful shockwave instantly startled those enjoying their lives. Many of the princes and nobles erupted in curses. But Leon's volley wasn't just to intimidate them. The next second, fireworks shot into the air. A few large words formed in the sky. The Orc Empire will eventually be consumed by flames. These were the fireworks Leon and Baryan had arranged in advance within the capital of the Orc Empire. Although Leon knew this tactic was vulgar, these natives didn't. They only remembered these words. Next to Gustav. After firing his cannon, Leon put Gustav away, and Baryan immediately began to conjure his magic. A spatial portal appeared before everyone. Without hesitation, everyone entered. As expected, the second after Leon and his companions left, several powerful orcs arrived. After investigating, everyone's expressions were filled with horror. Is this divine power? Has a god descended? The orcs couldn't help but think of the recent commotion in the city and the lingering words. The royal servants of the Orc Empire were sweating profusely, and quickly reported the situation to Baramert. 3 opinions arose within the Orc Empire. One believed this was divine punishment. Another believed the gods were calling for a change of dynasty in the Orc Empire. The most plausible theory was that Great Yin had sent its top warriors to attack the capital. However, the person involved had already returned to Great Yin. In fact, Leon had originally intended for Baryan to use space magic to teleport to the Orc Empire. But Baryan told Leon that using teleportation magic would reveal their whereabouts. So, they chose the most common way to reach the Orc Empire. However, to everyone's surprise, after their actions in the capital Leon, the Orc Empire's uprising erupted. Thanks to the intelligence agency, News of the mysterious text appearing in the sky above the capital spread rapidly throughout the Orc Empire. Soon after, hundreds of uprisings erupted in the Orc Empire. The intensity of the uprisings prompted Beremert to withdraw his troops from the front lines. Not only that, Urus, having regrouped, assembled a force of over 1,000 men in just 3 days, and proceeded to capture cities and strongholds. The flames of the Orc Empire had finally been ignited. Chapter 233. After the Orc Empire erupted in chaos, Beremert was forced to withdraw the Mage Corps, which was currently confronting the Holy Empire's army, back to the Orc Empire. At this point, no one could interfere with Lion. After the spring plowing was over, Lion released his battle plan. The mission was singular, to liberate the entire Holy Empire. This winter, the Great Yin Defense Army continued its gradual expansion. The army reached a strength of 900,000 men. The Air Force and Navy each comprised 50,000 men. These included 2 armored corps, each numbering over 400,000 men, and 2 infantry corps, each numbering 400,000 men. Add to that 2 independent rocket artillery divisions. The artillery was incorporated into the corps. 4 corps were enough to crush the Holy Empire. As for the Navy, after all the magicians in Great Yin were concentrated at the shipyard's shipbuilding capacity had increased by 100 times. The goal of 100 Königsberg cruisers had been achieved. Lion immediately halted construction of the Königsberg cruiser, and instead ordered the shipyard to begin production of dreadnoughts and aircraft carriers. At the same time, he ordered the arsenal to begin developing the next generation of warships. After all, from the moment the Königsberg and the dreadnought were launched, they had already fallen behind. If they wanted to avoid being overtaken, they had to continuously develop new warships. Such was the world of the survival of the fittest. Although De Yin didn't focus on dreadnought construction, it still built 5 dreadnoughts. And the foundations for 2 aircraft carriers were already in place. In a month at most, the fleet could set out on the expedition. But now Lion had to temporarily requisition the fleet, because the Holy Empire needed to be liberated with lightning speed. If an attack was launched from the Violet Duchy, the army would pass through the Holy Empire's current controlled territory. This would likely expose the army's whereabouts. So, Yang planned to use the navy to land along the coast of the Croat Duchy. This was also to practice landing operations. After all, attacking the West French Empire would require landing operations. And using the Croat Duchy as a training ground was a good choice. The Croat Duchy had over 2,000 kilometers of coastline. The Belgian Croat Duchy was formidable. If they could be crushed, the Holy Southern Empire would crumble. I heard you're the strongest? Coincidentally, I'm fighting the strongest. Soon, the military convened a combat meeting to discuss how to conduct a precise landing operation. While everyone had heard of landing operations, and had a general understanding of their format from the books in Lion's study, no one had any experience with them. What should we do? Looking at the bewildered crowd, Leon asked. What have you all thought of? Even the usually composed Cadis remained silent, and the others looked even more solemn. This touched upon uncharted territory for them. Looking at the crowd racking their brains, Leon spoke. Think about it, what does De Yin possess? Everyone looked at each other, no one voicing their own answer. Leon spoke. We De Yin possess formidable land, sea, and air firepower. Landing operations, as the name implies, require landing on land. So how do we get there? Of course, we use humans, but will the enemy intercept us? Of course. So what should we do? Use planes and artillery to bombard the enemy on the beach until they can't even raise their heads. Then, order the landing troops to advance quickly, seize the beachhead, and establish a bridgehead. After hearing Leon's explanation, Cadis and the others expressed relief. Although they had already guessed the specific methods of the landing operation, it was best to let Leon explain it. The group then began a detailed discussion of the landing operation. The landing operation would be carried out by an infantry division, carrying out the beach landing mission. The Great Yin Navy would provide fire support. The Great Yin Air Force would also provide fire support. For this landing operation, Leon and the others racked their brains to come up with a battle plan. However, Leon overlooked one point. No one in the world had ever used a landing operation before. Therefore, the Principality of Croatia would not fortify its coastline at all. Lion and the others discussed. In 3 days, over 500 bombers, over 100 warships, and over 100,000 men were assembled, preparing to seize the beachhead. After discussion, Lion decided to launch an attack on the Duchy of Croatia in 3 days. And it would be an undeclared war. Do you need a reason? I'm stronger than you. I don't need a reason to attack you. And Lion already planned to summon envoys from various countries in 2 days. declare himself the holder of the Sword of Orlando. This meant that Lion had the right to be the legitimate emperor of the Holy Empire. Charles was also considered the emperor of the Holy Empire, but he did not possess the Sword of Orlando. And whoever possessed the Sword of Orlando would be the ruler of the Holy Empire. So, attacking the Duchy of Croatia could be considered a rebellion against a traitor. Meanwhile, although de Yen had already unearthed the treasure of Dreen, they didn't rush in, instead beginning a slow exploration. After all, the items inside were 1,000 years old. How much would they be worth? Or were they priceless treasures? Perhaps there were still many artifacts and documents inside, and the treasure was hidden right there. It wouldn't just disappear, would it? 2 days later, inside the Capitol building's lobby, envoys from various countries gathered to await Leon's arrival. They had all received Leon's invitation, and they were puzzled as to why Leon summoned them at this critical juncture. They had already learned of the Orc Empire's uprising. The Demon Empire had already reported the situation back home. The envoys from the Eastern Elf Empire were calm, while the people of the Eastern Elf Empire were currently agitated. They were eager to launch a war of unification against the Western Elf Empire. Although Leon had not recognized the secessionist nations that emerged from the Holy Empire, these nations still brazenly sent ambassadors to de Yen for a visit. However, Leon didn't expel them. Instead, he had the Intelligence Bureau contact them, tasking them with finding ways to misinform the ambassadors and exacerbate internal conflicts within their borders. This would allow the Great Yen Defense Force to exploit any unforeseen circumstances. The Dwarf Empire's envoys seemed to have guessed something, but didn't show any expression. Because the relationship between Great Yen and the Dwarf Empire had become strained, the Dwarf Empire couldn't possibly have a say in this matter. When Leon pulled out the Sword of Orlando, everyone was stunned, and the ambassadors from the Holy Empire's separatist nations were speechless with fear. "It's over." Lion then spoke. "This is the Sword of Orlando. I don't need to explain what it symbolizes, do I? The chaos in the Holy Empire should finally come to an end." Chapter 234. Looking at Leon, clutching the Sword of Orlando, the envoys from various nations whispered among themselves, while some chose to directly question the person involved. "Leader Leon, are you planning to unify the Holy Empire?" The Dwarf Empire envoy spoke. Leon waved his hand. "I didn't say I wanted to unify the Holy Empire." Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. "I want to liberate the Holy Empire." The envoys from the Holy Empire's separatist countries nearly fell to the ground after hearing Leon's second half. How could you say something halfway? This frightened them terribly. Without even saying goodbye to Leon, they ran out. They had to inform their own countries as quickly as possible. But it was too late. With the marching speed and responsiveness of the feudal era, it was now 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and they had at most 16 hours left. By then, de Yen would launch a landing operation against the Principality of Croti. What could a feudal army accomplish in 16 hours? Perhaps a miracle could happen, but it certainly wouldn't happen to them, because they simply didn't possess the resolve and fortitude of those people. The Dwarf Empire's envoy twitched his lips, then left with a sullen expression. Leon's face remained expressionless as he watched the departing Dwarf Empire envoy. The Dwarf Empire was a deeply ambitious nation. When Great Yen was weak, they showed no hostility toward it. But as Great Yen grew stronger, the Dwarf Empire gradually revealed their ill will. From initial alienation, to the subsequent theft of information, to now, to wooing hostile nations against Great Yen. The Dwarf Empire is narrowing its path. In that case, let's wait and see if the Dwarf Emperor can survive. After Leon announced his intention to liberate the Holy Empire, all nations responded. The Dwarf Empire and the Western Elf Empire chose silence, while the Holy Empire protested by secession. Emperor Charles of the Holy Empire also chose silence, because he had heard what Leon had said. Lion wanted to liberate the Holy Empire, not recapture it. If it was liberation, many nobles would no longer be necessary. That was Charles's biggest concern. While everyone else was worried, Leon seemed remarkably relaxed. Everything was arranged, and now was the perfect time for leisure. The landing operation wasn't difficult. Since the enemy was a feudal imperial army, the challenge lay in how to receive the civilians. Thinking of this, Leon picked up a book. There were only 5 large characters on the page. Land Revolution Law. Lion slowly flipped through the pages, and before he knew it, he fell asleep. Books, indeed, help with sleep. Not long after Leon fell asleep, the door opened and Froststar cautiously entered, tucking Leon under the covers. She walked to the window, gazing out at the sunset over Sin City. Froststar smiled, then gently drew the blinds. She walked over to Leon and whispered softly, "Good night." At 8 p.m., Leon was awakened. After less than 2 hours sleep, He boarded an Air Force transport plane and flew to Nanshuan port. The fleet had departed 10 hours earlier, leaving only the Königsberg cruiser in the Great Yin Naval Base. As Lion's ship, the cruiser Königsberg departed quickly. The landing operation was originally scheduled for 5 a.m. The Duchy of Croatia is actually not far from Yin. The entire country is practically located on the coast. Like a loaf of bread, it lies on the shore. The landing site is only 600 kilometers from Yin. The westernmost part of the Duchy of Croatia is separated from Yin by only the Violet Duchy. However, the Violet Duchy has not yet been completely cleared, and its current situation is not suitable for war. The main reason is that the road conditions in the Violet Duchy are very poor. Although Yin has begun to build a highway in the Violet Duchy, everything is time sensitive. Even if it is built, it is only halfway completed. What will happen to the logistics? Therefore, the plan to launch an attack from the Violet Duchy has failed. A landing operation is the best option. Concentrate superior forces directly on the Duchy of Croatia. Force the Principality of Croatia to concentrate its forces against Yin. Genius. Perfect. Invincible. Soon, at 4 in the morning. After 7 hours of sailing, Lion finally sighted the fleet about to launch a landing operation. At this time, fishermen from the Principality of Croatia were about to set out to sea for fishing. But they saw a giant steel ship at sea. Many fishermen marveled at the enormity of the Königsberg cruiser. But when they saw the dreadnought, they were speechless with astonishment. The dreadnought had a full load displacement of tons, was equipped with 10 305mm main guns, and was 160 meters long. In today's world, it was a true behemoth. Of course, aside from the 2 aircraft carriers currently under construction in the Great Yin shipyard, the dreadnought could be considered a true behemoth of war. The fishermen, watching the warships drifting on the sea, were momentarily caught in a dilemma. However, a few daring fishermen approached, attempting to slip between them and head out to sea to fish. However, the Great Yin Navy fleet did not make things difficult for these fishermen, ordering them to leave quickly. The fishermen, realizing something was amiss, hurriedly sailed their boats to the surrounding area. The time quickly arrived at 4:45 a.m. At this moment, the Air Force bomber formation was about to arrive. But Chester's expression was awkward. "Why, Senior Chester?" Leon asked, somewhat puzzled. "Well, there are no enemies on the coastline." "Not a single one," Chester said awkwardly after scanning with his mental power. The air seemed to quiet down. Leon smiled, trying to mask his embarrassment, but then a thought struck him, and he quickly walked over to the map. Since the enemy has no shore defenses, let's attack the capital of the Duchy of Croatia. At Leon's words, everyone instantly became interested and hurriedly gathered around the map. The capital of the Duchy of Croatia is approximately 1,000 kilometers from our current location, and is also on the coastline. And the straight line distance from the Duchy of Croatia to the Duchy of Violet is only 1,200 kilometers, easily within reach of a B-29 bomber. At Leon's words, everyone couldn't help but admire his courage. Looking at the hesitant crowd, Leon couldn't help but say, "We already have such powerful weapons, yet we're still hesitant. What's the point of all these weapons? Just push straight ahead. No logic." At Leon's words, Chester ordered the fleet to turn without hesitation, heading towards the capital of the Duchy of Croatia, Schroeder. At the same time, the bomber formation returned to the Duchy of Violet, refueled and resupplied, and awaited orders. Chapter 235. 1,000 kilometers. For the current Great Yin Navy fleet, it's estimated to take 20 hours. The dreadnoughts have also been enhanced, increasing their cruising speed to 38 knots. And if powered entirely by magic crystals, the dreadnoughts could reach a terrifying 45 knots. It seems a bit of a Bismarck rush isn't out of the question. 20 hours later, the fleet was within 50 kilometers of Shulat, the capital of the Croatian Principality. At this moment, a formation of B-29 bombers was approaching Shulat, the capital of the Croatian Principality. This time, the B-29 bomber formation employed precision strikes, as Shulat still contained a large number of civilians. Precision strikes were necessary to avoid accidental civilian casualties. The B-29 bomber formation consisted of 100 aircraft. Their mission was to bomb the barracks and city walls within Shulat. After all, there are only a few barracks. How could 100 B-29s bomb them all? The reality is, the Croat Principality only has 4 barracks in Shulat. 10 B-29 bombers at most could take care of them. So, the question is, what should the remaining 90 B-29 bombers do? After a brief thought, Leon ordered the remaining bombers to bomb all the barracks in the surrounding Croat Principality cities. What to do with so many bombers? Urgent. waiting on line. Soon, the people of Shulat heard a roar in the sky. Hundreds of B-29 bombers flew directly toward Shulat. The people of Shulat were stunned. What was this? Some merchants from the Holy Empire's capital immediately sought cover, because they had witnessed the power of these iron birds. The once arrogant Orc Empire was powerless before the iron birds. Watching some people flee, although they didn't know what had happened, they could guess something and immediately returned to their homes. Some experienced people assumed these bombers were indiscriminate bombing, so they began writing suicide notes. Some even cried bitterly over their companions. But De Yin was not the beast of his previous life. He knew exactly what to bomb, and what not to bomb. The B-29s carried out precision bombing at an extremely low altitude. Many B-29s flew no higher than 800 meters. At this altitude, there was little chance of error. Soon, curious people saw the iron birds dropping a large number of small black dots from their bellies. The black dots whistled against the air. What is this? In the barracks, soldiers training suddenly noticed the iron birds and the falling black dots. Just as they were wondering, a black dot landed on the ground inside the barracks. Boom, boom, boom! The terrifying explosion ripped the barracks to shreds. The soldiers inside the barracks were blown to pieces before they could react. The civilians in Shulat City were also stunned. They watched helplessly as the B-29 bombers soared away. At this moment, the people at the port spotted hundreds of warships approaching on the sea. Some soldiers on duty at the port spotted the Great Yin flag flying on the warships. Then the battle alarm was sounded. They finally knew whose iron bird had just appeared. The Great Yin was coming. Shortly after the battle alarm was sounded on shore, the fleet positioned its warships horizontally on the sea several kilometers away. However, Lion did not immediately order his dreadnoughts to bombard the harbor, for there were still numerous civilians inside who had not yet evacuated. Nevertheless, the landing plan had to proceed. 2 infantry brigades landed directly from the coast surrounding Shulat City. They launched a direct attack on Shulat City. Meanwhile, Chris, the Grand Duke of the Duchy of Croat, now Emperor of the Holy Southern Empire, was leading a large army to fortify the border of the Violet Duchy. He had never imagined that Lion and his men would attack his homeland directly. His home had been stolen. What made Lion question his own life was that the Duchy of Croat had not deployed any shore defenses at all. The landing troops landed directly on the beach without firing a single shot. A large amount of weapons and equipment were then delivered to the beach. By the time the Great Yin soldiers had assembled their artillery and were ready to launch the attack on Shulat City, the remaining soldiers in Shulat City had just climbed onto the city walls. And these newly ascended soldiers were met with the Yan's artillery fire. Originally, Leon and his men had considered not using artillery fire, but they discovered that Shulat City's walls were quite thick, making it difficult to quickly capture Shulat City without artillery fire. Thankfully, the troops launching the landing operation carried a number of 240mm cannons. The cannons were brought ashore via landing craft, and the sergeant personally operated them to ensure accurate hits. Soon, the newly ascended soldiers saw small black specks flying in the air. Having experienced bombardments before, they knew that small black specks were no good. Even under the general's orders, they fled in all directions. Seeing the situation was amiss, the general immediately fled from the city wall. Boom! 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 The 240mm cannon shells pounded the city wall. The stone brick walls were instantly shattered. Dozens of holes appeared in the walls of Shulat. The walls, already in disrepair, could not withstand the cannon fire. In less than 10 minutes, the walls were essentially destroyed. An infantry division of over 50,000 men launched an assault on Shulat. The Wehrmacht soldiers, armed with AKs, prepared for brutal urban fighting. They had heard from soldiers of the 1st Armored Division, who had participated in the defense of the Elven capital, how terrifying urban fighting could be. For this reason, they were extremely vigilant and checked their equipment several times. As a result, the Wehrmacht soldiers entered the city unimpeded. After searching for a long time, they found no trace of the Croat soldiers. For a time, the Wehrmacht soldiers believed the Croat soldiers were preparing for a major attack. But their suspicions proved overblown. Under the combined force of bombing and artillery fire, the Croat soldiers had lost their original fighting capacity. The bombing wiped out over 80% of the soldiers in the city. The bombardment of the city walls killed half of the remaining 20%. The general responsible for defending Shulat was forced to gather the remaining troops at the royal palace. Although Grand Duke Chris had proclaimed himself emperor, the royal palace in Shulat had not been upgraded to an imperial palace. This was Chris's final act of respect for the emperor of the Holy Empire. Chris would not have upgraded the royal palace to an imperial palace until he had unified the Holy Empire. But this palace was easily captured by Leon and his men. 3 hours later, Leon gazed at the results of the battle on the table and fell into deep thought. What was going on? Chapter 236. Time goes back 3 hours. The Great Yan Defense Army launched a precise artillery bombardment against the city walls. They destroyed nearly all of Charlotte's walls. The Great Yan Defense Army soldiers then launched a charge, easily breaching the first line of defense. Only scattered Croat soldiers remained near the walls. After the Defense Army soldiers breached the walls, these Croat soldiers surrendered without resistance. Chris had taken away most of the Croat soldiers, leaving only a handful of miscellaneous soldiers guarding Charlotte. Having never experienced artillery fire or bombing before, they were stunned the moment the shells landed. And then, before they could recover from the bombardment, they saw a flood of Defense Army soldiers charging towards them. What could a ragtag army do? There was only one answer: surrender. The general guarding Charlotte, seeing the situation was dire, immediately gathered all the remaining troops. They retreated to the palace, attempting to use it as a last line of defense against the Great Yan National Defense Army's attack. The civilians on the streets were also bewildered, as this was their first time seeing Great Yan soldiers. Furthermore, Charlotte City had not experienced war in hundreds of years. Many timid civilians had retreated to their homes, while some bolder ones peeked from the streets. This made the National Defense Army soldiers extremely nervous, because who were civilians and who were soldiers? It took careful identification to distinguish them. Looking at these brave civilians, Leon didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Because these people were so brave. War had already broken out, and they still had the mood to watch the show. Leon immediately ordered the frontline soldiers to warn these civilians to return home, otherwise they would be treated as enemies. This was to relieve the pressure on the soldiers. The soldiers quickly cleared the outer city, leaving only the inner palace uncaptured. They also captured a large number of the families of the dukes and marquises granted fiefdoms by Carrie. These dukes and marquises had already followed Crody to the border, leaving only the elderly, women, and children in their homes. But the elderly, women, and children were also considered nobles, so they should be captured first. After all, many of them had innocent lives on their hands. Meanwhile, the siege of the palace was about to begin. The infantry brigade did not bombard the palace with heavy artillery, but instead brought in an Sturmtiger. This was a final attempt to persuade the enemy to surrender. After all, an Sturmtiger at close range was far more intimidating than unseen heavy artillery. The brigade commander had specifically requested this Sturmtiger from the military. He had heard of the brutal defense of the Elven capital. He also knew that the Sturmtiger was a rare siege weapon. The soldiers guarding the palace gazed at the cannon barrels, thicker than themselves, lost in thought. Listen up, everyone inside. You are surrounded. Lower your weapons immediately, or we will use force. The infantry brigade's political commissar, standing just out of range, shouted with a megaphone. Listening to the words of the officer in the red cap before them, the soldiers guarding the palace were caught in a dilemma. The garrison general had treated them well, and they didn't want to die here. But at that moment, the garrison general ascended the city wall. He had also heard the commissar's words and, knowing that the already weakened morale of the troops was in danger of complete collapse, he personally ascended the wall to stabilize them. With the arrival of the garrison general, the soldiers, who had been wavering, chose to follow him and defend the palace to the death. The brigade political commissar, upon seeing this, realized that the palace could not be taken peacefully. He then patted the Sturmtiger tank, signaling it to prepare to fire. Hearing the noise, the nuclear-powered loader, a 5th-level Dochi Knight, removed a 350-kilogram Sturmtiger-specific rocket from a nearby ammunition rack. He effortlessly loaded the 350-kilogram shell into the barrel. The nearby gunners were silent upon seeing this. Is this the Dochi Knight? The nuclear-powered loader truly lived up to his reputation. Soon, the brigade commander gave the order to fire. Bang! A loud bang echoed. A rocket, trailing a trail of flame, blasted directly from the Sturmtiger's muzzle. It slammed directly into the palace wall. The soldiers on the wall tried to dodge, but it was too late. Boom! The Sturmtiger's shells struck the palace's main gate. The gate, along with the tower above, was reduced to rubble. Dozens of soldiers were reduced to ash. Seeing this, the Croatian soldiers' legs began to tremble. Sheer terror. However, the Sturmtiger's attack didn't cease. Quickly, the nuclear-powered loader reloaded in just 10 seconds. Without hesitation, the gunner fired another round. Boom! 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 After more than a dozen rounds, the palace wall was reduced to rubble. The garrison general was blasted to pieces. Perhaps a small amount of human tissue could be found among the massive rubble. Seeing the garrison general dead, and witnessing the Sturmtiger's terrifying power, the remaining Croatian soldiers frantically fled towards the palace. It seemed as if running away would save them from death. But the palace was so small, and it was completely surrounded by the Wehrmacht. You could flee, even if you wanted to, but you couldn't escape. Soon, the Wehrmacht soldiers began advancing toward the palace. The road was littered with surrendering Croat soldiers. At the mere pointing of their rifles, they surrendered instantly. This resulted in many Wehrmacht soldiers not firing a single shot from the moment they landed until the end of the battle. It wasn't that they didn't want to, but they simply didn't have the opportunity. Soon, the Wehrmacht captured the palace. But the Wehrmacht soldiers discovered something very interesting and quickly reported it to Leon. After receiving the news, Leon arrived at the palace and gazed at the throne before him, lost in thought. Is this a relic? Why not have the great powers carry it away? The dragon throne in my previous life wasn't made of pure gold, but the throne before me seems to be. This would conservatively cost hundreds of thousands of gold coins, right? In that case, carry it away. However, what shocked Leon even more was the wealth contained in Chris's harem. As the Wehrmacht soldiers stormed the palace and began searching, the women in the harem frantically took out their belongings, attempting to bribe the Wehrmacht soldiers in order to save their lives. However, the Wehrmacht soldiers refused to accept their ploy and promptly reported the situation. Leon, I'm a gentleman. What's money? At first, Leon had no intention of embarrassing these people. But as he watched each of them hand over hundreds of thousands of gold coins, Leon's smile gradually curled up. Perhaps being a villain for once wouldn't be so bad. And just as Diane was rapidly passing through Shulot, the Principality of Shilua suffered a devastating blow. Chapter 237. As Dayan launched a war against the Duchy of Croti, the other three duchies of the Holy Southern Empire also launched wars. Bar-Ya, Stik, and Babuya launched an attack on the Duchy of Zyro. The Duchy of Zyro was already short of troops, and now Ronald had led the vast majority of its forces to the northern border of the empire to defend against the orcs. He had not yet returned to the Duchy of Zyro, and at this moment, the three duchies chose to besiege it. This was a complete act of adding insult to injury. But everyone tacitly agreed not to help the Duchy of Zyro. The Holy Empire wanted to send troops to rescue the Duchy of Zyro. But in the way stood the Holy Kara Empire. Everyone was watching to see if the Duchy of Zyro would be the first to be destroyed. Duke Ronald of Zyro, stationed in the Holy Empire's capital, the Imperial City, was already extremely anxious. The combined forces sent by the three duchies exceeded 300,000. While these 300,000 troops wouldn't pose much of a threat to other principalities, for the Shilua Principality, it was a catastrophic disaster. Since the Shilua Principality currently had only 50,000 defenders, and faced a siege from three principalities divided into three directions. This was an impossible task for the Shilua Principality. But the Shilua Principality would not retreat, for they could no longer retreat, because retreat would lead to the destruction of the Shilua Principality. So, even if it was impossible, the Shilua Principality would continue to fight. They didn't want to become homeless children. Although the three principalities were divided into three directions, the strength of each of the three directions varied, with two directions comprising only 50,000 troops. Another force numbered a full 200,000. This force of 200,000 chose the northwest, where the Principality of Silo's defenses were weakest. The 200,000-man force launched a massive attack. The fields that the Silo people had worked so hard to cultivate were completely destroyed. However, the Silo defenders, unaware of the enemy's strength, stationed the majority of their forces in the south and west. As a result, the 200,000 enemy troops faced fewer than 3,000 Silo soldiers. And these 3,000 were stationed in a dilapidated fortress. And their commander was a young man barely 20 years old. His name was Giovanni. His father was an Earl of Violet China, but due to the Holy Empire's persecution of the Grand Duke of Chester and his opposition to the ruler of the Violet Duchy, now Emperor Charles, he was forced to flee to the Silo. Duke Ronaldo had once been saved by the Count on the battlefield, so he allowed the Count to remain in the Principality of Siro. He granted him the title of Count, and in Siro he married and had children, and thus Giovanni was born. But the good times didn't last long. The Count could no longer accompany Giovanni. A sudden illness took the Count's life. Giovanni, only 12 years old, inherited the title. Today, Giovanni has been Count for 7 years. And his place is the northwest gateway of Siro, the Castle of the Knights. Although it's called a fortress, the Castle of the Knights has actually become a city. It houses a full 30,000 civilians, and is a very significant city. Because Dreens, the founder of the Holy Empire, swore his oath of victory here and knighted 12 knights. The Castle of the Knights has always been a sacred place in everyone's hearts, or perhaps they aspire to emulate dreams in knighting. Since the founding of the Holy Empire, only 2 emperors have knighted the knights. One was Dreens, and the other was Alexander. But with Alexander's death, the Castle of the Knights' glory faded. Time gradually eroded this once glorious fortress. Even now, its former glory can be seen in its dilapidated exterior. Soon, the 200,000-man army of the Principality of Pabuvia arrived at the city. The Principality of Pabuvia possessed a large number of cavalry. Their cavalry were primarily rangers, natural archers. But when they saw the enormity of the Castle of the Knights, they were stunned. The nearly 20-meter-high walls stood atop a rocky hill. The main structure of the Knights' castle sat atop a rocky mountain, while at the foot of the mountain stood a simple defensive wall. Gazing at the fortress, the Pabuvian rangers couldn't help but wonder, can they capture the city? But they soon learned that it only had 3,000 defenders. That's right, 200,000 versus 3,000. No matter what, the advantage was mine. Silissus, the commander of this vast army, gazed at the knight's castle before him, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. But Silissus quickly remembered something. The knight's castle's water supply was supplied via pipelines. So, if he could destroy the pipelines, the knight's castle would fall without a fight. Giovanni knew of this situation, so upon receiving news that the 3 principalities had dispatched troops to Silo, he immediately ordered all civilians in the city to collect water. Even now, due to limited water supply, the civilians haven't been able to access much. However, under the command of Silissus, the 200,000-man army quickly found the water pipe. From the city wall, Giovanni watched the damaged pipe, and the rejoicing Pabuvian soldiers sigh. Currently, the water resources within the Knightsburg were only enough to last for 15 days. Despite only 15 days of water, Giovanni did not give up and ordered 3,000 soldiers to actively prepare for battle. Since its establishment, the Knightsburg had never been breached. After all, the Knightsburg was the strongest fortress in the Holy Empire, aside from the fortress of size. The rocky mountain was a full 100 meters high. The Knightsburg sat entirely on this mountain, surrounded by a plain. Within dozens of kilometers, the Knightsburg was the only settlement. This clearly demonstrated the Knightsburg's importance. But the Principality of Syro was truly destitute of troops. The 3,000 men stationed at the Knight's castle were a desperate move. Giovardini did not want to lose the Knight's castle, so he had to fight on. Giovardini drew the Violet Knight's long sword, passed down to him by his father. The Violet Knights were no cowards. The next day, after a night of rest, the Papuan soldiers launched their attack. Well equipped, the Papuan soldiers brought a large amount of engineering machinery. And a 5,000-strong magician corps provided fire support for the Papuan soldiers. Giovardini's face was filled with solemnity as he watched this scene unfold. How could this be held? But Giovardini still led his troops to the first line of defense, stationed at the city wall at the foot of the mountain and at one city. Looking at the endless enemy force, Giovardini wondered, will reinforcements arrive? Chapter 238. Soon, under the cover of a large number of engineering machinery, the soldiers of the Principality of Padua launched a fierce attack on the Knight's castle. The Knight's castle's main city, and the walls at the foot of the mountain were enormous. This meant that Giovardini needed a large number of soldiers to defend it. But 3,000 men, no matter how they were divided, could not protect the entire wall. So Giovardini could only fill some of the walls with oil. Then he waited for the enemy to approach and set them on fire. The raging flames prevented both sides from approaching, successfully blocking the enemy's advance. Giovardini could only station his troops on some key walls, blocking the enemy's advance while protecting the retreat route. But the oil eventually ran out. The outer city at the foot of the mountain fell in less than half a day. Giovardini also lost 500 soldiers. Most of these soldiers were killed by magicians. Even though they used their shields to block the incoming arrows, they still couldn't stop the magician's sneak attack. Giovardini had no choice but to abandon the outer wall at the foot of the mountain and move to the mid-mountain for defense. The Knight's castle resembled the Acropolis of Athens. There were several checkpoints mid-mountain. These checkpoints would greatly restrict the enemy's movement, and the road from the foot of the mountain to the summit couldn't accommodate 10 cavalrymen charging simultaneously. Lion had read about the Knight's castle in a book before. He couldn't help but marvel at its grandeur and magnificence, and also at the incredible architectural skills of the natives. He couldn't help but wonder how these natives managed to transport such huge stones up there. The Acropolis of Athens was built by transporting historical materials up the mountain using horses and human labor. But how was the castle of the Knights built? Leon overlooked one thing: magic. But even with magic, the sheer volume of work still amazed Leon. The castle of the knights was so sturdy that it caused great suffering to the attackers. The Pabuvian soldiers gazed at the majestic pass midway up the mountain, lost in thought. After a brief pause, they launched another attack. Silissus knew that taking the castle of the knights in a single attack was impossible. As expected, the Pabuvian soldiers were completely helpless against the pass midway up the mountain. The narrow road made it impossible for them to deploy their troops. The Zero soldiers guarding the pass deployed a large number of rolling logs and stone cannons, which crushed the Pabuvian soldiers who climbed up into the ground. Silissus, the Pabuvian commander, was forced to withdraw only a portion of his troops. At the same time, he ordered the Magician Corps to suppress the pass. The Zyro soldiers could only struggle to hold off the Pabuvian assault, enduring magical attacks. Rolling logs and stone cannons were hurled recklessly, leaving many Zyro soldiers' hands raw. But they never stopped, knowing that if the knight's castle fell, not only would its inhabitants be slaughtered, but their fellow Zyro soldiers behind them would also be slaughtered. Thus, these Zyro soldiers knew the burden they shouldered was not just their own, but also that of millions of their compatriots. So, they absolutely could not let the castle fall. If gods did not exist, who would sing the praises of our achievements? In Zyro, there were only dead soldiers, no escapees. Not only that, besides the soldiers of the Principality of Zyro defending the enemy with all their might, a large number of civilians from the knight's castle were frantically demolishing their homes within the fortress on the mountaintop. They demolished numerous stone houses and transported the stone to the pass halfway up the mountain. They provided projectiles for the defending soldiers. The knight's castle's arrow reserves remained unused, as they needed to be saved for a crucial moment. And for defensive battles, especially against such a height difference, rolling wood and stone cannons are far more effective than bows and arrows. The sun set. The soldiers of the Principality of Zyro watched the Pabuvian soldiers gradually retreat. A sudden smile of joy filled their faces. It seemed that Pabuvia would not be able to capture this pass today. We won. Just as the Zyro soldiers were about to relax, the magician group launched their final attack. A barrage of fireballs descended, completely illuminating the already dim sky. All the Shilua soldiers were stunned. Many of them had never seen such a scene before, many still only 18 or 19 years old. But to have to endure such a fierce battle, and witness this scene before their eyes. At the pass, 2 young soldiers were competing to see who could throw the most projectiles. Victor, I've thrown 29 rocks, and look at you. So much less. Snow, I'm only 3 rocks behind you. I surpass you soon. That's not necessarily true. You can't beat me. It seems Shia is mine. Just wait. I'm the strongest. Shia will marry me. The 2 young men argued as they struggled to throw their projectiles. At that moment, a barrage of fireballs from the sky brought them to a halt. The next second, a barrage of fireballs slammed into the pass. The entire pass melted beneath the intense heat. Over 200 soldiers inside and behind the pass instantly turned to steam. The 2 young men, like everyone else, evaporated instantly. Giovannidi's eyes blazed with rage at the sight. Pabuvia had used a forbidden magic, Satan's wrath. Because this magic targeted ordinary people, and could inflict devastating damage on ordinary soldiers, all nations had designated it as prohibited. But Pabuvia didn't care whether it was usable or not. Watching the pass melt, Giovanni was forced to withdraw his remaining troops back to the knight's castle, holding the last line of defense. Only 1 day after the war began, the knight's castle had lost its first 2 lines of defense. Only the last line remained. As night fell, both Pabua and Ciro had simultaneously chosen a ceasefire. Giovardini led his soldiers on a patrol through the city. Looking at over 30,000 worried faces, Giovardini couldn't help but tighten his grip on his sword. After a thorough inspection, Giovardini ordered his soldiers to intensify patrols to prevent a nighttime enemy attack. Then he climbed the city wall and observed the flames surrounding the knight's castle. These were the flames from the Pabua camp. The knight's castle was completely surrounded. Reinforcements from the Principality of Richard would take at least 7 days to arrive. But could he hold out for another 7 days? Thinking of this, Giovardini drew the violet knight's sword, passed down to him by his father. Looking at the intricate violet floral pattern on it, Giovardini recalled his father's earnest teachings. A true knight will never let anyone down. Father, do you think I can hold out? Chapter 239. The next day, at dawn, the moment the sun rose, the Pabuvian army launched a new offensive. Because the outer city of the knight's castle had been lost, and the pass halfway up the mountain had also been lost, Giovardini concentrated his entire army inside the knight's castle on the mountaintop. He also demolished every building within the fort that could be demolished. Everything was turned into projectiles. They were used as weapons to strike the Papuvian soldiers. The commander of the Papuvian army, Silassus, seemed to know that Giovardini was prepared for a desperate battle. He did not command his entire army to attack the knight's castle from the only route. Instead, he ordered his magicians to construct a staircase, a 100-meter-high staircase, allowing them to launch an attack from all sides of the fort. However, when the Papuvian army climbed the rocky mountain and saw the knight's castle before them, they were all shocked. While the knight's castle wasn't as majestic as the fortress of Sais, the massive fortress atop the mountain was still quite impressive. However, after a thorough inspection, the Papuvian army discovered that the knight's castle had only one entrance. In fact, the surrounding walls were entirely constructed of magical bricks and stones. These magical bricks and stones could absorb and resist magical attacks. In the entire Holy Empire, only 2 fortresses used magical bricks and stones. One was the already conquered fortress of Sais, whose inner walls were constructed of magical bricks and stones. And the other fortress was the knight's castle before them. This knight's castle, so-called, could even make God sigh in admiration. The Papuvian commander, Sirixus, also realized the extraordinary nature of the knight's castle before him. He knew a fierce battle was inevitable. But Silassus was surprised to discover that the knight's castle was built almost entirely along the cliff face. This made it impossible for the Papuvian army to launch a full-scale attack around the castle. After careful observation, he found that only 4 locations could accommodate more soldiers and launch a simultaneous attack. And it seemed that Giovardini had already known that the enemy was likely to launch an attack from these locations. So, the fort's predecessors had specially reinforced the walls at these 4 locations. The thickness was 1.5 times that of the other walls. Looking at the knight's castle before him, Silassus was overwhelmed. After careful consideration, Silassus decided to persuade the enemy to surrender. "Excuse me, Count Giovardini? I am Silassus, Marquis of the Principality of Papuvia, of the Holy Southern Empire. I admire your courage, but defending the knight's castle to the death will only lead to death. Have you ever heard the saying, a man of insight is a wise man? I believe the army at my command will change your mind." Silassus used magic to transmit his voice to every member of the knight's castle. Giovannidi turned to look at the crowd. Everyone in the knight's castle was looking at Giovardini. Their faces showed no fear or terror, they simply looked at him. He wanted to extract an answer from Giovardini. Since assuming the countship, Giovardini had never oppressed anyone in the knight's castle. He had always enforced the law impartially, making his reputation known throughout the castle. Nobles and commoners alike were willing to trust this count. Giovardini looked at the crowd behind him, as if he already knew the answer. "We surrender now. What can you give us?" Giovardini began. Hearing this, Silassus shook his head. "The weak have no business negotiating terms, but since you are so discerning, I will grant you your freedom, though I'm afraid I won't be able to offer the civilians within the city." Giovardini clenched his fists as Silassus spoke. As Silassus finished speaking, laughter erupted from the Papua New Guinea army, and even Silassus joined in the laughter. It seemed as if they were mocking Giovardini's extravagant hopes. Giovardini then picked up a nearby bow and unleashed an arrow at Silassus. The arrow landed in front of Silassus, startling his horse. Silassus hurriedly calmed his horse, glaring at Giovardini with anger. Giovardini shouted, "If I were asked to abandon the knight's castle, I couldn't do it. A true knight will never disappoint those he protects," Giovardini said, drawing his sword. The remaining 2,000 or so Silo soldiers struck their shields with the hilts of their swords in response to Giovardini's words. They would never retreat. Silassus looked at the eager knight's castle and snorted coldly. "In that case, you will be buried with this knight's castle." The initial negotiations between the two sides broke down, and a tense offensive and defensive battle ensued. Silassus wanted to capture the knight's castle in one fell swoop, but he could only send 3,000 soldiers at a time, and then engage in a brutal siege. But how could 3,000 soldiers possibly capture the knight's castle before him? They could only deplete the knight's castle's manpower. And because of the height, the magicians below struggled to reach the knight's castle. The pressure on the Silo Principality's soldiers was instantly relieved. Finally, it was the Silo Principality's turn to exert their strength. The rolling logs and stone cannons hurled down recklessly. The lucky ones avoided being hit, while the less fortunate escaped with a single blow and escaped with their bodies intact. The unluckiest were hit and tumbled down the rocky mountain, shattered to pieces. Seeing this, Silassus had no choice but to continue the fierce battle with reinforcements. How could a 200,000-man army possibly wear down the 3,000 defenders of the knight's castle? The next day passed in fierce fighting. The two sides fought at the knight's castle for nearly 12 hours. At least 6,000 Pabuvian soldiers were killed. Nearly 300 men had been killed at the knight's castle. The knight's castle's defenders numbered fewer than 2,000, and the Pabuvian army still had a full 190,000 men. Can this battle continue? Today alone, the rolling logs have been completely depleted, leaving only 2/3 of the stone cannons. And it's estimated that the stone cannons will be completely depleted in 2 days at most. Then, a truly fierce battle will begin. At night, Silassus looked at the bodies being brought down from the knight's castle. He finally felt a wave of emotion. After all, these soldiers were brought here by Silassus, and to see them buried in a foreign land, Silassus felt a sense of guilt. But Silassus quickly regained his composure. He's the commander-in-chief, and he can't show any emotion. We must capture the knight's castle tomorrow, otherwise, the plan to attack the Principality of Zyro will be affected. Furthermore, due to the stubborn resistance of the Principality of Zyro, and their lack of absolute superiority in manpower, the two armies are unable to achieve a breakthrough. So whether or not we can conquer the Principality of Shiloh depends entirely on me and my army. We win tomorrow, right? Chapter 240. Soon, the third day arrived. Silassus reorganized his army, and the Pabuvian army launched another attack. The third day's attack was even more intense than the previous two, because Silassus knew they had to use up most of the Absolute Knight's fort stone cannons today. It seemed the soldiers within the Pabuvian army also understood what their goal was. A large number of miscellaneous troops were dispatched to the front lines. These past few days had been spent on depleting the miscellaneous troops within the main army. Although these miscellaneous troops knew they were committing suicide by going to the battlefield, they had no choice but to obey orders. For disobeying orders on the battlefield, these nobles had countless ways to make you pay a heavy price. Over 20,000 miscellaneous troops were ready to go, and began climbing the rocky mountain of the knight's fort. To quickly capture the knight's fort, Silassus ordered the craftsmen to forge a large number of giant iron nails. And, working with the magicians, they began constructing a plank road. In 2 days at most, all the natural defenses of the knight's fort would be completely destroyed. Without the protection of the cliffs, how far would the knight's castle be from being breached? Watching the Pabuvian ragtag army surge in like a tide, Giovardini ordered his soldiers to retain some of the stone cannons and throw the rest away. Deplete the enemy's manpower as much as possible. A large amount of oil was poured, and the Pabuvian soldiers stepped on the oil-soaked stone pavement. It was impossible to stand steadily, and many soldiers slipped. And that wasn't the most terrifying thing. The most terrifying thing was that the Syro archers fired rockets at the oil. Watching the rockets fall to the ground one by one, the Pabuvian soldiers' faces were filled with despair. No! The next second, flames ignited the entire ground. A large number of Pabuvian soldiers danced with the fire. The soldiers of the Principality of Zyro felt a wave of reluctance, but their reluctance was quickly suppressed. This was a battlefield, no mercy, only life or death. Watching the fire driving the army back, Silassus ordered the magicians to extinguish the flames immediately and, at the same time, ordered the army to expedite the construction of the plank road. The plank road must be completed by tomorrow. To do this, the army had to capture people from the Principality of Zyro from nearby villages dozens of kilometers away to serve as laborers. The cavalry accepted this lucrative task and subsequently dispatched thousands of cavalry to surrounding villages dozens of kilometers away to capture laborers. A large number of ordinary people were captured and packed up and taken to the knight's castle. The march continued day and night, and they would reach the knight's castle as early as tomorrow dawn. These ordinary people had thought they could breathe a sigh of relief, having avoided the army's advance, but they did not expect to escape the torture of war. Over 100,000 civilians from the Principality of Zyro were captured. These civilians had no time to rest, endless toil awaited them. Meanwhile, far out at sea, Lion received news of the attack on the Principality of Zyro. The straight-line distance from the Violet Principality's closest border airport to the knight's castle was 6,400 kilometers. The B-29's maximum combat radius was only 5,800 kilometers. This meant that direct support to the Principality of Zyro was impossible from within the Violet Principality. To deploy the B-29s to support the knight's castle, there were only two options. One was to reduce the B-29 bomber's ammunition load, but this would have minimal effect. Alternatively, a new airport could be built near the Holy Empire's capital. B-29 bombers could take off from the Violet Duchy and fly to the Holy Empire's capital, the Imperial capital, for resupply. then fly to the knight's castle for support. The straight line distance between the imperial capital and the knight's castle is only 4,000 kilometers. This distance provides a sufficient payload for the B-29 bombers. Lion immediately telegraphed Emperor Charles, instructing him to order his magicians to build the airport. Upon hearing this, Emperor Charles began construction without hesitation, for he also understood the importance of the knight's castle. If the knight's castle fell, the entire Shiluo Duchy would be annexed by the Holy Southern Empire. Neither the Holy Empire nor Great Yin wanted to see this happen. Thus, building an airport was imperative. But even magicians need time. And could the knight's castle hold out for another 2 days? In the knight's castle, as the sun was about to set, the sound of retreat horns echoed from the Pabuvian army. After a day of fierce fighting, the Pabuvian ragtag troops breathed a sigh of relief. They had finally survived. 20,000 ragtag soldiers had lost 12,000 lives today. The remaining 8,000 were also covered in wounds. However, the defenders of the knight's castle weren't doing well either. Because of the ragtag troops' reckless charge today, the knight's castle defenders had suffered heavy casualties. Over 800 soldiers had been killed today alone, and over 100 were seriously wounded. Only a few dozen had suffered minor injuries. Why were there so few? Because even with minor injuries, they fought bravely on the front lines, continuing to fight until they became seriously injured and eventually collapsed on the city walls. Of course, they knew they could use their injuries as an excuse to retreat and survive. I survived today, but what about tomorrow? If I don't fight with all my might, there will only be one outcome. The city is broken, and the people are dead. Giovanni was ordering his soldiers to gather the bodies of their fallen comrades. Looking at the bodies of soldiers whose voices and faces were still fresh in his mind yesterday, Giovanni could no longer hold back. 3,000 soldiers. Only 1,000 or so remained. These 3,000 soldiers had been with Giovanni for 7 years. Giovanni had witnessed the growth of this army, and this army had witnessed Giovanni's growth. But this army was about to be wiped out. Giovanni toured the city, watching as every household prayed to the statue of the goddess of light, praying that the defenders of the knight's castle would repel the enemy and return alive. Many civilians had been forced to sleep on the streets after their homes were demolished. But they had no regrets. Looking at the more than 30,000 civilians in the city, Giovanni smiled with relief. Hadn't he fought all day just for them? Giovanni never believed the Taka for the country, for the empire. He simply wanted to protect his subjects, ensuring they had enough to eat, and no worries about clothing. Giovanni had also heard of a powerful nation to the west called Great Yin. After resolving the rebellion in the Holy Empire, Giovanni would definitely travel to Great Yin to see this legendary, immensely powerful nation. Just then, Cyrixus arrived at the city again. Giovanni, there's no point in holding on any longer. Tomorrow the army will raise the knight's castle. Surrender. Surrender and you survive. Giovanni shook his head. Cyrixus, unmoved, continued. What is the value of this city that you're risking your life to defend it? Giovanni shook his head. This city is worthless. Cyrixus narrowed his eyes, as if pondering something. Giovanni glanced sideways at the city, where everyone was huddled together for warmth. He turned back to Sirius and said, but it's also of supreme value. Silius nodded and left. Both sides had given their answer. Tomorrow will reveal the outcome. Chapter 241. On the fourth day, a large number of coolies arrived near the knight's castle. At the soldiers' urging, they began to build a plank road, while the Pabuvian soldiers began to rest. They had to prepare for the upcoming battle. The remaining 8,000 Pabuvian ragtag troops were once again sent up to consume the knight's castle's stored supplies. Perhaps this was the fate of the ragtag troops, used as cannon fodder to clear the way for the main army. Did these ragtag troops consider escaping? Of course they did, but seeing the blades wielded by the garrison troops were sharper than their own, and their armor was even stronger than theirs, how could they possibly defeat the garrison troops? Even if they did, what would happen to their families far away in the Principality of Pabuvia? So, from the moment these ragtag troops set foot on the battlefield, their lives began to count down. They had their own ideas, but this was feudal warfare using cold weapons. Ordinary people's stories are never remembered. The remaining 1,000 defenders of the knight's castle fought tooth and nail to repel the Pabuvian attack. But the enemy remained endless, like a tide. The knight's castle defenders could only repel the enemies, who scaled the walls again and again. And the Pabuvian army below could only launch attacks again and again. A young Pabuvian soldier scaled the walls. Seeing no one around, his face lit with excitement. Because the first person to reach the wall was rewarded with 100 gold coins. The young Pabuvian soldier was already imagining using the money to buy new clothes for his younger siblings, a house, and so on. Suddenly, the soldier spotted Giovardini approaching, clad in knight armor, clutching the violet knight's sword. Giovardini, who was clearly a general, was terrified by the sight, but then he took a closer look at his appearance. He seemed not much different from himself. Fortune and honor are sought in danger. The soldier swung his sword, and the next second, reality dealt him a heavy blow. Giovardini easily slashed the soldier's inferior iron sword in half with one blow. Before the soldier could react, the violet knight's sword had already pierced his chest. The soldier watched his life slip away, regret already welling in his mind. He had almost. Giovardini's heart remained calm. This was war. It was a life and death struggle, no mercy. It was afternoon. A large number of plank roads had been built. The Pabuvian army was finally ready to launch a full-scale offensive. Tens of thousands of Pabuvian regulars launched the attack. A few hundred defenders were no match for the tens of thousands of troops before them. Giovardini's violet knight's sword had already slashed several holes in the wall, but he still held fast to a section of the wall. As more and more Ciro soldiers were killed, Giovardini's heart grew increasingly forlorn. It seemed the knight's castle was about to fall, but what about the people inside? What would they do? They were innocent. Giovardini swung his knight's sword in anger, easily dispatching several soldiers before him. The surrounding enemy soldiers looked at Giovardini in fear, forming a circle around him. But they dared not approach Giovardini. The walls were now filled with Papuan soldiers. Giovardini's heart sank. I failed. Just then, a dense roar erupted from the sky. Everyone was drawn to the noise. Over 300 B-29 bombers were seen sweeping over them. Sir Isis had heard how terrifying these iron birds were, but spies in the imperial capital had said that support from Great Yin wouldn't arrive until tomorrow at the earliest. But why now? Why would Great Yin come? Yes, the airport wouldn't be built until tomorrow, and that was with the help of magicians. But everyone had overlooked one thing: the existence of magicians. Let 100 transport planes take off alongside the bomber formation. The magicians could use space magic to refuel the bombers. A simplified version of aerial refueling from another world. Very useful. At first, Leon hadn't considered this method, until he saw some magicians using space magic to get food from the window during mealtimes. His mind suddenly opened up. So there's a way to play it this way. He immediately ordered the Air Force to recruit some magicians from within the Great Yin territory. Other factories wouldn't give them? Then the young men in the Air Force would start acting like hooligans. Soon, they acquired a large number of magicians, leading to the scene before Sirixus's eyes. Watching 300 B-29s drop countless black dots, Sirixus uttered a single word. Aminos. The army was directly blown to the skies by the justice from heaven. The bombing didn't kill all the Papuan soldiers. Approximately 20,000 were killed, with a large number of wounded. After the bombing, the B-29 formation didn't return, but instead circled, waiting for the magician to restock the B-29's ammunition. In addition to aviation fuel, the transport plane also carried ammunition sufficient for the formation to conduct another bombing run. Now the Papuan soldiers were in for a real wreck. Not only that, a large number of gray flags appeared in the east. It was the Silo army. 100,000 Silo troops. The Silo army had defeated the other two armies, and they had conscripted some Silo civilians to form this army. Sir Isis was losing his composure. Just then Giovardini spoke. Sir Isis, have you ever heard the saying, "He who knows the times is a hero"? Giovardini laughed heartily. Sir Isis was so enraged that he fainted. While the battle raged in the knight's castle, De Yin quickly made his way through the Croat Principality. In just 2 days, he had captured 2/3 of Croat's territory. And they had already begun reforms, more precisely, the Great Yinization. The first was the civil trial. They directly targeted the Croat capital of Schroeder. The results were shocking until they were investigated. The Croat nobles once again challenged Leon's understanding. Compared to the nobles Leon had previously dealt with in Great Yin, the nobles of Great Yin could at least be considered half-human. But the Croat nobles made Leon nauseous. How could these be nobles? How could these be human beings? After learning the details, an enraged Leon decided to personally judge these nobles. He wanted to see what excuses these nobles would offer him. Chapter 242. Soon, all the nobles in Shulat were arrested. After a rigorous screening, Leon eliminated the upright and innocent nobles. He then allowed them to be bystanders, witnessing the deaths of these heinous nobles. When Leon received information about these guilty nobles, and the crimes they had committed, he was skeptical. After reading the report several times, Leon finally confirmed that it was genuine, that everything in it was true. First, the report was as thick as a dictionary. the thickness of 2 bricks. Yes, it was a report on hundreds of nobles. But it couldn't be over 5,000 pages, could it? Looking at the report on the table, Leon flipped to the first page. This first page stunned Leon. The first person he saw was Grand Duke Chris of the Duchy of Croat. Although Chris had already fled with his army. Yes, Chris had fled to the Duchy of Snooker with the remaining 300,000 soldiers of the Duchy of Croat. After learning that the Great Flame had landed on the coast of the Croat Duchy and had already captured the capital, Shulat City, Chris, after careful consideration, made the wise decision to abandon the Croat Duchy. He even abandoned his harem in Shulat City, and immediately led his army to the Snook Duchy. Why would he run? Of course, he couldn't win. If he could win, why would he run? Especially when Chris learned that the Great Flame had taken Shulat City in just 3 hours. He was so frightened that he couldn't even sleep alone. He feared Yin would launch a surprise attack at night. It wasn't until he reached the Principality of Snook that Chris recovered. And to everyone's surprise, Chris broke a record with his escape. He led his infantry, and covered nearly 200 kilometers in just 3 days. This surpassed the fastest infantry march ever recorded in the Holy Empire. Brother, this one's a record breaker too. Leon couldn't help but admire Chris's perseverance. But when Leon saw the truth about Chris's crimes, he almost ordered the Intelligence Bureau to kill him on the spot. Chris, Emperor of the Holy Southern Empire, Grand Duke of the Principality of Croat. He inherited the throne of Grand Duke of Croat 19 years ago. In his first 3 years, he treated everyone in his territory with kindness, earning him the reputation of being the most virtuous Grand Duke in Croat's history. But the good times didn't last. Power can consume a person. Chris began to make mistakes, indulge himself, and spend lavishly. But how could one squander money without it? Where would the money come from? Taxes? Exploitation. Squeezing. In just 16 years, the once wealthy citizens of the Duchy of Croatia were gradually reduced to poverty. And all the wealth had been transferred to the hands of the nobility. Besides squandering it, these nobles built a powerful army. On the surface, the Duchy of Croatia was prosperous. But in reality, undercurrents were surging. The powerful army and the glamorous nobility were merely facades. The lower classes had been driven to despair. Lion could guarantee that if the Yin hadn't arrived, a full-scale uprising would have broken out in the Duchy of Croatia within a year at the latest. Could the rebels defeat the fully armed Duchy of Croatian soldiers? Of course, they couldn't defeat them, but they couldn't survive. The only option left was rebellion. During Chris's 19 years on the throne, he had driven over 50,000 civilians into bankruptcy and enslavement. And the amount of exploitation reached 100 million gold coins. In addition, he kept female slaves, completely destroying their humanity. Over 1,000 young girls died at Chris's hands. Many were under the age of 20. Seeing this, Leon could no longer bear it. He had originally thought that the nobles purged from Yin were already extremely vicious. But now Leon realized that those people were nothing compared to these people. The more he read, the colder his heart grew. Chris wasn't even the most perverted, there were many more perverted nobles. After reading only a third of the report, Leon, enraged, threw the report to the ground. Hans! Hans rushed in upon hearing the noise. Report to the leader. I don't care what method you use. Everyone listed in this report must be punished severely. Don't tell me it will affect the unified Holy Empire. If our trials of the nobles affect the submission of other duchies, then those duchies have no need to exist, and order the 1st Panzer Army to launch an immediate all-out offensive from the Violet Duchy. The Holy Empire is rotten to the core. Let me bury it with my own hands. Leon practically shouted these words. Hans, without pausing, hurried out to deliver Leon's orders. Although he had prepared himself mentally, the reality still caught Leon off guard. It's terrifying. Is power and money really that alluring? Can it turn people into the most primitive of animals? After his furious roar, Leon sat calmly in the tent, his face expressionless. The staff officers beside him didn't dare to breathe. The last time they saw Leon this angry was because of the Orc Empire's massacre of a village. After a long moment, Leon picked up a blank sheet of paper and wrote a title, A Plan to Unify the Holy Empire by Force. Looking at the contents, Leon felt a sense of helplessness. Leon actually didn't want to see things develop to this point, because war will inevitably affect ordinary people. Even if you are extremely careful, you will still harm innocent people. But Leon didn't want to watch any longer. These damn nobles, bury them with the Holy Empire. Far away in the great Yin capital, Kedes received Leon's order and the report on the nobles of the Duchy of Croth. Kedes knew Leon was truly angry because Hans explained a lot, but only said one word at the end. Fight. Cadus immediately understood Leon's intentions and ordered several major generals to a meeting. It seemed the Holy Empire was doomed after all. Although Cadus felt a little sad, he didn't resist. Cadus himself had grown disillusioned with the Holy Empire. Since that was the case, he would shoulder the blame for Leon's actions. After all, annihilating the Holy Empire wasn't exactly a prestigious honor. Soon, the 4 division commanders of the 1st Armored Army were waiting at headquarters. Cadus explained Leon's orders to them. Although he was somewhat puzzled and shocked, he accepted them without hesitation. The Holy Empire would eventually be crushed by the torrent of steel. Then he felt a surge of pride in his mission. They were to liberate the Holy Empire, to save its suffering people. Chapter 243. The next day, the 1st Armored Army, comprising 4 divisions, 200,000 men, nearly 4,000 tanks, and over 2,000 aircraft, was dispatched to the border of the Violet Duchy. They would rest in the Violet Duchy for a day before launching their attack on the Holy Empire. The orders they received were that there were no friendly forces along the way, only enemy forces. Emperor Charles's men, including his current subordinates, were all placed on the hostile list. Those who surrendered would be spared, while those who refused would be killed on the spot. At the same time, Lion announced to the 4 current factions within the Holy Empire that Great Yin would unify the Holy Empire. The various countries had differing attitudes, and Emperor Charles was already paralyzed. He had been emperor for less than a year, not even half a year. He was about to be ousted by his own nephew. Resist? With what? Emperor Charles chose to surrender immediately after Lion declared the War of Unification. After all, surrendering meant losing half the battle. Surely, he trusted his nephew wouldn't attack him. After all, in order to be elected emperor of the Holy Empire, he had always maintained his integrity and treated the people with kindness. However, Charlie was worried that Leon, in his bloodthirsty rage, would kill him too. Charlie's thoughts proved that Leon would be angry, but he would never slaughter an innocent person. Meanwhile, as the 1st Armored Army was about to launch its attack, in the capital of the Croti Principality, Shulat, over 100,000 civilians gathered. Even though they couldn't see what was happening ahead, these civilians gathered nonetheless. Because they had heard that the new Great Yin leader, Leon, would bring them justice. Many of them didn't believe Leon's words. In their eyes, leaders and Grand Dukes were all the same. They could no longer endure the torture. Could they be let off? But after seeing the dusty nobles being escorted to the square, the crowd erupted in excitement. They had seen these high-ranking nobles in such a state of desolation, but soon, they began to worry. Was Leon just going through the motions? Just a simple trial, then letting them go? After all, the nobles of the Holy Empire were all like this. Nobles were always polite to each other, while nobles and commoners were always at odds. But reality silenced them. Today, Leon didn't let anyone else announce the nobles' crimes on his behalf. He went up and announced them himself. Powered by his fighting spirit, Leon's voice carried far and wide. Everyone in Shulat City, without exception, heard Leon's words. Hello everyone. I am Leon, the leader of Great Yin. I gathered you today to bear witness to the disappearance of the nobles from the land of the Duchy of Croti. At these words, the crowd erupted in laughter. What had they heard? Eliminate the nobles from the Duchy of Croth. That's right, eliminate the nobles. There are no nobles left in Great Yin. Although many still call Cadus and his companions Grand Duke or Duke, their titles are now in name only. Their lands have long since been handed over to Lion and become state-owned. All that remains is their ducal mansions. At the same time, those nobles who voluntarily surrender their land will be awarded the Great Yin Medal of Honor. This Medal of Honor will provide benefits for their descendants. Of course, this presupposes that they voluntarily renounce their noble status, and that these nobles survive the Great Purge. This was also Leon's way of making amends for them. After all, the nobility was hereditary, and asking them to give it up wasn't easy. But after Leon's long-term education and influence, these nobles finally chose to give up their status. After all, the current Great Flame had impressed these nobles. It had made them lower their proud heads. This was enough to show that the Great Flame had penetrated the hearts of the people. And the next step was to spread this flame everywhere, first to the Central Plains, then to the Northland, the Westland, and the Southland. One day, this flame would ignite the entire world. Let's take the Principality of Croat as an example of the Great Flame's iron-blooded policies. Baboos, you have committed 461 crimes. The verdict is hereby announced. Baboos shall be sentenced to death by hanging. Snowy. As Leon read out the names one by one, everyone present stared with wide eyes. Their faces were filled with disbelief. Because they couldn't believe Lion actually did it, But even more shocking was yet to come. Lion announced the punishment for Grand Duke Chris of Croatia. First, hang him up in the sun for 3 days, then soak him in water for 3 days, and finally, execute him by slow slicing. Even Hans couldn't help but raise an eyebrow at Lion's announcement. How angry must the leader be to come up with such a vicious solution? Even the judge standing by couldn't help but twitch his lips at this. The judge put away his ant-biting punishment. Sure enough, his vision was still too narrow. The crowd was in an uproar after hearing this. What had they heard? This new leader was actually going to execute their Grand Duke, this demon who exploited them for over a decade. The crowd erupted in excitement, but someone quickly spoke up. Chris hasn't been captured by Diane yet, so aren't those words spoken by Leon empty? And a large portion of the nobles on the list are still in Chris's army. Aren't these just empty words? A brave citizen raised his question. The surrounding civilians couldn't help but admire the citizen for speaking out. Just when they thought the citizen would be severely punished by Leon, Leon personally approached him and carefully explained Diane's plan. We will give you justice. Chris and his nobles will eventually be brought back. Our army is on its way. Soon, Chris will pay for his crimes. The civilian looked at Leon in disbelief, then glanced at Chester behind him. Looking at the two men's determination, the civilian finally chose to trust Leon for once. Because he could sense that Leon was fundamentally different from the nobles he had been with. After all, it's easy to tell whether you dislike someone or like them. The civilians didn't see any disgust in Leon's eyes, so they chose to trust him just once. They already been deceived enough times, and this one wasn't enough. Just after the civil trial concluded, in the early morning of the next day, the Great Yin National Defense Army's 1st Armored Army launched an attack on the Holy Empire. Operation Codename Blazing Flame. Chapter 244. The 1st Armored Army of the Great Yin Defense Forces has assembled in the Violet Duchy and launched an offensive in 3 directions. The 1st Armored Division will attack directly from the center, piercing the Holy Empire and directly attacking Pabuvia and the Snoke Duchy. The 2nd and 3rd Armored Divisions will advance north to defeat the Holy Papal State. The Holy Papal State currently has nearly 2 million rebels, reinforced by the Papal State and the Orcs. They possess a considerable amount of magical weaponry. 2 armored divisions were dispatched to counter this, while the 4th Armored Division will advance south to link up with the infantry brigade currently fighting in the Croat Duchy. In reality, Great Yin has more troops, but most of them are conducting exercises with the Navy. They are also conducting actual combat drills simulating the terrain of the eastern continent. Since the spring, the Demon Empire has begun to gradually gain momentum, and is already poised to drive the Papal State out of the Demon Empire. The Papal State seemed to have fallen silent, turning a deaf ear to the Demon Empire's counterattack, seemingly plotting something. However, due to the extreme nature of the Papal State's internal personnel, the agents of the Great Flame Intelligence Agency were unable to easily infiltrate the Papal States. At this time, the Dwarf Empire began to take action. Taking advantage of the Great Flame's attack on the Holy Empire, they began to instigate the Western Elf Empire to launch a war of unification against the Eastern Elf Empire. They also provided the Western Elf Empire with a large amount of magical weaponry. This led to a rapid increase in the Western Elf Empire's strength, but even the weaponry and equipment provided to the Western Elf Empire were of no use, because they haven't addressed the most fundamental problem. That's the problem of the lower classes. Due to the entire spring plowing season being spent actively preparing for war, the Western Elf Empire's grain production this year will plummet. But tax revenues haven't been reduced at all. What will the people of the Western Elf Empire do? The conflicts among the people are intensifying. And at this moment, the Western Elf Empire, instead of considering how to resolve its internal conflicts, is trying to transform them into external ones. This isn't impossible, but it could easily lead to collapse. The Western Elf Empire's emperor isn't Latifface. He lacks Latifface's courage and means. So, the Western Elf Empire's demise is a foregone conclusion. Originally, Leon had planned to personally aid the Eastern Elf Empire in the fight. But Queen Sif refused Leon's assistance. She said, "This is an internal conflict among our elves. We must resolve it among ourselves. If we lose, then I ask Your Excellency Leon to unify the Elven Empire." After learning of Sif's intentions, Leon was at a loss for words. But even if they refuse, I still have to sell my weapons and equipment. After all, no one can stop me from making a little money. According to the intelligence agency, the Dwarf Empire is currently plotting something. And it seems to be connected to the Papal State. It will take some time to figure it out. Let's deal with the Holy Empire first. The 1st Armored Division lost half its soldiers after the defense of the Elven capital, but its combat effectiveness has not diminished, but increased. After replenishing its troops, the 1st Armored Division's combat effectiveness has left the other 7 armored divisions far behind. The 1st Armored Division, with ample combat experience, pushed forward with all its might from the moment the offensive against the Holy Empire began. In just 4 days, they traversed the current Holy Empire and began their assault on the Principality of Pabuvia. Chris, who was in the Principality of Snook, beneath the Principality of Pabuvia, was completely shaken upon hearing this news. He hadn't expected Emperor Charles to surrender without even a fight. "Charles, you're so noble, so impressive. Try it." Chris tried to flee again after hearing this, but found nowhere else to run. Further east from the Principality of Snook was the Principality of Barya. The 4 principalities of Pabuvia, Snook, Croat, and Barya formed the Holy Southern Empire. These 4 principalities were connected. They occupied nearly 2/3 of the Holy Empire's coastal areas, and over 1/3 of its territory. To the west of the Holy Southern Empire lay the Holy Kara Empire, which, more accurately, provided a protective barrier for the Holy Southern Empire. The only border between Great Yin and the Holy Southern Empire is the Duchy of Croti. The Duchy of Barya is considered the farthest duchy from Great Yin. However, Barya has been experiencing recent unrest. Although it did not participate in the invasion of the Western Duchy, it still faces the threat of the Holy Kara Empire. The Kara and Barya duchies are sworn enemies, and after each duchy joined different factions, they have been at odds. This resulted in Barya not participating in the campaign against the Western duchies. The Holy Empire, the capital, the Imperial City. The 1st Armored Division has successfully arrived in the Imperial City. The Holy Empire offered absolutely no resistance. The 1st Armored Division. Gudry was aboard a Tiger tank, observing the scenery along the way. William and his men, as the vanguard, had already arrived in the Imperial City. Although the Holy Empire was currently experiencing war, Charles's rule remained relatively stable, and the civilians under his rule continued to farm normally. Looking at the newly planted rice seedlings on either side, Gudry smiled. Ever since then, he hadn't changed his habit of attending to spring plowing. Even though he was now an officer, the farming gene ingrained in him made Gudry smile at the sight of these thriving rice seedlings. The farmers tending their fields were stunned by the sight of the armored troops speeding by. What country's army was this? Looking at their strange uniforms and weapons, the farmers couldn't tell which nation they belonged to. But for some reason, upon seeing the red flags flying from the tanks, their hearts gradually calmed. A little girl, working the fields with her grandfather, looked up at the armored troops whizzing past. The sight of the Dayin soldiers, dressed in their handsome uniforms, etched their handsome features deeply into the little girl's mind. Looking at the plainly dressed little girl before him, Gudry pulled a bag of chocolates from his pocket and tossed them directly into her arms with precision. Then, to the little girl's innocent yet bewildered gaze, Gudry made a gesture of eating. Finally, he gracefully departed, leaving the tiger standing there, staring longingly at the tiger's departure. The little girl couldn't understand why these high-ranking soldiers would give her chocolates. The little girl had seen chocolates in the city with her grandfather, costing a full gold coin. Something she could never afford. The grandfather beside her also watched the armored troops cautiously pass by with bewilderment. Why were these people so strange? The armored troops, fearing crushing the crops, practically stayed close to the road, watching Gudry and his men depart. Will these older brothers bring us happiness? Gudry and his companions were already etched in the little girl's heart, and a glimmer of hope shone in her eyes. Gudry turned back to look at the little girl who had watched him leave, a smile on his face. "We will definitely make your life better, we will." Chapter 245. Gudry and his heavy armored troops were the last to arrive. The rest of the troops had already reached the imperial capital and were waiting outside for Charles to personally surrender. Charlie desperately wanted to surrender immediately. After all, with the enemy at the gates, he would be worried as long as he didn't. But the armored division insisted they had to wait for follow-up troops to arrive. How could Charles wait? Why did they seem so reluctant to surrender? Of course, the 1st Armored Division was reluctant. After all, if you didn't surrender, the 1st Armored Division could quickly clear the dungeon and gain a large number of military merits. But the problem is, as the Emperor of the Holy Empire, if you surrender directly, where would your face be? Where would your dignity be? Aren't you afraid your ancestors would jump out of their graves? If Charles heard this, he would definitely say, "What's wrong with you, Avatar? Surrender means losing half, don't you understand? Besides, what's wrong with me surrendering to my family? Leon is my nephew after all, right? If I surrender now, I might even have a peaceful old age. Otherwise, if the armored divisions arrive, I'd probably be reunited with the nobles at the streetlights." No one knew Charlie's inner thoughts. Brian, looking at the tens of thousands of pages of reports on the nobility of the Holy Empire in his hands, was in a dilemma. Because he held a detailed report on the nobility of the Holy Empire. Or perhaps it was this report that the Great Yen Intelligence Agency most desired. This report detailed the crimes of most of the nobility. This was the only concrete thing Edward III did during his reign. After all, while Edward III was incredibly incompetent, he also understood the importance of evidence. So, this report came about. Brian sighed as he gazed at the vast army outside the city. Forget it. A new emperor appoints new ministers. Let them be. At Charlie's signal, Brian handed over the report. Seeing it, Lawrence, the commander of the 1st Armored Division, was somewhat surprised. Upon learning that it contained a record of the crimes of the nobles, he immediately submitted it to Lyon. Upon hearing the news, Lyon unhesitatingly ordered his troops to escort the report back to Diyin. This served as the basis for the purge of the Holy Empire's nobles. Furthermore, many of the nobles' crimes were impossible to verify, as those who knew about them were killed or have since disappeared. But Lyon had never imagined that his chief emperor father would pull such a trick. Outside the imperial capital, Guthrie met William again. Although he was now a major, he still remembered William's advice. If it weren't for William, he would still be a waiter in a noodle shop. All he could do was watch the people coming and going in the noodle shop every day, and his future seemed to be in sight. Thankfully, he had joined the army. Looking at Lieutenant Colonel William before him, he was filled with gratitude. Guthrie, how have you been lately? William patted Guthrie on the shoulder, full of admiration for the young man of his own age. After all, not just anyone could lead a heavy tank battalion. What else can I expect? It's all training every day. I finally get some fresh air. Diane is so kind, I almost got stuck in it, Guthrie said with a smile. By the way, how are your marriage plans going? I heard all the marriage proposals have gone to the army. William teased, unable to suppress his smile. Guthrie's face darkened. I think your sister is quite good. William's face darkened upon hearing this, and he immediately framed Guthrie. If you dare to have any ideas about my sister, I make sure you're in big trouble. Guthrie felt the force on his shoulder, and didn't dare move. Do you think I dare to move? I'm so touched. Finally, Lawrence's arrival interrupted the two men's fight. William, Guthrie, you two have a new mission. Commander. The two men then approached Lawrence. Lawrence pulled out a map. The 1st Armored Division will be stationed in the imperial capital for 5 days to assist the Intelligence Bureau in capturing some nobles. However, the Duchy of Lanlat, a constituent state of the Holy Kara Empire, has already planned to send reinforcements to Kara. The 4th Armored Division is attacking Kara and advancing rapidly, nearing its capital, Bludog. The Duchy of Lanlat wants to rescue Kara. Your mission is to stop the Lanlat army. Besides you two, there are others who together could form an armored brigade. And the Duchy of Lanlat's army does not exceed 300,000. The Air Force will provide you with fire support. Lawrence babbled a lot, and Guthrie and the others quickly understood. They immediately accepted the order and began to assemble their troops. Although the central and lower routes had yielded fruitful results, the 2nd and 3rd Armored Divisions attacking the Holy See from the upper route had made little progress. The Holy See's 2 million Imperial rebels were all armed with magical weapons. Yes, all of them. But the problem is that the Holy See has been blockaded by surrounding forces. Where do their weapons come from? There's only one answer: the Orc Empire to the north. When did the Orc Empire and the Papal State become one? Leon was puzzled, his small head filled with confusion. He soon understood that there are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. After losing the Demon Empire, the Orc Empire must seek allies. And the powerful Papal State was the perfect choice. Furthermore, the Papal State's influence within the Orc Empire was immense, capable of influencing the Empire's politics. After weighing the pros and cons, Baramer decided to rely on the Papal State, letting it fight a desperate battle with the Great Flame. He would reap the benefits while others took advantage. But the people of the Papal State are no fools. Who will be the winner? Let's wait and see. After observing the Holy See's well-armed army, Leon became even more determined to annihilate it. Because the Papal State supported the establishment of the Holy See State precisely to extend its influence into central China. And the Holy See State's weaponry was even superior to that of the Papal State. Their wolfish ambitions were obvious to everyone. To conquer the Holy See State, Lion dispatched the 2nd Armored Army, currently training in Diyin, to the Violet Duchy. 6 armored divisions, over 300,000 men, and over 6,000 tanks. Tell me this isn't enough to crush the Holy See State? How many divisions does the Holy See have? Chapter 246. As the 2nd Panzer Army marched north, William and his men immediately turned east, launching an attack on the Duchy of Lanlot. Meanwhile, the Duchy of Lanlot had already dispatched 150,000 troops south of its total 400,000-man army. The remaining nearly 300,000 troops immediately marched westward, attempting to stop the Great Yin Army's advance. The Great Yin's actions led Chris to abandon his prejudices and disputes, and unite with the Holy Kara Empire to fight against Leon. Emperor Labni of the Holy Kara Empire agreed with Chris's idea. Lion smiled faintly upon hearing the news. That's it? What good would an alliance do? A mere chicken and a dog. Untouchable. Alliance is good, it saves trouble. Double happiness. If Chris knew Leon's intentions, he would be furious. I'm so serious about preparing to fight against Great Yin, and you, Lion, don't take me seriously, Lion said. Who are you? All I care about is the people of Great Yin and my family. After the Holy Empire surrendered, Charles abdicated the throne and, arranged by Lion, embarked on a 7-day tour of Great Yin. Although Charlie hadn't wanted to go to Great Yin, seeing the intelligence agents following him closely, and the Great Yin army beginning to blockade the imperial capital, Charlie seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation. He had already guessed what was going to happen next, but a new emperor appoints new ministers. And these corrupt officials must pay the price for their actions. Watching his wife and children being loaded into the car, Charlie was surprised, then horrified. What was going on? The agent nearby, looking at the frightened Charlie, couldn't help but speak. Don't worry, Mr. Charlie, you and your family will be safe. The leader wants to see you. Hearing this, Charlie breathed a sigh of relief. He had thought he and his family would be traveling together to meet Alexander the Great. That would be terrifying. After dealing with the nobles of Shulat City, Leon returned to De Yin. Because De Yin still needed Leon's leadership. De Yin's technology had begun to advance towards aerospace. Jet aircraft were about to be introduced, and missiles were developing towards even higher levels. The entire De Yin was developing, but Leon was not. To be precise, Leon now spent all his cultivation time on politics. His cultivation hadn't improved at all. Every time Frostar and the others brought this up, Leon would evade them with the excuse of being busy with government affairs. Over time, Frostar and the others grew impatient. Their impatience wasn't with Leon's refusal, but with the fact that he never considered them. Always thinking about others, yet never asking for anything himself. They all felt resentful for Leon. Why could such a fool exist in this world? Every time they mentioned this to Leon, he would just laugh and not answer. Because Leon knew that in his past life, there were many people he could never catch up with. He was still far behind them. But today, Leon couldn't escape. Dian Capital, Leon's office. Lion, as usual, processed the mountain of documents before him. Although tired, Leon didn't feel any resentment. This was a major matter that needed to be handled properly. A single mistake would impact the entirety of Dian. At noon, after a busy morning, Leon finally got to eat. Just as Leon was eating his lunch and reading the latest battle reports, the door was smashed open. Lion, my door. My money. Looking at the kicked open door, Leon twitched his lips. Only one person could do such a thing. Frostar walked in with a frosty expression. Good boy, Frostar indeed. The air temperature dropped significantly upon entering. Lion subconsciously tightened his uniform. Frostar, is there something wrong? Yes. Something serious. When did you start training? You can't be living off us forever, can you? Frostar said with a cold face. Lion smiled sheepishly, and then resorted to his most common tactics. Cry, make a scene, and then threaten to commit suicide. Frostar. There's a lot of documents to submit today, understand? Before Leon could finish, Frostar covered his mouth. Instantly Leon froze, his eyes filled with confusion as he looked at Frostar. Frostar's face flushed, and she withdrew her hand as if struck by lightning. She spoke shyly, somewhat unnaturally. You don't have to practice, but you must go shopping with me today. Hearing this, Leon was bewildered. What was going on? Although somewhat confused, Leon chose to go shopping with Frostar without hesitation. Leon, dressed in a new outfit, and Frostar, wearing a long dress, walked down the street. Frostar had lost her usual aloofness and reserved demeanor. Instead, she gave Leon a rather cuddly vibe. Is the sun rising from the west? As if sensing Leon's attention, Frostar's unnaturalness grew even more pronounced. A blush crept across her once aloof, beautiful face, and her furry bunny ears twitched unnaturally. Leon was a bit confused. What was this? Looking at Leon, who hadn't reacted yet, Froststar stamped her foot in anger, then grabbed Leon and walked him to a clothing store. She carried Leon inside. Looking at the bewildered Leon, she said, "Did you forget what day it was today?" Looking at Froststar, whose face was filled with anticipation, Leon asked awkwardly, "What day is today?" Hearing this, Froststar's anticipation instantly vanished, and the joy that had once been shared between the young lovers vanished completely. She squatted down with a look of disappointment, drawing circles on the ground. "What's wrong with these two sisters?" Looking at the disappointed Froststar, Leon squatted down and covered her eyes. "Which beautiful young lady is crying? Isn't it because her unfaithful boyfriend forgot her birthday? Poor little girl. Her boyfriend didn't even know it was her birthday." Leon's playful voice echoed in Froststar's ear. The grievance on Xuanxing's face instantly vanished, replaced by joy. "Don't open your eyes, or the cute and slender white rabbit will lose the surprise." After a moment, Leon lowered his hands. Frostsing looked at the gorgeous dresses being held up by the shop assistants before her, her face filled with emotion. "Because it's a princess dress." "How did you know I like princess dresses?" Before Xuanxing could finish her words, Leon placed a finger on her lips. "Oh, I wonder which white rabbit was dreaming in my office, dreaming of becoming a beautiful princess. Her dream cost her boss nearly half a year's salary." This. Before Leon could finish his words, Xuanxing hugged him tightly. They both fell silent, quietly waiting for time to pass. Outside the clothing store on a bench, Yuan Qingqi absent-mindedly held a newspaper. Hey Yu mocked beside him. "Hey, I wonder which sister lost her position as first wife? I wonder who's still playing it cool." Yuan Qingqi put away the newspaper and said calmly, "I'm not like some people who are just an airport." The next second. Just wait. Chapter 247. After finally resolving Froststar's problem, Leon was caught off guard by what happened next. The next day, his mother, Elena, arrived at Leon's office with a calm expression. Looking at his mother's calm face, Leon felt a flicker of doubt. But soon, his mother began to ask him all sorts of questions. No, there was something wrong. Looking at Elena's beaming face, Leon, even if he was a bit clueless, knew that something must be wrong. And it was something serious. As expected, Elena's next words silenced Leon. "I heard you went on a date with Froststar yesterday? When are you two planning to get married?" Elena asked with a smile. Leon was already sweating profusely. After all, his mother's map of Yin State was a little short, and it had been revealed so quickly. Looking at the sweat-drenched Leon, his mother, Elena, smiled and said nothing more. She didn't speak for Leon, but simply watched her son quietly. After a long pause, Leon said awkwardly, "Can we not talk about this?" His mother, Elena, looked at him with a half-smile, her eyes seeming to say, "What do you think?" For the first time, Leon felt time had stretched so long. Seeing Leon remain silent for so long, Elena decided to give him a push. "By the way, Yuan Qingqi and Heiyu were watching you from outside when you were on your date yesterday." The next second, Leon leaped up from his seat. "What's going on? Why were they watching from outside? It's over, it's over." Leon's heart was erupting like a volcano. Heiyu, that silly, cute little girl, wasn't to be feared. The terrifying thing was Yuan Qingqi, the sly one. "She's a snake that could swallow me whole. This is terrifying." Looking at Leon, who looked hopeless, Elena smiled and said calmly, "Why are you so scared? She's my daughter-in-law after all." Hearing Elena's words, Leon's eyes widened. "So that's why you're not worried." "That's right, you don't need to worry. After all, I'm the one caught in the middle. Tired, let's destroy it." Just then, Yuan Qingqi arrived at Leon's office. Seeing Yuan Qingqi, Leon was nearly frightened to death. But Yuan Qingqi seemed to walk in as if nothing had happened, just like usual. Leon was puzzled. Didn't Yuan Qingqi know that he had celebrated Xuanxing's birthday yesterday? Why was she so calm now? Leon's small eyes were filled with confusion. Yuan Qingqi walked over and saluted Elena. "Mother!" "Lion! No, you're changing your tune already." "Snake, you're a noble snake." After Yuan Qingqi finished her greeting, she looked at Leon with an aggressive gaze, as if trying to seduce him. Lion sneered disdainfully. "I, Leon, am a gentleman. How can a mere beauty seduce me?" But Yuan Qingqi seemed to understand that the current situation shouldn't be too open, and she had something important to discuss with Leon. It was about the Orc Empire. The Orc Empire was currently plagued by uprisings. So, war was now raging throughout the Orc Empire. And Yuan Qingqi would seize this opportunity to strike back, returning all the atrocities the Orc Empire had inflicted upon the Orcs, He who refuses to avenge this vengeance would be a traitor. The orcs must seek revenge. And now, the opportunity had arrived. Watching Yuan-Qingqi's increasingly fierce aura, Leon realized the seriousness of the situation. "Qingqi, what's the matter?" Before Leon could finish, Yuan-Qingqi stood up, resting his hands on the table, approached Leon, and stared intently at him. "I'm going to declare war on the Orc Empire." Bang! The next second, Leon fell to the ground. Under the astonished gazes of his mother and Yuan-Qingqi, he dusted himself off and stood up. "This is too much information to handle. I'm having a hard time accepting it." Although Leon had anticipated Yuan-Qingqi's potential ultimate move, he hadn't expected it to be so decisive. Declare war on the Orc Empire. This was a crucial decision, for it concerned the millennia-long feud between orcs and between humans and orcs. "Don't you agree?" Yuan-Qingqi whispered, his expression changing as he looked at Leon with tears in his eyes. "No, buddy. How did you even get that trick? Why are you all playing the victim?" After a brief moment of thought, Leon spoke. "It's not that I disagree. I completely agree." Leon gave an affirmative answer. Because the uprising within the Orc Empire had suffered a severe setback. After Baremert withdrew the frontline troops back to the Orc Empire, the uprising in the Orc Empire had suffered a severe setback. Most of the flames of the uprising had been extinguished, but many still stubbornly resisted. So Leon was determined to lend a hand. In fact, Leon knew very well that there was no winner in World War I, or rather, that the war was not over. It's likely the next World War will soon arrive, and a true winner will emerge from this war. Although Great Yin is the biggest winner so far, Leon knows the saying, the outcome remains uncertain. So, we must give our all to ensure Great Yin's ultimate victory. And to increase our chances of victory, we must find ways to defeat our opponents. The Orc Empire's uprising is about to be suppressed, so now is the best time for the Qingqi Kingdom to launch a legitimate war of revenge. And the Qingqi Kingdom has been completely transformed. Politically, it emulates Great Yin, but due to the presence of Queen Yuan-Qingqi, it currently adopts a constitutional monarchy. But this constitutional monarchy should be supplemented with two more words. Social constitutional monarchy. When Leon saw this proposal, his eyes widened. What the heck is this? Can these two things be intertwined? Even Mendel would have called it outrageous. That's right, put the people first, abolish the aristocracy, and retain the royal family. How could this be so contradictory? But after seeing the Qingqi nation's approval rate surpass 99%, Leon agreed without hesitation. After all, while universal approval might not necessarily be good, it certainly couldn't be bad. Even if there were problems, Leon would be there to back her up. Who made her a snake? Chapter 248. Yuan-Qingqi hadn't expected Leon to agree so readily. Leon smiled at the stunned Yuan-Qingqi. "Don't think everything's fine just because I agree." Listening to Leon's words, Yuan-Qingqi was a little confused. But he quickly spoke again. "Why? This war can only be fought by the Qingqi nation," Leon said calmly. "What do you mean?" Yuan-Qingqi seemed to guess the reason. "If the Yin joins the war, it will be a war with the Orc Empire, which is a different matter. However, liberating the Holy Empire is our own business, so dealing with the Orc Empire must be done by you. After all, Qingqi, you are of the legitimate royal bloodline of the Orc Empire. Sending troops to attack the Orc Empire is perfectly legitimate and the best option," Leon explained. Yuan-Qingqi understood Leon's meaning, nodded in satisfaction, and stood up to leave. Suddenly, just as he was about to leave, Yuan-Qingqi gave Leon a hug. Leon was a little confused. When had Yuan-Qingqi become so enthusiastic? If Yuan-Qingqi knew Leon's inner thoughts, he would definitely give him a big slap. "If I don't find a solution, my status will be gone. Unlike you, who don't worry about these things all day long. Do I have it easy?" Leon was unaware of Yuan-Qingqi's inner drama. After seeing him off, he received news from the aircraft manufacturer. The news was that jet aircraft and helicopters had been invented. Yes, the Me-262 jet aircraft had been successfully manufactured. Thus, the first jet aircraft in human history to see combat. Although it had many flaws, it was a monumental forerunner of all jet aircraft. What made Leon even more delighted was that, in addition to the advent of jet aircraft, helicopters also emerged before them. And Leon took 2 steps at a time, skipping the initial helicopters and choosing to develop an attack helicopter. The one Leon chose was an attack helicopter from his previous life that had been in service for over 50 years. The Me-24 Hind attack helicopter. This helicopter could be considered a true veteran of the battlefield. It had experienced battles large and small, fully testing its performance. Although its high speed made it prone to crashing in plateaus, Soviet weaponry had a distinct advantage: simple and inexpensive, and extremely cost-effective. And the Mi-24 Hind attack helicopter had another powerful advantage. Even in his previous life, it was the only attack helicopter capable of carrying infantry. In simple terms, it was a transport helicopter disguised as an attack helicopter. Most importantly, it's cheap enough. Although we can't equip the Mi-24 Hind attack helicopter with all the weapons and equipment from the past, we installed everything we can. Of course, missiles and other equipment haven't been added yet. After all, the Dayan doesn't have anti-tank missiles right now. Leon, there will always be, there will definitely be. Also, upon learning of the attack helicopter's arrival, we ordered the aircraft factory to produce transport helicopters as quickly as possible. Originally, the latter should have been introduced first, but Leon reversed their order. Because once armed helicopters were available, the Air Force could provide rapid-fire support and ground attack capabilities. That's fine. The current Mi-24 Hind attack helicopter could still be used as a transport aircraft. After all, there's still room for it if you squeeze in. But the current Mi-24 Hind is just a flying lump of metal. Its only weapons are machine guns and rockets. It doesn't even have a fire control system installed, as it's still under development. But the locals still solved this problem with magic. And they even forcibly installed a magic radar. Magic radar, as the name suggests, is used to detect fluctuations in magical power. This move made the Hind attack helicopter the most advanced weapon in all of Dayan's equipment. Everyone at the aircraft factory and the arsenal was very concerned about the Hind attack helicopter. They cared about it even more than jet aircraft, because jets are primarily used to deal with enemy aircraft, while the attack helicopter before them was designed to support ground forces. This means that Blitzkrieg can be further improved. With the Stuka and B-29, the enemy's heavy weapons and equipment can be destroyed, as well as their industrial systems, in the blink of an eye. At the same time, Dayan's ground forces, led by armored units, will launch a full-scale offensive with infantry supporting the armored units. The emergence of armed helicopters will provide rapid-fire support for ground forces. And once troop transport helicopters appear, troops can be quickly deployed behind enemy lines. This will allow Blitzkrieg to become even more sophisticated. It will even become unmatched. No enemy of Dayan can withstand an armored attack. To break Blitzkrieg, you must have a way to counter armored attacks. If you can't slow down or defeat the armored forces, Blitzkrieg will become a nightmare. The Dayan aircraft factory has released precise production information. After the Navy is completed and the deployed magicians are withdrawn to the aircraft factory, 100 Hind attack helicopters can be produced within a month. These 100 attack helicopters will be just the right size for the upcoming expedition. This is a double blessing. At the same time, while Lion was pacifying his own turf, the situation on the battlefield in the Holy Empire also changed. First, the 6 divisions responsible for the offensive, supported by 6 armored divisions and a large air force, rendered the Holy See like a piece of paper before Dayan. In just one day, within 24 hours, they lost 1/5 of their territory, and over 40% of their army was defeated. When this news reached the Papal States, the Pope himself was in disbelief, and even the other bishops were in disbelief. They couldn't understand how an army of 2 million men, armed with magical weapons, could be defeated by 300,000 men in just 24 hours. They didn't understand, and didn't want to understand. They just wanted results. Infuriated by this news, the Papal States issued a final death order to the Holy See. They were ordered to hold out for 6 months at all costs, and not allow the Holy See to perish for at least 6 months. The Papal States order quickly reached Leon's ears. What was this for? Chapter 249. A war is about to break out. While Leon of Great Yin might not be worried, he's concerned about the Western Elves and the Qingqi Kingdom. While Snake is powerful, Leon doesn't believe all orcs have brains. After all, orcs are still orcs, right? But considering the Orc Empire's performance on the battlefield, and then thinking about the Western Elf Empire's current malfunctioning industry, Leon sweated. Although the two countries are no longer the same, Leon doesn't want to fight two enemies and then be defeated by them. The bloody lessons of his previous life were before him, but in this world, Leon was confident he could win. Guaranteed victory, but an inspection was still necessary. Soon, a special train for Leon departed from Sin City. The Western Elf Empire has already built a railway that runs from Fallen Leaf City, passes through Nasus, the capital of the Forest Elf Kingdom, and then through the Earth Elf Kingdom before reaching the capital of the Elf Empire. Leon had not informed Queen Sif of his itinerary in advance. They didn't notify Queen Sif until they were close to the Eastern Elf Empire. Pushing the limits, Sif was stunned when she heard the news. No, you, the ruler of a nation, are playing this game. Lion, no, this isn't a game, it's a dodge. Ugh, a surprise inspection. Only a surprise inspection can reveal what Leon wants to see. In fact, Leon even considered infiltrating secretly, but Frustar and Keates refused to agree. Lion also knew that a secret infiltration was too much of a joke for him. An inspection is an inspection, but it's more than just an inspection. You have to improve the Eastern Elf Empire's recognition of De Yin. A secret infiltration to improve recognition is a damn thing. So Leon was kidnapped and put on the special train. It wasn't because of Frustar, but simply because he followed his inner thoughts. By the time the Western Elf Empire reacted, Leon had already struck at Narcissus, the forest elf capital. Aboard the special train, Baryan, Leon's guard, seemed lost in thought. Senior Baryan? Leon asked, looking at the dazed Baryan. It's okay. I just remembered something from the past. Even though the Elven Empire seems so weak now, there are still many old monsters. They're afraid of losing their lifespans if they act, so they buried themselves. Why else do you think Sif was able to proceed so smoothly? It wasn't just because of the tacit approval of some of the old monsters, but also because they didn't come out. Baryan finished his tea inside. Leon was stunned by Baryan's words. These old monsters are your great-grandfather's sworn enemies. Many of them have had a deep, bitter history with him. Be careful. I can sense some of them awakening. These are 1,000-year-old monsters. Baryan teased the dazed Leon. Leon twitched his lips, then spoke confidently. It's okay. Isn't there Senior Baryan? Me? Don't ask me. I know nothing. I'm just a blacksmith, Baryan said calmly. Leon looked at Baryan teasing him, unsure how to respond. Why do you keep insisting you're a blacksmith, Senior Baryan? Leon couldn't help but ask. Although the books praised Balian highly, calling him the protector of the Empire, the first Violet Knight, and a knight of unwavering loyalty, but this epic, which should have appeared in the books, was now right before my eyes. Instead of guessing, I should just ask. Leon, I'm a genius. Balian was interrupted as he continued to sip his tea. After a long moment of reflection, Leon said, because I'm really just a blacksmith. Leon then grew serious. Balian looked out the window at the scenery and spoke slowly. When I was 8, my father was murdered by a noble because he couldn't fulfill their weapons order. I took over the family blacksmith shop at age 8. I don't know how I shouldered the burden, nor do I know how an 8-year-old boy ever picked up a hammer. But for my family, I worked as a blacksmith while farming. After learning of my father's death, my mother became depressed and bedridden. My younger sister gradually became sensible, and I thought life would get better. War broke out. Back then, humanity was far less powerful than it is today. Zhongzhou was still a place of hundreds of kingdoms, and the entire region was in chaos. The fighting went on for who knows how many years, incessantly. War and death were the most commonplace of that period. And there were dragons, demons, orcs. They ruled over most of the continent. Here, Baryan suddenly paused, tears welling in his eyes. This was the memory he least wanted to recall, the darkest period for humanity. The orcs launched a war southward, slaughtering humans, and capturing them for fun, even treating them like two-legged sheep. My mother and sister were also taken away by the orcs during this war. At this point, Baryan's aura suddenly surged, a terrifying presence that shook the train. But I survived. The last thing I did the day my mother and sister were kidnapped was forging iron. So I'm a blacksmith, and when I last saw her, I was still forging iron. Listening to Baryan's melancholy words, Leon knew that no one's life in this world is perfect. Regrets always run through life. Even Baryan, who had broken through boundaries, had a past he was powerless to change. You later learned, just as the book says, that Dreens and Kimberg launched the Holy War, and that's how the Holy Empire came to be. The Imperial Army journeyed through the snowy plains of the far north, crushing the golden statues of the Papal States under their iron hooves. They witnessed all the sights of the Elven Empire. The dragons were driven back to the eastern continent by humans, leaving only a handful in central China. The Dwarf Empire could only kneel trembling in fear, begging for protection. Baryan spoke with pride, but then his expression changed, filled with melancholy. But even so, even after returning home with honor and success, I will always remain a small blacksmith, because a small blacksmith is still alone. Listening to Baryan's words, Leon was at a loss for words. Because Baryan was clearly the protagonist, but the ending. Looking at Leon, who hesitated, Baryan smiled and spoke. It's okay, it's all over. What I'm concerned about now is whether you can let me see the snowy plains of the far north again. Lion raised his head, and met Barion's eyes. I will, after all, the Orc Empire hasn't paid the price yet. Before Leon could finish his words, the train began to shake violently. Chapter 250. The train was slowing down, and Leon was still unaware of what was happening. Hans ran over from the front carriage. Leader, someone's attacking the train. It seems to be a high-level magician. A large number of plants have trapped the train. Hans reported to Leon as he ran. Leon then noticed the vines growing upwards from the window. The entire train was now engulfed in vines. The next second, the vines easily tore through the specially constructed train. Under the influence of kinetic energy, the train carriages flew in all directions. The 1,000 guardsmen assigned to Leon's defense, along with a large number of train attendants, were launched into the air. Leon was grabbed by Frostar and flung aside. Barian was still sitting in his chair as the entire carriage he was in flew upwards, acting as if nothing had happened. Until the tea in his cup spilled. Snap! Barian snapped his fingers, and everything around him stopped. Even the soldiers falling from the sky froze in midair. Frostar, standing nearby, seemed to sense something and shielded Leon behind him. A white-haired woman approached from a distance. The surrounding space distorted irregularly. Leon couldn't help but grumble as he felt the terrifying vibrations emanating from the white-haired woman. I'm so lucky. I just encountered a boss right out the gate. Frostar's face was solemn as she turned back to Leon. She's very strong, much stronger than Evelyn. Hearing this, Leon felt a chill. I thought it was a boss, but it turned out to be the ultimate boss. The white-haired woman sauntered towards him. For some reason, the sound of her high heels clattering against the ground was so loud that even Leon couldn't resist even with his do-chi. The only sound in the world was the white-haired woman's footsteps. Duh. The white-haired woman quickly reached Leon and the others. Leon was certain that, aside from Barian, this was the most intimidating presence he had yet encountered. Frostar protected Leon, watching the white-haired woman with a wary expression. Beside him, Barian slowly lifted the mid-air teacup and slowly refilled it. He sat back down and continued sipping his tea. Barian, long time no see. Is this little Leon? The white-haired woman smiled, her voice as sweet as a lark, bringing everyone a spring breeze. The air was filled with the fragrance of lilac. Frostar, hearing this, lowered her guard. Does this white-haired woman seem to be one of their own? Guests are welcome. Sit down. Have a cup of tea. Lovely Miss Fuchsia. Barian felt helpless. He hadn't meant to be so disgusting, but there was no other way. Fuchsia? The Witch of Time? Leon's heart was already erupting like a volcano. This world has many witches, the most famous being the 5 Great Witches. However, many have vanished into history. Only the 5 Great Witches have been written into epics. No one knows how witches came to be, but the names of the 5 Great Witches terrify everyone. The Witch of Time, the Witch of Knowledge, the Witch of Evil, the Witch of Fire, and the Witch of Sin. Aside from the Witch of Knowledge, the other witches are almost all reclusive. And only the Witch of Knowledge, Evelyn, is mentally normal. And then, there's Fuchsia before him. Leon suddenly thought of something, and the next second, the Witch of Time struck. An invisible space blade shot out from the white-haired witch's hand, flying directly towards Leon. The attack reached Leon's face almost instantly. It's over. I'm going to die. Rabbit, snake, Sundara princess, silly, cute little girl. The next second, Leon closed his eyes. For a long moment, Leon still felt no pain, and he could only feel the vibrations of the train. What's going on? Leon opened his eyes, and saw that the person across from him was still in the train car. The train didn't seem to have been attacked. Frostar, standing nearby, was also confused, looking at Leon with a puzzled expression. Leon looked at Barian. Barian smiled, and pointed to Leon's side. Leon suddenly smelled the scent of lilacs. Then, realizing something, his mouth twitched, and he slowly turned his head away. Beside him, the Time Witch, Fuchsia, sat like a well-behaved child, sipping tea. Her face was filled with curiosity, and she looked remarkably harmless. Seeing Leon looking at him, he looked at her with a puzzled expression, like the girl next door. Leon, Just now, we were in her territory. Everything that happened was controlled by her, but she meant no harm, otherwise I would have taken action. After all, in terms of relationship, she should be your slave. Barian said calmly. Leon almost fell to the ground after hearing Barian's words. Slave? No witch slave. Is that so exciting? Barian began to explain. She lost a bet with your great-grandfather. The stake was his freedom. Kuenberg refused to accept it, but the witch lady did not break the contract. Kuenberg has passed away. As his descendant and heir, shouldn't you inherit everything he had? Baryan teased. Baryan, are you looking for death? Furshia's defenses instantly broke, her docile facade ripped open, revealing her true nature. From lady to shrew. Leon was stunned. Feeling Leon's gaze, Fushia retracted her hand, which had already been extended midair. Then she gave Leon an embarrassed smile. Leon was clever, having seen through everything. This witch before him must have something to ask of him. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so concerned about his gaze. But what exactly did she want from me? Baryan seemed to sense that Leon had already known Fushia's subtle intentions, and he spoke to Leon. Fushia came to you the moment she woke up this time. Of course, she only wanted to ask you for one favor, to remove her slave mark. Baryan smiled as he spoke, his eyes seeming to say something. You came really fast. At this, Leon's eyes instantly turned treacherous. This seems like something that could be manipulated. After a long pause, Leon spoke. Witch-senpai. Before Leon finished, he sensed Fushia's dissatisfaction with him. His lips twitched, and he changed his tone. Miss Fushia, since you come to me to remove the mark, you got to give something, right? After all, there's no such thing as a free lunch? Fuchsia was stunned by Leon's threats, and Baryan, beside him, nearly spit out his tea. Good fellow. You're just like me. You even dared to threaten a witch, which, even if it's the goddess of light, Leon, would skin her alive. Ha. Galena, who was eating cake on the throne, suddenly sneezed. Leon's words echoed in her mind, and Galena's lips twitched. Never mind, let him be. He's offered too much. Chapter 251. Hearing what Leon said, Sishia was a little surprised, but she didn't refuse. Because asking for conditions was understandable. So, she spoke generously. Come on, bring it on. Let me see what you're going to offer. What storms haven't I seen? After saying this, Sishia rested her chin on the table with both hands, looking like a lady. After thinking for a moment, Leon approached Sishia and said solemnly, Help me destroy the Papal States. The next second, Sishia collapsed onto the table. Baryan, standing by, widened his eyes. This is outrageous. One dared to ask, the other dared to say it. No, brother, you want me to take over the Papal States? What's the difference between that and asking for trouble? I'm a witch, but even witches aren't omnipotent, are they? Listening to Sishia's broken words, Leon slowly picked up his teacup and sipped it. Leon seemed to have guessed Fushia's reaction. So, he didn't have any objection to Fushia's words. Looking at the calm Leon, Fushia was a little confused, seemingly surprised by Leon's reaction. You knew I refuse? Why? Why don't you guess why I didn't let Balian destroy the Papal States? Leon's words instantly made Fushia's CPU burn out. Is this the most intelligent episode yet? After all these years of sleep, he's finally lost his mind. Looking at Fushia, who looked hopeless, Leon began. What are you best at? Hearing this, Fushia's expression gradually calmed down, a hint of pride etched across her face. My strongest skill is naturally time and space magic. Lion's eyes lit up at this. Time and space magic? Looks like it's time to become a slave owner. Looking at Leon's terrifying gaze, Fushia backed away in fear. Leon's eyes were truly terrifying. As if he was about to eat her. Lion, how can I eat a witch when she's so cute? Of course I take her home, lock her in a dark room, and make her work day and night. With space magic, Leon could even launch a satellite ahead of time. With time magic, Leon could even restore some things, or install a time magic array in a missile's fuel tank to reverse the depleted fuel and increase its range. He could even do so much more, like conduct scientific experiments. If the experiment fails, the raw materials and other items might be destroyed. With magic, things would be different. It could allow me to return the experiment to its original state. Of course, ordinary magicians also learn time and space magic. But a witch's time and space magic is fundamentally different from that of an ordinary magician. Leon had a hunch that if he wanted to develop the magic mushroom egg as quickly as possible, he would have to utilize time magic. This could prevent and resolve many errors. Similarly, the arsenal and armory could also utilize time magic. But this would likely require Fushia to sacrifice herself. Witch sister, is it too much to ask you to serve to Yin for 10 years? As long as you work there for 10 years, I set you free. Leon spoke like a ruthless capitalist, his voice whispering like a demon, alluringly luring Fushia. Fushia seemed to understand Leon's intentions, but she had to bow down under someone else's roof. To remove the slave mark, she needed Leon's permission. Because, in this world, Leon was the sole heir to Kuenberg. In fact, it was mainly because Kuenberg, before his death, declared before the goddess of light that he would pass on everything to Leon. So Leon naturally inherited everything from Kuenberg. Of course, there were many more causes and consequences. This was unknown to Leon, who was still in the novice village. What Leon could not have imagined was that the white-haired witch before him was only the beginning. A large wave of old monsters from Kuenberg's time was about to arrive. Fuchsia clenched her fists at Leon's words. In all these years, this was the first time someone dared to threaten me like this. I, Fuchsia, will never yield. Seeing Fuchsia's face full of resistance, Leon spoke silently. Food and lodging included. Can't I afford food? Looking at Fuchsia, who looked determined, Leon silently prepared a piece of cake, a serving of fried chicken, and a large number of desserts. The aroma instantly wafted through the carriage, and Fuchsia's nose twitched. What smell? After searching for a moment, her eyes fixed on the table in front of her, the strange things Leon had brought out. It seemed like working for Leon wasn't out of the question. Try it? Leon gestured towards Fuchsia. Fuchsia's throat moved, as if trying to control herself. Leon tempted. It's okay. It's my treat. Fuchsia immediately picked up a piece of fried chicken and bit into it. The next second, Fuchsia was frozen in place, as if under a spell. Baryan immediately grasped his sword. But before anyone could react, Fuchsia grabbed Leon's hand. Leader, can you also provide food and lodging? I'm very obedient. Just give me a bite to eat, and I won't cause any trouble for you. Watching Fuchsia transform from a lady to a shrew, and then to a well-behaved girl next door, Leon's mouth twitched. Is this Sichuan opera? Why are the expressions changing so quickly? But seeing Fuchsia's face full of anticipation, Leon agreed to the 10-year contract. After receiving Leon's approval, Fuchsia was as delighted as a child, and then, without regard for her appearance, she ate heartily. Looking at Fuchsia, Leon felt a tinge of pity for her. Because witches have lived alone for so long, their mental states are extremely unstable. Fuchsia is one of the most unstable, her personality highly variable, but thankfully, she hasn't lost the most fundamental element of a human being. That's eating. How boring would these cursed women be if they didn't have hobbies? Lion looked at the nearly finished food and pulled out another. Eat. A full stomach makes it easier to work. Soon, the special train arrived in Narcissus. As soon as he stepped out of the train, Leah saw someone he knew. Leah looked at Leah with a smile on her face, but the next moment, that smile froze. Because Leah was following Leah. Leah looked at Leah with a look of grievance on her face. Lion, it's over. Chapter 252. Finally, after Leon's lengthy explanation, Leah finally realized she'd been overthinking things. Embarrassed, Leah lowered her head, trying to hide her embarrassment. Froststar, standing beside her, forced a smile as she stared at Leah. Leah grew even more furious, stamping her feet. Steam was already rising from her head. How humiliating. Leon tried to help Leah out. Well, Your Honor, Princess Leia, can I go see the city of Narcissus? I heard Narcissus is a different place now. Leah took Leon to the car. This car was a self-produced model of the Eastern Elf Empire. While it lacked the horsepower and sturdiness of the Great Flame cars, the Elven Empire's cars had one advantage: their exquisiteness. The off-white exterior, leather interior, and golden engravings made the Eastern Elf Empire's vehicles instantly a sought-after item among the nobility. However, the Eastern Elf Empire has not yet completely abolished the aristocracy. This is because the Eastern Elf nobility are too powerful, and Queen Sif intends to deal with them on her own. Leon couldn't say anything about this. It's okay, young people will learn their lesson after a few encounters. At the same time, the Eastern Elf Empire's magic industry is also developing rapidly. If it weren't for the Intelligence Bureau, the Eastern Elf Empire might have easily surpassed the Great Yin Empire in some aspects. What also amazed Leon was that the Eastern Elf Empire far surpassed the Great Yin Empire in its pursuit of beauty. Under Leon's orders, the Yin prioritized practicality and affordability. But the Eastern Elf Empire prioritized refinement and luxury. Of course, this was due to a different audience. After all, the Eastern Elf Empire still had a large number of nobles, and selling these luxury goods was a way to return the wealth held by these nobles to the people. Sif declared, I'm going to squeeze these nobles dry. Lion walked the streets of Narcissus, led by Leia. In fact, Leia's guidance was unnecessary. Leon already knew Narcissus like the back of his hand. The Intelligence Bureau had penetrated Narcissus so thoroughly that it couldn't penetrate any further. They even knew every day what outsiders came into Narcissus. Even every incident within the palace of the Forest Elf Kingdom was known to the Intelligence Bureau. The Forest Elf Kingdom was the most comprehensive intelligence system in the region of the Dayin Intelligence Bureau, outside of the mainland. And the Forest Elf Kingdom's relationship with Dayin far surpassed its relationship with the Eastern Elf Empire. Therefore, Lion placed some light industry within the Forest Elf Kingdom. The Forest Elf Kingdom possessed abundant raw materials, such as rubber, sugarcane, and abundant cotton and linen. These materials were urgently needed by light industry. Furthermore, the land in Dayin was now strictly zoned, with heavy industry concentrated in Dayin itself. Some non-essential light industry was relocated abroad to make room for heavy industry. However, heavy industry was strictly developed according to healthy development standards. After all, Lion did not want to see Dayin's sky completely dark. Thus, the Forest Elf Kingdom's GDP accounted for almost half of the Eastern Elf Empires. This is inseparable from the investment and importance that Great Yin places on the Forest Elf Kingdom. Leon took his group on a tour of Nasus. Looking at the prosperous and exquisite Nasus, Leon was very satisfied. Nasus combines industry and vegetation, possessing not only the steely feel of an industrial city, but also the vibrant appearance of a forest city. Leon even considered snatching back the elven architects and having them carefully plan Great Yin. Give Sin City a touch of greenery. After all, every day when you wake up, you see a steel city. You get tired of it after a while. Sin City. So there's no love? Love fades, right? As it grew dark, Leon rested for the night in Nasus. At first, Frustar wanted Leon to rest on the special train, but Leon couldn't refuse Leia's hospitality. In the end, he chose to rest in a palace in Nasus. But the next day, looking at the two of them in bed, he fell into deep thought. Here's the story. At first, Leon wanted to sleep alone, but then Leia showed up. Leia had just arrived, and Leon was about to refuse. But then, Frustar arrived. So, the two of them just slept in Leon's room without a care in the world. Lion, The result was a sleepless night for Leon. With one on his left, one on his right, he clutched his arms. As a man, Leon definitely wanted to move, but with two men around, he absolutely dared not. Makoto or Dodo. Just sleep peacefully. The next day, he saw the two with resentful eyes. Lion, it's not that I don't want to, it's that I don't dare. With one, I can still fight, but with two, what am I supposed to do, especially with the two of them locked in a tug-of-war? The next day, Leon sat on the special train, a look of despair on his face. Across from him, Baryan and Fushia were forcing a smile. Because Leon was enjoying himself, surrounded by his beloved. But our client found it a little hard to accept. He could sense that Leia and Frustar were secretly competing. In a sense, he was happy, but fundamentally, being caught in the middle of their conflict was awkward. In fact, Frustar wasn't just doing this for herself. If Leia succeeded, would Leon increase his investment in the Forest Elf Kingdom? What would Dayin do then? If Leon knew Frostar's inner thoughts, he would absolutely smack her in the head. How could she have such thoughts? I couldn't figure it out. I couldn't think anymore. The train soon arrived at the capital of the Elven Empire. In just 3 months, this war-torn city had been completely transformed. Not only had it regained its former prosperity, it had even flourished. Skyscrapers have already sprung up, and many more are under construction. Looking at the brand new capital of the Elven Empire, Leon couldn't help but marvel at the indigenous people's formidable infrastructure capabilities. The special train soon stopped at the train station. Sif, accompanied by officials from the Eastern Elven Empire, was welcoming Leon. However, to Leon's surprise, Sif's first words weren't greetings. Something serious has happened. The Western Elven Empire has found a way to counter aircraft. Sif's words silenced Leon. Leon, ? So if I don't move, nothing happens, but once I do, everything starts to unravel, right? Chapter 253. What's going on? Lion looked at Sif, who had dismissed her attendance, somewhat puzzled. For some reason, the Western Elf Empire has developed magic air defense radar, Sif whispered. Air defense radar? Is their air defense still just ordinary magic? Lion said seriously. They developed magic anti-aircraft cannons, but they're inefficient and their accuracy is far inferior to ours, Sif said. Lion's face darkened as he heard this. The advent of air defense radar meant the Western Elf Empire could now detect the Great Yin Air Force. Although the Western Elf Empire's air defense firepower was not yet mature, the Great Yin Air Force still faced two difficult choices: pursuing stealth fighters or conducting low-altitude penetration attacks. However, both of these required highly sophisticated technology, which was difficult for the Great Yin to achieve at present. The most crucial question was the exact principle behind the Western Elf Empire's air defense radar. Was it electromagnetic waves or magical detection? Lion was overwhelmed. He then ordered Hans to have the Intelligence Bureau find a solution. Hans, realizing the seriousness of the situation, immediately issued a command to the Intelligence Bureau headquarters in the capital. After completing all this, Leon calmed down and began his inspection tour. Departing from the train station, he began his tour of the Elven Empire's capital. The streets of the Elven Empire's capital had also been paved. From the car, Leon watched the cheering crowds on both sides, many of whom had participated in the Sungkyong supply transport operation. Looking at the soldiers on guard, Leon's mouth twitched. Leon couldn't help but admire the aesthetics of the Elven Empire. He chose not to wear Dian's M35 steel helmet, but kept his military cap. The uniform remained the same as Dian's, but the color had changed. Emerald green with gold patterns. Leon was stunned. How could this uniform be so beautiful? Although a bit flashy. Never mind, I have Hans take a few back to study them later. Sif, standing by, didn't know what was going on inside Leon's mind, or she would have been shocked. What kind of outrageous idea was this? After a brief inspection, Leon personally began to inquire about people's livelihoods, because he wanted to hear the true story of the Eastern Elf Empire from the elves themselves. Formalism was unacceptable, many things were just for show. After all, the Eastern Elf Empire still had aristocracy, and this class more or less influenced the people's daily lives. So Leon personally went to a street and began questioning everyone one by one. Although this couldn't be ruled out as a premeditated plan. But Leon couldn't sneak off alone. Sif's men would always follow Leon and his men closely. This wasn't for surveillance, but more to protect Leon's safety. After all, the Eastern Elf Empire wasn't peaceful right now. The friction between the Western and Eastern Elf Empires was intensifying. Either Western Elf soldiers crossed the ceasefire line today, or Eastern Elf soldiers did. Both sides were testing each other's limits. Spies from both countries were sabotaging each other's rear areas. Even the Elf Empire's capital had been sabotaged by spies. But Sif had been waiting for an opportunity. That was Leon's arrival. Sif hoped to use Leon's arrival to force a response from the Western Elf Empire. Because Leon's arrival was more effective than millions of troops. After all, the outside world's opinions of Leon were full of nonsense. Some were good, some were bad. For example, the people of Great Yin called Leon the best leader, the people of the Holy Empire called him a savior, and the people of the Eastern Elf Empire said he was an angel sent to save them. As for the other countries, the Western Elf Empire called Leon a fool who aided and abetted the evil, the Orc Empire likened Leon to a demon, and the Dwarf Empire offered a very interesting assessment, calling him a wise goat. For a moment, Leon didn't know whether to laugh or cry. There were two voices in the Demon Empire, one insulting Leon, the other praising him. Because, despite the war between the two countries, Great Yin had been providing assistance to the Demon Empire. This led to a polarization within the Demon Empire. These two differing voices influenced the policies of the Demon Empire. However, Latife's decisively silenced both voices, forcing the Demon Empire forward. On the street, Leon asked a female elf, who ran a bun shop, about her current living conditions. Though her words were somewhat halting, she managed to convey the general idea. Although a noble class existed, it had been consistently suppressed by Sif. In addition, a large amount of land had been nationalized, leaving only a small portion in the hands of the nobility. Sif wanted to reclaim this last portion, but feared a rebellion by the nobles. After all, with war imminent, Sif must unite all forces she could to fight against the Western Elf Empire. After a busy day, Leon returned to the special train. This time, Leon didn't stay in the Elven Empire's capital. He had some other matters to attend to. Late at night, Leon sat in the special train compartment, his face solemnly focused on the contents of the telegram before him. The Intelligence Bureau had obtained detailed data on the Western Elven Empire's magic air defense radar in just one day. The Western Elven Empire's magic air defense radar was indeed a magic air defense radar. Magic air defense radar. First, magic air defense radar uses magic for detection. But this detection range is very broad. Currently, the Western Elven Empire's magic air defense radar is comprehensive. From airplanes and dragons to tanks, humans, and animals. This magic air defense radar can detect everything. And it can't determine the enemy's identity based on size. In short, it can only serve as a preventative measure, and the false alarm rate is very high. This meant that if the Great Yin Air Force released a large number of birds before an airstrike, It would likely completely disable the Western Elf's magic air defense radar. This would render the Western Elf Empire completely unable to mount any air defense. Just imagine tens of thousands of targets appearing on radar. Wouldn't you be terrified? It even included armored units and humans. So, what use would this air defense radar be against a full-scale attack by a massive army? But despite his complaints, Leon still admired the wisdom of these indigenous people. After all, everything is created from scratch. If the Western Elf Empire had developed this magic air defense radar, how could something more sophisticated be far behind? Lion gradually began to take this humble Western Elf Empire seriously. Every enemy deserved Leon's attention, because every country had its own patriots. Chapter 254. Although the Western Elf Empire developed magic air defense radar, which had a certain impact on Yin, the tide of the times was unwavering, and no one could stop the Eastern Elf Empire's war for unification. The next day, Leon, led by Sif, began inspecting the Eastern Elf Empire's military. Although the Elf Empire was currently divided, the Eastern Elf Empire still possessed a vast army. After experiencing the baptism of war, the Eastern Elf Empire's army now possessed a high level of combat effectiveness, and the number of troops reached a terrifying 2.4 million. In terms of military numbers, this was even greater than during the war with the Demon Empire. It even felt a bit like excessive military spending. After all, the Eastern Elf Empire currently had a population of only 60 million. And its GDP was insufficient to support such a large army. Because the Eastern Elf Empire had not yet changed its nature. It seemed that a war for unification was inevitable. It had not yet fully industrialized, which meant that it was still essentially an agricultural nation. Of course, the Western Elf Empire wasn't much better off, despite the support of the Dwarf Empire. But its behavior was remarkably conservative, continuing the elven tradition of conservatism. However, they didn't understand the principle that falling behind meant being attacked. The Western Elf Empire had been spared the vast majority of the pressure in this war by the Eastern Elf Empire, so it didn't suffer much damage. For them, if they weren't hurt, why change? But the Eastern Elf Empire was different. They wanted to become stronger, to become powerful, to protect themselves from being bullied by anyone. The Eastern Elf Empire's army now possesses a complete combat system. Although it hasn't formally established its own air force, its ground combat capabilities have matured. Besides standard infantry tactics, it also boasts gate coordination and artillery coordination. At least now, even if the Eastern Elf Empire were to face the Demon Empire again, it would be able to fight back effectively. With the support of the Great Flame, the Eastern Elf Empire rapidly established its own artillery units. This included the sale of 240mm cannons to the Empire. With their new toys, their morale was naturally high. Although some of the Great Flame's armies have begun to deploy AK-47s, many soldiers are still unfamiliar with them, and haven't quite figured out the Mauser rifles they hold. As a result, a considerable number of troops still use Mauser rifles. However, the Great Flame has already produced hundreds of thousands of AKs. While these AKs are being stored, the troops are being replaced with AKs. What happens to the replaced Mauser rifles? They are sorted by wear and tear. The 90% new Mauser rifles are simply reconditioned and then sold. 80% of the Mauser rifles were packed and sent to the Western Empire. 70% of the Mauser rifles that were less than 1/10 of the newest were packed and sent to the Orc Empire. In addition to these replaced weapons, the arsenal was also dumping Mauser rifles abroad. Besides orders from some countries, many Mauser rifles were still piled up at the arsenal. Because before the AK-47 was released, the arsenal worked day and night to produce Mauser rifles. To this day, there are still over 1 million brand new Mauser rifles unopened at the Dian arsenal. Let's take our time. At the same time, there's a special aid package for the Eastern Elf Empire, armored units. Lion ordered the arsenal to modify all of the hundreds of Panzer IVs piled up in its warehouses. Originally, the arsenal still had many Panzer IVs, but some had their armor weakened and sold off. So, these hundreds remain. Lion wouldn't sell them to the Eastern Elf Empire's T-34 tanks. After all, who would sell their main battle tanks? Even if they did, they have to wait until the Yin had new equipment. So let's deal with these Panzer IVs first. Lion ordered the arsenal to modify the Panzer IVs, converting them into a large number of Panzer IV assault guns and Panzer IV destroyers. They would be used to deal with the Western Elf Empire's latest magic crystal war vehicles. Lion didn't intend to weaken these modified Panzer IVs. Because war was imminent, the Eastern Elf Empire's combat effectiveness must be maintained. And he wanted to use the modified Panzer IVs to test the Western Elf Empire's latest magic crystal war vehicles. This allows us to determine the true strength of the enemy's armored units. This allows the Great Flames armored forces to respond. Currently, the Eastern Elf Empire possesses over 200 armored units. Of these, 100 are standard Panzer IV medium tanks. Another 60 are Panzer IV assault guns and tank destroyers. Oh, and over 50 are half-track armored vehicles. These armored units comprise the Eastern Elf Empire's only armored brigade. Sif treats this armored brigade like a treasure, inspecting its training results daily. For Sif has witnessed the Great Flame's iron torrent, and how its enemies are crushed step by step beneath it. Currently, the Eastern Elf Empire's army, modeled after the Great Flame, consists of 36 infantry divisions, 8 artillery divisions, and 4 directly subordinate infantry divisions. 36 of the infantry divisions were deployed at the border between the Eastern and Western Elven Empires. Artillery divisions were also deployed separately along the demarcation line. The 4 direct infantry divisions were directly commanded by Sif, serving as the Queen's personal guard. The Eastern Elven Empire also possessed a vast ammunition reserve. Each soldier received nearly 10 bases of ammunition. Each artillery piece received only 20 bases of shells. Leon dared to say that if the Eastern Elven Empire had possessed such weaponry during the war against the Demon Empire a few months ago, it would have been able to independently drive the Demon Empire out of the Elven Empire. However, a very classic scene in this world is this: you are preparing with all your might, while the enemy remains completely unaware and unconcerned. The Western Elven Empire Palace. With the death of the Fire Elf King, the Moon Elves now hold power in the Western Elven Empire. No one objected to this appointment, as the Moon Elves were considered a highly intelligent group among all the Elven tribes. Originally, with the Moon Elves in power, the Western Elf Empire should have prospered. But reality turned out differently. Because De Yin had supported the Eastern Elf Empire, the Western Elf Empire's leaders deeply resented De Yin. They were extremely resistant to De Yin's goods. Some even threatened that the Western Elf Empire would make it impossible for De Yin to earn a single copper coin from them. De Yin? ? Leon, So, before the Western Elf Empire could block De Yin's goods, De Yin took the lead in closing off the goods transportation channel, causing De Yin's goods to disappear from the Western Elf Empire. Without De Yin's cheap handicrafts, the people of the Western Elf Empire panicked, and the Dwarf Empire decisively took over. They copied De Yin's goods, but the dwarf goods were surprisingly expensive. Yet, they chose to purchase without hesitation, and in large quantities, seemingly to annoy De Yin. As a result, the West Elf Empire's gold rapidly drained away, and the Dwarf Empire, imitating De Yin, opened factories within the West Elf Empire. However, their factories were bloodshed factories. Chapter 255. After witnessing the massive profits reaped by De Yin's factories across various countries, the Dwarf Empire followed suit. Having plundered the Western Elf Empire, they continued to establish factories there. However, the Dwarf Empire overlooked the fact that the purpose of their factories was fundamentally different from De Yin's. De Yin knew they had plundered local wealth, and therefore had to find a way to reintegrate that wealth into the region. By purchasing resources and creating numerous factory jobs, they ensured the region's economy would not be impacted. This is why the regions where De Yin established factories prospered. De Yin would not exhaust its resources. Only by enriching the people of the region could De Yin earn more money, and without incurring any stigma. But the Dwarf Empire cared nothing for the elves of the Western Elf Empire. In their eyes, how could a slow, steady strategy like the Great Flame be a quick win? So, in addition to frantically reaping the wealth of the Western Elf nobles, the dwarven landowners also built numerous factories, even resorting to crude tactics like purchasing cheap raw materials directly from the Western Elf Empire, processing them in their factories, and then selling them back to the Western Elves at exorbitant prices. This approach reaped the wealth of the nobles, but denied the common people any of the benefits of industry. If the factories had added more jobs and raised wages, perhaps the elves would have been less resistant to industry. But the Dwarven Empire only targeted the nobles' wallets and the cheap labor. They recruited a large number of workers to work in the factories. But the wages were very low. To be precise, a worker had to spend 12 hours on the production line to earn 10 copper coins. A worker working 12 hours a day, 30 days a month, without a break, would only earn 3 silver coins. This was far inferior to the workers in De Yin, who worked 5 days on, 2 days off, and earned monthly salaries of 10 silver coins or more. Even De Yin factories in other countries were established according to this standard. This had 2 advantages. One was that it would make the locals recognize and yearn for De Yin, providing a strong base of public support should war break out in the future. The other advantage was that it would train a large number of skilled workers. Although these skilled workers were from other countries, De Yin would always find a way to get them here. But this might require some hard work from our comrades in the Intelligence Bureau. Furthermore, the elves who had gone to the Eastern Elf Empire to work were forced to return home due to the forced conscription of the Western Elf Empire. They had seen the factories of the Eastern Elf Empire and tasted its delicious food. They were all elves, so why were they allowed to eat and clothe themselves? And yet, they were exploited by the nobles, especially since they thought the Dwarf Empire had also opened factories in their country. They should be comparable to those in Dian. However, these elves didn't know that this was just the beginning of their nightmare. Although these proud elves looked down on the dwarves, they were forced to work in the dwarven factories to survive. The various kingdoms within the Dwarf Empire had different attitudes toward the elves. The northern dwarves shared a border with the Elven Empire, and therefore had no aversion to the elves. However, the western dwarves, having long served the papal state with humble devotion, had become warped in their hearts. Moreover, the western dwarves were even more goblin-like, and no normal human in the papal states would treat them favorably. Because the people of the papal states considered themselves servants of the goddess of light, holy beings. What kind of rank were these western dwarves? The western dwarves, having long suffered in the papal states, had no outlet for their wrath. When they heard they could build factories within the Western Elf Empire, their eyes immediately darted, revealing their morbid psychology. Among the dwarf factories, those run by the western dwarves were the darkest. Many tall and strong elves, who loved cleanliness, entered the factories with great anticipation. But the nightmare had only just begun. The western dwarves forced the elves to sign something akin to a slave contract. At first, the elves were reluctant to sign, and were extremely resistant. But after seeing a large number of dwarf soldiers blockade the factories, and kill the leading elves, all the elves fell silent. Many were forced to sign humiliating contracts. They lived in filthy dormitories, ate porridge, and worked with hunched backs every day. These were all deliberately orchestrated by the western dwarves, to vent their own morbid psychology. They couldn't understand why the elves were so tall. Why were they so clean? Some male elves could tolerate this, but female elves found it unbearable. Many female elves suffered inhuman torture. The morbid psychology of the western dwarves was fully manifested in the female elves. They abused the female elves, and many committed suicide out of unbearable humiliation. The elves sought justice from the local lords, but the lords were already in cahoots with the dwarves. Even the elves of the moon elves could not escape the torture. The entire Western Elf Empire was shrouded in darkness. Many elves, aware of the Eastern Elves' preparations for war, constantly wondered if the Eastern Elves would arrive to rescue them. They were truly on the verge of collapse. But hadn't they considered saving themselves? Inside the Western Dwarf factory, a disguised female elf returned to the dormitory, washed briefly, and then slept on the straw. The elf was slovenly, her face covered in dust. But a closer look revealed that she was concealing her true appearance. While not stunningly beautiful, she was still a beauty. The elf fell into a hasty sleep. Late at night, the female elf began to cry softly, mumbling, Vaya, why didn't you listen to Alan and return to the Western Elf Empire? Yes, the female elf before her was the one the great Yin Air Force Ace pilot had encountered after the plane crash. Vaya had originally stayed in the Eastern Elf Empire after the war. She declined Alan's invitation to go to De Yin, and chose to stay and work at the De Yin factory in the Elven capital. She knew Alan was interested in her, and she was also interested in him. But ordinary people and elves were destined not to be together. Vaya could only hide this love deep in her heart. After working in the Eastern Elf Empire for a few months, relations between the two countries gradually became strained. In addition, her family in the Western Elf Empire informed Vaya that her younger brother had been forcibly drafted into the army, and that the family was currently struggling. They hoped Vaya would return to help with the family business. Vaya returned, but she didn't know that her nightmare had just begun. Chapter 256. Just as the Eastern Elf Empire was preparing for war, the great flame-armored forces were sweeping across the Holy Empire, and the Orc Empire was in uprising. Vaya returned to the Western Elf Empire. Vaya and her family had been separated during their escape. It wasn't until the war ended that they learned that the other was still alive. However, since both sides had settled down, there was no rush to meet again. After all, the Western Elf Empire was still in turmoil. Vaya's hasty return would have been dangerous. But as fate would have it, Vaya returned. Vaya's parents opened a tailor shop in the Western Elf Empire. Thanks to Vaya's parents' exquisite craftsmanship, the tailor shop's business was booming. Even minor nobles from the surrounding area came to Vaya's parents for custom clothing. Vaya's parents finally thought good times were coming, but the arrival of the dwarves shattered their illusions. With the arrival of the dwarves, they began to build factories on a large scale, which greatly impacted local industries. Because of Via's parents' unique fabric recipe, the dwarves set their sights on it. They began using various tactics, both intimidation and bribery, to coerce Via's parents into handing over the secret recipe. Via's family refused to yield, but would refusing to yield solve the problem? The enraged dwarves allied themselves with the nearby lesser nobles, causing Via's family to face obstacles at every turn. Via's parents were forced to close their tailor shop and retreat to a remote location. And her younger brother was forcibly conscripted into the army, serving as cannon fodder for the Western Elf Empire. With the tailor shop closed, Via and her parents were forced to find a way to make a living. Her mother and father worked in the fields, but they couldn't even afford to eat and sleep. Via had no choice but to look for work. When she saw a job posting for a factory, she assumed the dwarven factories were similar to those in Dian. But the reality was, Via initially had no idea how shady the factory was, but as her roommates told her stories of abuse and mistreatment by the dwarves, she began to understand. After many of her roommates committed suicide, and she found herself unable to escape, Via finally understood that the dwarven factory was a cannibalistic prison. Via hurriedly covered herself up, dressing herself slovenly. It was this action that saved Via from being killed. But as the number of female elves dwindled, Via knew her turn was almost here. She now regretted not agreeing to Alan's request. Perhaps going to Yin would have led to a different outcome. Alan, where are you? The Elven Empire's capital. Alan, leading his squadron in nighttime training over the Elven Empire's capital airport, suddenly felt a tightness in his heart. Something seemed to be going wrong. A wingman nearby noticed Alan's plane had lost balance and immediately called over the radio. Squadron leader, your plane has lost balance. Alan finally came to his senses and quickly righted his plane. What had happened to him? Alan quickly focused his attention on the training at hand. The aircraft carrier was about to be completed, and it needed carrier-based aircraft. Carrier-based aircraft pilots could only be selected from the existing aviators. Because the carrier construction was proceeding at such a rapid pace, Leon had no choice but to order the Air Force to convert some Stuka bombers into carrier-based versions. To meet the hundreds of dive bombers required for the two carriers, Alan was appointed one of several instructors in the carrier-based aircraft pilot training program. They were currently using the Eastern Elf Empire's airfields to simulate nighttime carrier landings. These elite pilots, after over a month of training, had mastered landing techniques. But they had never tried night landings. The leader said that night landings are the most dangerous. This technique is essential, but we don't want you to use it. Because night landings are truly dangerous. After half a month of training, more than 20 of the more than 200 pilots had mastered night landing techniques. These 20 were almost all top-tier Stuka bomber pilots. Some, like Alan, even achieved the ultimate bomb drop at 300 meters. The Stukas of these ace pilots had even been modified, becoming Ju-87GS, equipped with two 37mm cannons. Other Stukas had been upgraded to the D model. The 1,800 kilograms bomb capacity made Leon choose it without hesitation. Even though the Yin Air Force now possesses a large number of B-29s, the Stuka's position remains unshakable. After all, the Stuka can deliver precise strikes, and can also perform ground attacks. It is a perfect partner for blitzkrieg warfare. Airfield. After finishing his nighttime training, Alan lay in bed, staring at the necklace on his wrist. It was a gift from Weiyao. Alan knew Weiyao liked him, and he liked Weiyao too. But Weiyao was always bothered by her elf identity. After this winter separation, Alan had made up his mind. Once the Elven Empire was unified, he would find Weiyao himself. Even if she was afraid of the difference in status, he would bring her back. Alan and his men had received orders. The Eastern Elf Empire would launch an offensive within the next 10 days. The fighting must be concluded within 2 weeks of the start, and no later than a month. Because at most the Great Yin Expeditionary Fleet would depart in a month. And the war with the Holy Empire would also be over within a month. Currently, due to the lightning-fast advance in the early stages and the concentrated efforts of several annihilation battles, the current battle line remained near the Principality of Lanlot. The Great Yin defense forces were biding their time, waiting for the enemy to gather, so they could attack and defeat them in a single blow. In addition to the army, the Air Force was also continuously exerting its strength. A barrage of bombers blasted the nations of the Holy Empire to smithereens. Currently, Holy Kara, Holy South, and Holy Church have lost most of their fortresses and important strongholds. The vast majority of pilots originally assigned to the Holy Empire have been transferred back to Great Yin, and they have begun to move closer to the Eastern Elf Empire, preparing to launch a coordinated attack. It is expected that the Air Force will be the first to enter the battlefield in the next few days, to clear the way for the Eastern Elf Army's attack. Via, wait a moment, I'd be there soon. Even if you're an elf, so what? I believe I catch up with you. Because I don't want to be alone anymore. Alan looked at the necklace in his hand, and made up his mind. But Via, are you doing well now? Chapter 257. During the days that Lion was inspecting the Eastern Elf Empire, the Great Yin Army's war of liberation against the Holy Empire continued unabated. First, the Holy Sea's army, consisting of 300,000 armored troops, launched an offensive. Even with a 2 million strong mage army, the Holy See could not withstand the attack of 300,000 armored troops. During Lion's inspection, the armored troops advanced a full 500 kilometers. And now, they were at the gates of the city, within 100 kilometers of the Holy Sea's capital, Kandas. The army had already requested air support and prepared to bomb Kandas. At the Papal State's suggestion, the Holy See intended to defend Kandas to the death to delay the Great Yin Army's advance. The Holy See army also intended to replicate the defense of the Elf Empire's capital. In Kandas, brutal street fighting ensued with the Great Yin army. However, the Yin had no intention of engaging them in a street fight. The Yin's plan to bomb Kandas city into ruins was unrealistic. Because there were still a large number of civilians in the city, the Holy See had forced many of them to remain inside to prevent the Yin from bombing. Of course, there were also many fanatics, who believed this was the will of the Goddess of Light. Leon hadn't yet come up with a good solution for the civilians in Kandas city, but suddenly he remembered the demon beneath the Yin. He immediately called the Underground Research Center. The Yin Underground Research Center. Tens of thousands of researchers were conducting research in this secret underground base, a considerable number of whom were studying fission engineering. They also discovered that magic can be condensed into a physical form, so fission is possible. When the supervisor received Leon's call, he became completely nervous. After all, this was Leon's first call to the research center in ages. Leader, which project do you want to know about? The supervisor's voice trembled slightly. Thank you for your hard work. I'm looking for Teresa. After thinking for a moment, Leon spoke calmly. But the supervisor on the other end of the line was no longer calm, nearly collapsing in fear. Why? Why would the leader want to find this demon? Although puzzled, the supervisor still trembled as he went to Teresa. He told Teresa that the leader was looking for her. Teresa picked up the phone. Leader. Hearing Teresa's voice, Leon himself felt a little frightened. It's okay, we're one family. There's no need to be so scared. Leon picked up the phone and began to ask questions. He also informed Teresa of the situation in Kandas city. After hearing this, Teresa became solemn and spoke to Leon. Leader, how do you plan to deal with Kandas? Listening to Teresa's calm words, Leon felt a sense of danger. Why did it feel like there was something fishy about what she was saying? Leader, I have 3 options for this situation. Leon listened intently. The first option is to directly launch incendiary bombs and burn Kandas to the ground. Before Teresa finished speaking, Leon nearly fell to the ground. Leader, are you alright? Teresa asked, hearing the noise coming from Leon's side. It's okay, Teresa. Keep talking. I can handle it. Lion's legs were almost unsteady. The second option is to use one of my research findings, the Thanatos 2, to completely turn Kandas into a dead city. Leon couldn't sit still any longer and spoke up. Is there a more peaceful way? After all, there are still many innocent people inside, even a large number of children. At the mention of the word children, Teresa's eyes flickered, then she spoke calmly. There's one last option. Use the Hypnos Eye to stun everyone, putting them to sleep. Then, the army can enter and completely take over Kandas. After hearing Teresa's final plan, Leon finally breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, there was still one last backup. As expected, the guarantee was true. However, Leon still felt a sense of fear. How had Teresa managed to create so many horrible things in just a few months? And from her description, there were also various types of other weapons. For a moment, Leon was unsure whether these biological weapons were good or bad. After a long struggle, Leon shook his head. Does good or bad really matter? What matters is the people who use them. So Leon urgently signed an order. The use of biological weapons requires the approval of the leader. And it also requires approval from the capital. This should prevent the misuse of biological weapons, right? Soon, with the approval of the capital, the military announced the implementation of the order. 200 B-29 bombers, loaded with Hypnos Eye bombs, flew to Kandas city. At this moment, within the City of Candles, a large number of Holy See soldiers were building a defensive line, attempting to transform Candles into a fortress for street fighting. The vast majority of these Holy See soldiers were former Imperial Army soldiers. Many of these imperial army soldiers were unwilling to join the Holy See. Although the Papal State previously held considerable influence within the Holy Empire, under the influence of Alexander the Great, the Holy Empire gradually began to break away from the Papal State. They also attempted to expel the papacy from the army, but Alexander never resolved this issue until his death. Fortunately, Edward III continued to enforce this order. While Edward III did not achieve much success, he at least curbed the papacy's influence within the imperial army. More than half of the 2 million rebels had been coerced into rebellion, and half of these coerced rebels had already been defeated by the Great Flame. As for the remaining 500,000 or so troops, the Holy See abandoned them all in candles, using them as cannon fodder. These armies, however, were completely unaware. Because, in the eyes of the Vatican, these non-believers were uncontrollable, with their own agendas. If the Vatican issued any unwarranted orders, they would likely defect. In that case, let them hold off the Great Yin army. In addition to the current all-out attack by the Upper Army, the other two armies were also engaged. The 1st Armored Division in the center had already begun establishing positions within the Duchy of Lanlot. The opposing Duchy of Lanlot soldiers were unaware of the significance of the 1st Armored Division's actions. The 1st Armored Division was waiting for the Upper Army. The armored group would crush the Holy See. Then the Upper Army would march southward, attacking from both sides and ultimately conquering the Duchy of Lanlot. The Lower Army, meanwhile, was advancing with unstoppable force, advancing eastward along the coastline. Their results were far superior to those of the Upper and Central armies. The Lower Army had even begun attacking the Duchy of Snook. Chris, it's over. Chapter 258. These days, the 2nd Armored Division, responsible for attacking the lower lane, has been devising psychological warfare to force the Snook Principality to surrender. These days, Stuka bombers have been taking off daily from the temporary airfield in the Kraudian Principality, bombing the Snook Principality's logistics supply centers. To the point where the Snook Principality's logistics supply centers have now been withdrawn deep into the mountains and forests. The 2nd Armored Division has already quickly penetrated the Kara Principality. It's not that the Kara Principality isn't working hard, but rather that the 2nd Armored Division is simply too erratic. Even though the Kara Principality has begun magical transformation, their tactics are still based on cold weapons, and they haven't had time to change. The 2nd Armored Division is fully armed, and its firepower is extremely comprehensive, even overflowing. An infantry company is the basic combat unit, supported by an armored platoon of 4 to 5 armored vehicles, and an artillery platoon can provide constant artillery fire. If you encounter an enemy fortress, you can request heavy artillery or rocket fire, or air support. However, you can only request air support at level 1, requiring 2 Stukas at a time. But 2 Stukas can change a lot. The opposing Kara Principality's army was in dire straits. First, a barrage of artillery shells rained down, leaving them unable to tell north from south. Before they could react, the dark shadow of EP211 loomed over them. A barrage of bombs rained down, further devastating the already nearly devastated position. As the B-29s departed, a sound they least wanted to hear rang out. Dilly, dilly, dilly. It was the charge of the Great Yin Defense Army. The armored units and a large number of troops launched a simultaneous charge. At the same time, a large number of Stuka bombers accompanied the Wehrmacht's charge, delivering precision bombing. Eliminate the enemy's remaining firepower points. Deprived of their heavy firepower, the soldiers of the Principality of Kara looked at their magic rifles, then at the oncoming torrent of steel. Principality of Kara, how can we fight this? As soon as our artillery fires, the Stuka's death scream will arrive within 5 minutes, directly destroying the cannon and its men along with them. So, in just a few days, the Principality of Kara was liberated by the Great Yin. However, the Principality of Kara fared better than the Principality of Kroti. Ladny took his family with him, before fleeing, leading over 400,000 defeated soldiers, and their families, to the Principality of Lanlot. Isn't that better than Chris? Chris, are you cursing again? The two empires began to rebuild their latest defenses. Human wisdom finally erupted. They began building underground defenses against the sturdy mountain and concentrated all their magicians to accelerate the development of magical weapons. But isn't it a little too late now? Lion was somewhat surprised upon hearing this news. Only after being beaten do you realize the pain and change. It's never too late to mend the fences after the sheep have been lost. But the Yin won't give you this opportunity. What surprised Lion, however, was the actions of the Dwarf Empire and the Holy See. The Holy See extended an alliance invitation to the Holy Kara Empire and the Holy Southern Empire. But both empires rejected it without hesitation. The reasons given by both countries were the same. We ally only with humans. You're a bunch of Vatican lackeys. Are you worthy of an alliance with us? Some things may be settled, but we are the people of the Holy Empire, not the Vatican's dogs." The Holy Vatican was instantly silenced, and King Baldwin of the Holy Vatican was at a loss for words. Meanwhile, envoys from the Dwarf Empire secretly traveled to both countries and met with the two emperors. The Dwarf Empire offered to provide weapons to both countries to help them defeat the Great Yin. The price was to open their markets, allow the dwarves to purchase minerals from the Holy Empire, and allow them to open factories. Before the dwarf envoy could finish his words, Lebny and Chris both refused. Chris simply drove the dwarf envoy away. Lebny, on the other hand, personally killed the dwarf envoy, uttering the most courageous words Lebny had spoken in his 16 years, as he inherited the Duchy of Kara. "I'm not as brave and skilled as my father and ancestors. I'm just an ordinary man, but I can tell right from wrong. Even if the fighting in our Holy Empire gets chaotic, it's our own business, not yours, a bunch of disgusting dwarves. Did you know? Father said that most of you dwarves are just a bunch of selfish, sick little dwarves. I can't defeat Dian, but as the Grand Duke of Kara, the Holy Kara Emperor, my stature prohibits surrender. Even so, I won't accept your dirty offers, you cunning bastards." He then severed the dwarf's head with a single blow and tossed it to his deputy, telling him to go back and tell Envari. The Holy Empire will always be the empire of the Imperials, not the dwarves, who can lay grievances. Otherwise, the Empire's armies will crush the Dwarf Empire. Envari sneered upon hearing this. Where does the courage come from someone facing extinction? Envari gazed at the numerous magic crystal airships within the secret base before him, his eyes filled with ambition. If dreams could do it back then, why couldn't he? The dwarves will eventually stand at the top of the world. The Western Elf Empire is just the beginning, the Eastern Elf Empire. After hearing what Leon had said, he couldn't help but feel a touch of admiration for the Grand Duke. Laban had distinguished right from wrong, choosing to aid the Empire in the war against the Orc Empire, but now he was drifting further and further away from it. And now he stood against the Great Flame. Since he was an opponent, he must treat him with the utmost caution. The highest respect for someone worthy of admiration is to defeat him with all your might. Lion also learned of Lebny's actions from the Intelligence Bureau. He discovered that Lebny was a good nobleman who had never oppressed the people. Under his leadership, the Principality of Kara grew ever stronger. And after investigation, Lebny was found to be a noble who supported the Empire. And his support was absolute. Lion was deeply puzzled. Why would he stand against the Empire? Or rather, why would he stand against Great Yin? Being against Great Yin was acceptable, given the class differences. But Lebny's split from the Empire left Leon deeply puzzled. What was the real conspiracy? Lion knew it was definitely not that simple. He immediately ordered the Intelligence Bureau to investigate, but just then, news arrived from the Nanshuan City shipyard. Lion nearly jumped when he heard the news. The thing he had been waiting for was finally revealed. Chapter 259. Yes, the latest news has arrived from the Nanshuan port shipyard. One of the two aircraft carriers has been launched. It's the Essex-class aircraft carrier, also known as the Dumpling-class aircraft carrier. The Essex-class aircraft carrier has a displacement of 1,000 tons at full load. It uses a magic crystal drive, reaching a maximum speed of 40 knots. It can carry up to 103 carrier-based aircraft. Lion has been preparing for this new toy for a long time. He prepared over 200 modified Stuka bombers in advance. Equipped with a carrier hook, they have carrier landing capabilities, and their engine power has been increased, allowing the Stuka bombers to reach takeoff speed faster. Initially, Lion planned to manufacture the Stuka C, which was originally intended for use on Zeppelin aircraft carriers. After all, folding-wing carrier-based aircraft allow aircraft carriers to carry more aircraft, thus enhancing their ground attack capabilities. In addition to these over 100 carrier-based aircraft, there were also 12 twin-linked 127mm naval guns, 68 40mm anti-aircraft guns, and 55 20mm anti-aircraft guns. Martial virtue was abundant. As soon as the aircraft carrier put to sea, Lion received the news and immediately rushed directly to Nanshuan City with Baryan. Ignoring Queen Sif's banquet, Baryan and Lion teleported directly. Nanshuan Harbor. The sudden appearance of the two startled everyone, and the port's magic detection alarm instantly went off. The security forces responsible for guarding Nanshuan Harbor immediately surrounded them, but upon seeing that it was Lion, they were stunned. But Lion's attention was elsewhere. He was fixed on the Essex-class aircraft carrier, which was leaving Nanshuan Harbor for sea trials. Watching the aircraft carrier sailing toward the sea at dusk, Leon shed a few tears for unknown reasons. The soldiers beside him were somewhat bewildered. Only Leon understood the significance of the aircraft carrier to him, a time traveler. A century-old navy, without an aircraft carrier, is nothing but empty talk. In his previous life, the aircraft carriers had come into being after untold hardships. In this world, he must fill the entire ocean with Great Yan's aircraft carriers. Hi, don't come over here. The shipyard staff, who received the news, initially thought it was because the leader hadn't been informed, and the leader felt a little sad. Everyone lowered their heads. Lion, seeing them, realized his own loss of composure. He then spoke. "It's okay, I just got some sand in my eye. How are the aircraft carrier stats?" Then everyone, relieved, spoke one after another. Currently, the aircraft carrier is operating normally, meeting the specifications on the blueprint. Don't worry, leader. The Great Yan shipyard will definitely make the Great Yan Navy shine worldwide. Lion nodded and said affirmatively. Thank you for your hard work, and for your dedication to the Yin. Everyone felt a little embarrassed. This was praise from their leader. As they chatted, a carrier-based version of the Stuka bomber approached from a distance. Leon knew he was being a little anxious, but with the expedition imminent, he needed to be quick. The Stuka was piloted by Air Force Ace Allen, and his co-pilot was Air Marshal Carl. Carl was there to protect Allen in the event of an accident, and to safeguard the carrier from damage. At that moment, everyone in the harbor was watching this scene. Many workers, just off work, gazed at the aircraft carrier from outside the cordon. They couldn't help but marvel at the sheer size of this ship. Some sharp-eyed individuals, seeing the incoming Stuka and the runway, immediately understood that this massive vessel was designed for landing aircraft. Many didn't understand, while others seemed to understand. But they all watched the scene before them. Witnessing this historic moment, watching the Stuka fly lower and lower, approaching the aircraft carrier, everyone understood what it was doing, and at the same time, they worried for the pilot. Can they land? The deck looked so small. Allen looked at the aircraft carrier sailing on the sea before him. This was the only home for carrier-based aircraft. Can he pull it off? During training at the airport, the deck area was simply marked on the runway for training purposes. But now that actual combat had finally begun, Allen would be lying if he said he wasn't nervous. Allen took out the necklace hanging from his neck and looked at the word VIA engraved on it. Then he stuffed the necklace back into his pocket and began to land the Stuka. I can definitely do it. I managed a 300-meter maximum pull-up and a Hartmann roll. So why can't I do this landing? The Stuka edged closer to the carrier. The sailors on the carrier's deck watched the approaching Stuka with a wave of nervousness. On the bridge, Chester watched the Stuka in the air, his heart in his throat. Come on, let us all witness this historic moment. Allen maneuvered the Stuka down, landing safely on the carrier. The landing hook firmly hooked onto the arresting cable, and the Stuka bomber came to a steady stop on the aircraft carrier. The sailors on the carrier instantly cheered. The workers and civilians on the shore also cheered. Although they didn't know the purpose of an aircraft carrier, this earth-shattering drop shocked them. And these Air Force and Navy soldiers who protected the skies of Great Yan deserved their respect. They applauded without hesitation. Listening to the cheers from the aircraft carrier and the cheers from the crowd at the distant harbor, Allen's heart finally settled. He had done it. The sailors excitedly picked up Allen and tossed him into the air. But co-pilot Carl had a look of resentment on his face. Why not me? Just because I'm an old man? Watching the Stuka bomber land safely, Leon smiled and spoke to the shipyard staff. This aircraft carrier before us is the product of everyone's hard work, and we are all from Nanchuan City. So let's name Great Yan's first aircraft carrier the Nanchuan. Great Yan will never forget anyone who has made a contribution. You deserve to be remembered, and I will have the Navy engrave the names of all the personnel who helped build this carrier on the aircraft carrier's bridge. Your names will shine with this carrier. Everyone was stunned for a moment after hearing Leon's words. They hadn't expected their leader to be so kind to them. For a moment, they didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Lion looked at the crowd before him, at the aircraft carrier in the distance at dusk, and he had already determined the exact date for the war between the East Elf Empire and the West Elf Empire. After dealing with the shipyard, Leon, with Barion's help, returned to the East Elf Empire and went directly to Sif to discuss the date for the East Elf Empire to start the war. Chapter 260. Sif looked at Leon, who had come to see her so late at night, and was initially unsure. At first, she thought Leon was asking her to do something shameful. Sif, not impossible. But as she looked at Barian, Chester, and Carl standing nearby, Sif realized the seriousness of the situation. She then asked, Leader Leon, what are you doing? After hearing Sif's words, Leon glanced around and gestured for Sif's maids to leave the palace. Sif immediately dismissed her attendants and turned serious. Leon also spoke. Queen Sif, when do you plan to launch the unification war? After Leon finished speaking, the room fell silent. Even Sif's expression was solemn. Although she had already planned to launch the unification war, Leon and his men coming to ask for the specific time was unexpected. Sif then spoke with a serious expression. The unification war was originally scheduled to begin in 5 days, but you, leader, seem to have other ideas? Dian already possesses weapons capable of striking deeply into the Western Elf Empire. Leon nodded and gave his answer. Now with an aircraft carrier, it means we can reach the Western Elf Empire via the inland sea and launch airstrikes along its coast. At the same time, the carrier-based version of the Stuka has been modified, replacing its fuel engine with a magic crystal engine. This allows the magic crystals to be stored in the same fuel tanks. This will provide a greater combat radius. With a 1,000 kilogram bomb load, the Stuka bomber equipped with the magic crystal engine can achieve a combat radius of 1,500 kilometers. This means that if the Nanchuan aircraft carrier reaches the coastal areas of the Western Elf Empire, it can bomb nearly 1/3 of the empire. Furthermore, Stukas launched from the Eastern Elf Empire can also cover nearly 1/3 of the Western Elf Empire. This puts over half of the Western Elf Empire's territory within the strike range of the Great Yin Air Force. Upon hearing this, Sif's expression flashed with sudden realization, but then turned serious. Since you, the leader, have spoken, the battle plan must be advanced. I'd like to advance it, but I always been afraid you wouldn't agree. Listening to Sif's words, Leon realized there was a hidden meaning behind her words. He then put on an expression of attentive listening. Keys and the others also fell silent. According to a source I know in the highest echelons of the Western Elf Empire, the Dwarf Empire has sent a large amount of aid to the Western Elf Empire. In return, the Western Elf Empire has now been completely reduced to a vassal of the Dwarf Empire, and many elves have committed suicide, unable to bear the humiliation. So, this is why I'm so eager to attack. I don't want to see my people suffer any longer. Sif's eyes welled up as she finished speaking. Leon lowered his head, reflecting on the reports the Intelligence Bureau had given him recently. The Intelligence Bureau's activities have been significantly impacted recently, as most of the Western Elf Empire's agents have been forced to remain silent. It seems that because the Dwarf Empire is currently expanding its factories, a large number of elves have been forcibly brought into the factories, and as a result, many agents have been taken in. At first, Leon hadn't imagined these factories were so dark. The silence of many agents led to a distorted intelligence report on the Western Elf Empire. Leon's understanding of dwarven factories was still limited to those with a more conscientious nature. He had no idea of the blood factories built by the Western dwarves. But as he listened to Sif's words, Leon gradually sensed something was amiss and began to inquire about the truth. Sif patiently explained the current situation of the Western elves. As Sif spoke, Leon grew increasingly furious. He was not only angry at the persecution of the Western elves, but also at the contempt for the self-proclaimed righteous dwarven empire. Originally, Sif was unaware of this situation because the Western Elf Empire's high-pressure control silenced everyone, including the high-ranking elves bribed by Dian. Sif only learned of this news through the highest elves in the Western Elf Empire. She learned of the situation from them. The elf had told Sif this in the hope that she would come soon to save the elves. Lion's heart was already surging. As he listened to Sif's description of the factory, negative memories flooded back. Because his predecessors in previous lives had also experienced such dark times. Lion then looked at Carl, who suddenly became serious. Leader, please give the order. The Air Force currently has 2,879 fighter jets ready to obey your orders. Caddis was not to be outdone. Although the Armored Corps cannot be withdrawn to the mainland at this time, Dian still has 2 infantry corps with 400,000 men ready to fight for you. Chester saw something was wrong, and was about to speak when he realized the Navy had nothing to offer. Aircraft carrier? The carrier-based aircraft pilots haven't arrived yet? Dreadnoughts? There are only about 10 of them right now. But now that they've both spoken, the Navy can't afford to lose face. Report to the leader. The Navy's 214 Königsberg cruisers, 12 dreadnoughts, and a newly commissioned Nanchuan are ready for battle. Chester roared at the top of his lungs, his voice drowning out Keatis and Carl. Although our Navy is currently the weakest, we can't afford to lose face. Looking at the 3 people competing with each other, Leon twitched his lips. You 3 really know how to play. After a brief internal rant, Leon looked calmly at Sif. Sif also knew it was time to prepare for war. The unification war she longed for was finally here. Report to the leader. The Elven Empire's 2.4 million troops are ready. Ready to rescue their compatriots. Leon nodded in satisfaction, then glanced at Carl, a sudden thought coming to mind. Marshal Carl, prepare to transfer your Air Force pilots to Chester. Ah, Commander. That won't do. They're my Air Force treasures. Carl, realizing Leon was asking for them, immediately began to smooth things over. Don't waste time. The carrier still needs carrier-based aircraft. Remember to send Ace Pilot Alan over too. The carrier needs experienced pilots like Alan right now. Leon was overwhelmed. No, Commander. I can give you other pilots, but Alan is my treasure. Can you please not take him away from me? Carl instantly feigned deep sorrow. Stop pretending. We worked together for so many years, who wouldn't know you're faking it? Hand them over now. Or I take them. Chester pushed Carl away impatiently. So what if you're pretending? I won't let you take him away from me. Can you beat me? Even if I can't, I fight. You can't take my Alan away. Without Alan, what's the point of being an Air Force Marshal? Soon, the sound of fighting rang out from the Elven Palace, followed by the heartbroken cries of Karna. Chapter 261. After determining the time for the attack, the army must determine the location. From which locations would the War of Unification be launched? After Carl's pleadings were in vain, Alan, the ace pilot, was assigned to the aircraft carrier. At the very least, Alan would need to fly carrier-based aircraft to participate in the current War of Unification and the upcoming expedition. So no matter how Carl argued, he couldn't change this fact. He could only tearfully eat 3 large bowls of food to calm himself. Soon, several people began to discuss the specific attack plan. Everyone began to discuss and formulate the attack plan. At first, Sif proposed a direct all-out attack, breaking through the Western Elf Empire's defenses in one fell swoop, and then steadily advancing. It wasn't that the Eastern Elf Empire didn't want a blitzkrieg, but they simply didn't have enough armored units. The Eastern Elf Empire only had a large number of infantry. At most, they had only 200 armored units, while the Western Elf Empire, with the support of the Dwarf Empire, had begun to rapidly expand its armored forces. For this reason, Leon had no choice but to order the arsenal to transport some tanks that were under repair or had been replaced. However, before this, Leon received a piece of reliable information. Specifically, it was about the weapons and equipment the Dwarf Empire was providing to the Western Elf Empire. The Dwarf Empire was worried that the Great Yin Air Force would take off from the Eastern Elf Empire and bomb the Dwarf Empire's aid storage centers. Therefore, they established warehouses for storing war supplies along the western coast of the Western Elf Empire. Weapons and equipment could be transported directly from the Northern Dwarf Principality to the Western Elf Empire via shipping. Everyone, including the Dwarf Empire, thought they could rest easy. But what they didn't know was that Yin was about to launch an airstrike on their war supply center. After learning that the Dwarf Empire had transported all its weapons and equipment to Sucrose, a coastal city on the western coast of the Western Elf Empire, Lion decided to bomb that city. However, what Leon couldn't have anticipated was the scene unfolding in Sucrose, due to the Western Elf Empire's extremely low transportation efficiency. The Dwarf Empire had already transported all its weapons and equipment to Sucrose. But due to the Western Elf Empire's low transportation efficiency, it was unable to remove all of them. This resulted in a large amount of weapons and equipment piling up in Sucrose. Lion immediately realized this was a godsend. If Sucrose could be bombed, it would deal a heavy blow to the Western Elf Empire. According to information obtained at the cost of their lives by intelligence agents, over half of the Western Elf Empire soldiers were still not fully equipped. And nearly all of that half's weapons were in Sucrose. A godsend. The elves were clever, storing their equipment in Sucrose City. Sucrose City is nearly 7,000 kilometers from the Eastern Elf Empire. This meant that even B-29 bombers couldn't carry out a strike. But that didn't mean there were no other options. After all, the aircraft carriers had already been deployed. In fact, Leon had considered having the magicians use aerial refueling to send B-29s to bomb Sucrose City, but due to the immaturity of the technology, it was difficult to guarantee a large-scale airstrike without incident. The last time we went to reinforce Knight's Castle, several B-29s crashed due to supply problems. Thankfully, the pilots parachuted in time, and there were no casualties. But this also made Leon even more cautious about this technology. It still takes time to accumulate and mature, so, this time, let the Stukas carry out the bombing. The group quickly finalized the plan to bomb Sucrose City. The Great Yin Navy, led by Chester, was ordered to cross the inland sea and reach the surface no more than 100 kilometers from Sucrose City. At this time, the fleet was divided into 2 groups. 20 Königsberg cruisers were left to protect the aircraft carriers. The remaining Königsberg cruisers, led by the dreadnoughts, joined the Stuka bombers in launching an attack on Sukra city. The dreadnoughts approached the shore and launched a salvo of their naval guns. They would never have imagined that the Great Yin would so brazenly attack the Western Elf Empire. Sif said with some concern. Wouldn't that be too much of a bully for the Western Elf Empire? Leon said with a smile. Queen Sif, have you heard the saying? Being behind doesn't necessarily mean you be beaten. It's just that I don't want to fight you. The Western Elf Empire is not only behind, but it's also moving towards becoming the enemy of Great Yin. Do you think it's necessary to endure this? Listening to Leon's words, Sif pondered for a moment. Standing nearby, Keates formulated a land attack plan for the Eastern Elf Empire. Under the cover of 2,000 fighter jets, the Eastern Elf Empire would launch a full-scale offensive along its 2,000-kilometer border. Of course, a full-scale offensive requires selecting targets. And the Western Elf Empire was defending against the Eastern Elf Empire's attack. Taking advantage of this winter, a very strong defense line was built. Over 200 kilometers of permanent fortifications, and over 800 kilometers of trenches and barbed wire. This series of defenses will greatly hinder the East Elf Empire's offensive. So what should be done? Even Sif was troubled, and Keates beside her was trying to figure out how to crack this tortoise shell. Carl said, since the enemy has constructed such a sophisticated defense line, we need to develop an even more sophisticated plan to counter it. So I believe our Air Force is up to the task. So I asked that Alan. Carl was stopped by Leon before he could finish. This map of Yin State is still too short. After all, you haven't forgotten your original intention. The true purpose is revealed. Carl was somewhat at a loss after his subtle thoughts were seen through. Lion looked at the map and spoke. Since the Western Elf Empire has already established such a strong defense here, there's no need to deploy additional troops there. This would only lead to unnecessary casualties. Listening to Leon's words, everyone fell into deep thought. Could we possibly conduct another beach landing? Chester voiced his thoughts. A beach landing is possible, but it must be a two-pronged approach. Have we forgotten? There's also the concept of a detour? Lion then pointed to the Demon Empire, situated above the Eastern Elf Empire on the map. Perhaps in the past, the Demon Empire would have absolutely forbidden foreign armies from passing through it. But now, the Demon Empire can't afford to offend Great Yin. And Liziphus knew that Leon needed the Demon Empire to defend Great Yin from the Papal States. So, he wasn't worried that Leon would seize the opportunity to launch an attack on the Demon Empire. This is diplomacy. There are no permanent friends, only permanent interests. Listening to Leon's proposed plan to bypass the defenses, everyone's eyes lit up. It seems feasible. Western Elf, danger. Chapter 262. After a night of discussion, everyone finalized the battle plan. First, the Eastern Elf Empire's army was divided into 3 parts. 400,000 troops would launch a frontal attack, while the remaining 2 million would be divided into 2 parts. One would bypass the Demon Empire from the north, while the other would follow the Great Yin fleet and prepare for a landing operation along the coast of the Western Elf Empire. The attack would begin when the Great Yin Air Force began bombing the defenses. And at the same time as the Air Force bombed the Western Elf Empire's defenses, the Great Yin Navy would simultaneously launch a bombing raid on Sukra city. This would completely stun the Western Elf Empire. As the battle plan was finalized, everyone began preparing for the upcoming battle. The people of Great Yin had also noticed a difference in the military factories recently. Huge quantities of weapons and equipment were being shipped out by the truckload daily. The number of military trains had nearly doubled. The spies of various countries in Great Yin had also noticed this unusual situation. But soon, news spread from Great Yin that this was military training in preparation for the upcoming expedition. This successfully caused the various nations to relax their vigilance. This was especially true of the Dwarf Empire. At first, the Dwarf Empire thought that Great Yin was planning an attack on the Western Elf Empire. But upon discovering that a large amount of weapons and equipment had been transported to Nanchuan City, they assumed that Great Yin was strengthening its naval equipment, and so paid little attention. What they didn't know was that sending these weapons and equipment to Nanchuan City was merely a deception. A large amount of weapons and equipment had already been transported to the Eastern Elf Empire via transport aircraft. Even the so-called additional military trains were merely a deception. They thought this was a call for reinforcements against the Holy Empire. Time flew by, and less than 72 hours remained until the war began. Nanchuan City, Nanchuan Harbor at night. Nearly 100 warships were leaving the massive port one after another. Many more were already cruising nearby, awaiting the full deployment of the fleet. Soon, A fleet of over 200 warships vanished into the night. They were bound for the Western Elf Empire at full speed. They were expected to reach the coast of Sucraz, the Western Elf city, in exactly 72 hours. They would be the first troops deployed, and they would have a long voyage to reach their destination. They were the most important players inside the capital. Leon sat by the window, gazing out at the brightly lit Sin City silent. The aircraft factory had already begun manufacturing the bare-bones Mi-24 attack helicopters. Mi-8 transport aircraft were also on the agenda. Although these helicopters were products of the Cold War, De Yen could only produce empty shells at the moment. Fire control systems, radar, and the like were not yet available. The helicopters could only be crudely equipped with 2 M2 heavy machine guns. Add a 37mm cannon and 8 rockets. As for other powerful weapons, like anti-tank missiles, we have to wait. Meanwhile, missile development was also progressing steadily. The successful development of the V-2 rocket greatly accelerated missile development. It significantly reduced the size of the V-2 rocket and increased its magic crystal utilization. It also increased its range to 1,200 kilometers. This could already be considered a medium-range ballistic missile. And while it used a crude manual remote control, it couldn't withstand a range of 1,200 kilometers. The improved V-2 rocket was called the V-2 Kai. To ensure the Navy could successfully destroy the city of Sucraz this time, Lion equipped the fleet with 48 V-2 Kai missiles. And 4 Königsberg cruisers were converted into missile ships. So-called missile ships, to be honest, they simply removed 2 155mm guns and built a silo similar to a skylight. Very simple and crude. But why bother with so much? Just make it work. That's war, use everything you can. That's war. 48 V-2 Kai missiles, plus 100 Stukas and 12 dreadnoughts, should be enough to take down the city of Sucraz, right? A 1-ton warhead, once launched, could create a deadly zone with a radius of over 100 meters. Everyone within that zone would be utterly decimated, and their teammates wouldn't be able to regroup. Even the Sani Iron Tower would have shaken its head. And the terrifying thing is that the shockwave it creates affects people within a few hundred meters. 48 missiles should be enough, right? Lion wondered if he should add a few more. Sucraz City. Thank you. And so, the Great Flame Fleet set off, armed with ample military virtue. At the same time, the entire Eastern Elf Empire's military was mobilized, with large numbers of troops moving north and south. The troop movements made the Western Elf Empire across the way nervous. However, the northern troops were concentrated on the border of the Demon Empire, which gave the Western Elf Empire some relief. These Eastern Elf Empire soldiers also clashed with the Demon Empire's troops. The Western Elf Empire, witnessing this scene, could not help but mock the Eastern Elf short-sightedness. They were actually at odds with the Demon Empire at this critical juncture. But what the Western Elf Empire could never have anticipated was the Eastern Elf Empire's intention in marching south. However, the Eastern Elf Empire soon released news. A lord in the south had rebelled and attempted to join the Western Elf Empire. This delighted the Western Elf Empire immensely. They immediately dispatched troops from the north to the south, attempting to support this so-called lord. The withdrawal of troops from the Western Elf Empire's northern defenses played right into the Eastern Elf Empire's trap. To further enhance the charade, Leon even had Demon King Latiface order the Demon Empire's troops to open fire. The two sides staged a grand spectacle. Latiface was initially reluctant, but Leon offered 2 free Zeppelins in exchange for his cooperation. After a brief moment of reflection, Latiface agreed. It's foolish not to earn money. Western Elf Empire? I'd rather die than let my friend die. So, after the Eastern Elf Empire and the Demon Empire clashed, the nobles of the Western Elf Empire were overjoyed. They desperately hoped that the Eastern Elf Empire and the Demon Empire would both suffer losses, allowing the Western Elf Empire to take advantage of the situation. The surrounding nations were stunned by this sudden development. Why had the Eastern Elf Empire and the Demon Empire become enemies? Spies in the Demon Empire provided intelligence that both sides were indeed engaging in daily artillery fire, with some casualties. This forced all nations to believe that the two nations were about to fight. Only the two countries and Great Yin knew. Casualties? Wouldn't so many captives and nobles be of great use? Time slipped away, and the Western Elf Empire and the Dwarf Empire lost precious time. The Western Elf Empire would eventually pay the price for its arrogance. Chapter 263. Soon, 72 hours passed, and at dawn on the third day, over 1,000 aircraft took off from an airfield near the border of the Eastern Elf Empire. Under the cover of the sun, they flew westward, bombing all Western Elf Empire fortresses along the way, and especially the northern part of the Western Elf Empire. This was an area of particular concern to the Great Yin Air Force. Over 500 bombers targeted the northern region of the Western Elf Empire. They bombed the northern defenses bordering the Demon Empire and the Eastern Elf Empire to the ground. The Demon Empire and Eastern Elf Empire armies, having received the order, simultaneously ceased fire. Then came an unexpected order: let the Eastern Elf Empire army pass through the Demon Empire. At first, neither the Demon Empire nor the Eastern Elf Empire army understood this order. But when they saw the overwhelming swarm of great flame warplanes flying overhead, they finally realized their presence was merely a show. Under the orders of Demon Emperor Latifase, the Demon Empire army made way for the Eastern Elf Empire army. The Eastern Elf Empire army then advanced unimpeded into the Southern Demon Empire. Then, with a 90-degree turn, they bypassed the Western Elf Empire's defenses and advanced into the northern part of the Western Elf Empire. To allow the Northern Army to expand their gains and establish a bridgehead, Sith deployed the Eastern Elf Empire's only armored brigade in the north to support the army's advance into the Western Elf Empire. The Western Elf Empire's northern defense line. A veteran soldier of the Western Elf Empire, observing the shivering new recruit before him, couldn't help but pat him on the shoulder. "Don't be afraid, child. We're here. If a fight breaks out, just hide. The East Elves won't make things difficult for you, because we're all family. It's these nobles above us that have forced us to separate." The new recruit nodded tearfully. "By the way, I haven't asked your name yet. Where's your home?" "Whose home?" The veteran soldier took out an apple and pressed it into the new recruit's hand. The new recruit looked at the veteran soldier, finally accepted the apple, and after calming down, spoke. "My name is Lehman. I'm originally from the Northern Moon Elves. But due to the war, I was forced to follow my parents and sister south, but my sister got lost along the way. When the war finally ended, and I thought our family could finally be reunited, the dwarves set their sights on our tailor's shop. To force my parents to hand over the secret recipe, they joined forces with the nobles and forced me into the army. I don't know how my sister and parents are doing now." Lehman lowered his head as he spoke. The veteran soldier hugged Lehman and comforted him. "The children will all be gone, and the things will definitely be reunited." "Why?" Lehman asked. "Because haven't you noticed? Although the Eastern Elves and the demons are fighting, both sides have been bombarding each other and haven't sent any troops to engage in combat. I'm certain this is all just a show, and the Eastern Elf Empire will soon launch a war of unification," the veteran said confidently, his eyes gleaming with hope. Lehman's eyes lit up with hope upon hearing this. The next second, a sudden, intense roar echoed from the distant sky. The veteran immediately climbed out of the trench and gazed into the distance. The sun's glare blinded the veteran, but he could still make out the approaching bombers, shielded by the sun. "Enemy attack! It's the Great Yin Air Force. Take cover." The veteran jumped into the trench, grabbed Lehman, and ran towards the air raid shelter, warning his comrades along the way. All the soldiers immediately panicked, for the Great Yin was truly approaching. Woo! Before the veteran and Lehman could even enter the air raid shelter, the sound they feared most rang out from the sky. The death scream of the Stukas. Over 20 Stuka bombers broke away from formation and began bombing the immediate defense line. The remaining bombers continued forward, striking targets further afield. As the veteran and Lehman entered the air raid shelter, the Stuka bombs began to rain down. Boom, boom, boom. Feeling the terrifying vibrations, Lehman, a child who had never experienced war, burst into tears. The people in the air raid shelter didn't laugh at Lehman, as many of them had been forced into it. No one had the right to laugh at anyone else. The Stuka raid was so sudden that over half the elven soldiers didn't have time to enter the air raid shelter, and were instantly reduced to ash. However, before these soldiers could even catch their breath, a barrage of shells began to fall. Boom, boom, boom. The Eastern Elf Artillery Division stationed opposite began its bombardment. Many soldiers were puzzled, as this line of defense was meant to defend against the Demon Empire. But why was it being attacked by the Great Flame? The old soldier suddenly had a thought and spoke to Lehman. "You be home soon, because the Eastern Elves are coming soon." Woo! The next second, the distant sound of elven attack horns rang out. Some observers could only crawl out of the air raid shelter under fire to see what was happening. But what these elven soldiers didn't expect was to see Eastern Elf soldiers on Demon Empire soil. "Prepare for battle." The observer immediately issued a warning. The soldiers in the air raid shelter sat down in unison, as if they hadn't heard the order. For everyone knew they were finally about to be liberated. The observer knew it too, so he retreated back into hiding. A look of relief finally crossed their faces. They were finally free from the oppression of the nobles, but the next second, Their commander walked in, roaring at the soldiers sitting on the ground. "Everyone, pick up your guns and fight." But the crowd remained unmoved, and one elven soldier fired back. "We don't want to fight for you damn nobles anymore. I want to go home." The commander drew his gun and pointed it at the soldier in front of him. "Are you going or not? I'm telling you, if you don't, my lieutenant will report the situation, and your family will be implicated." Hearing the commander's words, the elven soldiers finally panicked. What they cared about most was their families back home. Lyman looked at the veteran, somewhat bewildered. The veteran sighed, patted Lyman's neck, and bit his lip. "Follow me later, and you be home." Lyman nodded fearfully. Soon, under fire, the Western Elf soldiers took up their respective battle positions. But then a scene struck them unacceptably. The Eastern Elves were attacking under the cover of tanks. Chapter 264. The Armored Brigade launched an attack under artillery cover. A large number of infantry followed the armored units, ready to charge once they reached their positions. The Western Elf soldiers, observing the armored units covering the infantry's attack, immediately requested artillery support from the rear. But they were doomed to receive none, because their artillery positions had been destroyed by the Great Yin Air Force. Before the battle began, the Great Yin Intelligence Bureau had already obtained the locations of the artillery positions. This, however, came at a heavy price for the agency. But intelligence work is like that. It's very possible to face death just by passing on a single piece of information. But they didn't shrink from the prospect of sacrifice. From the first day, they became intelligence officers. They knew their fate. Equipped with this intelligence, the Air Force quickly attacked the artillery positions. Now, along the entire Western Elf Empire's defenses, only those hidden fortress guns had survived. Of course, some had slipped through the net. But it no longer mattered. For the Eastern Elf Empire had launched a full-scale offensive. Inside the trenches, the veteran, along with Lehman, lay in the trench, watching the charging Eastern Elf Empire army, the overwhelming armored forces. The veteran's heart had been shaken countless times. He hadn't imagined that in just a few months, the Eastern Elves had become so powerful. Meanwhile, the Western Elves were still complacent, lingering in their own isolation, hoping to rely on outsiders for salvation. Although the Eastern Elf Empire relied on the weapons and equipment of the Great Flame, it was undeniable that it was also working hard on its own. Because De Yin only provided weapons and equipment, but the morale of both sides was completely different. Is there any point in continuing the battle? The veteran was confused. Before the Eastern Elf Empire's armored and infantry could reach their positions, the Eastern Elf Empire's artillery fire had already crushed the Western Elf Empire soldiers. The commander, with his soldiers constantly trapped in the trenches, was bombarded. As a nobleman, he could not accept such a frustrating battle. He immediately ordered his soldiers to prepare for a charge. The soldiers' faces were filled with disbelief upon hearing this order. However, the noble commander said this: "You are warriors of the Western Elf Empire. I cannot die in such a cowardly way under artillery fire. We must charge and relentlessly drive the enemy back." Listening to the commander's almost frantic command, the soldiers all shook their heads in unison. They didn't want to be buried with the Western Elf Empire, they just wanted to go home. Why continue fighting when they could just surrender? Why continue working for these damn nobles? What did they gain? They fought on the front lines, while the nobles in the rear indulged in debauchery and extravagance. Was our sacrifice meaningful? Was this country still worth defending? Looking at the reluctant soldiers, the commanders forced them into battle at gunpoint. They threatened that if they didn't charge, their actions would be reported to the rear, and their families would be immediately implicated. The soldiers weren't unwilling to charge. It was simply because such a charge was pointless. In other words, using flesh and blood to fight against a torrent of steel, no one with a sane mind would do such a thing. But did these nobles really have brains? All the soldiers fell silent. Just as the Great Yin Air Force began its assault on the Western Elf defenses, the Great Yin Navy was ready. Dozens of Königsberg cruisers bombarded the cities along the southern coast of the Western Elf Empire. And 100,000 Eastern Elf soldiers had begun landing along the southern coast. Although the Great Yin landing in the Principality of Croat had served as a warning to all nations, they had begun fortifying their coastal areas. But having never experienced resisting a landing, how could they possibly combine barbed wire, mines, and machine gun emplacements? The so-called defense was a joke. Under the onslaught of dozens of Königsberg cruisers, these simple trenches and positions were blown skyward. With minimal casualties, the Eastern Elves successfully captured a beachhead and easily established a bridgehead. Of course, these troops landing on the southern coast were merely a decoy, or rather, their fundamental purpose was to tie down the Western Elf Empire's main force. For the central protagonist of this war was the Eastern Elf Army, charged with attacking the North. Every major drama requires supporting actors, but supporting actors are indispensable. Soon, news of the Eastern Elf Empire's declaration of war spread throughout the Western Elf Empire. When the Western Elf Empire learned of this news, the nobles of the entire empire fell into panic. This was because the Eastern Elf Empire's army had simply split into two groups, easily bypassing the carefully constructed defenses. And most terrifyingly, the vast majority of its forces were concentrated near the defensive line, but the Eastern Elf Empire had completely bypassed it. This meant that the Eastern Elf Empire could march directly into the Western Elf Empire. The entire Western Elf Empire was now in chaos, and many dwarf capitalists close to the Eastern Elf Empire had already begun packing up their belongings and preparing to flee. However, they had no intention of leaving the Western Elf Empire, as they knew that the Dwarf Empire had already provided the Western Elf Empire with weapons and equipment sufficient to equip a 3 million man army. With these 3 million troops, could the Western Elf not defeat the Eastern Elf? With only 2.4 million? Facts have proven that using superior forces against inferior forces does not necessarily guarantee victory. And what no one could have imagined was that De Yen had long been eyeing this shipment of weapons and equipment. 30 kilometers off the coast of Sucras, the Nanshuan aircraft carrier, escorted by over 20 Königsberg cruisers, was making preparations for battle. A large number of carrier-based aircraft began their final pre-takeoff checks. They were about to carry out the bombing mission for Sucras. 12 dreadnoughts and 100 Königsberg cruisers were approaching Sucras. Under the combined attack of naval guns and bombers, could Sucra's weaponry survive? And there were 48 V-2 modified rockets. With this level of martial virtue, it could flatten an entire city. At 8 a.m., with the sun already high in the sky, Chester ordered an airstrike. Carrier-based aircraft took off one after another, circling around the aircraft carriers. Once all the aircraft had taken off, they launched a coordinated attack on Sucras. In Sucras, the dwarven blood factories were still operating, the elves were still weeping, the dwarven capitalists were reveling, and the elven nobles were enjoying themselves. None of them could have imagined that a bombing they would never forget was about to begin. Chapter 265. At this moment, in the city of Sucras, everyone greeted the new day as usual. Many elven workers, coerced by their overseers, reluctantly went to work. The nobles, believing the dwarven capitalists had just fallen asleep, needed to rest to relieve the fatigue of a night of fun. Perhaps these lower-class people disliked them, and were deeply puzzled. Why did they get to enjoy all this? While they toiled day and night? This was reality. In the factory in Sucras, Via looked at the last two female elves, knowing that disaster would befall her in just 2 or 3 days. Because of her unkempt appearance, the dwarves hadn't rushed to attack her. Thus, she had managed to survive until now. But she ultimately couldn't escape the dwarves' clutches. She had decided to commit suicide by poison before they arrived. Via clenched the poison in her hand. It was meant to kill rats. But she hadn't expected to use it. Looking at her fellow elves working, their numb eyes, Via couldn't accept it. Why did things turn out like this after the dwarves came? Everyone could live peacefully and happily in this land, but why did the dwarves' arrival change everything? Via couldn't understand, but the supervisor's pressure made it impossible for her to think further. She had to work for 16 hours. Where was the hope? But just then, the dwarf arrived at the factory and spoke to everyone. Workers, because the boss made some money yesterday, we're giving you a day off today. He's hosting a banquet for everyone to relax and unwind. That's right, last night the dwarf boss earned over 1,000 gold coins from an elven noble. And it turns out that after learning about the dwarf factory's situation, the elven noble offered the dwarf boss a deal. Give the workers a day off, and the elven noble would give the dwarf boss 1,000 gold coins for free. The dwarf boss immediately agreed. After all, his factory only earned a few dozen gold coins a day. So it wasn't that the dwarf boss had a change of heart, but rather that he had gained greater profits. In fact, the boss had originally planned to collect the money while the factory continued to operate. But the elven noble arrived outside the factory early in the morning. This frightened the dwarf boss so much that he immediately ordered the factory to stop working and sent his servants to buy ingredients and hire a chef. Hence, the scene just now unfolded. Everyone was a little incredulous after hearing this, and it took a while to confirm it was true. What Via didn't know was that many factories today were similar to hers. They had all been paid to shut down by many elven nobles. And most of these elven nobles were moon elves. This appears to be an order from Tifinara, the moon elf, emperor of the Western Elven Empire. And, astonishingly, the day after Tifinara's order, Sif, the queen of the Eastern Elves, issued the order to attack the Western Elven Empire. How could anyone believe there wasn't something fishy going on the rooftop of the factory dormitory? Vaya stood alone, gazing at the distant sea. Although work was suspended today, what about tomorrow? When would these days end? The morning sun shone on Vaya. As she gazed at the all-too-familiar sun, she couldn't help but recall her carefree childhood. But could she ever go back to the past? Vaya stayed on the rooftop for a while, preparing to go downstairs. At that moment, an alarm suddenly blared from the city. Soon after, Vaya saw a large number of planes approaching from the eastern sea. Under the cover of the sun, these planes were already very close to Sucra's city. Looking at these familiar planes, Vaya felt a surge of joy. The great flame is coming. She was finally going to be saved, and her compatriots, finally, would escape the clutches of the dwarves. At that moment, alarms rang throughout Sucra's city. Many nobles and dwarven capitalists awoke from their slumbers, frantically demanding to know what had happened. The elven army guarding Sucra's city immediately prepared for battle. In reality, the bombers were only detected because no one had seen them, but because of the Western Elves' magic air defense radar. However, this magic air defense radar seemed rather useless. The detection radius was less than 3 kilometers. 3 kilometers was a fleeting distance for a Stuka bomber. Soon, 100 Stuka bombers were approaching Sucra's city. The elven troops on the shores of Sucra's city immediately used anti-aircraft guns to intercept the Stuka bombers. But these Stuka bomber pilots were no rookies, with only a few months of training. These carrier-based Stuka pilots were veterans of aerial combat, many even daring to dive and drop bombs despite the Demon Empire's nearly mature magical anti-aircraft firepower. How could they be frightened by the Western Elf Empire's sparse anti-aircraft firepower? And they were using imitation Great Flame anti-aircraft guns. With their limited firepower, they couldn't form an effective fire net. The Stukas quickly broke through the defenses. A total of 8 Stuka GS, like Alan, were deployed. Alan and his men were tasked with destroying any anti-aircraft weapons that posed a threat to the bomber formation. The Stuka G's two 37mm cannons rendered the Western Elves' anti-aircraft weapons, whose caliber wasn't even as large as the cannons, useless. So the elves in Sucra City witnessed a strange scene. 8 Stuka bombers were frantically licking the ground, and the Western Elf Empire soldiers below were powerless to return fire. But some brave warriors continued to attack with their anti-aircraft guns. Finally, an elven soldier watched as his anti-aircraft gun hit Alan's plane. He instantly cheered. But the next moment, something unbelievable occurred. Alan's plane had rushed over unscathed. The soldier then clearly saw the magical light flickering on Alan's Stuka fuselage. This guy is not using martial ethics. Using magic, that's right, to enhance the Stuka G's ground attack and defensive capabilities. Lion ordered the aircraft factory to replace all the materials used in the Stuka G with reinforced magic metal. This boosted the original Stuka G's defensive capabilities by several notches. It could even withstand 37mm anti-aircraft fire. A true ground-sweeping attack, diving under the anti-aircraft fire. These 8 Stuka GS easily destroyed the anti-aircraft fire within Sucra City. The only ones left were a few magicians, whose sparse attacks posed little threat to the formation. After confirming the absence of anti-aircraft fire, the bombing began. The Stuka revealed its ferocious face. Chapter 266. Soon, after Alan and his men destroyed the ground-based air defenses, the Stuka formations dispersed, each squad carrying out their assigned mission. The Dwarven Empire's military aid wasn't concentrated in one place, but rather stored in several warehouses. Of course, 100 Stukas probably couldn't destroy all those warehouses at once. But the dreadnoughts were arriving soon. Who could survive a 300mm naval gun? The elves in Sucra City were in a state of panic. Although they had never witnessed a Stuka bombing, the reputation of the Great Yen Air Force was already known far and wide. Especially after hearing the death screams of the diving Stuka bombers, the elves, who had never seen one before, were stunned and at a loss. The dwarven capitalists and elven nobles were terrified. The dwarven and elven soldiers guarding the warehouses were also stunned. For the Stuka bombers were diving towards the warehouses. Without any anti-aircraft firepower, they could only watch helplessly as the Stukas dropped their bombs. A Stuka dropped its 1,000-kilogram pumpkin payload. The aircraft was operating as usual, but the next second, a massive explosion erupted from below, and the powerful turbulence shook the Stuka. The pilot looked down and saw a mushroom cloud rising. "Pilot, calm down, calm down." The co-pilot, maneuvering the machine gun, was stunned. When did bombs become so powerful? This wasn't just one aircraft that encountered this situation. Many bombers, after their first bomb drop, hit ammunition depots. The turbulence caused by the detonation of the ammunition directly caused many Stukas to deviate from their course. The entire city of Sucres was in chaos. Several warehouses were ablaze, and the remaining soldiers were trying to put out the fires and provide relief. But soon, those who survived the explosion, desperate to save the supplies, were mercilessly taken away by death. Some of the ammunition had not detonated, but the fire spread, and the remaining ammunition in the warehouse exploded again. The second explosion killed most of the remaining soldiers, leaving only a few who remained, bewildered and alive. The soldiers struggled to their feet, their faces filled with confusion. Who am I? Where am I? What happened? The air raid came and went quickly. After completing their bombing mission, the 100 Stuka bombers immediately returned to the aircraft carrier to restock their ammunition. Many Stuka bombers had already returned to the aircraft carrier to restock their ammunition. It took a Stuka about 30 to 40 minutes from landing to restocking to taking off again. When the second round of air raids began, the dreadnoughts would also arrive outside Sucres to launch a second attack. At this moment, the deck of the aircraft carrier Nanchuan was bustling with logistics personnel. They were reloading bombers, replacing ammunition, and refueling. As each bomber was refueled, another would take off. This would free up more deck space, and with the Stuka's fuel capacity, it wouldn't be a big problem to hover for half an hour. This would maximize deck utilization. Initially, Chester planned to order the carrier-based aircraft formation to conduct a rotating bombing raid. However, he discovered that concentrated strikes were more effective than rotating bombing raids. Therefore, Chester could only have his carrier-based aircraft circle near the carrier, waiting for all the aircraft to be replenished before launching a new round of air strikes. At this time, the dreadnought was steaming forward, accompanied by hundreds of Königsberg cruisers. They would be the most important force in destroying Sucres City and the protagonists of this battle. However, only 92 Stuka bombers returned to the carrier for resupply. Allen and his men could use 8 Stuka GS to attack Sucres City. The 37mm cannons could strike observation posts on commanding heights. And to Allen's surprise, he seemed to have discovered the location of the magic air defense radar. Allen flew very low, carefully observing the situation on the ground. He knew that the Western Elves already had magic air defense radar that could detect aircraft. As an ace pilot, although Chester's mission was to destroy ground-based air defenses, Allen was not limited to that. He always possessed a keen sense that many pilots lacked. After circling the city of Sucres 4 or 5 times, Allen finally discovered the secret center, suspected to be the location of the air defense radar. Because Allen discovered not only numerous antennas, but also large loudspeakers. These loudspeakers were used to sound the air defense alarm. Of course, this could just be a sentry post used for sounding the alarm. No matter what, bomb at first, Allen's Stuka bomber was still carrying 2 250 kg bombs. He had been reluctant to use them, but now they finally came in handy. A dive, straight towards the house below. Inside the house, a massive machine was operating. This was the magical air defense radar, built with immense manpower and resources by the Western Elf Empire. Besides the vast amount of wires, numerous magic circles were emitting light. While the exact effectiveness was unknown, the power consumption must have been enormous. At this moment, those operating the air defense radar froze in their tracks, staring at the flickering screen. Then, the person in charge shouted, "Air raid! They're coming this way!" At this moment, anti-aircraft fire near the radar center spotted Allen's dive. Over 8 37mm anti-aircraft guns locked onto Allen. Intensive fire blazed towards Allen's Stuka. This only made Allen more certain that there was something truly powerful inside. What kind of person would use 8 anti-aircraft guns to protect a house? Even 8 anti-aircraft guns had never been seen clustered together on the coastline. Allen immediately called out to his teammates, but the bombs from the remaining 7 bombers had already been dropped. They were preparing to return for a final wave of supplies before joining the main force for the second round of airstrikes. Seeing this, Allen realized he had no choice but to rely on himself. The co-pilot was stunned. After witnessing the terrifying anti-aircraft fire, he had already begun to consider retreating, but Allen continued to dive without hesitation. And still accelerating, countless anti-aircraft shells flew past or exploded beside his ears. But Allen still didn't give up the dive. What kind of dive bomber is it if it doesn't dive? And Allen even took aim at an anti-aircraft gun and used his 37mm cannon to blast it and the gunner to pieces. Watching Allen's accelerating dive, the anti-aircraft gunners were furious. "Don't I have any dignity?" The co-pilot was stunned. He had finally found an ace pilot and wanted to get some credit for it. But why was this ace so powerful? Chapter 267. Although the anti-aircraft guns struggled to hit the fast-moving Stuka, some of its shells still managed to hit Alan. However, the reinforced Stuka could withstand a few shells without issue. The anti-aircraft gunner had also learned his lesson. Seeing the diving Stuka, he immediately ordered all gunners to separate their aim and design, forming a fire net to intercept Alan. But by then, Alan had already dived to an altitude of less than 500 meters. Without hesitation, Alan spiraled out two 250-kilogram bombs. Then, at a tricky angle, he forced the Stuka to turn and rise, dodging the impending fire net. Watching the two bombs fall, the soldiers preparing to relocate their radar were stunned. They could only watch helplessly as the two bombs fell. Boom! A loud explosion echoed from behind, proving that the newly appointed co-pilot hadn't recovered from the incredible turn and bomb release. He saw a massive explosion where the bombs had just been dropped. The co-pilot was momentarily incoherent, unsure what to say. He was merely a co-pilot, a soldier manning a machine gun. But the dive, the bombing, and the turn had just taken him, and he felt as if he were there, his adrenaline pumping. People nearby watched Alan drop his bombs, and then depart with aplomb. And because he was climbing too low, Alan's Stuka barely scraped past the rooftops of the buildings in Sucrus. And then, Alan glanced up and saw Weya on the roof of the dormitory. At the same time, Weya also saw the Stuka bomber almost overhead. His own face, the one he'd been waiting for so long. Stretching himself, Alan finally came to his senses and hurriedly looked back. But the elf on the dorm roof was only a tiny black dot. Alan didn't know what to say. Did he think he saw Weya just now? That was definitely Weya. A brief moment of joy was followed by deep worry. The fleet was about to arrive at Sucrus City and launch a bombardment. Even if they controlled the strike zone, there was a high chance of accidental casualties. Hopefully Weya can escape the bombardment. Of course, Alan knew he couldn't change the fleet's bombardment zone, so he could only pray for Weya. Soon, Alan was the last one to return to the carrier. The logistics staff didn't blame Alan for returning late. On the contrary, they enthusiastically helped Alan restock his war supplies. After restocking his ammunition, Alan took off again. The carrier-based aircraft formation was about to launch a second round of airstrikes. At this moment, the dreadnought was also approaching the outskirts of Sucrus City. The dreadnought's range exceeded 10 kilometers, but for precision, the fleet sailed to within 6 kilometers of Sucrus City. They conducted close-range bombardments. The Königsberg cruiser had an even shorter range, though. Even after being equipped with 155mm naval guns, its range was only 6 kilometers. Thus, close-range fire was necessary to ensure accurate hits. Although many warehouses had been destroyed, many others had escaped. Furthermore, Diane's original intention was to completely destroy Sucrus City. Destroying this port city would devastate the Western Elf Empire's largest supply center. Sucrus City was not only the largest supply center in the West, but also the largest transit center in the entire Western Elf Empire. If this place were destroyed, the Western Elf Empire would be unable to find a replacement for Sucrus City's transit center in the short term. So, upon learning of the attack on Sucrus City, the Western Elf Empire's air force immediately took off to support it. Soon, hundreds of aircraft appeared in the western sky. This startled the elves, who had just emerged from Sucrus City. Thinking the Great Flame Air Force had departed, they observed for a long time before reappearing. But the next moment, a large number of aircraft arrived from the west. This frightened them back again. But soon, the elven soldiers arrived to announce that these were Western Elf Empire aircraft. Only then did the elves dare to emerge from their bunkers. Over 200 aircraft flew in from the west. Yes, real aircraft, not those empty planes from the Demon Empire at the beginning. And upon arriving at Sucrus City, the Western Elf Air Force ran into the Great Flame Air Force, which was preparing for a second round of airstrikes. There was a brief silence between the two sides, and then the Great Yen Air Force reported the situation to the aircraft carrier. Chester fell silent for a moment upon learning that the Western Elves had an air force, but quickly recovered. Because he had already guessed where these planes came from. There was only one answer: those dwarves. Alan stared at the plane that bore an 80% resemblance to the Stuka, lost in thought. Was the Stuka having an affair, or something? How could there be planes that looked so similar? After a brief moment of confusion, the carrier-based aircraft formation launched an immediate attack. Not one of us. Then I don't care who you are. I just kill you. Although the enemy outnumbered the carrier-based aircraft formation, and these Stukas were bombers, however, for these 100 elite pilots, what was wrong with bombers? They were still in a dogfight. The two sides immediately engaged in their first clash over Sucrus City. This was the first time a hostile propeller-driven metal monoplane engaged the Great Yin Air Force in aerial combat. This would surely go down in history. After a brief exchange of fire, these elite pilots realized something was amiss. The enemy aircraft's performance was no less impressive than the modified Stukas. These experienced pilots immediately took the fight seriously. While the opposing Western Elf Air Force possessed an overwhelming numerical advantage, the vast majority of their pilots were rookies. Months of training had only acquainted them with the skill of flying. They had no experience engaging enemy aircraft. How could pilots without air combat experience defeat experienced elite pilots? After the first round of clashes, 3 Western Elf fighters were shot down. On the Yin side, only a few fighter planes suffered minor damage. Neither side retreated, and after turning, they immediately resumed the battle. At this time, Chester, commanding the naval fleet, immediately ordered the dreadnoughts to launch a bombardment. Since a Stuka bombardment was no longer practical, the Navy had to seize the time the Air Force had bought for the fleet. Soon, some elves spotted the steel warships on the sea. What were these? Why were they so huge? The sheer size frightened all the elves. The next second, tiny flashes of fire appeared from the ships on the water, followed by a dense roar. What on earth was this? Chapter 268. The next second, a barrage of shells rained down upon the city of Sucras. A single blast from the 305mm naval guns carved a massive crater. The warehouses that had escaped destruction were once again devastated. A single blast could destroy half a warehouse, and with a bit of luck, even hit the ammunition depot. The destruction of Sucras was only a matter of time, but what concerned Chester was the aerial confrontation. After a brief exchange of fire, casualties among the Western Elf Air Force gradually mounted. After 5 minutes of fierce fighting, the Western Elf had lost 7 aircraft. But the Great Flame still suffered no losses. Only one Stuka bomber was forced to return due to severe damage. The Western Elf Air Force also realized the thorny situation. Due to their lack of combat experience, they were unable to gain an advantage in aerial combat. Although their aircraft were comparable in strength to ordinary Stukas, they were still somewhat inferior to the Stuka G piloted by Allen. While the numerical advantage was clearly decided, the Western Elves were unable to defeat the Great Yin Air Force. Once the Great Yin Air Force was caught off guard, they immediately reversed and ascended, appearing directly behind the Western Elf pilots' planes. The Western Elf pilots were completely unable to counter this Great Yin Air Force tactic. Realizing that the enemy could not intercept their movements, the Great Yin Air Force pilots frequently resorted to this tactic. This was like an adult bullying a child, and it completely overwhelmed the Western Elf pilots. They also wanted to fight back, but they had no idea how to start, or perhaps they simply could not keep up with the movements of these skilled Great Yin elite pilots. Many Great Yin pilots used the clouds for evasion. Once they were attacked by multiple aircraft, they would retreat into them. Then, unnoticed, they would reappear in another location. This devastated the Elven pilots. But a desperate dog will leap over a wall, and a desperate rabbit will bite. The Western Elf Empire pilots directly rammed their planes into the Stuka. In addition to these suicide attacks, several other aircraft attacked a single Stuka bomber. This put the Great Yin Air Force in a passive position. The initiative on the battlefield was no longer in the hands of the Great Yin Air Force. It had been lost. Watching this, Chester vowed to himself, while ordering the Navy to intensify its bombardment. If I don't produce hundreds of aircraft carriers, I won't be called Chester. One aircraft carrier is too much, and I suggest strengthening the Stuka. The current Stuka is simply inadequate for air combat missions. They must all be strengthened. Leon, you're still good at playing. How about you give orders to the aircraft factory? Although the Great Yin Air Force lost the initiative in the air battle, it still held the Western Elf Air Force at bay. The Western Elf Air Force couldn't achieve a quick victory in a short period of time. This bought the fleet plenty of time. The dreadnought's main gun roared furiously, and the 305mm naval gun shells pounded into the city of Sucras. The already devastated city of Sucras was reduced to ash. However, the elves discovered that the Great Yin fleet had largely confined its bombardment targets to a single area, and they barely even bombed residential areas. The areas where supplies were stored had been reduced to ash. After a half-hour bombardment, Sucras City's important military facilities, port, and storage warehouses were completely destroyed. The Königsberg cruiser, having completed its bombardment mission, began helping the Great Yin Air Force regain air superiority. The Königsberg cruiser's 4 quadruple 37mm anti-aircraft guns opened fire. Over 100 Königsberg cruisers joined the air attack. Over 400 quadruple 37mm anti-aircraft guns launched an air assault. The nightmare of the Western Elf Empire Air Force had begun. Many Western Elf Air Force aircraft further from the battlefield were directly ripped apart by the dense barrage. Those engaged in combat with the Great Yin Air Force, however, survived. However, the Great Yin Air Force was still at a disadvantage, having already lost 7 Stukas. 2 of these were directly destroyed mid-air, their pilots killed. 3 of the remaining 5 crashed into the sea, their pilots bailing out in time and being recovered by the fleet. 2 more planes crashed inside the city of Sucrus. Although the pilots parachuted in time, their whereabouts and fate. Seeing their comrades sacrifice, all the Great Yin pilots felt a sense of sadness, but they were not overly sad. After all, what pilot could stay aloft forever? From the moment they took off, they knew there were only 2 outcomes. Return safely or die in a foreign land. The sacrifices of their comrades did not dampen the morale of the Great Yin Air Force. Instead, they further energized its combat effectiveness. Alan, piloting a Stuka G, was chasing 4 Western Elf aircraft. So far, Alan had destroyed 4 Western Elf aircraft. Under the 37mm cannon fire, the Western Elf planes were rendered as shattered as paper. The other 7 Stuka GS also achieved kills, and the gap in aircraft numbers between the 2 sides was gradually narrowing. This air battle seemed to be won. At the same time, Chester, with his excellent judgment, had discovered that Sucrus was a very suitable location for a large-scale landing. Although the Eastern Elves were now engaged in an all-out war, and fighting on 2 fronts, Sucrus's strategic importance remained unchanged. Sucrus was close to the Dwarf Empire. It was also a key transportation hub for the Western Elves to the Dwarf Empire. If Sucrus could be captured, it would form a 3-pronged attack on the Western Elf Empire. Chester, without hesitation, immediately sent a telegram to the military headquarters. Lion quickly learned of this news and fell into deep thought. Currently, the Eastern Elves had almost committed all their forces to the war. They simply did not have the manpower to plan a new landing operation. The landing mission naturally fell to Dian. But what justification should I give for sending troops? That's wrong. Haven't I already fought? What kind of excuse do I need? Being behind doesn't necessarily mean you be beaten. I just don't want to fight you today. After a brief moment of reflection, Leon concluded that he should send troops, but he still needed to plan a landing operation. Leon immediately convened a war meeting. After all, who would own the city of Sucrus, which De Yin had captured? And De Yin needed a city to curb the rest of Dwarf Empire. Just as De Yin was planning its attack on Sucrus, a major event occurred in Sucrus. Several massive objects floated in from the direction of the Dwarf Empire. Both sides in the air battle noticed these massive objects. Airships flew in from the direction of the Dwarf Empire. The dwarves have joined the battle. Chapter 269. The moment the dwarf airship appeared, everyone was stunned. They were not surprised by the dwarf's appearance, but by its size. It was nearly 300 meters long, almost twice the size of a zeppelin. Why would the dwarves build such a large airship? Aren't they afraid of static electricity? It turns out that in the magical world, static electricity isn't a terrible thing. The Dwarf Empire had carved a magic circle on the airship's surface, dissipating all the static electricity generated by friction. And the airship seemed to have been reinforced. A large number of gun muzzles could be vaguely seen on the bottom of the airship. What the hell was this? The Western Elf Air Force was also stunned by the sudden appearance of the dwarf airship. Chester's face was solemn. This dwarf airship had come with bad intentions. The dwarf airship flew directly towards the sky above Sucra's city. As the dwarf airship approached, everyone could see the full extent of the dwarf's flight. In addition to the large number of cannons below, the dwarf airship also had a large number of cannons on its top. That's right, cannons. Not machine guns. A large number of artillery pieces were crammed onto the dwarf airship. And these cannons were over 100 millimeters in caliber. How on earth did they get there? Amidst confusion and shock, the Dwarf Empire airships were gradually approaching. At this moment, everyone felt the awe of the massive airships. As soon as the Dwarf Empire airships entered the scene, they began attacking the Great Yin Air Force. Several more airships were flying towards the fleet on the sea, preparing to attack the fleet. Seeing this, the Great Yin Air Force immediately dispatched some aircraft to intercept the airships. But soon, a scene unacceptable to the Great Yin Air Force unfolded. Their attacks were completely ineffective against the airship. Even the 37mm cannon striking the airship's surface merely rippled with magical energy. How many magic circles had been set up? This was beyond everyone's expectations. The Dwarven Empire's airship's defenses, fueled by its magic, had reached a terrifying level. What should they do now? Chester fell silent. The Dwarven airship quickly arrived over Sucra's city. Its vastness, so vast it obscured the sky, astonishing the elves below. Gazing at the dwarven airship in the sky, Chester suddenly remembered he had brought a few small toys with him. He then ordered the 4 modified Königsberg cruisers to prepare for battle. One by one, modified V-2 rockets were secured to their launchers. The dwarven airship in the sky had yet to realize what lay ahead. Watching the fleeing elves below, the dwarves piloting the airships felt a surge of pride. This is the Empire's airship. Everyone will submit to the Empire's iron hoof. Several dwarf airships were preparing to head for the sea surface to attack the Great Flame Fleet, which was currently firing. Looking at the Great Flame Air Force tickling them, these dwarves had become extremely arrogant. A small Great Flame, nothing more than that, but the next second, 4 V-2 rockets from the Great Flame Fleet ignited and launched almost simultaneously. The V-2 rockets, trailing colorful flames, soared towards the airships in the sky. The powerful magic crystal engines made the V-2 rockets the most impressive. Imagine an object flying rapidly in the sky, trailing colorful flames. Could you not notice? The advancing dwarf airship formation hadn't yet realized the impending danger. Just when the V-2 rocket was only 3 kilometers away from the airship formation, the detection system within the dwarf airship finally sounded the alarm, and these arrogant dwarves finally saw the incoming V-2 rocket. What is this? The soldiers operating the V-2 rockets had solemn expressions. Can a V-2 rocket actually damage an airship? The soldiers within the Dwarf Empire airship panicked upon seeing this. Their commander ordered an increase in the amount of magic crystals deployed, strengthening the airship's defenses and preparing to withstand the Great Flame's attack. V-2 rocket modification. Are you sure? Then, the soldier operating the V-2 rocket, bewildered, launched it into the oncoming dwarf airship, which hadn't attempted any interception. What's going on? Are they even going to try to stop it? This is a missile. Can you give the missile some respect? A V-2 rocket accurately struck the oncoming dwarf airship. The 1-ton warhead exploded directly at the front of the dwarf airship. Boom! The violent explosion and dazzling flames drew everyone's attention. But then something unexpected happened. The magic circle flickered rapidly, and the dwarf airship withstood the V-2 rocket. Goodness, is this a gymnast? But the dwarf airship wasn't feeling any better either, shaking violently. And directly from the explosion, the entire airship flew backwards. The airship's engines were powerless to stop the backwards trajectory. And the magic circle on the airship's surface had almost dimmed. Seeing this, another nearby V-2 rocket immediately turned and attacked the half-crippled dwarven airship. Just as the surviving dwarven soldiers were about to cheer, they saw another V-2 rocket coming. An adjacent airship attempted to intercept the V-2 rocket with its own, and simply flew right past it. But the soldier operating the V-2 rocket was no fool. He easily maneuvered it past the airship, which was trying to protect its allies. The airship could only watch helplessly as the V-2 rocket struck the already crippled dwarven airship. Boom! The 2 V-2 rockets struck the same spot, dealing a fatal blow to the already severely damaged dwarven airship. A large hole instantly ripped through the roof of the dwarven airship. Like a balloon, a large hole had been punctured. The entire airship was rapidly crashing. That's right, the Dwarven Empire's most formidable weapon was shot down without a single shot fired. Chester finally looked relieved upon seeing this. 2 V-2 rockets could take out a dwarven airship. There were only 12 dwarven airships in sight. What kind, people? They're lining up to deliver food to the Navy. 2 more V-2 rockets successfully shot down another airship. The remaining 10 dwarven airships also discovered that the V-2 rockets were launched from the 4 strange ships on the sea. The airship commander immediately ordered the airship formation to approach the 4 Königsberg cruisers, intended to destroy them. But the Navy wasn't foolish. The 4 Königsberg cruisers immediately separated from the main force and headed out to sea. Do you dare to compete with me in speed? Let's see who can outrun us. Chapter 270. The soldiers on the dwarf airships saw the Königsberg cruiser leaving the fleet at full speed. They were at a loss for words, because they realized the dwarf airships couldn't catch up to the Königsberg cruiser. The Königsberg cruiser reached a staggering 45 knots. That's equivalent to 80 kilometers per hour. The dwarf airship's maximum speed was only 60 kilometers per hour. How could they possibly catch up? Realizing they couldn't catch up to the Königsberg cruiser, the dwarf airship formation immediately adjusted their attack target. They locked onto the dreadnoughts diagonally below. The naval soldiers saw a large number of airships heading towards the fleet. They immediately sounded the battle alarm. A large number of anti-aircraft guns switched from attacking the West Elf aircraft to attacking the airships. However, the 37mm anti-aircraft guns weren't powerful enough to threaten the airships. But the battleship's main guns weren't incapable of engaging the air. The dreadnought's main guns had a limited elevation angle of only about 15 degrees. There was no way to defend against air attacks. But the secondary guns were different. The 152mm naval guns had a maximum elevation angle of an astonishing 80 degrees. They were perfect for attacking airships in midair. Furthermore, the Königsberg cruiser's 155mm naval guns could also provide air defense. These newly deployed airships hadn't yet grasped the gravity of the situation. An airship commander was observing the fleet's movements through a telescope. Watching the numerous warships raise their guns, the commander suddenly felt a surge of unease. What was happening? The next second, hundreds of warships unleashed a salvo. A barrage of shells flew towards the airships. However, due to the limited power of the 152mm and 155mm naval guns, they were unable to penetrate the airship's magical defenses. The intense firepower caused the airships to drift sideways. 10 airships were directly attacked by hundreds of warships. And the dreadnought's main guns continued to fire into the city of Sucras. Seeing this, the airship commanders were overwhelmed. The dwarven soldiers manning the airship's guns didn't hesitate and immediately opened fire in return. But the airships, being ravaged by the artillery fire, offered no stable environment for the gunners to aim. This caused a significant portion of the dwarven fire to miss their intended targets. Countless shells pelted into the sea, sending waves flying. A large amount of seawater was lifted into the air and fell heavily. Many soldiers manning the naval guns were drenched. The soldiers only grew even more furious. Would a war be this awful? Can't you afford to play? If you can't hit, don't fight. The Navy, furious, responded with artillery fire. Dwarf, that's too polite. Although the naval guns couldn't bring down these tortoiseshell dwarven airships, these airships, under the influence of the naval guns, couldn't deliver accurate strikes. Neither side could do anything to me, and I couldn't do anything to you. But the V-2 rockets were coming. For more V-2 rockets flew over. At this point, the commander of the dwarven airship formation had already ordered a retreat. Because if the fighting continued, the dwarven airship formation would only end up completely destroyed. This was supposed to be the airship formation's debut, but it ended so disastrously. It's not that these airships weren't impressive, to be precise, they were practically flying fortresses. But they were up against the even more powerful Great Flame. The intense attack prevented these airships from hovering. This rendered the dozens of 100mm and larger cannons on board completely useless. If these airships were allowed to hover, they would have dealt a devastating blow to the ground. Imagine having over 300 100mm and larger cannons firing down upon you. For all this firepower, the Dwarf Empire had maximized the power of their airships. But they had forgotten a fundamental issue, the airship's stability. And without aircraft to escort the airship formation, the dwarves didn't even have control of the air. Even though the dwarf airships were incredibly powerful, they were still defeated. After having 2 more airships shot down, the dwarf airship formation was accelerating its escape. But the ultimate fate of these flights was only one. They were all shot down by V-2 rockets. The elves below were stunned. These dwarves had arrived, but they were gone again. So what was the point of their coming? There was no point in their coming. They had been beaten for nothing and gained nothing. And at this moment, a reinforced infantry brigade from De Yen had begun boarding ships, preparing to launch a naval operation against Sucra City. Sucra City was determined to capture it, especially after learning that the dwarves had developed this magical airship. This further strengthened Leon's resolve to deploy troops in Sucra City. If the Dwarf Empire's ambitions were not curbed, De Yen would eventually be harmed by it. Therefore, the best way to deal with any danger is to nip it in the bud. Hundreds of landing craft and numerous landing ships loaded a full 20,000 people onto the ships. These landing craft and landing ships were originally intended for the expedition against the Western Empire. But for now, they would be used for a while, to capture Sucra City first, and then think about other things. At this moment, Sucra City was a ruin. Aside from the residential areas and some important non-military buildings, everything else had been destroyed by naval gunfire. The air battle between the Western Elf Air Force and the Great Yen Air Force also concluded. The Great Yen side lost 26 carrier-based aircraft, including 7 pilots killed. Over 200 Western Elf aircraft were destroyed. The casualty ratio was nearly 10-1. This fruitful victory was achieved due to the vast difference in piloting skills between the two sides, and the fact that the Great Yen side had a large anti-aircraft firepower to provide cover for the Great Yen Air Force. Therefore, the Western Elf Air Force's defeat was not unfair, and they earned the respect of the Great Yen Air Force. Many Western Elf pilots directly flew their planes into the Great Yen Air Force. With this fearless spirit, these young Western Elf pilots proved their worth. The victory in the air battle decisively declared the city of Sucrus to be completely under the control of the Great Yin. However, the fleet did not rush to land. They were waiting, awaiting the arrival of follow-up troops. The current Great Yin Navy fleet had fewer than 500 soldiers capable of conducting landing operations. Most naval personnel were simply unable to form an effective combat force on the ground. But plans cannot keep up with changes. Just as the Great Yin fleet awaited reinforcements, a sudden change forced Chester to cram his limited 500 naval troops aboard. Chapter 271. Immediately after the attack on Sucrus, the Western Elf Empire dispatched a large army to support it. After all, they knew the importance of Sucrus. In fact, the main reason was the pressure the dwarves put on the Western Elves. The dwarves had always wanted to seize Sucrus from the Western Elves. However, due to the unyielding attitude of the Western Elf Queen Tifinara, the Dwarf Empire had never succeeded. No one expected that the appearance of the Yin would directly disrupt their plans. The Dwarf Empire put pressure on the Western Elves, although Tifinara had always refused to send troops to Sucrus. But the elven nobles were the first to lose their temper and collectively pressured Tifinara, forcing her to transfer her troops to Sucrus. Originally, these troops were to resist the offensive of the Eastern Elf Empire. But now they had to be withdrawn to support Sucrus. Tifinara knew that even if the Yin captured Sucrus, she would not attack the Western Elf Empire. Because this was a civil war between elves, the Great Yin Air Force only destroyed the frontline defenses. It did not attack the rear. Everyone knew this was a civil war between the Eastern and Western elves, a clash of two systems. Whether the people or the nobles would triumph would be revealed in this evenly matched battle. At this moment, the Western Elf Empire, with a population of 70 million, had assembled an army of over 4 million. Of these, 3 million were already deployed on the eastern defenses. Of the remaining 1 million troops, 500,000 were stationed in various major cities. Tifinara still held a 500,000-man army in her hands, using it as a mobile force. To support any emergencies, Tifinara was forced to dispatch 200,000 troops to Sucrus City to recapture it. Because both the soldiers who had escaped and the dwarven capitalists and elven nobles currently inside the city were saying that Sucrus City had been captured by the Great Flame. If Chester were to learn of this news, he would be absolutely shocked. No, my troops haven't even been deployed yet. How did I capture Sucrus City? At the same time, the Dwarf Empire had also dispatched its forces. Over 300,000 dwarven troops had assembled and had already crossed the border of the Western Elven Empire. Sucrus City was less than 5 days' journey away. The Great Flame Fleet would take at least 3 days to arrive. Could 20,000 men withstand an attack by over 500,000 men? Chester didn't know, but numerous supply ships had already departed from the Great Flame. Many transport ships even held large numbers of dismantled Stuka bombers. Dyne assembled all its transports and brought over 400 Stuka bombers, along with a large supply. Upon learning of this, Chester's expression of solemnity gradually gave way to joy. Sufficient supplies meant the dreadnoughts could fire freely. The enemy forces on shore were completely suppressed within a 10-kilometer radius. After Tifinara and the Dwarven Empire dispatched their forces, upon learning of this, Chester immediately dispatched his remaining 500 Marines. Their mission was to capture the city of Sucrus and establish a landing point for the incoming troops. Looking at the nearly shattered Sucrus City, Chester's mouth twitched. If I had known, I wouldn't have bombed Sucrus City like this. There's nothing to defend now. That's not right. What's there to defend? Is our firepower insufficient? If they dare to come, we make sure they feel what true terror is. No dreadnoughts have ever been used to bomb an infantry corps. Soon, over 20 landing craft landed on the shores of Sucrus City under cover of darkness. 500 elite Great Yin soldiers armed with AK-47s quietly crept into Sucrus City. These 500 elite Marines were equipped not only with AK-47s, but also with silencers. And all 500 Marines had undergone night combat training. Because Leon knew it was impossible to send such a small number of Marines into a head-on confrontation, at least not until the Marine Corps was fully formed. Even after their formation, they would never resort to direct confrontation unless absolutely necessary. Thus, these 500 Marines underwent night combat training. The city of Sucrus before them was a perfect place for them to practice. At this moment, no more than 3,000 Western Elf Empire soldiers remained in Sucrus. Originally, there were over 100,000 elven civilians in Sucrus, but many of them had already fled. Now, Sucrus was essentially a deserted city. But everyone remained extremely cautious. After all, everyone liked to be number 6. The Great Yin soldiers cautiously advanced along the roads on both sides. They were armed with the latest equipment from the Great Flame. Vampire night vision goggles. This night vision goggles were used by the previous Deadsea in his later years. Although only a small number of them were available to the troops, this classic night vision goggles remain unforgettable. This is because it can be mounted on rifles, while many night vision goggles of the same period were generally used by armored units or other army units. Although slightly smaller than rearview night vision goggles, this one was no longer considered bulky. It was used by the elite troops conducting night operations. 500 Marines were gradually advancing. They were clearing out the enemy block by block. Most of the remaining Western Elf soldiers had retreated to residential areas. They had also discovered that the Great Flame would not bomb residential areas. This made them even more determined to defend residential areas. However, in their dreams, they were completely unaware of the threat that had quietly approached. After a long march, the Marines finally found a camp of several hundred men. Hundreds of remnants of the Western Elf soldiers gathered in these streets. They had also received word of the impending arrival of reinforcements, so their commander ordered them to hold their ground, awaiting the arrival of further reinforcements. After a full day of bombardment, the Western Elves realized that the Great Yin had no intention of landing. At the same time, these soldiers also believed that the Great Yin would never mobilize a large force to capture Sucrus, a city so far from Great Yin territory. What was the point of traveling so far to capture a city so far from home? When everyone believes it is impossible, then the impossible will happen. Chapter 272. The Western Elf soldiers were completely unaware of the threat that had quietly approached. 9 Marines had already approached them, and, using night vision goggles, had repeatedly confirmed that the individuals standing guard outside were Western Elf soldiers. They were not innocent civilians. After confirming that they were Western Elf soldiers, the Marines immediately sprang into action. Although they were Marines, subordinate to the Navy's combat order, most of them were drawn from elite army units. Most of these 500 Marines were veterans of the 1st Armored Division, with extensive experience in urban combat. After briefly determining the enemy's position, they immediately ordered their snipers to seize the commanding heights and their infantry to advance. They also had their only 12 81mm mortars positioned, ready for immediate support. The Marines were commanded by a lieutenant colonel. He personally led the Marines in an attack on the resting Western Elf camp. Several soldiers quietly crept outside the checkpoint. The already drowsy sentry didn't notice the approaching enemy. 2 Marines, one seducing the other, coordinated the attack. The sentry, upon hearing the noise, turned back and was stabbed in the heart by another soldier. In fact, there's no clear distinction between a slit in the neck and a stab in the heart. But slitting the neck might make a noise, while a stab in the heart is a guaranteed kill. Of course, if the opponent's heart is on the other side, forget what I said. The Marines easily dispatched the sentry on duty. By this time, most of the Western Elf soldiers had rested, while some were gazing at the moon, their hearts filled with war weariness. They had endured naval bombardments and Stuka airstrikes. Of course, they knew what they faced, an enemy they could never defeat. Many of them had been forcibly conscripted. Of course, many in their village had escaped conscription because their families had paid the necessary sums. They, however, were forced into this situation out of desperation, their families simply unable to afford the necessary sums. Thus, they were forcibly conscripted. Currently, over 3 million soldiers in the Western Elf Empire's army were almost entirely conscripted. These soldiers' willingness to obey orders was largely due to their families. The nobles constantly used their families as threats to coerce them into compliance. They considered resisting, but the nobles' mutual protectionism made it impossible. Without external force or a large-scale uprising, they could not change this situation. They considered change, but reality dealt them a heavy blow. After the Elven Empire split, the elves of the Western Elves staged several uprisings, each ruthlessly suppressed by the nobles. It wasn't that the elves didn't want to fight, but reality was always cruel. The flames of rebellion were extinguished time and again, and the rebellious elves were slaughtered one after another. But the uprising continued. These soldiers couldn't understand why they continued to revolt, knowing they would die. They hadn't understood it before, but now they understood the warriors who faced the guillotine. What's terrifying isn't death, but numbness. It's numbness to the aristocracy. As long as the flames of rebellion linger, it means the Western Elves are still alive. The Western Elves still have a future. All these uprisings are aimed at overcoming the current backwardness of the Western Elf Empire. They no longer want to sit idle and watch these filthy, ugly nobles ride on their shoulders. They want to achieve the revival of the Elven Empire. All nations have begun industrializing, but the Western Elves remain complacent. Even the orcs, who resisted the Great Flame, have begun the path of industrialization. For the orcs understand that backwardness leads to suffering. However, their industrialization is highly distorted and has failed to improve the treatment of workers and peasants. This has led to the entire orc empire currently embroiled in a wave of rebellion. But the Western Elf Empire is different. These Western Elf nobles have never considered industrialization. In their eyes, industrialization only brings pollution and chaos. They were noble aristocrats. How could they possibly accept the desires of the lower classes? However, the fate of a feudal dynasty that refused to embrace industrialization was only one, being crushed by the wheels of industrialization in other countries. This was primarily due to the Great Yin. After all, Great Yin, surrounded by feudal states, achieved industrialization at an almost lightning-fast pace. This resulted in many feudal states having no idea how to transition from feudal to industrialized. As a result, various countries are now experiencing highly distorted industrialization, and class contradictions are intensifying. In the past, the West gradually transitioned to industrialization after a long period of adjustment and struggle. How could these feudal states have ever experienced such a thing? They could only move forward blindly. And only after stumbling and falling could they gradually become industrialized nations. The Western Elf Empire before us was clearly one of those countries that was slow to industrialize. They could only transform into an industrial nation after a long period of adjustment. During this adjustment period, many innocent people would suffer undeserved harm. Industrialization brings immense wealth, and the aristocrats who control the lifeblood of the nation will, driven by greed, intensify their exploitation of the lower classes. At this point, class contradictions will erupt completely. Inside Sukra City, Dire Marines had quietly infiltrated the Western Elf camp. Many sleeping Western Elf soldiers were stabbed in the heart. They didn't even have time to react before they were killed. After a day of fighting, they were exhausted. The Western Elf soldiers spent most of their day dodging bombing raids, and their high levels of tension meant that they almost always fell asleep at night. Even the sentries on duty couldn't resist the urge to sleep. But these elves were unaware that the Great Flame had already landed. Over a third of the soldiers were silently eliminated. But as always, there are unexpected events. A Western Elf soldier was awakened by a slight noise. A Marine threw his dagger, but the Western Elf soldier dodged. Then a gunshot rang out, startling everyone. The Great Flame soldiers immediately demonstrated their excellent reflexes. They launched a barrage of grenades at the newly awakened Western Elf soldiers. The dazed Western Elf soldier saw something rolling at his feet. Before he could see clearly, his eyes went dark, and he lost consciousness. Chapter 273. Gunshots and explosions instantly shattered the tranquility of Sukra City. The West Elf soldiers within Sukra City were instantly awakened by the sudden commotion. The Marines realized that a covert infiltration was no longer possible, so they resorted to another method. That was to kill all witnesses. That was a covert infiltration. A large number of West Elf soldiers rushed out of their quarters. As soon as they left the building, they were pinned down by several Great Flame soldiers. An MG-42 was even positioned near the exit. The West Elf soldiers, who had just escaped from the building, were met with a barrage of gunfire. Swish. The next second, the machine gunner pulled the trigger. A barrage of bullets shredded dozens of West Elf soldiers before them. The West Elf soldiers behind, who hadn't yet emerged, were stunned. What was going on? Before they could react, the mortar shells had already begun to fall. The Marines needed to eliminate these hundreds of Western Elf soldiers as quickly as possible. The remaining Western Elf soldiers in the city were already heading this way. They had to eliminate the enemy in front of them, and then establish a new defense line. At the same time, upon learning that the Marines' infiltration plan had failed, the aircraft on the aircraft carrier immediately took off to support the Marines' operation. At this moment, the battle within Sukra City had already been decided. The Western Elf soldiers were no match for the Marines equipped with night vision goggles. The Marines, hiding behind cover, exchanged fire with their silenced AK-47s, equipped with night vision goggles, from dozens of meters away. The Western Elf soldiers had no way of determining the source of the attack. After all, it was night, and the gray uniforms of the Great Flame soldiers blended perfectly with the charred ruins. This put the Western Elf soldiers, already inexperienced in night combat, at an even greater disadvantage. The Marines' combined attack left the Western Elf soldiers defenseless. Besides the precise bursts of AK-47 fire, there was also suppressive fire from the MG.42, and snipers hidden on the high ground. There were even occasional mortar shells that flew in from nowhere. For a moment, the Western Elf soldiers were stunned. Soon, they were completely wiped out. Just as the Marines were about to relocate, a large number of Western Elf soldiers rushed towards them. After a brief moment of reflection, the Marine commander decided to engage in a decisive battle. He then directly requested an artillery bombardment from the fleet via walkie-talkie. The captains of the Königsberg cruisers closest to the Marines immediately pulled out maps to plan their bombardment areas. At the same time, the lieutenant colonel commander was informed via walkie-talkie of the fleet's bombardment zone. And these Western Elf soldiers had no idea what they were about to encounter. On the street, the Western Elf soldiers were cautiously advancing along the street. Suddenly, a Western Elf soldier was shot directly in the chest. The other soldiers nearby were stunned. Their squad leader immediately ordered the squad to disperse. The Western Elf soldiers immediately stopped, hiding behind cover, not daring to move rashly. But this was exactly what the Great Yin soldiers wanted. For the bombardment was already on its way. Swish, swish, swish. The dense sound of piercing air shattered the quiet of the night. A barrage of shells rained down. They blew the Western Elf soldiers, trapped within several nearby blocks, skyward. Many Western Elf soldiers were buried beneath the rubble before they could even react. A large number of Western Elf soldiers fled in all directions. Had they not experienced this night battle, they might have been able to hold out for a while longer. But under the naval gunfire, they couldn't even hold out for a moment. What creature could possibly withstand the naval gunfire? Not even an athlete. This well-prepared night battle was quickly over. The Marines were dumbfounded. They had expected a bloody battle. But reality had proved to be a mistake. The enemy collapsed after just one round of artillery fire. Soon, the Marines completely took control of Sucre City. This night battle fully demonstrated the power of coordinated operations between land, sea, and air. This made Chester even more focused on land-sea coordination. At the same time, it also exposed the weak fighting spirit of the Western Elf Empire soldiers. After capturing Sucres, Chester became even more dignified. Because a 300,000-strong dwarf army was marching towards Sucres. 300,000 dwarves. That's a significant number. On the first day of the war, in addition to the Yan's capture of Sucres, the Eastern Elves also achieved fruitful victories. 12 hours ago, on the border between the Eastern and Western Elves, a large number of Eastern Elf soldiers launched an attack from the Demon Empire towards the Western Elf Empire. On the Western Elf defense line, the veteran led Lehman in preparing for the charge. A large number of smoke bombs filled the battlefield. These were the smoke bombs released by the Western Elves to cover the attack of the frontline troops. Because these commanders knew that the Western Elf army was a joke in front of armored forces. The entire Western Elf army, with over 3 million soldiers, couldn't muster more than 300 anti-tank weapons. And the vast majority of these weapons had been shipped south. The entire northern defense line was completely devoid of anti-tank weapons. So, the Western Elf Empire soldiers could only rely on flesh and blood to fight against the torrent of steel. A dense cloud of smoke bombs provided cover for the Western Elf Empire's charge. The Eastern Elf, upon seeing the vast expanse of smoke filling the battlefield, ordered the frontline troops to halt their charge. Relying on armored units, they established a makeshift defense line and extended their artillery fire forward to provide covering fire. The Eastern Elf commander expressed no regret over the use of artillery shells. I will not let my soldiers engage the enemy in hand-to-hand combat. Why sacrifice precious soldiers when there is a better way? The Western Elf soldiers, preparing to charge, suddenly felt a whistling sound overhead. Hearing the roar overhead, the Western Elf commander on the front lines ignored the commander-in-chief in the rear. He simply blew the whistle for the charge. Because the frontline commander knew that if they didn't charge, they would be blown to smithereens by the artillery shells. Under the Western Elf commander's command, none of the elves uttered a single cry. They simply walked slowly and quietly across the battlefield. The Eastern Elf soldiers, just outside the smoke, stared at the smoke with grave expressions. What was in there? And so, without firing a single shot, the Elf Empire soldiers silently reached the edge of the smoke. The Western Elf soldiers could even hear the roar of engines from beyond the smoke. Every Western Elf soldier's heart leaped into their throats. Looking at the edge before them, the veteran glanced back at Lehman behind him. Lehman was practically shaking, but he still looked at the veteran with determination. The veteran sighed. It was time to end. Chapter 274. As if sensing someone in the smoke, all the Eastern Elf soldiers paused. They nervously stared at the smoke before them. Similarly, the Western Elf soldiers within the smoke also paused. Separated by a thin layer of smoke, both sides simultaneously paused. In truth, regarding this war, neither the Eastern Elves nor the Western Elves wanted to fight. They were originally from the same nation, but were forced apart by differing systems. Perhaps one's family was in the other country, and similarly, one's loved one might be on the other side. But today, they stood on opposing sides. No matter who won this war, there would be no winner. Suddenly, a strong wind blew, instantly blowing away the smoke that was already about to dissipate. The Western Elf soldiers within the smoke were exposed. Charge! Ah! The next second, both sides simultaneously charged. The only magician in the Western Elf army immediately cast a disruptive spell, successfully disrupting the tank's attack. The Western and Eastern Elf armies collided immediately. Because they were practically fighting head-on, the armored units were unable to fire, and could only watch helplessly as their comrades engaged the enemy in hand-to-hand combat. But what both soldiers found unacceptable was that they were of the same rank. They were all elves. Even two forest elves were forced into a life-or-death duel simply because they wore different uniforms. Both the Eastern and Western elves engaged in a desperate struggle with heavy hearts. Lehman followed the veteran, watching him dispatch two East Elf soldiers. Then, an East Elf soldier spotted Lehman, hiding behind the veteran. He immediately rushed forward, bayonet drawn. Nervously, Lehman fired a shot, the bullet glancing past the soldier's face. The opposing soldier was stunned. With trembling hands, he touched the wound on his face. The next second, the veteran shot the soldier dead. Lehman, standing by, was stunned. The veteran ignored the dazed Lehman and dragged him forward, continuing the charge. As they walked, he said, "If you're surrounded later, surrender immediately. If you surrender, you survive. Do you understand?" The veteran turned around and grabbed Lehman's collar. Lehman nodded, stunned. This was the first time he had ever seen blood. He was just an ordinary peasant, his hands unstained by blood. This was the feudal era. The lower classes always suffered. They were the foundation of the nation, yet they were treated the worst. Several Eastern Elf soldiers spotted the two veterans charging forward. They immediately surrounded them, ready to finish them off. The entire battlefield was now in chaos. Eastern and Western Elves engaged in a fierce battle, and the battlefield was dotted with soldiers engaged in close combat. The numerically superior Eastern Elf soldiers had already dispatched armored units to bypass this defensive line. They ordered their troops to strike behind the enemy lines. Because behind this line, 1,000 kilometers away, lay the capital of the Western Elf Empire. The capital of the Moon Elf Kingdom, West Pesci. This city is known as the City Under the Moon. If West Peth could be captured, the Western Elf Empire would be declared dead in name only. In the feudal empire, the capture of a nation's capital was practically a sure sign of its demise. This wasn't just because the capital was the seat of government, but also because it was the center of its economy and culture. Unlike the industrially developed nations of the past, even if they lost their capitals, they could still lead their remaining forces to fight. Thus, the Eastern Elves desperately wanted to capture West Peth, the Western Elf capital. After leaving 50,000 troops at the border defense line, the remaining hundreds of thousands immediately marched south, advancing at full speed, to launch a blitzkrieg against West Peth. To the Eastern Elves, West Peth was now like a soft, adorable, animal-eared girl, powerless. How could a 1,000-kilometer-wide intercepting force of less than 100,000 men possibly hold back an Eastern Elf army numbering hundreds of thousands? Blitzkrieg, initiate. The defenders of the Western Elf's northern defenses could only watch helplessly as the Eastern Elf army crossed their lines. Because they can't even protect themselves now. The old soldier looked solemnly at the soldiers surrounding him. Lyman, hiding behind the old soldier, finally picked up his weapon and assumed a fighting stance. Lyman knew that on the battlefield, it was a matter of life and death, a gamble of victory and defeat. It was life or death. Watching the growing Lyman, a smile crept across the old soldier's face. He seemed to see his own son, who had passed away. Looking at the surrounding enemies, the old soldier's eyes were filled with solemnity. The enemy was simply too numerous. The next second, both sides attacked simultaneously. Several soldiers surrounded the veteran and launched their attack. A young East Elf soldier leaped forward, tackling Lehman to the ground. The two grappled, tumbling into a nearby shell crater. Lehman's bayonet had vanished, and the other soldier, unarmed, engaged in hand-to-hand combat. He exchanged blows with the young soldier, the two fighting fiercely. The other soldier, possessing the greater strength, pinned Lehman to the ground, his head buried in the mud. For a moment, Lehman could barely breathe and could only struggle feebly. Seeing Lehman on the verge of suffocation, the East Elf soldier beside him exerted all his might. "Don't let go until the last moment, or you be the next to be killed." At that critical moment, Lehman's struggling hand suddenly caught a stone, and he brought it down on the soldier's waist. The soldier, in pain, instinctively let go, but then immediately grabbed Lehman's neck. But Lehman rolled away, dodging the grab. The two men, separated, climbed back to their feet. Just as Lehman was about to resume his attack, the other suddenly shouted, "Are you Lehman?" Lehman paused. The soldier raised the necklace he had just ripped from Lehman's neck and then removed his own. Their necklaces were identical. Lehman was stunned by the necklace in the soldier's hand. "You're Kano!" Lehman finally recognized the soldier before him. They were from the same village. Kano before him was still his childhood playmate. Both sides simultaneously stopped fighting. The two looked at each other, their faces filled with helplessness, covered in mud and water from the fight. Just then, a ray of sunlight shone into the crater, illuminating their faces. Both sighed. Suddenly, Lehman had a sudden thought and frantically climbed up. Kano, somewhat confused, immediately followed. "No!" Lehman, having climbed up, was instantly devastated by the scene before him. The old soldier, leaning against a tree stump with a bayonet lodged in his abdomen, blood slowly flowing from his abdomen. Seeing Lehman approaching, he tried to stand up. Lehman rushed to the old soldier's side in a panic, his hands trembling as he looked at the old soldier's bewildered expression. An East Elf soldier nearby was about to attack, but was stopped by the rushing Kano. The old soldier looked at Lehman and spoke weakly. "Child, you look so much like my son. He, like you, was also a naive young man. It's a pity he was beaten to death for angering a noble. He was your age. If he hadn't died, he would have been almost as tall." The old soldier frowned at this, as if his wound had been injured. Lehman, standing nearby, wanted to help, but the old soldier stopped him and continued. "Promise me you won't fight for the nobles anymore. Live well. There are many beautiful things in this world waiting for you. Think of your family. Don't fight anymore. This is a war with no winners." The old soldier breathed his last, a smile of relief playing on his lips. He could finally be reunited with his family. The East Elf soldiers beside him fell silent. "Yes. This is a war with no winners." Lehman stood there, stunned, looking at the dead old soldier. "I don't think I even know his name." Chapter 275. Lehman stared at the grave before him, while Kano, standing beside him, was momentarily at a loss for words. After the veteran's death, Lehman was captured by the Eastern Elves. As luck would have it, the commander of the Elven Infantry Regiment that captured Lehman was from the same village as Lehman. He was not much older than Lehman. The commander, named Ravel, did not deliberately target Lehman upon learning of his capture. Instead, he showed him great care. He even had him build a grave for the veteran. Lehman knelt before the veteran's grave. He knew that if it weren't for the veteran, he would likely have died long ago. But the veteran was already dead, and perhaps it wasn't the war that killed him. As for those high-ranking nobles, this war itself was a class war, or perhaps even a war of ideologies. The soldiers of both the Eastern and Western Elves were merely innocents caught up in this conflict. But their motives differed. The Eastern Elves' ultimate goal was to liberate the Western Elves. But the Western Elves wanted to enslave the Eastern Elves. Until the true winner is determined, no one can determine who is right or wrong. For history is written by the victors. Lehman, don't be sad. We identified this senior. His name is Divya, an ordinary elf from the Moon Elves. Originally, he had a wife and son, and the three of them lived happily together. But when a noble collected taxes, his son angered him, and was beaten to death. Unable to accept this reality, his wife was forced to commit suicide by jumping into a well. After his family was shattered, Divya chose to leave the place that had brought him so much sorrow. Arriving at the Elven capital, he later chose to join the army to fight against the Demon Empire. And then? Kano stopped talking at this point, for both Lehman and Kano knew what happened next. It was simply the division of the Elven Empire, and the ensuing massacre of innocent people. Lehman remained silent. Instead, he hand-wove a wreath and carefully placed it at the grave. Lehman began. "Kano, why do nobles exist in this world? We worked hard, yet the nobles still ride roughshod over us and oppress us. What have we done wrong? Why do they oppress us? We're just ordinary people doing our duty." Lehman began to roar. He didn't understand. He didn't comprehend. Why was he born to be exploited? Kano was silent for a long time, then slowly spoke. The Great Yen leader said something. He said, "The nobles continue to oppress us because we are unique. We possess intelligence and thinking abilities unmatched by any animal. In the eyes of the nobles, we are the perfect labor force. We have created vast wealth with our hard-working hands, and it is precisely because of this wealth that we are oppressed by the nobles who seek to gain something for nothing." Listening to Kano's words, Lehman fell silent. Because everything Kano said was the most heartbreaking reality. Yes, we are more capable than any animal, and it is because of our hard work that we are oppressed by the nobles. So are we born to be oppressed? Lehman chuckled self-deprecatingly. Of course not. Otherwise, why would I be standing here? Kano roared, and Lehman raised his head. I joined the Eastern Elves to stop those nobles from oppressing me, Kano said, grabbing Lehman's shoulders. Lehman seemed to understand something. Just then, a messenger ran over, instructing Kano to take Lehman to see the regimental commander, Ravel. Kano was confused, but he obeyed. He took Lehman to the regimental headquarters. The main force of the Eastern Elf Empire had already broken through the defenses and was heading towards the Western Elf capital. Currently clearing the defenses were some third-tier troops, or ragtag troops. And Ravel was a colonel commanding a third-tier unit. Although it was called a regiment, in reality, its number of men was less than that of a single infantry battalion of the Great Yin. A mere 600 or so. But this did not change the fact that Ravel was the regimental commander. As soon as Kano and Lehman entered, they saw Ravel sipping coffee. Ravel's face was filled with enjoyment, as if the coffee before him was the most delicious thing in the world. What he didn't know was that the best thing in the world was the plain water they handed him after you served the people. Commander. As soon as he entered the headquarters, Kano saluted immediately, leaving Lehman somewhat bewildered. Lehman was about to follow suit, but Commander Ravel stopped him. He then, with a beaming smile, asked Lehman to sit down in front of him. Kano was also stunned. What was going on? Commander Ravel smiled like a blooming chrysanthemum as he looked at Lehman. This left Lehman baffled. Ravel looked at Lehman, who sat bewildered in his chair, and brought out a large pile of food, placing it before him. Lehman, don't be polite, eat. We're all family. This only made Lehman even more confused. Captain, why is this happening? I have no reason to accept this. Lehman wanted to refuse. It's okay, go ahead and eat. I just wanted to know where your sister, Vaya, is now. Ravel finally revealed his true intentions. Hearing this, Lehman instantly stood up, and Kano's face beside him was filled with mixed emotions. Ravel still had lustful desires. Back when they were teenagers, still in the village, Ravel had been pursuing Vaya relentlessly. But Vaya hadn't shown any affection for him, knowing that he was vain and fickle. So, she wasn't impressed by his actions. But Ravel didn't see it that way. Ever since Ravel became the regiment commander, the extinguished flame within him had been rekindled. I'm the regiment commander now. You're going to be my little fangirl. Lehman couldn't help but speak, watching Ravel's perverse smile. My sister has a boyfriend. And she says she'd never marry anyone but him. The next second, Ravel's coffee cup shattered to the ground. Like an enraged lion, Ravel rushed over to Lehman, grabbing his shoulder and demanding. Who is it? He's a pilot in the Great Yin Air Force. But my sister has always feared the difference in our lifespans, and she doesn't want to see her lover die before her, so she hasn't agreed to his advances. Before Lehman could finish, Ravel shoved him down and said with disdain, A mere pilot dares to compete with this regiment commander? Alan, ? Chapter 276. The Eastern Elf Empire's army is rapidly advancing toward the Western Elf capital. Their advance is remarkably rapid. Led by the Armored Brigade, nearly 700,000 troops have advanced over 400 kilometers in just 3 days. Of course, this is thanks to the wise and decisive decision-making of the Western Elf leadership. A large number of troops were transferred to the south. This left the Western Elf Empire's northern defenses completely empty. After breaking through the border defenses, the army surged forward unhindered, encountering no difficulties or obstacles. If it weren't for the Eastern Elf's inadequate logistical support, the Armored Brigade could have advanced another 100 kilometers. At this point, the Western Elf Empire was in chaos. Tifnara had already begun urgently deploying troops to build a defense around West Peth, preparing to block the Eastern Elf army's offensive from West Peth. In addition, many Western Elf leaders proposed turning West Peth into the Elven capital, replaying the battle for the Elven capital. In the defense of the Elven capital, the combined forces of the Eastern Elves and Great Flame numbered no more than 500,000, yet they held off an attack by a demonic army exceeding 1,000,000. There are still 400,000 troops near West Peth, and 300,000 can be withdrawn from the southern defenses. Could it be that 700,000 men can't hold off the Eastern Elves 700,000? The higher-ups looked confidently at the battle plan before them. Tivnara smiled scornfully. If a battle to stop an army several times their number could be orchestrated with a simple rhetoric, relying on a bunch of you good-for-nothings, then the world would be filled with these legendary battles. These noble nobles have never considered the combat effectiveness and will of their own soldiers. The two sides were completely on the same level in terms of combat prowess and morale. On the surface, It might appear to be 700,000 versus 700,000, but in reality, the Western Elves' 700,000-man army would likely be shattered at the first blow. And they would also have to face support from the Great Yin Air Force. Tivnara simply watched the high-ranking officials depart with such ease. There was no effort to restrain or stop their subsequent debauchery. Because there are some people you just can't convince. Just as the Eastern Elves were advancing triumphantly, in the western region of the Western Elves, a storm was brewing in the city of Sucrus. A 300,000-man dwarf army, coupled with a 200,000-man elven army, would soon reach Sucrus. But the city's current garrison consisted of only 500 marines. And even at their fastest speed, the Great Yin army would not be able to land in Sucrus before the Western Elves arrived. The Western Elves' army would arrive in 2 days, but the Great Yin's reinforcements would arrive at least 3 days later. This meant a gap of nearly 24 hours between the two sides. With those 24 hours, the Western Elf army could completely overrun Sucrus. So the problem facing Chester was a headache. How could he hold off the Western Elf army for a day? The siege of Sucrus was inevitable, because a 500,000-man army was simply too much for the fleet to defeat. The only option was to delay the arrival of the 200,000 Western Elf troops. What should he do? Now Chester's mind was preoccupied with how to slow down the Western Elf offensive. Wait, why so obsessed with defense? I have a navy with excellent maneuverability, and I have over 80 Stuka carrier-based aircraft at my disposal. Why should I waste my time here? Thinking of this, Chester immediately picked up a map and searched for the coastal cities of the Western Elves. Sure enough, 300 kilometers north of Sucrus City, there was a port city, Lydia. After Sucrus City was destroyed by the Great Flame, this port city had become the largest coastal city in the Western Elves. And it was very close to the Western Elves' army. Attacking Lydia would force the Western Elves to turn around. After all, which was more important, a city that had already been lost or a city under attack? Thinking of this, Chester immediately summoned the captains of the fleet. He shared his idea with them. The captains agreed with Chester's idea, and they offered their own opinions, enriching the battle plan. A captain suggested using Stuka bombers for a dive attack. This would create psychological pressure on Lydia City, and order the naval guns to strike the military zone. This would create the illusion of an attack on Lydia City. The Western Elf army turned. But to make the enemy more vulnerable, Chester ordered all warships to set sail for Lydia City. This would create the appearance of an all-out attack on Lydia City. A few hours later, on the sea outside Lydia City, a large number of steel warships sailed in from the sea. Before the workers loading and unloading cargo on the shore could see what they were, a large number of small black specks flew over. The Stuka bombers had already been dispatched, launching the first attack. As the Stuka formations approached, the elves on the shore finally got a clear view of the incoming Stuka formation. The terrified elves fled in all directions. However, the Stuka formations did not attack the people on the shore, but flew directly into the city. Their primary mission wasn't bombing, but intimidation. They wanted to spread the word to the entire city, as much as possible about the Great Flame's arrival. This was a true decoy operation. But to make this decoy more realistic, and to catch the big fish, it would depend on the capabilities of the first post Stuka bombers. A large number of Stuka bombers began to dive. The sound of death screams echoed throughout the city of Lydia. The simultaneous dive of over 80 Stuka bombers brought a shock far less than that of a single one. And a large number of naval guns began to bombard the military zone. The entire city of Lydia felt the terror of the Great Flame. By this time, the Lord of Lydia City was on the verge of shredding his magic voice scroll. He had already requested reinforcements from the Western Elf Empire countless times. Although the Western Elf Empress Tifnara had told the Lord to remain calm, saying reinforcements were on the way, the Lord was terrified and had already begun packing his belongings, preparing to flee. Tifnara immediately informed the Western Elf army commander of the situation in Lydia City. The commander frowned. What exactly was going on? Why was the war situation becoming increasingly confusing to me? Chapter 277. The commander of the Western Elf army ultimately chose to support the city of Lydia. He knew that if he didn't, Lydia would become the next Sucrus, bringing irreversible consequences to the Western Elf Empire. Although the Great Yin had launched an attack on the Western Elves, it had not blocked the sea routes. Trade between the Western Elves and other nations continued normally. This was not because the Great Yin feared the Dwarf Empire. Rather, it was because the entire Western Elf Empire was almost depleted of food. Almost all food was transported to the Western Elf Empire by sea. This was why neither the Eastern Elves nor the Great Yin blocked the sea trade routes. Although the Western Elves were currently suffering, if the Great Yin blocked the sea routes as well, then the entire Western Elf Empire would be reduced to cannibalism. It was clearly the noble's fault, so why should the common people pay for it? A true noble would defeat the enemy squarely on the battlefield. So, when the commander learned that the Great Flame had begun bombarding the city of Lydia, the commander assumed that the Great Flame had become desperate and was planning to completely cut off the Dwarf Empire's food aid to the Western Elves. The Dwarf Empire's weapons and shipping routes had been completely blocked. Their shipping routes were completely unable to deliver any weapons to the Western Elves. Not even a single bullet. More than a dozen Königsberg cruisers patrolled the inland seas. Any ship approaching the Western Elf Empire was boarded for inspection. Aside from food and survival supplies, no weapons were allowed to enter. One might wonder why these nations dared not resist. Why didn't they dare to stand up and accuse Great Yin? In a sense, the entire Inner Sea is practically the Holy Empire's territory. So here's the question. Since Great Yin is using the Holy Empire's name, they have jurisdiction over the Inner Sea. Nations didn't want to antagonize Great Yin at this time. Except for the stubborn Dwarf Empire. After learning that Great Yin intended to board their ships for inspection, the dwarves strongly resisted. But the only outcome was being sunk into the Inner Sea. Thus, under Great Yin's arms control treaty, the only vessels currently operating at sea are those carrying essential supplies. They will provide the final guarantee for over 70 million Western Elves. Some might say that Leon is being too merciful. But this is only superficial. Because what Great Yin lacks most right now isn't reputation. Reputation can be extremely useful at times, but sometimes it's worth even less than a piece of waste paper. What Great Yin needs is talent. And more labor. If the labor force were starved to death, or even injured, then who will work for De Yin in the future? Lion said. This isn't the speech of a capitalist. This simply represents the actions of a good leader who cares about his own people. As for what the people of De Yin should do, of course, they should learn. While reducing working hours, we will compel everyone to take additional free courses, allowing them to learn more advanced knowledge and improve the overall quality of the nation. Some might ask, what is this for? Of course, it's for the next generation, and even the next few generations. Only by thoroughly planting the seeds of education in everyone's mind can the flowers of education bloom on the land of De Yin. Don't want to learn? Your father's learning too. Why shouldn't you? Child's father, do you think I want to learn? Outside the city of Lydia. The returning Stuka fleet reported their situation to the fleet. The Western Elf Empire's army was turning and heading towards the city of Lydia. The decoy operation was a complete success. Chester didn't dare to linger any longer and immediately ordered the aircraft carrier and 20 Königsberg cruisers to return to the city of Sucraz. According to intelligence from informants in the Dwarf Empire, the Dwarf Empire had also successfully manufactured aircraft. The Western Elf Empire aircraft that had been shot down previously were manufactured by the Dwarf Empire. And the Dwarf Empire even had even more advanced aircraft. This completely sounded the alarm for Lion. Production of the Me-262 had already begun, but plans couldn't keep up with changes. These hard-working skeleton mages can only work harder for a while. However, what worries Leon is whether the frontline aircraft can truly defeat the Dwarven Empire's aircraft. After all, air supremacy has always been Leon's most important priority. Once air supremacy is lost, the so-called blitzkrieg becomes a joke. The reason Chester rushed to Sucra City so hastily was because his informant reported that a large number of Dwarven Empire fighter jets had crossed the northern border and were heading towards Sucra City. This meant that the Dwarven Air Force would conduct fire reconnaissance of Sucra City. The key point was that Sucra City was currently deserted, with only 500 soldiers. If the Dwarven Empire discovered this, the original delaying plan would likely fail. If discovered, De Yin would lose its foothold in Sucra City. Even if the fleet could suppress the enemy within the city with its naval guns, the optimal landing site was already under enemy fire. But what worried Chester even more was whether these 80 Stuka bombers could defeat the invading Dwarf Empire Air Force. The Dwarf Empire's technology had advanced from behind, and no one had ever fought against it, so the true extent of its technology was unknown. While we should have awe of the unknown, this so-called respect is reserved for those of refined character. When dealing with these creatures, which could barely be called human, we should not have awe, but a desire to destroy them. Aboard the Nanshuan aircraft carrier, the logistics personnel, with solemn expressions, were loading weapons, ammunition, and refueling the 80 Stuka bombers. They knew these carrier-based aircraft were about to undertake a difficult mission. All the logistics personnel looked at the pilots with respect. These pilots also understood the arduous nature of their mission. They weren't afraid, because once they put on the uniform, they were prepared to die. Soon, the carrier-based aircraft formation, led by Alan, departed for the south of Sucra City. If nothing unexpected happened, they would collide with the Dwarf Empire Air Force, which was heading for Sucra City within the hour. Watching the setting sun, Alan couldn't help but glance back at Sucra City. I hope she's well, and must survive this war. And so do I. Alan took out the necklace, placed it before him, closed his eyes, and prayed. Then he opened them. Dwarf Empire. Prepare to face the wrath of the Great Flame. Chapter 278. Soon, the two sides met over the territory of the Western Elf Empire. Alan's face was filled with emotion as he gazed at the dense swarm of fighter planes before him. The dwarven aircraft numbered at least 300, a nearly 4-to-1 disparity in numbers. This was unfair. But there was no fairness in this world. Both sides discovered each other almost simultaneously. Alan immediately ordered the formations to disperse, each seeking opportunities to engage the Dwarven Empire fighters. This would allow them to determine, through trial and error, whether the Dwarven aircraft were superior or inferior to the Stuka. But there was a downside to fire reconnaissance. It could very well cost lives. As soon as the two sides engaged, a Stuka carrier-based aircraft was shot down. Those who witnessed this scene immediately realized the enemy's strength. Even though they had fought with all their might, the numerical disparity meant that no matter how hard they tried, the two sides could not close the gap. Only then did Alan realize that the Dwarven Empire aircraft before them were quite powerful. In other words, the Dwarven Empire fighter before them was no less powerful than a Stuka bomber. The two were very similar in speed. And even more impressively, the Dwarven Empire's aircraft combined the advantages of both fighters and bombers. Not only did it carry several small bombs underneath, but it also had large-caliber machine guns. The Dwarven Empire's technological level was already ahead of other nations. In a single encounter, a large Stuka was shot down. This gave the Dwarven Empire immense confidence, and the Dwarven pilots instantly became inflated. Ignoring the one-on-one tactic, many dwarf pilots launched their fighters at the Stukas. In their eyes, their own aircraft were invincible. De Yin had been trampled under their feet. The Dwarf Empire's technological leadership. The Dwarf Empire will be the beacon of the world, but the next moment, the De Yin Air Force slapped them awake. Although the Stukas were somewhat inferior to the Dwarf Empire's fighters, as the dwarf pilots grew increasingly arrogant, they became increasingly vulnerable. Is this the legendary arrogance leads to a fall? The De Yin pilots, relying on their excellent piloting skills, employed numerous tactical maneuvers, looking for opportunities to strike the Dwarf Empire pilots. This resulted in frequent fighter planes being shot down on both sides. Over 20 Dwarf Empire fighters had already been shot down. And 5 or 6 De Yin Stukas had also been shot down. The Dwarf Empire Air Force pilots instantly felt the pressure, sweating profusely. It turned out that the De Yin Air Force before them was the true king of the skies. Even if they outnumbered the Great Yin, they couldn't win. But Alan, looking at his downed comrades, was filled with heartache. He felt sorry for his comrades, and regretted the precious pilot's sacrifice. The two sides exchanged fire again. But the Dwarf Air Force had learned their lesson. They typically flew 3 or 4 fighters, each chasing a single Stuka. They used numbers to overwhelm the Great Yin Air Force, whose technology far surpassed theirs. In just 15 minutes, 3 more Stukas were shot down. Alan's heart bled as he watched the downed Stukas. Looking at the still large fleet of Dwarf Empire aircraft, Alan ordered the formation to return. Because fighting further was meaningless. Carl had explained this to Alan when he was assigned. In most cases, Chester's orders were to be obeyed unconditionally. However, if the fleet was under a mortal threat, Alan was allowed to make his own decision. Looking at the remaining 70-odd Stukas, Alan chose to return without hesitation. These were the elite of the Great Yin, and it was impossible to destroy them all in a single battle. Alan ordered the fleet to return and reported the situation to Chester. Chester agreed to Alan's request without hesitation. Chester's heart was bleeding. Although these were Air Force pilots, they would later help train carrier-based pilots for the Navy. The loss of even one would be heartbreaking. Even Leon had said this. Each of these 100 pilots could be exchanged for a Königsberg cruiser. No, their value far exceeded that of a Königsberg cruiser. At first, Chester didn't understand what Leon meant, but now, after learning that 10 more pilots had been lost, he finally understood. My heart was bleeding. Watching the Great Yin Air Force preparing to retreat, the Dwarf Air Force was displeased. They immediately launched an all-out pursuit, relentlessly pursuing the Stuka formation. Due to the similar performance of the two aircraft, the Stuka formation was unable to shake off its pursuers. And there was even a hint of them being overtaken. Seeing this, Alan had a daring idea. Then he looked at the photo on the aircraft's instrument panel. He bit his lip and sighed. Command of the formation now passes to Vice Captain Kedwe. All Stuka GS will remain with me as a rear guard. As Alan spoke the order, everyone fell silent. Understood, Captain. Mission accomplished. Vice Captain Kedwe took command. He knew, of course, that Alan's action was tantamount to suicide. But now the formation had to cut off its rearguard position to survive. Because the formation was still a full 300 kilometers from the aircraft carrier, there was no time to seek support from the fleet. So Alan had no choice but to resort to this desperate measure. Soon, the Stuka formation split in two. Over 60 Stuka carrier-based aircraft flew towards Sukra City. But 4 Stukas instead charged towards the Dwarven Air Force. The Dwarven pilots were instantly enraged. They saw this as a provocation. Both sides engaged in a fierce battle once again. The next second, the other 3 Stuka GS, minus Alan's, were shot down almost instantly. Alan's eyes couldn't help but well up, but he betrayed no sadness. Instead, he accelerated upward. A Stuka makes a sound when it dives, so attacking from above is impractical. However, attacking from below would be difficult to hit. So, there was only one option left. Alan's Stuka continued to climb. The Dwarf Empire fighters below pursued him relentlessly. 250 to 1? How could they be defeated? Alan's Stuka plunged directly into the clouds above. Followed by dozens of dwarf fighters, they followed. But the next moment, there was sudden silence. Only the roar of the dwarf fighters' magic crystal engines could be heard. They heard no sound of the Stuka's propellers. And below the clouds, over 100 dwarf fighters were searching for Alan. Inside the clouds, the Stuka bomber, its engine shut off, was falling. Because the Stuka bomber was practically upside down, its Jericho horn couldn't be activated. No one knows where Alan is. Perhaps only Alan himself knows. Chapter 279. After shutting down its engines, the Stuka plummeted. This puzzled the Dwarven Air Force searching for Alan. Why hadn't they found Alan yet? Could such a large aircraft have simply vanished into thin air? Just as everyone was searching for Alan, he appeared just above them. The next second, no one noticed Alan, who had just emerged from the clouds. Alan looked at the formation of planes below and immediately started his engines. He dived directly downward. The death screams rang out again. The Dwarven pilot reacted instantly and, just as he was about to look up, saw the Stuka overhead. Alan pulled the trigger without hesitation. The 37mm cannon easily shredded the Dwarven Empire's aircraft. Alan flew right through the explosion, leaving everyone stunned. After shooting down the first fighter, Alan didn't hesitate, accelerating his dive to find his next target. Because Alan was so close to the Dwarven aircraft, the Dwarven pilots had no time to recover. Alan was also in the blind spot of the attack pilots. It was impossible to determine Alan's position. With a single dive, Alan shot down 3 enemy planes. Alan repeated his trick and flew into the clouds again. This time, the Dwarven pilots learned their lesson. They didn't immediately follow him, but waited on the side, waiting for Alan to appear. What they didn't know was that Alan had already passed through the cover of the clouds, and was moving away from the battlefield. His mission was accomplished, and the Dwarven Air Force was still waiting below the clouds for his dive. They hadn't anticipated Alan's escape. Alan's maneuvering bought the Great Yin Air Force nearly 10 minutes of precious time. The carrier-based aircraft formation returned safely. The Dwarven Air Force, belatedly realizing they had been tricked, finally realized they had been tricked, so they increased their speed and flew towards Sukra City, prepared to make the Great Yin pay the price. Sukra City. A large number of warships had already prepared their anti-aircraft weapons, ready to deal with the approaching enemy aircraft. The radar on the aircraft carrier had also detected a large number of enemy aircraft approaching. The carrier-based aircraft formation, having just refueled, once again prepared to engage the enemy. This time, with the support of the fleet's anti-aircraft firepower, they must completely defeat these invading enemies. The soldiers of the entire fleet were extremely nervous, as this was their first time facing such a large-scale air force. Previously, it was the Great Yin Air Force that put pressure on the enemy. But now, they finally felt the pressure from the Air Force. Just as the carrier-based aircraft were preparing to take off, the carrier's radar suddenly sounded a warning. A large number of UFOs were rapidly approaching from the east. This puzzled Chester. Where were these flying objects coming from? Looking east, he saw a large number of black spots appearing on the eastern sea. After scanning with his mental power, Chester was stunned. Because this was the Great Yin Air Force. How had they managed to fly over 8,000 kilometers? Chester was completely baffled. However, despite his confusion, over 500 fighter jets flew over from the sea. The pilots of the carrier-based aircraft formation, preparing for takeoff, saw this scene and cheered. More people, huh? Our people are here. Let's give it a try. Besides the large number of Mustang fighters, an aircraft no one had ever seen appeared. And to their surprise, it had no propellers. Yes, it was the Me-262. 50 Me-262s led over 400 Mustang fighters to meet the incoming Dwarven Empire Air Force. The Dwarven Empire Air Force was stunned. They didn't understand why so many fighters had suddenly appeared in Great Yen. Chester himself couldn't figure it out either. But just then, a telegram solved the mystery. After learning that the Western Elf Empire had an air force, Leon immediately ordered the military to come up with a countermeasure. Because the Stuka was only a bomber, it would be difficult for it to seize air superiority. In the past, because other countries had few aircraft and their technology was very backward, the Great Yen Air Force could soar freely in the sky. But the appearance of the Dwarven Empire Air Force sounded a wake-up call. This made Leon sober up. Leon was also thankful that jet aircraft had already been developed. Air supremacy must be in the hands of the Yen. Soon, the military discussed supporting the Chester aircraft carrier fleet. The military debated incessantly all day. The entire morning passed without a conclusion. At a critical moment, Leon offered an idea. Order a large number of magicians to build temporary platforms at sea. Currently, many supply ships were en route to the Chester fleet. Let these supply ships anchor there. At the same time, determine the specific location for the temporary airfield. After confirmation, order the supply ships near the temporary airfield to proceed to the airfield to resupply the incoming air force. Just like that, in less than a day, 500 fighter planes took off from the mainland, rested 6 times at a temporary offshore airfield, and successfully reached Sukra City. They happened to run into the incoming Dwarven Air Force. Lion was relieved to learn that the Air Force had arrived in time. After all, if they hadn't arrived in time, there would likely have been heavy casualties. The loss of a single pilot would have been heartbreaking for Lion. However, these elite pilots were even more devastating. This operation also opened the door to a new world for Lion. Since magicians could build a temporary airfield at sea, couldn't they also do the same for the expedition to the Western Empire in 20 days? But after some thought, Lion felt it was unrealistic. The cost of a temporary airfield was too high. To be more precise, it would consume a huge amount of manpower and material resources. All in all, aircraft carriers were the most convenient. At the same time, this operation also sounded a wake-up call for Lion. One aircraft carrier was simply too few. The construction of aircraft carriers must be accelerated. 2 isn't enough. A little more. In the leader's office, Leon was mumbling to himself. Frostar, watching, raised an eyebrow. I gotten used to it. Leon's daily babble. What the other nations didn't know was that the fleet of aircraft carriers that would later become so numerous and terrifying was actually caused by Leon's fear of insufficient firepower. This disease is incurable and incurable. And just then, a battle erupted over the city of Sukras. This was the Me-262 fighter's first combat mission. It would cast a lingering shadow over the Dwarf Empire. Chapter 280. The next second, the two sides engaged in a firefight. The Me-262 instantly opened up a gap with the Dwarven fighter. Their incredible speed amazed everyone. That wasn't the most surprising part. The Me-262, with its impressive speed, quickly circled behind the Dwarven fighter and launched an attack with its 37mm cannon. The Me-262 was originally equipped with 4 30mm cannons. But Lion had it specially reinforced, installing 6 37mm cannons. With this firepower alone, it could easily shred any enemy aircraft. The dwarves were stunned upon seeing such a formidable weapon. They couldn't hit it, and they couldn't catch up. Just as they were about to give chase, the Me-262 accelerated, circled behind them, and instantly killed them. They had no time to react. To strengthen the Me-262, Lion replaced its original material with a stronger metal. The overall frame of the aircraft was also reinforced, increasing its resistance to pressure. This allowed the Me-262 to perform some difficult maneuvers, enhancing its combat effectiveness. After the Dwarven Air Force saw that they were completely unable to defeat the Me-262, they immediately set their sights on the Mustang fighters. Mustang, am I easy to bully? The swarming Dwarven Air Force was quickly stunned by the Mustang fighters. Because of the Mustang fighters' speed, they couldn't catch up. And the Mustang fighters were far more agile than the Stuka. This resulted in a devastating blow to the confidence of the Dwarven Air Force, which had been using fighters to bully bombers. That wasn't the most outrageous thing. The most outrageous thing was that the Dwarven Air Force realized that the Great Flame pilots were simply playing them. They noticed that the Great Flame pilots were constantly, intentionally or unintentionally, keeping them in the dark. Every time they tried to catch up, the Mustang fighters would immediately accelerate and distance themselves. Every time the Dwarven pilots prepared to retreat, the Mustang fighters would slow down, pretending to be within easy reach. This was simply playing the dwarves like monkeys. By the time the dwarves realized this, it was too late. 1/3 of the Dwarven fighters were completely trapped. They were already deep in the encirclement. They were surrounded by 2 or 3 Mustang fighters. The Dwarven Air Force commander, upon seeing this, immediately ordered the formation to return. At all costs, he had to save the remaining 200 aircraft. After all, the Dwarven Empire currently had only 500 aircraft. If he immediately destroyed 100 fighters, how would he explain this to Emperor Anvari? If he couldn't bring back the remaining 200 fighters, his tenure as Air Force commander would be over. Then, the Dwarf Air Force commander immediately abandoned the surrounded dwarf fighters. He immediately returned with the remaining 200 fighters. But would De Yin easily give up this opportunity? Allow the Dwarf Air Force to come so brazenly, and then leave so brazenly? Did they really think the Me-262s were just for free? Did they really think the De Yin Air Force was made of clay? Quickly, the Air Force commander, watching the Me-262s in pursuit, made a painful decision and ordered 50 dwarf fighters to remain behind to cover the retreat and protect the remaining fighters as they returned to the Dwarf Empire. Although the pilots whose names were called out were extremely reluctant, they didn't protest. Because protests were futile in the feudal empire. After seeing the Dwarf Empire's move, De Yin chose not to let the Dwarf Empire get what they wanted. He ordered the Mustang fighters to cooperate with the Me-262s to pursue the fleeing Dwarf Air Force. At the same time, he left 100 Mustang fighters behind to take the decoy. Watching De Yin's relentless pursuit from behind, the Dwarf Air Force commander wanted to die. Looking at the downed planes around him, the Dwarf Air Force commander no longer cared about keeping his position. He only wanted to return to the Dwarf Empire alive. For the first time, he discovered how joyful life could be. Listening to the distinctive engine roar of the Me-262 fighters, they all wanted to die. This sound would haunt them for the rest of their lives. Of course, that presupposes they could return to the Dwarf Empire and live to old age. The Dwarf Air Force was sweating profusely, and they began to wonder if coming here was the right decision. Wouldn't it be better to stay in the Dwarf Empire? But reality was bound to be different, and they would eventually pay the price for their choice. After chasing for several hundred kilometers, the Dwarf Air Force's remaining 100 or so aircraft fled in disarray. The Great Yin Air Force also prepared to return, as their fuel was approaching the warning level. The air battle ultimately ended in victory for the Great Yin. The Great Yin side lost over 20 Stukas and a dozen Mustang fighters. The Dwarf Empire, on the other hand, lost over 200 fighters. Only 100 dwarf fighters escaped, wounded. Perhaps they would never dream of returning to the skies again. They watched their comrades shot down, powerless to resist. It wasn't that they didn't want to dogfight the Great Yin fighters, but they simply couldn't. The difference in aircraft performance made it impossible for them to defeat the Great Yin Air Force. And most importantly, these dwarf pilots had no experience in actual combat. They had previously bullied the Stuka formation simply because the Stuka was a bomber, not a dedicated fighter. Now, they had finally been slapped in the face. They had deeply realized their shortcomings. Perhaps sending these pilots back to the Dwarf Empire was a mistake, but the Great Yin Air Force had no choice. After all, their fuel was running low. Let them be. On the aircraft carrier deck, Alan, resting, watched the Me-262 fighter returning from the air. A teammate nearby exclaimed in surprise. "Captain Alan, look. It's a jet fighter. Weren't you chosen? Why didn't you fly this powerful jet?" Alan said this with a hint of meaning. "I know the Stuka is slightly inferior to other fighters, but that doesn't change my mind about flying one. Only in a Stuka can I feel the feeling. Only in a Stuka can I feel the control of the sky." The pilot beside him fell silent. Perhaps some fighters are indeed superior, but some people have a soft spot for certain things. With the Air Force's victory in the battle against the Dwarf Empire, air supremacy remained in the hands of the Great Flame. Then it was time to face the approaching dwarf army. But at this moment, a major event occurred in the city of Sucrus. Chapter 281. As soon as the Great Flame began its attack on Sucrus City, order collapsed instantly throughout the city. First, the city lord and nobles fled. They even left their troops behind, leaving the entire army disorganized. Finally, a battalion commander reorganized the troops. But even with this organization, they were unable to withstand the bombardment of the naval guns. As the army regrouped, a large number of civilians evacuated Sucre City. Of course, some civilians remained within. But the dwarf factory remained operational. Even under the relentless artillery fire outside, the dwarf factory continued to operate. Because the dwarves saw them as citizens of the Dwarven Empire, the Great Flame had no reason to attack them. So, the dwarf factory continued to operate. This caused a strange phenomenon throughout Sucre City. Large numbers of people were fleeing. Even the defeated army was retreating outside the city. However, the Dwarven factory continued to operate, and food was still being transported from the city's granary. It seemed they wanted to close the factory gates and isolate it from the outside world. And as the war progressed, the Dwarven capitalists grew increasingly aggressive. Because the war prevented them from enjoying themselves, most entertainment venues had closed, and they also had to be wary of the great Yin soldiers who had already entered the city. They feared a potential clash between the two sides, and their lives would be lost. So, these Dwarven capitalists intensified their persecution of the factory workers. The factory where Vaya worked. 2 blocks away from the factory was a marine outpost. Vaya had been observing from the dormitory rooftop for several days. She was meticulously planning her escape. The entire factory was still barely functioning under the heavy-handed control of the Dwarven capitalists, but most workers were secretly plotting an uprising. They knew the nobles, and the army had largely withdrawn from Sucre City. Now, there was no one in Sucre City who could overthrow them, save for the Dwarven capitalists before them. But what worried these workers was that the Dwarven capitalists had recruited Dwarven warriors to guard the factory. Many of these Dwarven warriors were equipped with magic crystal rifles. Vaya's factory had a total of 3,500 workers, but 200 of them were Dwarven warriors alone. While 200 was a significant difference from 3,000, remember that these Dwarven warriors were regular soldiers, most of them retired from the regular Dwarven army. Their combat effectiveness should not be underestimated. This was Vaya's constant concern. Could she escape? After several days of planning, Weya had come up with a plan. She found a small window in a storage room on the first floor of the dormitory, which would allow her to escape. The dormitory was locked at night and heavily patrolled by Dwarven warriors. This was her only way out. After escaping, she headed straight for the wall, which ran down a ditch. At the end of the ditch, there was an iron fence, but it was rusted. Weya tried, but the rusted iron fence was easily broken. After removing the iron bars, they could escape outside the walls and head for the marine outpost. As long as they reached the outpost, they would be safe. Chester knew the true situation of these Dwarven factories, but he was waiting. He was waiting for the arrival of the army. Because the dozen or so Dwarven factories combined had a full 3,000 soldiers. These were 3,000 regular Dwarven troops, and they were inside the factories. They couldn't use heavy firepower, so they could only wait. The only option was to wait for the army to arrive, and then deal with these unscrupulous capitalists. But it was precisely because of Chester's waiting that the dwarves were misled. They believed Chester didn't dare to attack them. As a Dwarven empire with little naval development, the dwarves had never heard of Chester's reputation. Every nation with a developed navy knew how formidable Chester was. At night, Sucre City was very quiet. Marine soldiers patrolled the streets. Several factions currently existed in Sucre City. There were dwarves, remnants of the elves, and many other evil forces. But none dared to provoke the mere 500 marines. Their relationship became delicate. But only Diane knew. I'm waiting for something. Ugh, I'm waiting for my army. After making sure her roommates were asleep, Weya quietly got up. Although only 2 of her roommates remained, this still made Weya wary of them, as they had willingly surrendered to the dwarves. This made Weya's situation increasingly difficult. So Weya planned this escape. At 2 in the morning, while the dwarves were changing shifts, Vaya trotted to the storage room. She moved the goods piled in front of the small window. With her nimble body, she slipped through the window. After escaping the dormitory, Vaya observed the situation for a long time. She waited, waiting for 2:30. Because every day at this time, the dwarf who stood guard outside the dormitory would go to the cafeteria for a midnight snack. So this was Vaya's only chance. At 2:30, as the dwarf disappeared from the cafeteria entrance, Vaya immediately sprang into action. She leaped directly to the wall and, with a single punch, shattered the fence. The aging fence couldn't withstand the force. Even a child could easily break it. Vaya, once again, slipped through with her nimble body. Looking at the world outside the wall, Vaya's face lit up with joy. She was finally out, but the next second, a dog's bark shattered the night's tranquility. A dog chased out from inside the wall. Vaya panicked and hurried towards the outpost. The dwarf on duty heard the barking of dogs and immediately realized someone had escaped. He grabbed his gun and gave chase. Vaya didn't dare stop and sprinted towards the outpost. The dwarf soldiers from the factory quickly caught up with her. Vaya didn't dare pause for a moment and ran desperately. But how could Vaya outrun the dwarf soldiers, whose physical prowess was several times greater than hers? The outpost was just ahead, but the dwarf's footsteps were getting closer. Suddenly, Vaya felt something bite her leg and fell to the ground. The dwarf's angry curses echoed from behind. Who gave you the courage? How dare you run? The dwarf caught up and was about to grab Vaya. But the next second, a bright light shone down. Who? This is the Great Yin National Defense Army Base. Please submit to an investigation immediately. Chapter 282. The sentries, hearing the noise, immediately raised their guns and rushed over. Although nothing had happened in the past few days, there were occasional disturbances in the surrounding area. Robbery and other incidents were too numerous to mention. The entire city of Sucrus had become a prison for criminals. The elves, unrestrained, instantly transformed into beasts in human skin. They looted and smashed with impunity, harming many ordinary people. A large number of refugees poured into the marine outpost. Chester had no choice but to deliver food supplies from the aircraft carrier to the outpost. They were to provide for the influx of refugees. The Marines roughly estimated that at least 1,000 refugees had flooded into the Marine base. As a result, patrols around the outpost were increased. This was not only to prevent external enemies, but more importantly, to prevent internal riots by refugees. Upon hearing the noise, the Marines rushed over immediately. The dwarf soldier stopped and looked at the great flame soldier in bewilderment. But then he regained his composure. We are soldiers of the Dwarven Empire. This elf is a worker in our factory. He escaped without permission and was captured. We are now in the process of apprehending him, the dwarf soldier said arrogantly, practically looking down on him. No, that's not the case. They forced us to work for them and abused us wantonly, Vaya said immediately in defense. The dwarf soldier flew into a rage and reached out to slap Vaya. Stop! The Marine stopped the dwarf soldier. The words of the dwarf soldier and Vaya filled the Marine with a sense of solemnity, because these words contained so much information. First, the dwarven factory had a large number of workers. Second, it seemed that some of the workers inside the dwarven factory had escaped. But there was no need to arrest them, right? This proved that the Marine sensed the seriousness of the situation. Looking at the Wehrmacht soldier before him, the dwarf soldier was puzzled, but said nothing. The dwarf soldier then prepared to leave, ignoring the Marine. Stop! Just as the dwarf was about to leave, the great flame soldier spoke. This caught the dwarven soldier off guard, but many more dwarven soldiers rushed over. The subsequent dwarf soldiers looked at the stopped dwarf soldier and asked, What's going on? Weren't they captured? Why aren't they coming back? The dwarf who spoke seemed to be a dwarven squad leader. The dwarf soldier then quietly explained the situation to the squad leader. The dwarf squad leader's face instantly filled with anger. Grabbing the Wehrmacht soldier by the collar, he spoke. You lowly humans! How can you possibly interfere with the actions of my great dwarf empire? Looking at the dwarf holding him, the Defense Force soldier suddenly broke free from his restraints. He spoke directly and forcefully. Watch your words. We are the Great Yin Defense Force. Your arrests near our annexation pose a serious threat to the safety of our personnel within our outpost. The dwarf squad leader, upon hearing this, instantly became displeased. The anger on his face grew, threatening to erupt. But the Marine soldier didn't back down. Instead, he stared directly at the dwarf soldier before him. The dwarf squad leader immediately drew his gun and pointed it at the Marine. I just said that, what's wrong? Who are you, Great Yin? As the squad leader finished his words, the other dwarf soldiers laughed, seemingly agreeing with him. Hearing the dwarf squad leader's words, the Marine's rage could no longer be contained. He punched the dwarf squad leader to the ground. You can insult me, but you can't insult my country. As the soldier attacked, the dwarf soldiers immediately rushed forward. 7 or 8 dwarf soldiers rushed forward and knocked the Marine to the ground. The Marine, enduring the pain, blew his whistle. At the whistle, a large number of Marines rushed out of the sentry post. They surrounded the dwarf soldiers. The dwarf squad leader looked at the dozens of Marines before him, his expression changing instantly. I said this was a misunderstanding. Do you believe it? Before the squad leader could finish his words, a Tiger tank rolled out of the outpost, its gun pointed directly at the dwarven soldiers. The Marine commander approached, barely glancing at the squad leader. He helped his soldier to his feet and spoke with concern. Are you all right? The Marine shook his head. The lieutenant colonel patted him on the shoulder, then looked at the dwarven soldiers before him and said, "What are you doing? Don't you know your air force is already exchanging fire with ours? You, the Dwarven Empire, have practically declared war without a declaration, and you dare to injure our soldiers? Do you want to start a war? If you do, then we fight you to the bitter end." The lieutenant colonel clapped his hands before the dwarfs could react. A Tiger tank then drove over, its gun barrel almost pointed at the dwarf captain's face. "Dwarf, I heard you just cursed our country," the lieutenant colonel asked with a half-smile. Looking at the gun barrel almost pointed at his face, the dwarf captain realized for the first time the importance of speaking. "It's a misunderstanding. It's really just a misunderstanding." The lieutenant colonel smiled, then said dismissively, "Well, since it's a misunderstanding, then even if I beat you to death, it's still a misunderstanding, right?" Hearing this, the dwarf captain was sweating profusely. He then spoke. "No, please spare us. We don't need to do this." After a moment's silence, the lieutenant colonel pointed at Via before him. "What's going on?" "This." The dwarf captain was about to explain when the Marine, who had been beaten, told him what he had heard. A frosty expression immediately spread across his face. He then drew his gun and pointed it at the dwarf captain. "Is this what you, the self-proclaimed dwarves, did?" The dwarf captain was so nervous he could barely speak. Via struggled to produce a letter and handed it to a Marine. The Marine then handed it to the lieutenant colonel, who was furious. The letter listed all the crimes committed by the dwarves, along with hundreds of handprints. The lieutenant colonel waved his hand. The dwarf soldiers seemed to understand. The next second, dozens of Marines' AKs opened fire, riddling the dwarfs before them. The lieutenant colonel ordered the soldiers to take good care of Via and handed the letter to Chester. After learning of the letter, Chester realized the seriousness of the matter and reported it to Leon. Leon fell silent after reading it, silently relaying its contents to Sif. Family matters should be handled by family. But it's time to give the Dwarf Empire a lesson. Chapter 283. Dian Sin City. As the war escalated, Dian entered a two-front war. The armies advanced with unstoppable force throughout the Holy Empire. The northern armies were on the verge of annihilating the Holy See. The central armies remained locked in a stalemate with the Holy Kara Empire's forces within the territory of the Duchy of Lonlot. The 1st Armored Division had limited manpower, and it was impossible to defeat them one by one. They had no choice but to concentrate all of the Holy Kara Empire's forces in a single battle, then launch a decisive annihilation attack. The southern armies encountered no resistance and advanced as far as the Duchy of Snoke. However, because Dian's focus had been on the Western Elf Empire for the past few days, all three armies had slowed their advance. Otherwise, if a stalemate arose, the Air Force's strength would inevitably be dispersed, making it impossible to achieve a concentrated strike. Although the Holy Empire's Air Force still had 100 B-29 bombers deployed near the front lines, it was better to be on the safe side. 100 was still too few. Almost all the newly produced aircraft at the aircraft factory were shipped by the Air Force to the Eastern Elf Empire. According to military analysis, the Dwarf Empire was likely to launch an all-out war. These 300,000 troops were just an appetizer. The Dwarf Empire had at least 5 million ground forces. And if the Dwarf Empire increased its military strength, its army would number over 10 million. The Dwarf Empire was very belligerent and preferred to solve problems with the simplest means. This led to the dwarves engaging in conflict at the slightest disagreement. Of course, De Yin was no pushover. De Yin wouldn't start a fight at the slightest disagreement, he would simply spawn rockets and B-29s for his comrades. Never speak when you can. The once weak Great Yin is gone forever. The people of Great Yin have regained their confidence. Smiles are beaming on their faces. In the past, they feared war, but now they revere it. They don't fear war, but they revere it. Even when Great Yin enters a state of war, their lives continue as normal. Though their faces are beaming, they turn serious upon hearing news from the front lines. After learning how far the Great Yin National Defense Army has advanced, the seriousness on their faces turns to smiles. The Great Yin Daily reports daily on the Great Yin battle situation. However, the exact number of casualties and deaths won't be announced until the next day or even several days later. While the front lines can estimate the numbers, Lion repeatedly emphasizes that the troops there must be realistic and confirm relatively accurate figures before reporting. Lion doesn't want to see the battles of his past where thousands of enemies were killed daily, only to see the battle lines creep ever closer to the capital. Good habits must be maintained from the beginning. Capitol Building, Leader's Office. Leon was smirking at the model of Sin City on his desk. Frostar, standing beside him, was puzzled. Why was he so stupid again? Leon was looking at the model before him. It was the planned model of Sin City 3 years from now. Sin City 3 years from now would be 3 times larger than it is now. It could accommodate 1 million people. It would also have numerous commercial centers. It would greatly enrich people's lives and give the people of Dayin the opportunity to spend their money. After all, prices in Dayin are very low right now, yet wages far exceed daily expenses. This allowed the people of Dayin to accumulate a certain amount of savings. However, Dayin's current planned economy made it impossible for them to spend their money, because Dayin would produce as much as the people needed. This made it impossible for the people of Dayin to spend their money. Over time, Dayin's wealth was concentrated in the hands of the people. This had both advantages and disadvantages. Concentrating national wealth in the hands of the people prevented wealth from flowing out. It also greatly helped stabilize prices. However, this also had certain disadvantages. Concentrating wealth in the hands of the people reduced the country's liquidity. However, Dayin's ability to generate income ensured that Dayin had sufficient wealth, sufficient to support all of Dayin's construction. In the evening, Sin City was brightly lit, and a large number of cars drove along the ring road. Sin City no longer had its city walls. The ring road was built on the site of the city walls. It formed the second ring road of Sin City. Sin City now also has a third ring road. There are still a large number of housing projects under construction outside the third ring road. Under Leon's influence, many people from Dayin began to move to Sin City. They quickly adapted to life in Sin City. Every day after work, they returned home. Turn on the radio and listen to the broadcast. The radio currently has 4 channels: military, economy, leaders, and entertainment. Many gentlemen turn on the radio and listen to the entertainment channel as soon as they get off work. At 7 p.m., they listen to a female announcer sing. Of course, the hardest hit are the students. As soon as school is over, they return home, eat, and start their homework. Lion implements a planned education system. Or, more accurately, a targeted training-based education system. While elementary school allows students to develop well-roundedly, in middle and high school, they are encouraged to select 3 subjects of their interest for in-depth study. At the same time, students are encouraged to develop hands-on skills, develop an interest in new things, and dare to challenge themselves. Dayin's education is not rigid. Lion's philosophy is to cultivate qualified individuals, not just students who only focus on exams. The focus of education is on the students themselves. Currently, Dayin has a limited selection of books, but many people still buy some. For example, Red Rock and How the Steel Was Tempered. Of course, children also have books to read. Lion has carefully selected a large number of idiom stories and fables, eliminating the good and the bad. Education must start from the root. Every day, the children are taught a simple message: we are redists. We strive for the well-being of all our compatriots. Feudalism and capitalism are mostly evil. This is to prevent other systems from harming the flowers of Dayin in today's chaotic world. Besides these students, many people are very interested in the economic channel. Of course, the economic channel generally broadcasts the current day's prices in Dayin and provides analysis. The most popular channel is the Dayin Leader channel. Because Leon's voice can be heard on the Leader channel, however, most of these voices are excerpts from Leon's speeches. Of course, there are also some impromptu speeches from Leon due to certain circumstances. Over half of the people in Dayin, young and old, men and women, can recite Leon's speeches by heart. Even Leon himself didn't expect that his own speech channel would be the most popular. Chapter 284. Inside the Western Elf Empire. A scattered Eastern Elf army was advancing towards the Western Elf capital of Sipes. They were the troops led by Ravel, and Lehman was among them. At this moment, Lehman had already changed into the Eastern Elf uniform. The Eastern Elf uniform differed greatly from the Western Elf uniform. The Western Elf uniform was not only of poor quality, but also very uncomfortable to wear. But the Eastern Elf uniform was not only well-fitting but also made of excellent material, so Lehman was reluctant to part with it. The red tin on the hat was especially appealing. The more Lehman looked at it, the more he liked it. Although Lehman was a Western Elf captive, with Ravel's manipulation and Sif's policy of accepting captives, Lehman joined the Eastern Elf. The army was advancing across the territory of the Western Elf Empire. They knew that the main force ahead had already swept everything. So, they were only here to clean up the battlefield. On both sides of the road lay endless fields. The fields of the Elven Empire, fresh from the arrival of summer, were a vast expanse of verdant green. A profusion of crops flourished in the fields. Neither the Eastern nor the Western elves destroyed these fields, for they all knew they were essential to the elves' survival. Even when the Western elven nobles ordered the fields to be burned, the army refused to carry out their orders. They even threatened to rescind the order, accusing the nobles of mutiny. The nobles had no choice but to rescind the order. After all, the army had grown discontented after repeated defeats. The demoralized army could not tolerate further provocation. If provoked, it would likely lead to a rout. Rout was preferable. The worst thing to do was to mutiny. If a mutiny occurred, the nobles' lives would be in jeopardy. The nobles clearly distinguished between their own lives and a brief moment of discontent. In the army, Kano asked, Lyman, you said your sister fell in love with a human? Why does that sound so fake? Lyman twitched his lips. Whatever, it's true anyway. Then tell me, what are the qualities of Sister Weiya's boyfriend? I give Sister Weiya some advice. Kano said shamelessly. What the hell? Lyman waved his hand impatiently, but Kano pressed on. Lyman had no choice but to speak. I don't know what your sister's boyfriend looks like, but I do know he's a pilot in the Great Yin Air Force, and he flies a Stuka bomber. Stuka? The Great Yin seems to have more powerful aircraft, right? Doesn't that mean he's not an officer? So, Kano paused, glancing at Ravel, who was sitting in a car at the front of the team. Lyman understood Kano's meaning and spoke up. I know, but I don't object, because as long as he loves me, that's all. Don't you mind that he's human? Kano was a little surprised. Of course not, because I like him, and what's the big deal about him being human? After all this, I learned one thing. Life is so short, don't leave any regrets. Before Lyman could finish, Kano stopped him. Stop! Stop feeding me chicken soup! I'm being poisoned. Lyman smiled sheepishly. He tried to cover up his awkwardness with a smile. The two walked in silence, when Kano suddenly spoke. Lyman, do you have someone you like? Lyman was a little surprised, then spoke. No, what about you? Kano also shook his head and smiled bitterly. Me neither. The two fell silent again. Lyman, since there's no one we love, what's the point of living? Kano asked, looking at Lyman as if hoping for an answer. I don't know. I just want to go back alive, to see my family. My parents and sister are waiting for me at home, Lyman said firmly. Kano smiled. At first, I was just like you. I wanted to do this for my family, but then I realized it wasn't all about me. There are many people suffering just as hard-pressed as me. Since I put on this uniform, I must protect everyone. What's the saying? He who wears the crown must bear its weight. You and I. Before Kano could finish, Lyman pretended to grab him by the neck, as if he'd been poisoned. Kano, no, buddy. Is that so? I just added some chicken soup. Lyman looked at the bewildered Kano, and then smiled. Only then did Kano realize he'd been tricked. The two men burst into laughter. Many Western elves were still busy in the fields. Although the war was terrifying, they knew that if they didn't work the fields, they and their families would starve to death. The Western elves looked at the army with some fear. However, this army didn't do anything out of the ordinary. Although they were a ragtag force, they were also grassroots. And the Eastern Elf Army's main principle was not to bully civilians. So nothing unexpected happened. Thus, a strange scene unfolded. The Western Elves were in the fields, while the Eastern Elves advanced on the highway. Both sides kept to themselves. While the situation here was flourishing, chaos ensued within Sucra City. Last night, the Marines rescued Weiya and dealt with the dwarf soldiers. This immediately united the dwarven capitalists. The dwarven forces gradually gathered together and contacted other factions to prepare for an attack on the Marines. The dwarven capitalists knew that the Dwarven Empire's army was imminent. And after observing them for the past few days, they discovered that De Yin seemed to have only dispatched the troops currently in sight. There seemed to be no additional troops. After repeated confirmation, the dwarven capitalists had other plans. They were merely merchants, their pursuit of wealth reaching its limit, and they yearned for more. And to climb higher, they needed more than just money. In the Dwarven Empire, becoming a noble required more than just money, or perhaps even no money at all. What you need is merit. If you achieve great success, the Dwarven Empire will grant you a noble title. A noble title is enough to drive these capitalists crazy. And what lies before these dwarven capitalists is a golden opportunity. Destroy the Marines before them. Welcome the incoming dwarven army. If this plan succeeds, they will become glorious nobles. Become truly superior. Enter the Dwarven Empire's aristocratic circle. As these dwarven capitalists were daydreaming, De Yin also noticed the dwarven movements. So they began preparing for a response. And Via told the Marines something that wasn't in the letter. The Marines Tian Yu were practically stunned by what Vaya said. Chapter 285. Vaya recounted what she had seen and heard at the dwarven factory. All the Marines fell silent. This was too outrageous. Living people were being slaughtered wantonly, without even the slightest chance to resist. Just to satisfy the dwarves' sick psyches. The Marines dared not even think about it, for the images were too horrifying. Silence was the best response. Just then, the sentry reported the situation to the lieutenant colonel. The dwarves were plotting something. Dwarven soldiers from over a dozen factories had gathered together, and they had displayed a large amount of weapons and equipment, as if they were planning a battle. Upon hearing this, the lieutenant colonel immediately reported the intelligence to Chester. Chester immediately realized that the dwarves were planning something, but reinforcements wouldn't arrive until tomorrow, and there were still 37 hours until then. But before that, the Marines needed to eliminate the thousands of dwarven troops in the city. However, Chester wasn't just worried about the dwarves, he was also concerned about a host of other enemies. While these enemies seemed insignificant, if the dwarves gathered them together, they would pose a significant threat to the Marines. Sure enough, Chester's worst fears came true. The dwarves gathered other factions, and promised them a large sum of money, as a reward if they eliminated the Marines. The dwarven capitalists, in turn, received numerous merits. It was a win-win deal. The other factions had no reason to refuse. Soon, tens of thousands of people had gathered in the city. These men, each armed with a rifle, surrounded the Marine camp. Looking at the Marines numbering only a few hundred, their faces were filled with arrogance. How could 500 men possibly hold off an attack by tens of thousands? But they would soon pay the price for their arrogance. What they didn't realize was that they were wielding bolt-action rifles against Marines equipped with fully automatic rifles. It was like an egg hitting a stone. Furthermore, these Marines had been trained almost exclusively in individual combat. They believed that with their weapons, they could hold off an enemy many times their number. To enhance the firepower of their snipers, the Marines' Mauser rifles had been replaced with the legendary SVD sniper rifle. The SVD sniper rifle inherited the accuracy of World War II rifles, even surpassing some bolt-action rifles. And most importantly, it was a semi-automatic sniper rifle. And its greatest advantage, its durability. This was the world's first sniper rifle, and its instant release became a classic. And the original designer involved in its design was top-tier architect Dragunov. Dragunov's fame is no less than that of the father of the AK. Even more legendary is the fact that their sons co-designed a classic submachine gun. That's the Bison. This is truly a fantastic collaboration. In fact, the Bison is a submachine gun, but it's actually an AK-74M. And the Bison's accessories are interchangeable with AK-100 series assault rifles. For a moment, the logistics department was unsure how to evaluate this submachine gun. This is getting off topic. Most importantly, the SVD sniper rifle is also a semi-automatic sniper rifle. The SVD's gas tube also features an adjustable gas valve. This means the SVD can be adjusted to the marksman's preferences, increasing accuracy and hit rate. The SVD's lethal range is 600 meters. Although the official range is 600 meters, the SVD's actual range is over 1,000 meters. However, at this distance, it's difficult to kill the enemy. However, in urban combat, the SVD is more than capable of excelling. These ferocious enemies don't know what they face next. Even if they can break through the defensive line of AKs and MG42s, they won't be able to destroy the single Tiger tank in the camp. In fact, Chester had procured this Tiger tank from Caddis with great care. Currently, Diane's tanks have been optimized. Many T-34s have already begun to be modified towards the T-54. While converting a T-34 to a T-54 is somewhat difficult, abandoning all the T-34s in service would be impossible. The 8 armored divisions of Diane currently possess over 2,000 T-34 tanks. Completely replacing these 2,000 tanks is difficult. This is because Diane currently has no spare capacity for tank production. A large number of production lines and magicians have been requisitioned by the Navy. So the unfortunate army can only modify and refit the existing wreckage. After a compromise, the army decided to first upgrade the T-34 to the T-44. As for the army's firepower, it will consist of Panther tanks, IS-2S, KV-2S, and King Tiger heavy tanks. The majority of the Tigers were sent back to the workshop for modification. The original Tiger tanks were modified with sloped armor. With the onset of the Industrial Revolution in various countries, a large number of artillery pieces were developed. The original Tiger tanks' vertical armor gradually became outdated. To improve their survivability, they were sent back to the workshop for modification. Currently, the Yin has a total of 4,000 tanks, of which over 2,000 are T-34 tanks and 800 are Panther tanks. 300 Tiger tanks, 50 King Tiger heavy tanks, 100 IS-2 tanks, 200 KV-2 tanks, and 800 self-propelled artillery. Most of these 800 self-propelled artillery pieces were modified from T-34 and Panzer IV tanks. This fully demonstrates the Yan's ability to be frugal. But Leon knew that the army's continued decline was not a good thing. Once the issue with the Western French Empire was resolved, the Fifth Army's equipment would undergo a complete overhaul. At that time, the Army would completely stand up to the Air Force and Navy. Army, it's finally my turn to step forward, but all this presupposes resolving all the current problems. Sukra City. Before even 3 hours had passed, the dwarves were already losing their patience. With a single order, the army launched an attack. Looking at the enemy braving the scorching afternoon sun, the Marines showed no mercy. Since we decided to go to the battlefield, we shouldn't fear any of the difficulties that lie ahead. Glory or death, this is the truest portrayal of a soldier in the feudal era. To the sound of their unique dwarven instruments, all the dwarves launched their charge. The attack horn had sounded. Many dwarves silently chanted, "Life and death are determined by fate, wealth and honor are determined by God." But they had forgotten one thing. They had never fought against dying before. Chapter 286. The dwarves, eager to achieve merit, charged forward first. They didn't even bother to use the cannon fodder to scout the way. This moved the cannon fodder so deeply they nearly burst into tears. If the dwarves knew what they were thinking, they would be absolutely astonished. What kind of insane logic is this? The dwarves charged fearlessly. Before they could even approach the defense line, the sniper's SVD rifle opened fire. The sniper opened fire from a distance of 500 meters. The unsuspecting dwarf army was terrified by this sudden shot. The sniper's shot struck a dwarf squad leader directly in the head. The bullet instantly lodged in the enemy's skull. The dwarf squad leader kicked back and died. The nearby dwarf empire soldiers immediately sought cover. What's going on? Is it a sniper? Although the dwarf empire had never fought against the Great Flame, they had thoroughly studied it. They almost wished they could live there and study it. After tireless research, they had basically figured out the Great Flame's organization and the names and types of its troops. So they still knew there was a sniper. But now that they were retired, they had obviously forgotten this, their long, comfortable factory guard life having smoothed their edges. But under the threat of death, they suddenly recalled the advice of their former superiors. "What's the first thing to do when facing a sniper?" a dwarf soldier said cleverly. "Think of a solution." The dwarf commander confirmed the soldier's answer, but then asked, "What solution should be used?" "Run," another dwarf soldier answered. The dwarf commander nodded, but then asked again, "So how should you run? In a straight line or in a curve?" This stumped all the soldiers. After a long pause, the dwarf officer replied, "Against a sniper, whether you run in a straight line or in a curve you die." These words stunned all the dwarf soldiers present. Watching their squad leader being killed, the dwarves finally remembered their commander's advice 6 months ago. But it was too late for them now. The panicked crowd fled in all directions. There was no tactical strategy at all. Some experienced veterans immediately sought cover, hoping to engage the sniper. But as elite marksmen, how could they be so weak? Without a second thought, they pinned down the dozens of dwarves, leaving them no chance of escape. Today, they were left hiding in cover. At first, a few dwarf soldiers, confident in their marksmanship, wanted to engage in a shootout. But how could a Marine sharpshooter be just any sharpshooter? The Marines themselves were already the elite of the elite, let alone a sharpshooter. 10 bullets, and 10 dwarf soldiers were killed. After killing 10 dwarf soldiers, the sharpshooter immediately began to reload. But the opposing dwarfs didn't dare to move. The loss of 10 teammates in a row put a great deal of psychological pressure on the dwarf soldiers. After the sharpshooter finished reloading, he found that the dwarf soldiers were hiding obediently behind cover, not a single one running away. This puzzled the sharpshooter. What was going on? Aren't they running? Were they waiting to die? Though bewildered, the sharpshooter continued to perform his duties, staring intently at the enemy a few hundred meters in front of him. "Today, I'm setting up the middle gate. Whoever gets through will die." Not only had the dwarven attack suffered setbacks along this route, but the dwarven armies elsewhere had also suffered setbacks. They were completely unable to cope with the sharpshooters of the Yin. The sharpshooters, armed with a single SVD, could pin them down. This made them want to retreat. They had no idea how to respond. They were killed by the sharpshooters before they could even see the enemy. They tried to escape, but were killed by the sharpshooters again. It was a nearly endless cycle. But just then, reinforcements arrived. The cannon fodder and miscellaneous soldiers, who had been held back, rushed over. They came directly to the rescue of the dwarven soldiers. This moved the dwarven soldiers almost to tears. "Good brother, you love me too much." But the next second, the sound of MG-42's tearing cloth could be heard from the marine camp ahead. Swish! The cannon fodder soldiers, who had just rushed over, collapsed in droves. The dwarf soldiers couldn't help but hold their heads in their hands at this scene. Although they had come, what difference did it make if they hadn't? No, of course there was a difference, the only difference being that there were more bodies on the ground. And just at this moment, the magician hired by the dwarf capitalists finally took action. A large amount of smoke was released, covering the dwarf soldiers' retreat. The sniper immediately grabbed his night vision goggles. But the smoke contained a lot of heat, and the goggles instantly failed. Because the vampire night vision goggles de Yin was using now used thermal imaging technology. This resulted in a significant impact on the heat. When the temperature rose, everything in the night vision goggles went blurry. Seeing the dwarves seemingly retreat, the MG-42s blared. The dwarven soldiers left behind hundreds of bodies in their desperate escape. Not only that, but many of the bodies of miscellaneous soldiers and cannon fodder were also left behind. A rough estimate showed that at least 600 enemies had fallen in the first round of attacks. But everyone knew that the real battle was just beginning. After learning of the sharpshooters' presence, the dwarves would undoubtedly devise a countermeasure. Although these dwarves were impulsive, they still used their brains. After all, having brains and not using them are two different things. When the dwarven capitalists learned that the army they had hired at great expense had been beaten back, they were instantly furious. They practically pointed their finger at the hired soldiers and unleashed a barrage of curses. "How much have you each cost me? Now I ask you to fight 500 people, and you can't even defeat them? You call yourselves the Empire's most elite troops. Are you really so incompetent?" The dwarf soldiers bowed their heads even lower upon hearing this. Because what he said was true. They outnumbered the Marines several times over, yet they failed to take down the Marines' outer defenses. They didn't even reach the outer defenses before fleeing in disgrace. Night quickly fell. Aside from the initial attack, the dwarves hadn't launched any further attacks during the day. The two sides remained in a stalemate. The dwarves continued to plot a breakthrough, but de Yin was counting down the days. In 24 hours, reinforcements would arrive in Sucra City. When that happened, these dwarfs' united forces would face de Yin's righteous fist. Don't worry, being thrashed into Oniichan is normal. Chapter 287. The next day, the dwarves launched an attack at dawn. But the outcome was the same. They were beaten back by the Marines. They had no way to counter the Marines. The snipers, capable of shooting hundreds of meters, alone were enough to give them a hard time. They also tried to pass through the residential area, but the booby traps and trip mines inside made it impossible to pass safely. Many times, they would abandon the idea of entering a house simply because a trip mine at the doorway exploded, never considering that the house in front of them only had that one trip mine at the doorway. The Marine sharpshooters had spent the entire day killing like crazy. Although their training taught them to move between shots, the dwarves would never send their troops against them. They all cherished their lives. Seeing their teammates fall, they immediately retreated behind cover, like turtles. They were just mercenaries. Why would they risk their lives for a little money? Only a gold coin a month for their wages. What's the point of risking your life? The dwarf capitalists were furious. They all cursed, saying they had spent so much money on the army, only to see such a disastrous outcome. However, these dwarf mercenaries knew the difference. A few insults wouldn't hurt them, but if they took a sharpshooter's bullet, they would lose more than just a piece of flesh. So, these dwarf mercenaries began to retreat. This forced the dwarf capitalists to pay these cannon fodder soldiers. Let these cannon fodder break through the defenses. After receiving the money, these cannon fodder soldiers beamed with joy and launched a new offensive. It wasn't that these cannon fodder weren't afraid of death, but rather that they had no idea what had happened to those cannon fodder yesterday. Otherwise, even if they had 100 times the courage, they wouldn't have dared to cross the line. But under the relentless attack of thousands of miscellaneous soldiers, the outer defenses gradually fell. Not only did these miscellaneous soldiers have the advantage in numbers, they also used some protective gear. They piled shields onto a small cart and pushed it forward like a small tank. Although they were miscellaneous soldiers, they also possessed strong hands-on and thinking abilities. After all, with limited resources, they were always in dire straits, so they would adapt to the situation and create improvisations. These props successfully allowed them to break through the Marines' outer defenses. Unbeknownst to them, their nightmare had just begun. Over 20 Marine MG-42s had been assembled, leaving only one route to the Marine camp. This route was wide open, and the Marines had deployed numerous defenses along it. MG-42s were positioned every 20 meters. The abundant firepower would shred any enemy. The miscellaneous soldiers repeated their old tactics, but were soon blown skyward by mines placed on the ground. After the vanguard struck a mine, the miscellaneous soldiers persisted. But with the MG-42s volleys, they were finally defeated. They gazed at the gate, so close, only to find it so far away. Reluctantly, they could only retreat to their base, carrying the bodies of their comrades. The Dwarven army and these miscellaneous soldiers attacked the camp 16 times during the day, but failed to penetrate the Marine camp once. At first, the refugees in the Marine camp were terrified. But as time went on, they saw that the enemy had no chance of breaking through the Marine lines. Their anxiety gradually eased. At the refugee reception center, Wei, watching these soldiers, couldn't help but think of Alan. Like these soldiers, Alan was brave and fearless. Ha! Who's thinking of me? On the deck of the aircraft carrier, bathed in the midday sun, Alan sneezed as he prepared to board a Stuka. Alan and his men were about to carry out a new bombing mission, because reinforcements from the Yin would land in Sucre City in the evening. But before that, they had to deal with the Western Elf Army. The Western Elf Army, fooled by the previous decoy operation, headed for Lydia City. After a day of garrisoning, the warships vanished from the sea early the next morning. Only then did they realize they had been tricked. They immediately set out for Sucre City. They were now less than 30 kilometers from Sucre City. The attack on Sucre City was expected to launch in 5 hours. So Alan and his men had to slow the enemy's advance. To do this, they had to conduct a disruption operation. How? Of course, they would use Stuka bombers to wreak a powerful psychological warfare on the enemy. Alan also learned about the situation inside Sucre City and Via's whereabouts. But Alan knew that it was wartime, and it would be inconvenient for him to see Via. He really wanted to see Via, but there was no other way. He was a soldier. Alan set off with the Air Force. To slow the Western Elf Army's advance as much as possible, the Stukas carried a large number of 250 kilograms bombs. They relied on quantity over power, increasing the strike area and inflicting even greater damage on the Elven army. The Western Elf reinforcements were on their way. They had already deployed preliminary anti-aircraft firepower. Over 30 anti-aircraft vehicles were patrolling near the main force. They would provide anti-aircraft firepower. They were using quadruple 20mm anti-aircraft guns. Their power was far less than that of 37mm guns. However, the 20mm guns' high rate of fire made up for this disadvantage. Moreover, the rate of fire of a quadruple 20mm gun was almost as fast as that of a continuous machine gun. This was why the Western Elf Army dared to march so brazenly. They were not afraid of an attack from the Great Yin Air Force. Would any other planes dare to launch an airstrike? But whatever they said came true. Soon, they heard a terrifying sound. The dense roar of engines completely panicked them. Their commander immediately ordered them to calm down. Because they had ample anti-aircraft weapons, they had no fear of the aircraft in the air. Of course, imagination is beautiful, reality is cruel. 20 modified Stuka G bombers, led by Alan, launched a dive. Anti-aircraft fire immediately began targeting these 20 bombers, but they were struck by an incredible scene. Because these 20 Stukas dived directly under the anti-aircraft fire, the 20mm anti-aircraft cannons hitting the aircraft's hulls were barely scratching. They could only watch helplessly, as these 20 Stukas licked the ground under the anti-aircraft fire. What made them most speechless was that they had clearly prepared anti-aircraft fire, but why did the outcome still turn out so tragically? What they didn't realize was that technology doesn't stand still. The gap between self-reliance and dependence on outsiders will only widen. Chapter 288. With the Stuka G leading the way, the Western Elves were driven into a panic. The defenseless infantry instantly panicked and fled in all directions, ignoring their superiors' orders. Some veterans cleverly hid in the ditches along the road. Facing an airborne bombing raid, running made the pilots more likely to make them targets. Finding a hiding place or lying on the ground was the best option. From the air, it was difficult for pilots to see the ground clearly. But if anyone was moving or making any movement below, the risk of being discovered would increase several levels. After destroying the ground anti-aircraft firepower, the Stukas didn't choose to bomb the infantry, but instead targeted the vehicles and supplies, slowing down the Western Elves' attack as much as possible. The Western Elves watched the Great Yin Air Force effortlessly complete the bombing and then depart with grace. Their eyes were filled with envy. When will we ever have such a powerful air force? Due to the bombing of the Stuka formations, the Western Elf army was unable to launch an attack on Sucre City before the Great Flame reinforcements arrived. In the evening, just as the Western Elf army arrived outside Sucre City, a large number of ships appeared on the sea. Hundreds of landing craft successfully landed in Sucre City. 20,000 Great Flame Defense Force soldiers successfully landed in Sucre City and began to establish positions. This was a street battle even more brutal than the defense of the Elven capital. For 20,000 Defense Force soldiers had to hold off 300,000 Dwarf regulars and 200,000 Western Elf troops. You may find this incredible, but remember, an aircraft carrier and hundreds of warships were stationed on the seas outside Sucres, ready to provide support. The strongest summons might not be invincible. But as undercurrents surged in the Elven Empire, far away in the Papal States, a conspiracy against the Great Flame was about to unfold. Asgard, the capital of the Papal States. A vast city stood on a vast plain. From one end, gazing across, the horizon stretched as far as the eye could see. The most striking feature was a 999-meter-tall statue of the goddess of light. The entirety of Asgard shone with golden light. The city was filled with believers in white robes. Asgard had nearly 3 million residents, and almost all of them were followers of the Church of Light. The Papal States' ruling class was the Vatican. The highest ruler was the Pope, equivalent to the Emperor. The Pope was chosen by the Goddess of Light. Members of the Vatican are nominated by the Pope, who then receives a decree from the Goddess of Light. This has been a millennium-old tradition in the Papal States, unchanged. The choice of Pope is constantly changing, or rather, the position is not passed down from father to son. Instead, the Goddess of Light issues a decree, and many ordinary people have become popes overnight. And after receiving divine gifts, these ordinary people instantly become intelligent, a stark contrast to their previous dullness. And a particularly strange phenomenon is that over 2/3 of the popes in the Papal States were chosen from ordinary people. This fuels even greater fanaticism among believers, because as long as they believe in the Goddess of Light, they have a chance to become pope. As long as his loyalty could impress the goddess, he could become the next pope. This is why the cult of light is gaining more and more followers, and why it's frantically infiltrating neighboring countries. The Papal States also boasts a large number of priests, who provide free medical treatment to all believers. This has greatly increased the loyalty of the Papal States' followers. This is why the Papal States has prospered for thousands of years, growing stronger and stronger without ever declining. But all this is just superficial. Beneath this prosperous surface lies a Vatican that has become utterly rotten. In a small alley in the Papal States, a woman with burgundy hair pushed open the door before her. She entered the courtyard. The courtyard was covered in cobwebs, and the tables and chairs were covered in dust. It looked like no human activity had taken place in ages. The burgundy-haired woman looked at the familiar scene before her, her eyes filled with tears. "Fula, sister is back. I will make the Papal States pay," the woman murmured. The next second, the sound of armor clashing could be heard from outside. A blonde knight entered. "Franca, you're back after all." Franca glanced out the door. "Gala? You lackey of the church. What are you doing here?" Franca said, drawing her sword. The blonde knight, somewhat bewildered, bit her lip and said, "I only found out about your sister 3 years ago. I really don't know anything about her." "Enough. Go away. I don't want to see you," Franca roared. She knew, of course, that Galen had nothing to do with her sister Fula's death, but now, he didn't want to involve anyone else. "I won't leave. As your good friend, I've been unable to help you all these years, and I'm ashamed. So what you need to do next? Let me lend a hand." Galen drew his knight's sword and cut a gash on his hand. Blood dripped onto the magic contract scroll. "What are you doing?" Franca was surprised. Galen smiled. "Remember? Fula is your sister, and my sister too. 10 years ago, I said Fula's affairs are my affairs, so I help with Fula's revenge too." Franca fell silent, then sheathed her sword. "Then tell me, what should we do now?" Although Franca had a preliminary idea, many conditions needed to be met before it could be realized. So, she needed to hear Galen's thoughts. "I know you returned from the Yin. The Yin has been labeled the Papal State's #1 enemy. Currently, the Papal State is plotting to destroy the Yin. Are you interested in helping the Yin defeat the Papal State?" Galen said with a smile, sheathing his sword. Franca's brow furrowed. Although relations between the Papal State and the Yin have deteriorated to the point of collapse, the Papal State has yet to take any action against the Yin. However, Galen's words puzzled Franca. Since the Papal State's founding, Franca had never heard of the Papal State secretly attacking any nation. Today was the first time Franca had heard of the Papal State taking drastic action against a nation. This momentarily filled Franca with a solemn feeling. Galen said sternly, "Because I am now the Knight Commander of the Goddess of Light's Royal Guard, I have access to things that ordinary people can't. The Pope and the Vatican's minister are discussing assembling a coalition force and sending troops to the Yin." Chapter 289. Hearing this, Franca could no longer sit still. Because Galen's news was most likely true, the number of troops the Papal States could mobilize was formidable. First, the Papal States alone had an active military force of 5 million. And it also had a large number of fanatical believers. It could mobilize several million-strong crusades at any time. The Papal States alone could muster over 10 million troops. Even more terrifying, other countries were more or less influenced by the Papal States. Currently, only the Holy Empire, Great Yin, and the Eastern Elf Empire had escaped the Papal States. And the Holy Empire was only able to break free of the Papal States with the military assistance of Great Yin. Otherwise, the Holy Empire would have been eroded by the Papal States. "Are you telling the truth?" Franca asked doubtfully. "Absolutely," Galen said with certainty. "But you are the Knight Commander of the Guards of the Goddess of Light. Why would you choose to betray the Church?" Franca was puzzled. "I just found out a year ago that it was the Church who murdered my parents, so I want them dead." Galen practically gritted his teeth as he spoke the truth. Franca was surprised to hear this, looking at Galen bewilderedly. Galen calmed down and spoke slowly. "Because I was born a level 3 fighting Chi Knight, my talent caught the attention of the Church. However, my parents didn't want me to be drawn into the Church from a young age. They directly rejected the Church, saying they would let me make my own decision when I was older. But the Church didn't see it that way. They charged my father with blasphemy and accused my mother of being a witch. That's how my parents..." Galen's voice abruptly stopped, and he didn't say anything further. But Franca already understood everything. She stood there, bewildered, for a long time before she reacted. She patted Galen's shoulder, unsure whether to comfort or not. Galen smiled and drew his sword. "Come on. Let's fight. Let me see if you improved over the years." Franca also drew her sword. What's the first thing good friends do when they meet? Of course, they fight. Soon, the sound of metal clashing echoed from the courtyard. The two long reunited friends engaged in a relentless brawl. The fight grew more and more childish, as if transporting them back to their childhood. Back then, they were carefree. Dian Sin City, Dian Academy. Dian Academy is located directly in front of the Duke's Palace. Leon's residence was still called the Duke's Palace. Both the Parliament and the military requested that Leon change the name of the Duke's Palace. But Leon refused again. This time, Leon's reasoning was even more irrefutable. "This plaque is a symbol of nobility, but it doesn't represent me as a noble, it represents all nobles in the world. As long as these cancerous nobles are not eradicated, I will not change my name. And Dian Academy is right in front of the Duke's Palace. This Dian Academy occupies an area twice the size of the Duke's Palace. It boasts expansive playgrounds, numerous laboratories, and a massive library. It is currently the highest institution of learning in Dian. It is also Dian's current talent training center. This academy continuously supplies talent to various industries in Dian. The students here also come from all walks of life. Many were born into slavery, while the majority are commoners. Of course, there are also some sons of nobles who have surrendered their land. Because these nobles were very sensible and hadn't committed any wrongdoing, Leon spared them. These students from all walks of life successfully made up the tens of thousands of students at Dian Academy. But among these tens of thousands, only 3,000 studied physics and chemistry. And among these 3,000, only 1,000 studied physics. And many of these 1,000 failed to achieve the expected grades. This simply means there's a long way to go. After all, talent is cultivated slowly. But today, Leon personally came to Dian Academy. A project has been officially launched, requiring a large number of physicists and even mathematicians. When the students at the academy saw Leon arrive at Dian Academy, they were all excited. But Leon didn't linger for long. After a simple wave, he headed straight for the principal's office. Leon came today on a big mission, a matter so significant that even the gods could not stop him. Even the Goddess of Light had come, and she would be taught a lesson. The principal was a highly respected senior figure recruited from the Holy Empire. This senior figure was one of the few scholars with experience in physics. Although he had not yet discovered anything, he possessed a deep interest in physics and in the practical applications of ordinary people. This was why Leon had appointed this elder as the dean of the academy. A dean's ability wasn't paramount, What mattered most was that he or she would identify and utilize talent to its full potential. Dean Ide was reviewing students' grades when he suddenly saw Leon push the door open. It wasn't that Leon didn't want to knock, but he had received an urgent notice. As soon as he received the notice, Leon rushed to the academy. He headed straight for Ide's office. Dean Ide saw Leon push the door open and realized the seriousness of the situation. Because Leon always knocked at the door. If Leon didn't even knock, it was definitely a big deal. Looking at Leon, who was out of breath, Dean Ide was somewhat bewildered. He hurriedly handed his water cup to Leon. Leon took it without hesitation and drank it in one gulp. Dean Ide immediately gathered all the students from the physics, mathematics, and chemistry departments of the academy. At the same time, I will send troops to block the venue, but don't worry, they won't be harmed. It's just that Deyin needs some of them right now to start a project, Leon said breathlessly. Upon hearing this, Ide rushed out at lightning speed. This left Leon, standing by stunned. Is this still an 80-year-old man? He runs faster than I do. Soon, 3,000 to 4,000 people were crammed into a single laboratory. Thankfully, this laboratory was used to test large equipment. There was ample space for all 3,000 to 4,000 people. Lion looked at the students before him, his expression growing serious. Fellow citizens of Great Yin, your presence here today has proven you are the best. You are the very talent Great Yin needs. But remember everything I say next, don't tell anyone. As soon as Leon finished speaking, the leader of the Royal Guards cocked his rifle. All the students, realizing the gravity of the situation, pricked up their ears, all ears. Some of you will be selected to participate in the Pirchet project. Chapter 290. Lion's words stunned everyone present. They didn't know what the Pirchet project was. But they thought what Leon was talking about seemed quite advanced. Many students showed a certain interest in the Pirchet project Leon was talking about. Then, they looked at Leon eagerly, hoping to learn exactly what it was. Lion gave all the students a magical contract and asked them to sign it. This contract guaranteed that they would not disclose any details about the Pirchet project. Everyone was puzzled. Why would Leon do this? But despite their confusion, they signed their names anyway. Because Leon wouldn't harm them. After watching everyone sign the pledge, Leon spoke. As everyone knows, our Great Yin nation is built on science and technology. But no matter how hard we try, we can't rival those of the most powerful. Of course, that's for now. So, I've been trying to find ways to improve our technology, so that ordinary people can stand up straight. This isn't a matter of negotiation. If we want an equal world, we must strive for it. Perhaps this is wishful thinking, but if we don't even dare to think, then what's the point of living? Lion finished speaking and looked at the crowd. Everyone's faces were solemn, lost in thought. Lion looked around, and then spoke slowly. Next, I introduce you to the Pirchet project. This is a plan unprecedented and unparalleled. That's not true. Some have attempted it before us, but unfortunately, they only achieved half success. Or perhaps, just when they were about to succeed, they realized they were heading in the wrong direction. Listening to Leon's words, everyone grew serious. Unprecedented? Unrivaled? What exactly is this? Everyone, are you willing to join this project? This project that will make everyone in Yin rise up. Lion said, looking at the crowd. Everyone present began to murmur. Although they didn't know what Pirchet was, Leon had made it clear. This project was crucial to Yin, otherwise, Leon wouldn't have personally hired them. So they immediately began to think. Lion wasn't in a rush, this matter couldn't be rushed. After a long wait, Leon announced the start of student recruitment. Although most of these students had never been exposed to it before, that didn't mean they were incapable. After all, those predecessors in previous lives also created something from nothing. And this is a magical world. Anything is possible. Lion waited in the principal's office. After all, interviews require a quiet space. Ide, who had been in the principal's office, had already fled. When he saw the large number of Royal Guard soldiers appearing on campus, he knew today's events were no ordinary matter. The Royal Guards Division, with only 10,000 men, was the absolute elite of Great Yin. They were drawn from various units. And their weapons and equipment were top-notch. The level of sophistication was almost on par with the Marines. Not only that, the Royal Guards Division, officially known as the Leader's Royal Guards Division, was directly under Lion's command, specifically responsible for protecting Lion's safety. They were also tasked with guarding the capital. It could be said that if they wanted to destroy the capital, they would have to trample over the corpses of the Guards Division soldiers. The Guards Division was not simply an infantry division, it also had armored units. and its armored units were almost all the latest products of the Great Yen. These Guards Division soldiers were already in their possession before the regular army even had them. But no one complained, for they knew that the Guards Division was responsible for the safety of their leader and for guarding the all-important capital. This was an incredibly honorable mission, one that countless soldiers yearned for. The principal's office. After a long wait, Leon finally saw the first student who came for an interview. The student was so skinny that Leon almost thought he was suffering from chronic malnutrition and nearly had the Intelligence Bureau blow up the cafeteria. Cafeteria? ? Hello, what's your name? Leon extended his hand. The student was flattered and hurriedly shook Leon's hand, speaking excitedly. Leader, my name is Robert, and I'm a physics student. Listening to Robert's stuttering words, Leon tried to ease the awkwardness. Don't worry, young man. You're here to apply, not to be judged. Just be yourself. Don't worry about me. Why would you care about me? Do you think I have a giant turtle painted on my face? After Leon finished speaking, Robert's nervousness eased slightly. Robert, you know what? You're the first one to apply. Tell me what you think. Robert shrank nervously, then calmed down and spoke. Leader, everyone's reluctant to come because they have no idea what the Peerchet project is. But I think it's a weapons development project. Robert offered his unique insight. This surprised Leon. Just then, the door opened, and Hans walked in with a briefcase. He handed it to Leon and patted Robert on the shoulder. This left Robert baffled. Leon opened the briefcase without hesitation. He spoke as he read the information. Robert, 23 years old, from the Violet Duchy of the Holy Empire. I have only one 16-year-old sister left. My parents tragically passed away during the orc invasion. At this point, Leon looked up at Robert and asked, Do you hate orcs? Leon's penetrating gaze seemed to penetrate Robert. Robert was a little surprised that Leon had received all his information in less than a minute. But Robert still answered Leon's question. I hate orcs, but I know I can't harm orc civilians. Robert said with a wry smile. Very good. Leon was very satisfied with Robert's answer. He then continued to read Robert's profile. At the age of 22, he came to Yen and joined Yen College, studying in the physics department. He repeatedly opposed the physics teacher's views on magic. He proposed the theory that Yen cannot exist without magic, and pioneered the idea that the two objects are inevitably connected. After reading this, Leon looked up at Robert, his eyes as if to say, You boy are truly talented. Feeling Leon's gaze, Robert lowered his head in embarrassment. After reading this, Leon no longer wanted to read. This man must be brought back. If all else fails, let Hans be the villain. I got this guy. Chapter 291. Robert looked at Leon with some fear. That fiery gaze seemed to devour him. This world is too terrifying. Looking at the frightened Robert, Leon immediately realized he had lost his composure. After all, with the gold card right before his eyes, no one could resist. Mr. Robert, what are your thoughts on weapons? Leon asked his final question. This question silenced Robert. Robert pondered for a long time before speaking seriously. Weapons can do many things, but the most common use is killing. However, weapons can also protect. Just like a knight's sword, it can be used to kill, but it can also be used to protect the weak and justice. Many things are relative, right and wrong, true and false, including ourselves. People can be good or bad. Listening to Robert gradually veer off topic, Leon spoke hurriedly. I can assure you that the project you're about to participate in will produce the most powerful weapon ever. Its appearance could mean the power to annihilate the world. So, Mr. Robert, are you ready to dedicate yourself to the Great Flame? Leon asked earnestly, his tone brooking no doubt. Robert looked at Leon before him, then at the sky outside the window. At that moment, it was as if time had stood still. Robert had no idea how to respond. He knew he was fully prepared. But Robert couldn't speak because he knew what this meant. This was a responsibility. He who wears the crown must bear its weight. Robert felt as if time had stopped. He could even see butterflies fluttering outside the window. It was too heavy. Robert understood from Leon's words that the Peerchet project he was talking about was a very important project. But when Robert heard that this weapon possessed devastating power, Robert froze. He didn't know how to face himself. His parents had died in the war, and now he was going to manufacture weapons. Was this the right thing to do? Although Robert had just spoken his heart out, he only now understood. No matter how well prepared you are, whenever you need to achieve something, you will always become a stumbling block. Looking at the sweat-soaked Robert, Leon said nothing. Instead, he picked up a piece of paper and handed it to Robert. Mr. Robert, you can go back and think about it for a while. Come back and give me an answer in a few days. Leon then gestured for the soldiers to take Robert home. Robert bowed to Leon and then left awkwardly. Hans watched Robert leave, his face filled with confusion. He glanced back at Leon, then back at Robert as he left. Leader, what's going on? Isn't Robert the most suitable candidate for this plan? Then why let him go? Hans said, bewildered. He's the most suitable candidate, yes, but before he can become the most suitable, he needs to go through some things to become the most suitable. Hans's face darkened. Leader, are you trying to give him a blow? Should we send in the Intelligence Bureau? Hans clenched his fists after saying this. Leon's face darkened. Get out of here. Can you please stop always thinking about killing him? Hans muttered, looking aggrieved. Isn't that what the Intelligence Bureau does? Leon was at a loss for words, and could only change the subject. Okay, enough arguing, next one. Robert returned home in a dreamlike state. He was distracted the entire way, still undecided. He was constantly hesitating and struggling. He opened the door and saw his sister, Vanna, diligently working on her homework. Vanna had just started school this semester, and there was a huge gap between her and the rest of her class. She had always wanted to prove herself to her brother Robert, because she knew he was a genius. A true genius. So Vanna wanted to grow up and not hold him back. Because Vanna knew Robert's future achievements would be limitless. If you ask why, it's probably a sister's intuition. Vanna, diligently working on her homework, didn't notice her brother had returned. She was instead fixated on the geometry function on the paper. Why is this so difficult? Robert smiled at his sister's frantic expression. His sister was his only hope in this world. Robert stared at his sister Vanna. It wasn't until Vanna finished her homework that she noticed her brother standing beside her. Brother, you're back. Vanna leaped from her chair and hugged Robert. Robert smiled and patted Vanna's head. How was school today? Excellent. The teacher even praised me. Vanna's face brimmed with pride, hoping for Robert's praise. Robert, knowing exactly what his sister Vanna was thinking, feigned a perfunctory response. Ah, yes, our Vanna is the smartest. Vanna's defenses were instantly broken, and she turned her head away with a huff. Robert felt a little embarrassed. It felt like she played too much. But the next moment, Vanna spoke. By the way, brother, why did you come home so early today? Are you hiding something from me? Vanna suddenly gave Robert a meaningful smile. Robert nodded and spoke. Today I met the leader. What? Before Robert could finish, his sister Vanna grabbed Robert's shoulders and spoke in a voice that could shatter his eardrums. Keep your voice down. Robert's face was filled with gloom. You said you met the leader? Why? Vanna's face was filled with sadness, because it wasn't her who met the leader. The leader came to our academy to recruit for a project, and I applied. What project? I can't tell you, not even the name. Robert said, pointing to his ear. Vanna understood instantly and asked, Did you agree? Robert shook his head, then said, I didn't agree, but the leader asked me to come back and think about it for a few days. I don't know what to do now. Vanna brought a small stool and placed it in front of Robert. She stood on it, touched Robert's forehead, and said with a puzzled look, I was wondering, you don't even have a fever? Why is your brain going crazy? Robert's face was full of black lines, and then he sighed. Because the leader said this is a weapons project, it's likely to cause heavy casualties. Robert was interrupted by Vanna before he could finish his words. Brother, how could you be so foolish? No matter how powerful a weapon is, it depends on the person wielding it. With a leader here, what are you afraid of? Besides, would the leader use these weapons against his own people? Robert suddenly came to his senses after hearing this. Yes. The people are the most important thing. Chapter 292. A few days later, in the Gobi Desert northwest of the Violet Principality, a large convoy carrying a large amount of equipment and construction materials was traveling through this vast desert. They were bound for a valley called Pirchet. There, they would carry out a top-secret mission. Protecting the convoy were soldiers from the 4th Battalion, 1st Regiment, Imperial Guards Division. After completing their escort mission, these soldiers would be stationed in Pirchet. Only when their mission was complete could they return to Sin City. The convoy soon arrived at Pirchet. Pirchet was a small valley, the only one in this stretch of desert. It wasn't much better though, with only a few weeds. It looked like there was no room for human survival. The Imperial Guard soldiers immediately disembarked and began building houses and digging deep wells. The plan to develop mushroom eggs would take root here. Robert, vomiting from the bumpy ride, leaned against the car door. He had assumed the project was taking place within the Great Yin territory. But the reality was that they had arrived directly in the Violet Principality, and in this barren Gobi Desert. Regarding the project's location, Caddis and his team proposed placing the project in an underground facility in the northern forest. But Leon flatly rejected this idea. Because all eggs shouldn't be put in one basket, biological and chemical weapons research and other weapons research are all in the underground facility. If the Mushroom Egg project were to be placed in the underground facility at this point, what if something went wrong in the basement? Wouldn't all eggs be ruined? But besides the northern forest, most of the rest of the Yin is coal mines. There was simply no land suitable for research. So Leon set his sights outside of the Yin. Here, on the Gobi Desert of the Violet Duchy. Even the orcs wouldn't set foot in this Gobi Desert. It was so secluded that even if something unexpected happened to the Pirchet project, it would be difficult to detect. So Robert and his companions came here. Besides Robert, there were over 30 academy students. These 30 or so people would begin their long journey. And their families were still in Yin. In fact, Leon had initially considered sending their families with them. But after some thought, he ultimately gave up the idea. The project was top secret, and the location wasn't in Yin itself. The fewer people, the better, so these pillars of society had to be left alone. In fact, there were over 1,000 people who wanted to sign up, but many chose to give up when they heard they had to leave Yin. And some didn't pass Leon's test. So, there were only the 30 or so people in front of us, and a battalion of 800 soldiers. They will begin research on mushroom eggs here. However, creating mushroom eggs with just 30 people is difficult. So Leon sent the Time Witch Fuchsia. With the help of time and space magic, some uncontrollable experiments can be carried out. After all, with the witch's backing, go for it with confidence. The reason Leon decided to launch this project was because the underground facility had already obtained a magic energy block. That's right. With Fuchsia's help, Leon obtained a 100% pure magic compressed physical energy block, turning these invisible and intangible magical factors in the air into a physical form. But the cost is enormous. As a witch, Fuchsia spent a full month condensing an energy block the size of a third-order Rubik's Cube. It was precisely because of this energy block that Leon decided to initiate this project. Now that we can condense magic power into a solid, let's see if we can achieve fission. But before that, we need to understand the definition of fission. 235 and other raw materials can undergo fission because they possess sufficient volume and weight, and they contain a certain number of neutrons. Bombardment creates free neutrons, and these free neutrons bombard other nuclei, increasing the number of free neutrons. This creates a chain reaction, ultimately generating terrifying power. So the question is, can magic solids actually undergo a chain reaction? Originally, a chain reaction requires neutron bombardment. But this was a magical world. To create a chain reaction of magic, one needed to understand exactly what magic actually was. This was a headache for everyone. However, Evelyn, the Witch of Knowledge, provided crucial information. When activated, the magic factor becomes extremely active. And it releases even more tiny magic factors. Many forbidden spells rely on the unstable nature of the magic factor. But forbidden magic relies on the accumulated power of a large amount of unstable magic factor. This is like piling up millions of tons of TNT and detonating them. However, the mushroom egg, with minimal raw materials, unleashes terrifying power through the power of 235 itself. So, the task of testing the magic factor must be carried out. Leon assigned this task to Fuchsia without hesitation. Fuchsia initially disagreed. Leon then laid out his conditions. If you can verify the magic factor and trigger a chain reaction, from now on, you have all the cake. Fuchsia immediately agreed to Leon's request. Fuchsia, this is a huge win for me. But before that, Leon handed the mass energy equation to Robert. It's unclear whether magic power satisfies the mass energy equation. But since this world already has 235, the mass energy equation should hold, right? If the mass energy equation holds, then the magic factor should also satisfy it. Leon knew Robert might not understand the mass energy equation. But that didn't matter. He could use reverse thinking and verification to make Robert understand its importance. Looking at the mass energy equation in his hand, Leon couldn't help but sigh. As the saying goes, those who plant trees will enjoy the shade. Scientists in previous lives took decades to verify this equation. Yet he had easily adapted it. Lion silently lit 3 incense sticks before the mass energy equation. Seniors from our home planet, please bless me. Let the light of the mushroom egg shine brightly in this world. With only a few people in Great Yin aware of the project, the Pirchet project officially commenced. Nearly 1,000 people vanished from sight, including the soldiers on guard duty. All their files were sealed and classified. While neighboring countries were still struggling on the road to industrialization, they didn't know that Great Yin had already left them several steps behind. Chapter 293. In Sucra City, the Western Elf army gazed at the great flame flag already raised within the city. Knowing they were a step too late, they ordered their soldiers to immediately station themselves 20 kilometers outside of Sucra City. This was done to prevent naval bombardment. It was also to bide their time. After all, the dwarf army was already on its way. Could 500,000 men not capture the city with only 20,000 defenders? While the periphery was peaceful, Sucra City was far from peaceful. As the army outside the city halted its advance, the Great Flame Defense Force also began its internal cleanup. After all, these dwarf capitalists deserved to be punished with blood. Upon learning of the Great Flame Army's landing in Sucra City, many dwarves immediately prepared to flee. However, their route to escape was blocked by the Marines. The Marines had laid numerous mines along the route the dwarves had to take. The dwarves who stepped on the mines dared not advance any further, and had to retreat back to the factory. And this retreat would end in death. Some fearless dwarves bravely charged forward. Even under sniper fire, a few of these dwarves managed to escape. After learning of this, Chester didn't order the Marines to pursue them. Because Chester knew, as Leon often said, let the bullets fly for a while. 20,000 Wehrmacht soldiers launched a massive cleanup of Sucra City. A large number of dwarven factories were broken into. The dwarven capitalists and their own dwarves were captured in front of the elves inside. The elves were told that a trial would be held by the sea the next day. The elves, upon hearing the news, were filled with disbelief. For these words were tantamount to telling them, "We will avenge you." The elves couldn't understand why these human soldiers before them would help them punish the dwarves. After all, humans and dwarves didn't hold much hatred, yet now they were willing to help them judge the dwarves. It wasn't that the humans were willing to help the elves, but rather that these suffering people didn't want to see the tragedy they had experienced happen again. After all, experiencing the same disaster once was enough. No one wanted to experience it a second time. The soldiers, looking at the dazed elves before them, were also somewhat bewildered. "Why are you still here? You can go home." The Wehrmacht soldiers told the elves to go home. Some of the elves' homes were within Sucra City, but others came from other places. These elves attempted to cross the battle zone, but were blocked by the Western Elf army outside. Because of an order from a Western Elf officer, the Western Elves in the factory were suspected of colluding with the Yin. So, they were told to return to Sucra City. This was unacceptable to the elves. They were all compatriots, so why were they being so difficult? The elves were forced to retreat to Sucra City. Meanwhile, the National Defense Forces were establishing defensive positions. This intelligence was immediately reported to Chester. Chester was also troubled. But then, he remembered the landing craft that had transported these soldiers. Without hesitation, he packed up the elves and sent them away using the landing craft. After all, the war was about to begin, and Sucra City could very well be destroyed. This 1,000-year-old city could very well be wiped out of this world. To prepare for the brutal street fighting that was about to begin, 20,000 Wehrmacht soldiers constructed a remarkably strong defense. First, a large number of mines were laid along the main roads to limit the effectiveness of the dwarven armored units. Second, at some key intersections, not only were fortresses built, but also extensive barbed wire. Also, to increase the difficulty of the street fighting, the Wehrmacht blew up some unimportant houses. This meant that the attackers had significantly less cover, leaving their soldiers completely exposed to sniper sights. They also used fast-setting concrete to transform some sturdy houses into miniature fortresses. The 20,000 Wehrmacht soldiers had already turned the city of Sucra into an impenetrable fortress. Unless the dwarven army possessed the Gustav cannon, it would be difficult to shake these defensive clusters. And most importantly, these 20,000 Wehrmacht soldiers were not native to the Yin. They were from the Violet Duchy. The Violet Duchy soldiers are renowned for their spirit, their ultimate destiny being to die on the battlefield. Thus, these 20,000 Wehrmacht soldiers could very well crush the dwarven army at Sucra City. The Wehrmacht's naval guns also provided fire support. And B-29 bombers were already en route. The dwarven army, arriving later, quickly spotted the defensive cluster before them. Sucra City had been transformed into a fortress by the Wehrmacht. Dwarf Commander Andre gazed upon the besieged Sucra City, his face filled with solemnity. Although he already knew that Sucra's defenders were few in number. But this was the first time their dwarven army had clashed with the Great Flame. Originally, the dwarven army had air support. However, due to heavy losses in their magic airships and fighter planes, The Dwarven Emperor Invari was forced to order the Air Force to retreat. This put Andrei in a difficult position. Although he had 300,000 troops, the opposing 20,000-man defense army had naval and air support. Furthermore, the defense army's overall strength far surpassed the Dwarven armies. This was bound to be a tough battle. Andrei summoned Cedos, the commander of the Western Elf army. Andrei was no fool, so he treated Cedos with equal courtesy. He wanted to obtain information about the Great Flame from Cedos. After all, it was the Western Elves who had engaged in battle with the Great Flame first. When Cedos learned of Andrei's purpose, he felt a little uncomfortable. It would be embarrassing to simply reveal that he had been beaten by the Great Flame. But Cedos still shared the intelligence he had. The Great Yin Air Force is formidable. Looking at the serious Cedos, Andrei's face became grave, and he nodded, agreeing with Cedos' statement. Cedos nodded in agreement. Andrei continued to look at Cedos, as if to say, "What else, Cedos?" What else, Andrei? Do you only know that the Great Yin Air Force is formidable? What about their navy and army? Cedos, I never fought them, so I don't know. Andrei, And so the most abstract scene unfolded. 500,000 troops, 2 commanders, and all they knew was that their opponent possessed a powerful air force. Is this a fight about to end in failure? Chapter 294. The next day, as the newly risen sun rose over the sea, the Dwarven and Western Elf armies were ready to launch their assault on Sukruz. The 500,000-man army was divided into 100,000, with the Western Elves and Dwarves each making up half. Both sides launched their assault on Sukruz from 4 directions. But as soon as they approached Sukruz, they were bombarded by naval artillery fire. Although the Dwarven mages used their best efforts to protect the soldiers, the naval artillery was no match for them. The frequency of the naval artillery attacks far exceeded the mages' defensive effectiveness. So, Andrei had no choice but to order the dwarves to disperse their forces, scrambling as close to Sukruz as possible. The Western Elves also came under intense naval fire, but they employed a more sophisticated tactic. They gave each soldier a magic scroll of concealment. This temporarily rendered them invisible, including their equipment. However, it failed to block footsteps or other auras. This meant that these shielding scrolls could only be used by ordinary people, and were quite useless. After all, in this magical world, everyone, whether ordinary or top-tier magicians, carried a certain magical aura. However, at this moment, these useless magic scrolls finally came in handy. After coming under fire, the Western Elves immediately retreated temporarily, ordering their soldiers to use these magic scrolls. They then quietly approached the city of Sukruz. The reconnaissance aircraft carrying out aerial reconnaissance had no way of detecting these Western Elves soldiers. The defenders were puzzled by the deserted north and east sides. Were these Western Elves retreating just like that? Little did they know, these Western Elves were already nearly reaching the outer city defenses. Luckily, just as the Western Elves were approaching the outermost defenses, a Western Elf soldier unfortunately stepped on a landmine. As the mine exploded, the Wehrmacht soldiers reacted immediately. After all, landmines are impossible to accidentally detonate. First, landmines are extremely sophisticated explosive weapons. The conditions for detonating an anti-infantry or anti-tank mine are very demanding. Even a small animal stepping on one wouldn't trigger it. What's more, these were mines manufactured at the Great Flame Arsenal. Their quality and power had been rigorously tested. So, upon hearing the mine explode, the commander of the outer defense line ordered his soldiers to open fire. The Laogan Ma in the machine gun fortress immediately began to unleash their ammunition. A cloud of blood instantly exploded in the air, accompanied by numerous screams. The Wehrmacht soldiers were astonished, as you can imagine. After a burst of bullets, screams filled the air, and clouds of blood filled the air, but no one was visible. Is this a human or a ghost? As a staunch materialist, I just killed him. The commander immediately ordered all forces to open fire. The MG-42s rang out. A large amount of blood appeared on the open ground before them. Finally, a machine gunner's burst of bullets struck the magic scroll attached to a West Elf soldier. Instantly, the West Elf soldier's figure emerged. Only then did everyone confirm that it was the Western Elves, and that they were already approaching. A regimental commander guarding the northern line immediately ripped off his hat. Damn it! Shoot! The enemy's right up my alley. Won't the whole division laugh at me when I get back? Don't even bother saving my ammunition. I want to find the enemy's bodies amidst the piles of bullets. The machine gunner's smile instantly darkened upon receiving the commander's order. What? Unlimited ammunition? Such a good thing? The machine gunner ordered the deputy gunner to immediately replace the magic barrel. Although De Yin had already released a modified MG-42, the Army's equipment had been delayed due to production capacity being tied up by the Navy and Air Force. This infuriated the Army, and Chester approached Leon with his knight's sword in hand. He drew his knight's sword and held it to his own neck, threatening Leon. The Navy has new warships, the Air Force has new planes, but what do we have in the Army? The Army has new recruits. Leon almost said it, but he held it back. Because he knew that if he said that, he probably wouldn't be able to walk out of the office alive. So Leon had to come up with a compromise: modify existing weapons. This led to the T-34 overhaul and the Panzer IV overhaul. At the same time, modifications to conventional weapons were also underway. The MG-42 currently has 3 barrel types. One is the factory standard barrel, and the other is a slightly more durable ice-attributed barrel. The most powerful is the magic barrel. Even at the MG-42's high rate of fire, the magic barrel can maintain its performance for 5 minutes without breaking. This immediately caused the logistics team to curse. So, unless absolutely necessary, the machine gunner wouldn't order the assistant gunner to replace the magic barrel. But now that the regimental commander had given the order, "I'm sorry, my logistics team. No love left. Break up. Logistics. Please turn on the microphone to communicate." After receiving the regimental commander's order, the machine gunners began to unleash their fire. Laogan mob bullets mixed with MG-42 rounds flew towards the Western Elves. The Western Elves had no time to dodge. Some clever Western Elves immediately dropped to the ground, while others, more nimble, sought craters or cover. Of course, many more Western Elves were shattered by the bullets. However, a large number of Western Elves had already reached the outer positions and began to launch exploratory attacks. The dwarves were also in a difficult situation. Upon learning that the main army's attack had been thwarted, Andrei did not deploy his artillery and tank units. He knew that once the artillery and tank units were deployed, then the naval guns would fall on the heads of the artillery and chariot troops in less than 3 minutes. Andrei sighed and pulled out a magic scroll from his storage ring. Looking at the ornate and intricate patterns on it, Andrei felt a pang of pain in his heart. This was a forbidden magic scroll, one of the few left by the dwarven forbidden magicians. After learning of the Air Force's disastrous defeat, Anvari feared that Andrei would repeat the same mistake, so he gave Andrei this forbidden magic scroll. He hoped Andrei would make good use of it. Andrei looked at the dwarven army, unable to even reach the perimeter. Andrei knew now was no time to hide, it was time to bring it out. This forbidden magic scroll should help the army capture Sucrose City, right? Andrei murmured as he looked at Sucrose City. Chapter 295. Andrei tore open the magic scroll before him, and instantly, a massive surge of magical power erupted from it. The terrifying magical power instantly soared into the sky. Everyone noticed the terrifying movement of the magic scroll. Chester's face darkened. He could sense that this was forbidden magic, and just as he was about to take action, he realized it was too late. A massive shield enveloped the city of Sucrose. The dwarven army, the Western Elf army, and the defense forces were all trapped within this protective barrier. Chester's head was spinning. Undoubtedly, this must be the dwarven forbidden magic. Balance of victory. As the name suggests, it creates a magically neutral space, and this shield also protects against the outside world. The outside world cannot provide any assistance to the battle taking place within the shield. This is true fairness. But isn't 500,000 against 20,000 a bit far-fetched? The infantry brigade commander's face darkened as he saw the rapidly forming shield. He randomly ordered all soldiers into combat positions. A fierce battle was about to begin. While the infantry brigade commander proved no vindictive knight or magician, he possessed a certain level of insight, and knew that what lay before him was definitely not a formidable force. Over half of the dwarven and Western Elf armies were swept into victory. This meant that the Wehrmacht's enemy force had gone from 500,000 to 250,000. The difficulty was instantly halved. But 250,000 was still a lot. Thankfully, thanks to the Wehrmacht's thorough preparations, the entire city of Sucrose had been transformed into a dense fortress complex. The main roads were also reduced in width. Originally accommodating 20 men, they could now only accommodate 10. This meant the enemy couldn't deploy an effective attack formation. No matter, we would stand anything. Every Wehrmacht soldier was issued a large quantity of weapons and equipment. Each infantryman alone carried over 100 rifle rounds, 8 or more M24 hand grenades, and every soldier was carrying a Panzerfaust. These Panzerfausts were already in Dian's inventory. Because the RPG-7 had been finalized and was about to go into production, the RPG would replace the Panzerfaust. In fact, Lion originally intended to manufacture the RPG-2, But the two were essentially the same, with only some technical improvements, and the latter had a far greater range. The RPG-2 was a Soviet-made, modified version of the German Panzerfaust 144mm rocket launcher at the end of World War II. It was essentially an extension of the Panzerfaust, and its range was far less than the RPG-7. So, instead of going the extra mile, let's just go for the complete set. This resulted in over 2 million Panzerfausts in the warehouse, which was too much to handle. The only option was to sell them in larger quantities. Or, even larger quantities could be supplied to the frontline troops. The reason for producing so many Panzerfausts was also related to Lion's policy. Because Lion adhered to the principle of producing as many as possible, and the arsenals were always under strain. And with all countries developing armored forces, the arsenals stepped up production of Panzerfausts. To counter armored units, the Panzerfausts in the warehouses piled up like mountains. As the world's largest arms dealer, Lion naturally adhered to the principle of not wasting anything it could resell. The castrated version of the Iron Fist bazooka was sold to other countries, while the original version was sold to the Qin Kingdom and the Eastern Elf Empire. The castrated Iron Fist bazooka was essentially a larger grenade launcher. While its power was identical to the original Iron Fist bazooka, its range was reduced by 1/3. The Iron Fist bazooka also came in various models. The Iron Fist bazooka had 4 models: 30, 60, 100, and 150. Of course, these weren't calibers. They were just code names. The 60 and 30 were the most commonly used models. However, the 60 had a much greater range than the 30. So, De Yin reserved all the 60-type Iron Fist bazookas for his own use. The 30-type Iron Fist bazooka, for example, was sold to other countries. Other countries were thrilled to receive the Iron Fist bazooka. They were aware of the weapon's powerful impact in urban combat. With the sale of anti-tank weapons to other countries, many military officers became concerned. But Leon wasn't worried. No matter how secretive De Yin was, anti-tank weapons, like the bazooka, would eventually be copied by other countries. The only way to counter this was to drastically develop their own technology. An arms race is often a technological showdown. Whoever possesses more advanced technology will gain the upper hand in the arms race. Sukra City. The Dwarven and Western Elf armies quickly sensed the martial spirit of the Wehrmacht soldiers. After coming under attack, the Dwarven army chose to temporarily retreat. Andrei was conducting pre-war mobilization and formulating new tactics to capture Sukra City in one fell swoop. But the Western Elf army was different. Using magic scrolls, they charged directly into the Wehrmacht positions. Although the Wehrmacht opened fire, halting the Wehrmacht's advance, some Western Elf soldiers still managed to break into the trenches. Hand-to-hand combat ensued. Many Wehrmacht soldiers chose to forego bayonets, removing the M24 hand grenades from their waists and using them as hammers. The original M24 hand grenades were long enough to be used as blunt instruments. Compared to bayonets, a blow from such blunt instruments would cause dazzle. The Western Elf soldiers, who rushed into the trenches, instantly felt the care and love of the Wehrmacht soldiers. Some squad leaders even fired their MP40s from within the trenches. Many Western Elf soldiers were killed by the sudden barrage of bullets before they could react. The outer positions were divided into 3 levels. The outermost trenches were at the lowest level, while the middle contained machine gun positions. At the highest point were trenches housing portable mortars. The entire defensive line consisted of 3 levels. The lower levels were significantly higher than the upper levels. This meant that if the upper level fell, the defenders in the lower levels could unleash their firepower into the trenches in the upper levels. This layered defense was originally intended to defend against landings. But at this moment, it was perfectly suited to dealing with the Western Elves before them. Cedos watched his soldiers struggle, his anxiety flaring like an ant on a hot pan. At the same time, he urged Andrei to order the dwarves to attack. If Andrei didn't attack, the Western Elves would likely be driven back. The combined forces of the two countries would then become a true joke. With such thorough preparations, they couldn't even capture the outer positions. Chapter 296. With the Battle of Sukra City officially underway, this meant another nation in the world had entered a state of war. No nation in the world could remain immune. The Papal States, the Demon Empire, the Orc Empire, the Great Flame, the Holy Empire, the Eastern and Western Elf Empires, the Dwarf Empire, as well as the Eastern Continent and the sea nations in the ocean. Almost every nation was drawn into this war. But what puzzled Leon was that many of these wars were not caused by him. Even without him, war would have broken out. But war had broken out all over the world, bringing chaos to a tangle. Leon refused to believe there wasn't something fishy going on. As a purebred rabbit, Leon felt a renewed sense of crisis. On a whim, he decided to go to the training ground to observe the new recruits' training. Dressing in his ordinary military uniform, Leon arrived at the training ground and witnessed a scene that left him speechless. On the training ground, a reserve airborne soldier was practicing with an AK-47. The squad leader beside him was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. "Idiot! Why is there no bullet in your chamber?" The squad leader practically pointed at the new recruit and shouted. The new recruit was almost crying with anxiety. He repeatedly pulled the bolt, but the bullet wouldn't enter the receiver. The squad leader beside him patted the new recruit's helmet. "Idiot! Didn't you notice the magazine isn't locked?" The squad leader impatiently snatched the AK-47 from him and loaded the magazine for him. The soldier took the AK-47 with some gratitude and prepared to fire. The squad leader beside him said again, "Idiot! The safety isn't on. Are you trying to make the enemy laugh to death?" The soldier hurriedly released the safety. The new recruit immediately felt the squad leader's loving guidance. After aiming his rifle, the soldier began adjusting the sight. He immediately set the AK-47 sight to 2,000 meters. The squad leader, who had been smiling with satisfaction, instantly froze. "What are you doing? What do you want to do? Can't the sight be set to 2,000 meters? Doesn't that mean I can hit an enemy at 2,000 meters? The squad leader, standing by, felt completely hopeless. Every time, there were always those few new recruits who would break the amiable squad leader's defenses. Looking at these soldiers undergoing training, Leon knew they would become the next elite branch of the military. Because these soldiers were airborne. And the attack helicopters and transport helicopters being manufactured at the airport were all for them. They even had PKM general-purpose machine guns specifically manufactured for these airborne troops. Because the PKM weighs only 7.9 kilograms when empty. The MG-42, when unarmed, weighs 11.09 kilograms. For airborne troops, 6 kilograms of weight determines a lot. Because a soldier can only carry a limited amount of weight, and as an elite branch of the military, airborne troops must carry more useful equipment. So, replacing the MG-42 with the PKM is the best choice. Both have been tested in combat. The PKM boasts advantages comparable to the AK-47. It's affordable, durable, and practical. The airborne troops in training were unaware that their leader was watching them. They continued to train diligently. Just like the new recruit at the beginning, although he was a bit dull, his squad leader didn't dislike him for this. Because every qualified soldier undergoes rigorous training. No one is born a soldier. Training can transform an ordinary person into a true soldier. As Sucrus was surrounded, the warriors of the Holy Empire entered their third phase. The first phase was a blitzkrieg against the Holy Empire, but due to the Holy Empire's vast territory, this phase was forced to end. To cooperate with the Eastern Elves, the First and Second Armored Armies attacking the Holy Empire were forced to enter the second phase, engaging in a stalemate with the enemy. The two sides engaged in trench warfare, forcing the enemy to concentrate at a single point. As the Eastern Elves gradually advanced, a large number of air forces were transferred back to Dahien. Everything was ready to launch the third phase of the offensive. Currently, less than half of the Holy Empire's territory remained. And of that half, a third had already openly surrendered to Dahien. The Holy Kara Empire and the Holy Southern Empire combined forces, mobilizing over 1 million troops in an attempt to hold their current position. Because the Great Yin defense forces halted their offensive, the two nations assumed Great Yin was exhausted. So they sent numerous envoys requesting peace talks. But Lion rejected them all. What a joke. I could easily conquer everything. Why would I agree to peace talks? And seeing the contents of the peace talks, Lion couldn't help but laugh. Because the peace talks went like this. Great Yin would retreat to its pre-war territory and return all occupied territories to both nations. Great Yin would pay both nations 1 billion gold coins in compensation. Hearing this, Lion nearly flipped the table. It's always been us in Great Yin who pressured others into signing unequal treaties. When will others come and force us to sign unequal treaties? If it weren't for the lack of aircraft on the front lines, Lion would have really wanted to teach these two countries a lesson. After a brief period of patience, the opportunity finally arrived. Over half of the thousands of aircraft currently operating in the Eastern Elf Empire were transferred back to Great Yin. They were ready to launch a lightning offensive in conjunction with the two armored armies. Also, it was late summer, and the Holy Empire's rainy season was over. The Holy Empire's rain is primarily concentrated in spring and summer, with little rain in autumn. This was the perfect time to launch an armored mass operation. After all, the Holy Empire's roads are all dirt. A heavy rain would definitely break the armored forces' defenses. Thankfully, summer was almost over, and the armored forces could finally take action. Holy Kara Empire, Duchy of Lonlot. William, in the trenches, held binoculars, watching the Kara Empire soldiers leisurely patrolling across the way. His infantry battalion had been stationed in this position for almost a month. Including himself, practically every soldier had grown hair. The same was true for the other side. Neither side had launched any offensives in over a month. They had lived in peace, separated by a few hundred meters. But just then, a signalman rushed over and handed William a telegram. Reading the contents of the telegram, William couldn't help but burst out laughing. A month? I'm almost going moldy. If I don't fight soon, I'm really going to grow hair. Just as William reached the rear, preparing to arrange combat orders, a dense roar of engines reached him. Over 60 tanks arrived in a mighty procession behind the position. William looked at the commander of the 1st Tiger tank and smiled. Oh my goodness, a familiar face. Chapter 297. William. Gudry jumped down from the Tiger tank. He gave William a big hug. William pushed Gudry away with a hint of disgust. This made Gudry's smile fade. Stop. Let's not talk about this for now. You've been sent here, so who listens to me, or me? William spoke first. This left Gudry somewhat bewildered. Of course you listen to me. I'm in armor, and you're infantry. We're different branches of the military. Gudry said without hesitation. This made William's face darker. While infantry's coordination with armor is undeniable, many armor commanders don't fully understand the armored force. This makes it difficult for infantry units that coordinate with armored forces. They often end up cleaning up after the armored forces. It's not that they're here to clean up after the armored forces. If they were, William would definitely not say such a thing. The most classic example was a newly graduated armored company commander. Unafraid of a tiger, he led the armored company forward. They were surrounded by 2 enemy regiments, but William led his infantry battalion in and rescued the armored company. Afterwards, the armored company commander blamed William's infantry for their inability to cooperate promptly. Upon hearing this, William nearly beat the commander. The rescue order came not from William's battalion, but from another infantry battalion. However, William did not stand by and watch his allies be annihilated by the enemy. He resolutely led his men to the rescue. The armored company commander, however, took the commander's kindness for granted. This infuriated William. This led to William's question, whose words do you really want to listen to? After learning the whole story, he felt a mixture of laughter and tears. So William also considered himself a clueless newbie, didn't he? Gudry immediately pulled out a bottle of Coke and handed it to William. Trust me, follow my lead, and we win, brother. Really? William took the Coke and looked at Gudry with a puzzled look. Trust me, you're right. After all, this isn't the first time we worked together. Looking at Gudry's determination, William decided to trust the armored troops once more. He then summoned his company commander to assign combat missions. William's infantry battalion was fully staffed with nearly 1,000 men. There were 64 infantry squads, 4 communications squads, 2 guard squads, and a dedicated mortar platoon. It was a truly virtuous force. First, 64 infantry squads meant 64 MG-42 general-purpose machine guns. The entire logistics system was under immense pressure. So, most machine guns weren't used unless absolutely necessary. The MG-42s were normally fired in low gear. High gear was only used in emergencies. Otherwise, the logistics troops transporting ammunition would have rushed over and beaten them all. As the order to attack reached the various battalions and companies, the entire defensive line was activated. The artillery began inspecting all their guns, and the armored troops were performing maintenance and inspections on their tanks and armored vehicles. Because a fierce battle was about to begin. They had been waiting for this day for a month, but when it finally arrived, they suddenly realized they were not fully prepared. No matter what happens, we won't know our readiness until the very last moment. The Kara Empire soldiers across the way were enjoying their last peaceful night. What they didn't know was that upon waking, they would be met with a blanket of planes and tanks. The Wehrmacht soldiers in the positions were cleaning their weapons. Many had already fallen asleep, but some were relaxing by chatting and smoking. Most of these soldiers were new recruits. They had no idea of the cruelty of war, as they had been on the winning side in previous battles. They were finishing off the armored forces, and had never engaged in direct combat with the enemy. Tomorrow, at dawn, they would break through the enemy lines and plunge into the trenches to engage the enemy in close combat. Many new recruits could not sleep peacefully. Comforted by their comrades, they gradually fell asleep. The ordinary soldiers had already fallen asleep, but their superiors were still awake. William, Gudry, and the commander of the supporting artillery battalion were discussing their attack plan. Although the Kara Empire's defenses were vulnerable, they fought with all their might. And the artillery battalion supporting Guthrie and William was no ordinary artillery battalion. It was a heavy artillery battalion. It possessed 24 150mm howitzers, 64 105mm howitzers, and 4 240mm K3 cannons. With this kind of firepower, the opposing Holy Kara Empire soldiers hadn't even constructed permanent concrete fortifications. Even the most basic 105mm howitzers couldn't withstand them. And what about the 240mm cannons? Meanwhile, a Stuka squadron was already on standby at the airfield. They would fire the first shot of the blitzkrieg. Soon, a faint glimmer of dawn appeared on the horizon. The soldiers of the Great Yin National Defense Army, already equipped with their weapons, were waiting in the trenches for the charge. The next second, the roar of engines filled the air. 24 Stuka bombers flew low, swooping down on the Holy Kara Empire positions. As soon as the planes passed overhead, William ordered the soldiers to blow the charge. Dilly 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 dilly. The next second, a large number of tanks crossed the trenches, and infantrymen climbed out and charged the enemy positions. The Kara Empire soldiers, who had risen at the sound of the planes, looked up as the Stuka bombs were already falling. Many of the soldiers who had just woken up suddenly felt their vision go black and instantly lost consciousness. The Stukas came and went as quickly as they did. Just as the Stukas destroyed a crucial firing point, the Kara Empire soldiers, still recovering from the explosion, looked up to see the Great Yin National Defense Army soldiers already in the center of the battlefield. Enemy attack. The Great Yin is attacking. A soldier roared. Many Kara Empire soldiers struggled to their feet from their trenches, armed with their rifles, and prepared to defend. But before they could recover from the bombardment, they came under attack again. A dense whistling sound filled the air as heavy artillery shells pierced the air, pelting directly into the already devastated Kara Empire positions. The Kara Empire soldiers, freshly bombarded, suffered another devastating blow. Less than 5 minutes into the battle, the position before them was practically destroyed. 5 minutes later, the bombardment finally ceased. The remaining Kara Empire soldiers struggled to emerge from the mud. Just as they were wondering why their artillery hadn't opened fire, the Great Yin armored forces were already within sight. Chapter 298. The Kara Empire soldiers could only hastily draw their weapons and fight back. Many soldiers threw their grenades directly. Some of the Wehrmacht soldiers reacted quickly, catching the incoming grenades with their hands and throwing them back. Some who were slower to react immediately hid behind tanks. However, some soldiers were still injured by the grenades. Just as the Kara Empire soldiers were about to throw grenades again, countless grenades poured directly into the trench. Looking at the smoking grenades, the Kara Empire soldiers could only curse. Boom! 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 The dense explosions sent the Kara Empire soldiers flying into the air. Some of the Kara Empire soldiers, who arrived later, were stunned by the scene. Just as they were about to enter the trench to take over the defensive position, they saw several huge monsters rolling over. Before they could react, they saw a strange Wehrmacht soldier wearing a mask and carrying a large canister on his back leap into the trench. Kara Empire soldiers? ? The next second, raging flames engulfed the Kara Empire soldiers. Screams echoed throughout the trench. A large number of National Defense Army soldiers leaped into the trenches and engaged in close combat. However, the Great Yin National Defense Army employed American II style combat. They used both guns and swords. This was especially true for officers and squad leaders equipped with pistols and submachine guns. They wouldn't even bother with swords, simply raising their submachine guns and unleashing a volley of fire. The Kara Empire soldiers died instantly without even having time to react. Perhaps they had imagined this outcome before joining the army. But when it finally came, they would surely be terrified, right? After all, many Kara Empire soldiers, without even seeing the shadow of the Wehrmacht, were reduced to dust by the bombing and artillery fire. They couldn't even stand up. With the appearance of tanks, the Kara Empire soldiers finally collapsed. When the first deserter appeared on the battlefield, there would be a second, a third. As the desertions grew, the Kara Empire's defenses finally collapsed. The collapsed Kara Empire defenses were completely vulnerable. Guthrie and William immediately began a full-speed advance. Along the way, large numbers of Kara Empire soldiers were fleeing along the roads on both sides. Many of the Kara Empire soldiers immediately surrendered upon seeing Guthrie and his men. Guthrie waved his hand impatiently, telling them to get out. For as far as Guthrie knew, the Kara Empire's frontline defenses were under the command of the Emperor's younger brother. and the enemy headquarters was very close to Gudry and his men. If Gudry and his men advanced at full speed, they would likely capture the prince. And then, just as Gudry and his men were advancing at full speed, Khodan Kane, the younger brother of the Kara Empire's emperor and commander-in-chief of the three armies, was already fleeing the front lines at full speed in his carriage. He had also learned that Gudry's armored forces were advancing at full speed. He had also raised the banner of capturing him alive. Failure wasn't the most terrifying thing. The most terrifying thing was being captured alive. If he were an ordinary soldier, the worst that could happen if he was captured would be surrender. But the problem was that Khodan Kane was a prince. So Khodan Kane had only two outcomes, death or escape. If he was captured alive, then the first outcome would be the only one. Careful for his life, Khodan Kane sped away. The carriage charged recklessly. The road was filled with fleeing citizens of the Kara Empire, many of whom were quick to dodge. But some, blinded by hunger, were unable to dodge and were run over by the carriage. This resulted in many fleeing citizens of the Kara Empire being crushed to death. But Khodan Kane didn't care. He just wanted to escape. He didn't want to die. So what did the lives of others have to do with him? The refugees, already devastated by the war, were crushed to the ground in large numbers. However, the final straw that broke the camel's back was the already defeated Kara Empire army. Many of the fleeing soldiers, observing the refugees, became malicious. At first, it was just a few soldiers stealing, but later it became blatant robbery. Some refugees let go of their bags, allowing the fleeing soldiers to snatch them, and managed to survive. But some refugees had to cling to their bags, as they contained their meager supplies of food. But the fleeing soldiers didn't care about any of this. They only cared about the guns. Whoever had the gun had the final say. Now, you won't give it to me? Then die! Bang! Sporadic gunfire echoed along the road. It was truly ironic that these weapons, purchased with the taxes paid by the citizens of the Kara Empire, had ended up killing Kara's citizens. Many refugees were devastated, bullied by the nobles, affected by the war, and finally robbed by their own soldiers. What was the point of living then? Is there any point in living like this? And just as these riotous soldiers were enjoying their feast of looting, hundreds of cavalrymen clad in gold-threaded armor charged forward. The leading knight commander decapitated a rogue soldier, then raised his sword and roared. You are soldiers of the Kara Empire. Look at what you are doing now. Her Royal Highness will be here soon. Grab your spears and follow Her Royal Highness back to Ross City. Her Royal Highness will lead us to defend Ross City and stop the Great Yin attack. As soon as the knight commander finished speaking, a golden-haired girl in armor, mounted on a white horse, appeared before the crowd. Although the blonde appeared only 16 or 17 years old, her stunning beauty could not be concealed. She had blue eyes and a heroic demeanor. I am Rosina, daughter of the Emperor of the Holy Kara Empire. I have been ordered to garrison Ross City. Listen, you Imperial soldiers. You are soldiers of the Empire, and your duty is to protect the citizens of the Empire. But what are you doing now? Rosina's beautiful face was already cold. She had come to gather the remaining soldiers, having just learned that her uncle, Karakane, had abandoned the army and fled. So, she had to come and clean up Karakane's mess. As Rosina's words rang out, the soldiers, both those currently looting and those who had already looted, lowered their heads silently. Rosina looked at the bewildered fleeing soldiers, then at the refugees weeping heartbreakingly. The rage within her could no longer be quenched. The Kara Empire has a law called collective responsibility. Many of you soldiers didn't participate in this looting, so I'm giving you a chance. Now, kill all the soldiers around you who participated in the looting. I promise, in the name of the princess, that your collective responsibility will be forgiven. After hearing Rosina's words, the faces of the fleeing soldiers who hadn't participated in the looting suddenly darkened. Can they be pardoned? So, the soldiers who hadn't participated in the looting then glared fiercely at the soldiers holding the bundles. Chapter 299. Soon, the soldiers who participated in the looting paid the price. They stared at their comrades in disbelief, tightly gripping the blades that pierced their bodies. Perhaps in that final moment, as their pupils faded, they finally understood the meaning of regret. Ruthina reorganized the troops on the front lines, gathering approximately 50,000 soldiers. Another 50,000 soldiers had disappeared, and no one knew where they had gone. Ruthina could only lead these soldiers back to Ross City. Ross City was the largest city in the Duchy of Lanlate. It was also the capital of the Duchy of Lanlate. After the fall of the Holy Kara Empire's capital, Ross City, the Duchy of Lanlate's capital, became the temporary capital of the Holy Kara Empire. However, Emperor Labni of the Holy Kara Empire was not stationed in Ross City. He was currently on the northern front, personally leading his army against the Great Yin attack. So, Ross City was handed over to Leibniz's daughter Ruthina. Although Rosina was a female student, she was a student of the Thunder Knight, Karl. Karl only taught her for 3 years, though that was out of respect for Leibniz's father. Yet, in those 3 years, Rosina had already mastered Karl's skills to the core. While she hadn't mastered the essence, she was already well on her way. With time, she would surely become a qualified, top-tier Dochi Knight. This was why Leibniz confidently handed Ross City over to his daughter, Rosina. Leibniz knew Rosina would fight for Ross City to the bitter end. He hoped Rosina could hold out until he could return to defend. But could Rosina really withstand the might of Diane? On the highway, Guthrie and William's battalions were sprinting at full speed. Many refugees on the road saw this and fled frantically, while others simply lay down in the road. They had already been robbed once, though Rosina had dealt with the looters. But after Rosina left, some refugees swarmed over and snatched away all the food that had been theirs. The most terrifying thing during wartime isn't natural disasters, but man-made disasters. Because human greed and selfishness will devour everything. Seeing this, Guthrie didn't show any anger. Instead, he ordered the armored troops to descend into the wasteland on either side and advance quickly along it. While this would slow the armored troops' advance, Guthrie and his men couldn't bring themselves to harm innocent people. William couldn't bear to see this either, so he ordered his soldiers to distribute the remaining food. Save as many as you can. After all, William and Guthrie were only the vanguard. The main force was still behind, and it would take at least several more hours for them to arrive. Hopefully, these refugees can hold out until the army arrives. William had already seen some lying unconscious on the ground. Looking at these displaced people, William couldn't help but recall the era before the Great Yin was established, the era known as the Territory of Sin. People were also displaced like these refugees, living a life of wanting to eat one meal a day. May the war end soon. If it ends soon, these refugees can live a better life. Many refugees looked at the Great Yin National Defense Forces lining the road, their faces filled with disbelief as they distributed food. The refugees didn't understand why the enemy was giving them food. Ruthina actually wanted to give them food, but Ross City was completely depleted of food, and she hadn't brought much with her. So Ruthina could only pray that the refugees could reach Ross alive. Once they arrived, Ruthina would do everything she could to feed them. After all, there were still so many nobles in the city who had made no contribution. Soon, it was afternoon. Guthrie and his men marched for over 6 hours under the scorching sun. After a 250-kilometer march, they successfully reached the outskirts of Ross City. Watching Ross City actively preparing for battle, both Guthrie and William knew that capturing the city would come at a price. Guthrie ordered the armored units to rest, while William ordered the infantry battalion to establish defensive positions to prevent the enemy from escaping the city and launching an attack. At the same time, Guthrie reported the situation in Ross City to headquarters. After a brief deliberation, the 1st Armored Division headquarters decided to take Ross City by force. Because Ross City is currently the capital of the Holy Kara Empire. Capturing a capital would deal a heavy blow to the Holy Kara Empire. However, when the commander of the 1st Armored Division learned that Rosina was responsible for defending Ross City, the corners of his mouth twitched. He immediately dispatched the 7th-level Dochi Knight remaining at division headquarters to Guthrie and his men to maintain order. This Dochi Knight was one of Cadis's Squire Knights. The mission of these Dochi Knights was to maintain order and prevent the enemy's higher-level forces from intervening in the war. To put it simply, these high-level combat forces are like mushroom eggs. You can use them, but you can't be without them. When the enemy displays a mushroom egg, you must display yours as well. William watched the civilians fleeing the city, momentarily undecided about whether to attack. Guthrie was also very serious. Because Ross's walls were very strong, heavy artillery bombardment was necessary. But the heavy artillery battalion would take 3 hours to arrive, and once it arrived, the bombardment would have to begin. Otherwise, if Ross couldn't be taken quickly, the entire plan would be severely impacted. Soon, William and Guthrie received the investigation report on Ruthina. The Intelligence Bureau had already thoroughly investigated the Holy Kara Empire. They naturally knew what kind of person Ruth was. When William saw that Ruthina was a noble who cared about the civilians, an idea came to his mind. Guthrie listened to William's plan and spoke uncertainly. "Are you sure? Will this work? How do we know if we don't try? There are still 150,000 civilians in the city. Evacuating them won't be easy in a few hours," William said, as he ordered the soldiers to put on their formal uniforms. "But you're alone. What if something goes wrong?" Guthrie was still worried, and sent William to negotiate. William smiled. The leader said that sometimes fighting isn't necessary. Besides, there are so many civilians in the city. Aren't you and I also from commoner backgrounds? Even now, we're still commoners, so we must never forget our roots. Whether it's for our own original aspirations or for the 150,000 people in the city, I have to go. Don't forget why we put on this uniform in the first place. Maybe it was for money, for food, but now you and I both know it's for more ordinary people like us to have a good life. Guthrie opened his mouth, speechless for a long time. He silently stepped forward to help William adjust his uniform. If something's wrong, just run. Come back alive. I haven't even proposed to your sister yet. William, who had just been moved to tears, suddenly frowned. I don't think of you as a brother, but you want to be my brother-in-law? Chapter 300. William donned his most formal military uniform, a full dress uniform, and white gloves. Guthrie, standing by, said with some disdain, Why are you so conceited? I'm representing the army, not me, so of course I have to dress formally. William put on his hat, checking it several times in the mirror to see if it was properly on. Just then, William's younger brother, Fleischham, arrived. He had learned that his brother was leaving for Ross City. Looking at his arriving brother, William smiled. Brother, I go with you, Fleischham said without hesitation. William's smile faltered, and then he said sternly, No, you can't go, Guthrie. Take good care of my brother. If he's in trouble, I get you in trouble too when I get back. Fleischham wanted to argue, but William interrupted him and ordered the guards to take Fleischham away. Fleischham wanted to say something, but the guards didn't give him a chance. William, why are you doing this? Guthrie was puzzled. Guthrie, you don't understand. He's my brother, and I don't want him to risk his life. Of course I know flowers in a greenhouse don't grow, but I don't want both of us brothers to be unable to return home. If I die, he can still go back and take care of Mother. And I promise Mother that I make him come back alive. William hadn't finished speaking when Guthrie hugged him. William, remember this. Stop talking nonsense. Come back alive. I want to see you become a general, William said with a smile. Don't worry, I will. Outside the command post, William looked at the black horse being led in, somewhat puzzled. Guthrie spoke. This horse was found near Ross City. We had originally planned to release it after this battle, but we couldn't find it, so you used it. William pointed at himself, his face filled with uncertainty. Guthrie nodded. Nonsense. As a representative, you couldn't possibly walk there, could you? William couldn't help but laugh as he watched the broken defenses of Guthrie. Then, under everyone's gaze, he mounted the black horse and set off towards Ross City. Everyone on the battlefield remained silent. They knew what Lieutenant Colonel William was going to do, and they were filled with admiration for the lieutenant colonel before them. At this moment, Ross City was not peaceful. With Rosina returning with 50,000 troops, the entire city was in an uproar. This was because Ross City originally had only 30,000 defenders. But the composition of these 30,000 defenders was very complex. Only 10,000 were the Kara Empire's palace guards. The other 20,000 were soldiers from the Duchy of Lonlot. These 20,000 Lonlot soldiers were under the command of the nobles within the city. So, before Ruthina gathered the fleeing soldiers, she had very few troops at her disposal. And Ruthina's order to kill the looting soldiers wasn't just to vent her anger. It was more to completely control them. Once these fleeing soldiers had killed someone, no matter how they tried to justify it, it wouldn't change the fact. Perhaps some of them would say, Her Royal Highness had already promised. They wouldn't be held accountable. The promise was indeed made, but only on the condition that these distinguished guests obeyed Ruthina's orders. Many of the clever fleeing soldiers belatedly realized that this was Ruthina's conspiracy. Although they felt some resentment, following Ruthina was indeed the best choice. After all, Ruthina was the Valkyrie of the Kara Empire. Her fame had spread far and wide. This was why many factions within the city rebelled against Ruthina's leadership. They feared Ruthina's complete seizure of power. Even in the face of a formidable enemy, these corrupt nobles continued to pursue power. This resulted in the entire city of Ross being divided into 3 or 4 factions. But with Ruthina's return, a stone was thrown into the city's tranquil backwaters. Inside a ducal mansion, dozens of Lonlot nobles were conferring in the banquet hall. They were the first to learn of Ruthina's return to Ross with her army. They also learned of Kara Kane's defeat. They couldn't help but curse Kara Kane, saying he was more trouble than help. 100,000 troops couldn't stop a mere 50,000 enemies. First Armored Division, ? No, brothers, I have 50,000, what's wrong with you? But they soon realized the reality. Kara Kane had fled, and Ruthina had consolidated the 50,000 troops. They had become the most powerful force in Ross City. They could easily purge these nobles. So, these nobles began to think of a solution. After a brief discussion, they decided to use financial means to gain control of some of the troops. But how could the defeated soldiers, who had leverage over them, easily agree? After all, money is important, but one's life is more important. The defeated soldiers quickly reported to Rosina that the nobles were trying to bribe them. There's no other way. Sometimes, choices are crucial. Soon after arriving in the city, these defeated soldiers saw the current situation clearly. Right now, Rosina is the strongest force. Following Rosina is a sure win, and soon after Rosina returned to Ross City, before she could even sit down, a messenger arrived at her residence. Your Highness, a representative from the Yin is outside the city seeking an audience. Rosina, who had just removed her armor, frowned, then spoke calmly. Understood. Go down. I'll be there shortly. Rosina sighed, looking at the heavy armor before her, and reluctantly put it back on. Typical knight armor is quite stuffy, and as a young girl, Rosina was reluctant to wear it. But now, as a commander, she had to shoulder her responsibilities, putting personal preferences aside for now. Soon, Ruthina, neatly dressed, arrived at the city gate on a white horse. The soldiers guarding the gate immediately pulled the hinges and opened the gate. Outside the city, William, riding a black horse, was stunned as he saw the approaching female knight. What was going on? Why was the ruler of Ross City so young? William glanced at the soldier at the city gate with some disbelief. The soldier seemed to guess William's thoughts, and nodded with certainty. William's mouth twitched. It's over. After all these years of celibacy, I never chatted with a female creature other than my mother and sister. How should I talk about this? Chapter 301. Who are you? Ruthina addressed the subject directly, without beating around the bush. I am Lieutenant Colonel William of the Wehrmacht. So who are you? William stated his name. My name is Ruthina, and I'm the Commander-in-Chief of Ross City. Ruthina looked at William, and seemed to develop a slight interest in him. Because William had come here for only one reason. Your Highness, there are still 150,000 civilians in Ross City, and our artillery will arrive outside Ross City in 3 hours. If fighting breaks out, the civilians in the city will be affected, which is not what we want. Therefore, I hope your Highness will consider giving up Ross City. In exchange, we can release everyone. William said seriously. Ruthina appeared calm upon hearing William's words, but in reality, she was wavering. Because Ruthina knew she couldn't defend Ross City. There were 2 reasons why William didn't launch an attack. The first was that William and his men truly cared about the lives of the civilians in the city. The second point is that their army hasn't yet fully assembled. William and his men, the vanguard, had reached the city in just 6 hours. This clearly demonstrates William and his men's combat prowess. Once the battle begins, Ross City will inevitably fall. The fact that he and his soldiers died here is not important. What matters is the 150,000 civilians within the city. They are innocent. This war is a war between nations and classes. They shouldn't have to endure the ravages of war. William looked at Ruthina, hoping to extract an answer from her. This city must be defended. We can't give it up, but the civilians inside must also be evacuated. Ruthina said. This puzzled William. Isn't that a contradiction? How could everyone be evacuated in 3 hours? I know you don't understand, but I don't have the final say in this city. So let's have a duel between knights. If you win, I surrender. If you lose, you must agree to my terms and allow at least 1 day for all civilians to evacuate. Ruthina placed her hand on the knight's sword and spoke seriously. William immediately picked up the walkie-talkie and told Gudry about the situation. Gudry didn't hesitate and immediately reported it to division headquarters. After discussion, division headquarters agreed to the duel. Because if a forced attack was launched, the civilians inside would be severely affected. After all, Ross City is the only city in the Holy Empire with a population exceeding 150,000, but its land area is less than half that of other cities, with a population of 150,000. This meant that even a precision Stuka bombing could not avoid harming innocent people. So, for both the sake of public opinion and victory, the Wehrmacht had to agree to this duel. If they lost, the Wehrmacht could publicly announce that they had voluntarily forfeited victory to prevent harm to the citizens of Lonlot. If they won, they would abide by the agreement, let everyone leave, and distribute food to all civilians. Win or lose, public opinion would naturally be on their side. But if they lost, the Central Army's lightning offensive might come to an end. After all, only by capturing Rost could they continue their rapid advance. However, the division headquarters still had a question. William was just an ordinary man. How could he possibly defeat a fighting knight? William also thought of this and spoke. You're a 7th level Dochi knight, and I'm just an ordinary person. How can we fight? Hearing this, Rithna realized that the person before her was just an ordinary person. She then spoke. Why don't I just seal my own cultivation and suppress my physical abilities? That way, we can have a fair duel. William nodded. Although William was just an ordinary person, he had been the top scorer in the Sin City winter training. Even after a year, William still hadn't forgotten his abilities. When Gudry heard that William wanted to fight a Dochi knight, he was completely horrified. Not a brother, what's the idea of a common person like you? Fighting a Dochi knight, you'd be lucky not to be beaten into a jerk. However, Gudry seemed to have forgotten one thing. William was a true soldier. Outside the city gate, Rithna drew her knight's sword and, looking at William holding 2 bayonets, a little confused, spoke. Are you sure you want to fight me with those 2 knives? Ruthina had no desire to bully the weak. She had sealed all of her fighting spirit and reduced her physical fitness to William's level. If they really came to blows, it would be a test of true skill. William nodded. William also wanted to use his knight's sword, but he only knew how to use a bayonet. Ruthina, having confirmed her intention, launched the attack. She swung her knight's sword downwards. The sharp sword instantly sliced through the air, slashing directly at William. William immediately dodged. At the same time, he couldn't help but complain about his uniform. Oh no, I forgot to change. Uniform isn't good for combat. But Rosina wasn't much better. Her aggressive moves quickly began to drain her stamina. After all, she was wearing nearly 80 kilograms of knight's armor. Continuous swings of the knight's sword left Rosina breathless. However, William, with his nimble movements, kept dodging Rosina's attacks. This annoyed Rosina, and she spoke directly. Why are you so hesitant? Didn't we say we were dueling? Why are you running? William smirked. How can you win without running? If you can win, does the process matter? And, Princess, I didn't resort to any underhanded tactics. Rosina's mouth twitched, and she immediately launched into a burst of attacks. After a flurry of blows, William was already exhausted. Although he dodged most of his blows, a few still struck the bayonet. The powerful recoil numbed William's hand. William couldn't help but internally complain. As expected of Marshal Carl's apprentice, he had a temper. What a volatile person. However, as a master in close combat, William knew the best way to deal with a clumsy knight was to wear him down. Rithna knew this too, but William consistently avoided the fight. Rithna was left with no choice but to attack. Finally, Rithna's strength began to wane, and William realized his opportunity. He jammed the knight's sword with one bayonet, while thrusting the other straight at Rithna's throat. The battle ended in one blow. Then, a second later, a stinging arrow pierced the city gate. William and Rithna hadn't anticipated this. This arrow was aimed directly at William, and William, unable to dodge, was struck and fell to the ground. But it missed a vital point, and William was about to ride away when another sting struck. Rosina immediately released her seal and blocked another arrow. At that moment, a Dochi knight flew over from the direction of the National Defense Army. The Dochi knight, clad in dark armor, looked at Rosina and said, "You are far inferior to your teacher. You actually resorted to such despicable tactics." Rosina knew she had no way of defending herself. Chapter 302. As the news of William being wounded by a hidden arrow spread throughout the front lines, the Wehrmacht's fighting spirit reached its peak. If William had been injured in a duel, the Wehrmacht wouldn't have been so furious. But William was wounded by a hidden arrow just as he was about to win. Although his life was not in danger, the arrow still pierced his bulletproof vest. This clearly demonstrates the power of the arrow. If William hadn't been wearing a bulletproof vest, it would have very likely killed him. Upon learning of William's hidden arrow wound, Gudry immediately ordered the tank battalion to bombard the city walls. Since tank guns are flat-fire artillery, attacking the city walls wouldn't harm civilians within. This also gave Rusna a boost. Although Gudry didn't know who had shot the hidden arrow, he could probably guess it wasn't Rusna. After all, Rusna was a fighting knight who had studied under Karl. Karl had only accepted 2 disciples in his life, the first having died fighting against the Orc Empire's invasion. But the former's character was as righteous as Karl's. So, Ruthina couldn't possibly resort to underhanded tactics. So who had fired this arrow? Ruthina, her face filled with rage, rushed into the mansion where the Lalat nobles had gathered, her knight's sword in hand. The nobles were packing their belongings, ready to flee. Ruthina placed her knight's sword against one of the nobles' necks. "Why did you fire a sneak attack? Do you think you can force the Gradian army to retreat?" The noble smiled, flinging the sword aside and speaking. Princess Rosina, you know that if you fail, we will all suffer. So you must win. Only then will we nobles have a chance to escape. Rosina pointed her sword at the noble. So you resort to such despicable tactics? Noble Lanlot said. We're forced to do so. And haven't we won? What's the point of such a victory? Rosina was about to strike the noble to death. But the noble said, Princess Rosina, don't rush. If you do, it will be confirmed that you ordered us to launch a sneak attack. After the noble finished speaking, the other nobles laughed. Rosina felt powerless for the first time. She had thought her strength would outsmart them, but Rosina had never imagined that the most filthy thing in the world was politics, a world of intrigue and deception. She was still too young after all. Despite her vigilance, she still fell into their trap. Ruthina returned to her mansion in a state of despair. A maid, seeing Ruthina's distress, wanted to approach her to question her. But Ruthina stopped her. She wanted some quiet time to think about how to handle the situation. Just as Ruthina was at her wit's end, Guderian outside the city received an order. In the evening, a combat team would arrive at the front lines. They would avenge William against the nobles. Although Ruthina couldn't state the facts, the intelligence agency had already figured out the whole story. And every wrong has its perpetrator. Tonight, the combat team will massacre the noble's mansion. This combat team will board the Junkers directly. There are 24 of them, equipped with the most advanced weaponry currently available in Yin. First, each of them carries an AK-47, equipped with a grip and muzzle brake. Each of them is equipped with a body armor vest, and an M1911 rifle with a silencer. Among the 24, there are 2 machine gunners and 2 snipers. The machine gunners use PKM general-purpose machine guns, while the snipers use SVD rifles with flash suppressors. Each of them is equipped with a vampire night vision goggle. If helicopters hadn't been invented yet, these soldiers would have launched an airstrike by helicopter. And to prevent the Dochi Knights or magicians in the city from taking action, the 7th level Dochi Knight will accompany them throughout the entire process. To prevent these nobles from hiding any hidden cards. Similarly, Ruthina in the city has already learned who launched the attack. He was a soldier from the Duchy of Lanot. And when Ruthina's knights found him, he had already hanged himself. Whether he had committed suicide voluntarily remains unknown. Meanwhile, Ruthina was arranging for someone to contact the Wehrmacht and explain the events of the incident. But Ruthina's plan was doomed to fail, because the Wehrmacht would launch a surprise attack on Ross City tonight. In the evening, along with the combat team, the 1st Armored Brigade of the 1st Armored Division arrived. The 1st Armored Brigade's strength was formidable. According to the Dayan Standard 4:4 formation, a brigade would have approximately 300 men. But the 1st Armored Brigade had reached 1,000 men. It possessed over 400 tanks, over 600 armored vehicles, and 500 trucks. They would launch their attack on Ross City tonight. The original plan was for the combat team to avenge William, massacre the noble's mansion, and serve as a warning to the people of Ross City. However, the 1st Armored Brigade's speed exceeded everyone's expectations. After learning that William had been wounded by a hidden arrow during the duel, they were all energized. They raised the slogan of not giving up until Ross City was destroyed. They arrived in Ross City 3 hours early. The 1st Armored Division had to improvise, ordering the combat team to open the city gates first and allow the troops to enter. They would then proceed to the noble's mansion to carry out the cleansing mission. To facilitate the night battle, the 1st Armored Division sent all of its limited tank night vision goggles to the 1st Armored Brigade. After all, tanks with night vision goggles and tanks without them are 2 different weapons. Most of the soldiers of the 1st Armored Brigade had participated in the defense of the Elven capital. They had experienced brutal street fighting and night battles. So, they had no fear of the city of Ross before them. Although Ross was defended by 80,000 soldiers, could they stop us? The 1st Armored Brigade, already heavily armed with buffs, gazed upon Ross with fighting spirit. Midnight soon fell. After 4 hours of rest, the 1st Armored Brigade had awakened. The combat team had already reached the city walls. They scaled the walls with ease. Well trained, they dispatched the drowsy guards. Then, instead of using conventional methods to open the gates, they found the hinges too complex. So, they resorted to the most drastic method, burying explosives. Explosives alone weren't enough. 240mm cannons outside the city were already trained on the 4 gates. Ross was about to get lucky. Chapter 303. 3, 2, 1, blast! Boom! 4 loud explosions rang out almost simultaneously. The bright light of the fire gave the artillery the signal. The artillery fired their 240mm cannons with precision. The city gate, already battered by the explosives, was instantly reduced to shattered smithereens. Beep! 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 The sound of the charge rang out with the explosion. The 1st Armored Brigade launched an all-out attack. The Kara Empire soldiers on the city walls immediately prepared for battle. But before they could prepare, an intensive attack descended. A large number of machine gunners, taking advantage of the darkness, reached a point only 600 meters from the city walls. The instant the charge was sounded, the 1st Armored Brigade's more than 500 MG-42 guns began unleashing ammunition. The barrage of bullets pelted the bricks of the city wall, raising clouds of dust. Many soldiers were hit by MG-42 rounds before they could even react from the explosion. The Kara Empire soldiers, reacting quickly, blew their horns. A large number of Kara Empire soldiers were pouring out of the barracks. Having just slept, they were forced to don their gear and mount the city walls for battle. But before they could even reach them, the armored forces had already broken into the city. The Kara Empire soldiers, rushing to reinforce the wall, ran directly into the tanks that rushed out of the city gates. Tank, hello! Boom! An 88mm high-explosive shell instantly reduced every enemy it struck to ash. Even off the other side, the nobles were packing up their belongings, preparing to flee. A noblewoman, looking at the statue of the goddess of light in her home, murmured, "Too late, too late. They're coming! They're coming!" The Earl, watching his wife muttering incoherently, instantly lost his temper and slapped her. "Crazy woman, stop it! Ever since the Holy Empire split, you've been mumbling incoherently. I put up with you for so long. Hurry up and pack your things and get ready to leave. There's an underground passage in the Duke's palace. Hurry!" Although the Earl hated his wife, he couldn't abandon her, so he reminded her. But his wife, like a fool, continued to mutter. The Earl could only carry his wife and run towards the Duke's palace. Then, they saw a group of soldiers in colorful uniforms appear at the door. "Who are you?" The Earl sensed something was wrong. The Countess, standing by, screamed as if she had seen a ghost. "It's them! They're coming!" Then, without a word, the combat team opened fire with their AK-47s. The Earl's family lay in a pool of blood. To his death, the Earl never understood who these soldiers belonged to. What the Earl didn't know was that other nobles had also fallen in pools of blood. Only a select few, those marked on the Intelligence Bureau's list, escaped the purge. This was because these nobles still had a conscience and hadn't committed any heinous acts. During the purge, it was inevitable that nobles with mages or fighting knights would be encountered. Or perhaps these nobles were mages or fighting knights themselves. But it didn't matter. The 7th rank fighting knights commanding the 1st Armored Division would handle any unconventional issues. Soon, these nobles paid the price for their crimes. This wasn't just to avenge William, but also to purge these nobles and make it easier to manage Ross City in the future. "William, why does this sound so like I'm dead?" William had regained consciousness, looking at Ross City, ablaze with flames. William sighed. He hadn't peacefully resolved Ross City's problems after all. Assisted by a nearby soldier, William left the tent and gazed at Ross City in the distance. He sat down quietly, just watching. Hopefully, the Wehrmacht can end the battle soon. Inside the city, the energized Wehrmacht advanced frantically. The Kara Empire soldiers on the streets retreated again and again. They had already lost most of the city blocks. They were approaching the princess's residence. Ruthina was also rushing to the front lines. But before she could leave the princess's residence, a dark-armored, battle-minded knight appeared before her. "Ruthina, don't go. Ross City can't be defended." The dark-armored Dochi knight spoke, his tone filled with calmness. "Senior Hoffman, don't stop me just because you're master's comrade. As the princess of the Kara Empire, I must fight for it to the very end." Ruthina drew her knight's sword. The silver sword gleamed brightly in the moonlight. Hoffman remained unarmed, continuing, "You are a princess, indeed, but is this country worth fighting for? Are you fighting for this country, or for its people? Open your eyes and see. The people at the bottom no longer believe in this country. Your resistance is meaningless. No! The Kara Empire still exists. As long as I'm here, the Empire will exist." Ruthina roared like a shrew who refused to listen. "Wake up! When your father, Leibni, abandoned you here, you became a forsaken child." Hoffman shook his head and delivered the most heartbreaking answer. "Impossible." Ruthina paused for a moment, then continued stubbornly. Of course, she knew Hoffman was telling the truth. Ruthina had believed from the beginning that her father was using her. But Leibni hadn't given her a single soldier. It was Ruthina who had won over the 10,000 palace guards in the city with her own strength. Later, she had personally gone to the front lines to gather the 50,000 Kara Empire troops, risking her life. From the very beginning, she had been a forsaken child. I forgot to tell you a secret. You're not Leibniz's daughter. Your father is someone else. Hoffman revealed even more devastating news. Rithna was stunned. Your father is Kari, the illegitimate son of Thunder Knight Karl. But your father Kari has passed away, having sacrificed his life in the north, fighting against the Orc Empire. And you, Rithna, are Karl's only granddaughter. Hoffman spoke word by word. Rithna froze in her tracks. She had no idea how to face this truth. She had suspected Hoffman was lying. But thinking back to her own Thunder Chi and Karl's unwavering guidance, everything seemed to make sense. However, Hoffman's last words completely crushed Rithna's resolve. And Leibniz also knows you're not his daughter. He never considered you his daughter, only a pawn. Clang. Rithna's knight sword fell to the ground. Chapter 304. Then why didn't Karl come to see me? Rithna trembled, the darkness shrouding her expression, tears blurring her eyes. Because he, like Cadus, was exiled to the territory of sin. With their strength, they didn't need to worry about these rules and regulations. But fate has chosen the territory of sin. They must wait there, waiting for a turning point. So, as to why Karl didn't come to see you, go ask him yourself. Hoffman had done his best not to spill the beans. But his evasive words only made Rithna even more confused. So, for some so-called arrangement, Karl didn't even come to see me and my mother before she died? Rithna picked up her knight's sword and pointed it at Hoffman, demanding loudly. Hoffman was overwhelmed. As expected of Karl's bloodline, this habit of dwelling on trivial matters is unparalleled. Before Hoffman could say anything, Rithna swung her knight's sword and soared into the sky. Hoffman immediately sensed something was amiss. Because launching into the air was Karl's usual tactic. Once launched, thunder would fill the sky. Hoffman immediately took action, attempting to stop Rosina's rampage. The two sides engaged in battle within the city were captivated by the scene. The night was illuminated by thunder, and everyone felt its terrifying power. As soon as Hoffman launched into the air, he was struck by 9 consecutive bolts of lightning. The armor on his body dimmed instantly. Hoffman was stunned. Is this 17-year-old girl so powerful? Hoffman suddenly felt the pressure double, but he ignored it and gave it his all. Circles appeared around him, flying directly towards Rosina in the air. Rithna sensed a sense of threat and swung her knight's sword. A bolt of blue lightning attached itself to the sword, and Rithna, without pause, slashed directly at Hoffman. Hoffman had no choice but to bear the brunt of the impact, for Ross City lay below him. If he didn't, the people of Ross would be affected. Karl, look at your granddaughter. You're leaving me to clean up your own mess. Hoffman cursed Karl inwardly several times. Originally, Hoffman had the ability to suppress Rithna. But Hoffman had to focus on protecting Ross City. He couldn't exert his full strength. Soon Hoffman, under attack, was at a disadvantage. Just then, a loud roar echoed from the distant sky. A knight in golden armor, riding a thunderbolt, attacked. He was surrounded by terrifying golden lightning. The Thunder Knight's appearance instantly intensified the thunder on Rithna's side. The unconscious Rosina also spotted the Thunder Knight. She immediately summoned the lightning around her and flew towards the distant Thunder Knight. The Thunder Knight removed his mask, revealing a face that Rosina knew all too well. The unconscious Rosina paused for a moment, her eyes flashing with clarity for a moment, only to be filled with chaos again the next. Karl's brow furrowed at this sight. She's gone berserk. Watching the rampaging Rosina, a flicker of guilt flashed in Karl's eyes, but more of a pang of heartache. As his only offspring, Karl treated Rosina like a treasure. He held her in his mouth, afraid she'd melt. He held her in his hands, afraid she'd drop. Moreover, despite Karl's years in the Sin territory, he had always kept an eye on Rosina. He also sent his own men to secretly protect Rusna. He had blocked 11 assassination attempts for Rusna, though Rusna was unaware of it. It wasn't that Karl didn't care about Rusna, but oftentimes, silent protection was worth more than sweet words. Karl watched Rusna attack him again and again. He sighed, then pointed. Rusna froze in place. But Rusna still struggled to break free from Karl's grasp. He snapped his fingers, and the lightning surrounding Rusna vanished completely. The once powerful Rusna instantly lost her ability to move, like a harmless kitten. Karl produced a transparent crystal and placed it on Rusna's forehead. The next second, the crystal melted into Rusna's forehead. The furious Rusna gradually calmed down. After a long moment, Rosina regained her composure. She stared blankly at Karl before her. When she saw it was Karl, her gaze froze, and she tried to leave. Karl reached out and touched Rosina's forehead. A flood of memories flooded Rosina's mind. Rosina was stunned. She finally understood why Carl hadn't come to see her and her mother. She also finally understood that Carl had been silently protecting her. Knowing her own past, Rosina finally understood why Leibni had been so cold to her and her mother. Leibni hadn't considered her and her mother human. She had been confined to the cold palace. She, on the other hand, was being strictly disciplined by Leibni, and everything she had done was paving the way for Leibni's own son. If she died in Raw City this time, the son of Leibni would no longer have any rivals. He could legitimately and easily become the heir, without any competition. Thinking of this, Rosina could no longer hold back her tears and threw herself into Carl's arms, bursting into tears. She finally understood why Carl was always so tolerant of her and always cared for her like a grandfather. Because Carl truly was her grandfather. Rosina immediately ordered the soldiers to cease resistance, saying that further fighting was pointless and would only result in more casualties. Leave as much labor as possible to this land that nurtured them. The Kara Empire soldiers, though puzzled, obeyed Rosina's orders. Seeing the Kara Empire soldiers surrender, the attacking 1st Armored Brigade breathed a sigh of relief. The enemy surrendered, the battle was over. With the Kara Empire soldiers' surrender, the night raid came to an end. Since the 1st Armored Brigade had launched a surprise attack, the engagement was very brief. The damage to Ross was minimal, and the battle ended before many civilians could react. The night raid was over in less than an hour. The vast majority of civilians were unharmed, with only a small number of those near the battle zone affected. The Wehrmacht immediately provided satisfactory compensation to those affected. Everyone was delighted. But Carl was deeply unhappy. After the battle, Rosina had rushed to William's tent immediately. Chapter 305. William, who had just lain down, suddenly felt several gazes. He nearly fell off the bed when he opened his eyes. There were 7 or 8 heads before him. Karl Hoffmann, Gudry, his deputy battalion commander, the armored battalion's political commissar, his brother Fleischtam, and people William hadn't even considered. Rosina. When he saw Rosina, William suddenly sat up in bed. What's going on? The Kara Empire is attacking? That's not right. Isn't Carl here? William looked at everyone in confusion. Everyone was stifling laughter at William's absurdity. Only Carl was extremely annoyed, and didn't give William a good look. Rosina, standing beside him, asked bluntly, "Are you okay? I heard that the arrow hit your internal organs." "It's okay, just a minor injury," William said calmly. Just as William finished answering, he suddenly realized something was wrong. Why was Ruthna here? "Your Highness? Why are you here?" William's little head was filled with confusion. "Don't call me princess, call me Ruthna." Ruthna's eyes flickered with disappointment at the word princess, but she quickly regained her composure and smiled. Hearing this, William became even more confused. He felt his brain wasn't working. Why would Ruthna cease to be a princess just because of a battle? Looking at William's bewildered face, Ruthna explained carefully, "Carl is my grandfather. I'm not Leibni's daughter." Hearing this, William's mouth instantly opened wide enough to fit an egg. Gudry, standing by, couldn't help but chuckle at the dazed William. "William, you come to this day. There are so many things in this world that leave you bewildered. Take it all in." Looking at William's bewildered face, everyone didn't know what to say. Because they, too, were bewildered when they heard the news. Gudry's expression was even more exaggerated than William's. "By the way, William, I won this duel unfairly. Here are the nutritional supplements I brought you. Take them." William was about to refuse when he felt a large shadow obscure the light. Looking up, he saw a mountain of nutritional supplements, the pile completely blocking out the light. "William, wait, you can put it aside. Wait! Don't come over here." The next second, the mountain of nutritional supplements buried William. William, dead. William struggled to crawl out of the nutritional supplements. Looking at the mountain of nutritional supplements, William didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Carl, standing nearby, looked aggrieved. He squatted silently, drawing circles. "My granddaughter has never been this filial to me. My heart aches." Carl was jealous. He admitted he was jealous, but there was more to it than that. The more he looked at William, the more annoyed he became. William suddenly felt a chill on his back. It was as if he were being stared at by some great terror. William couldn't help but look back, but found nothing strange. They were all familiar faces. Could someone he knew kill him? With Ruthna's surrender, Raw City officially changed its flag. The temporary capital of the Holy Kara Empire officially fell into the hands of the Great Flame. Meanwhile, news of Raw City falling to the Great Flame spread quickly. Leibni, currently facing off against the main force of the 1st Armored Division, was instantly furious upon hearing this news. Lebny was puzzled. Why couldn't Ross City be defended? Soon, Lebny learned that Rusna had learned of his life story. Lebny said nothing upon hearing this news, only sighing silently. Although Rusna wasn't his daughter, Lebny truly loved Rusna's mother. But Rusna's mother had no feelings for Lebny at all. The two were together simply for political reasons. This led to a situation where, after the marriage, they were on a two-way street. Lebny couldn't bow his head and submit to Rusna's mother. So the two sides remained at a stalemate. Until Rusna's birth. Rusna's biological father, Kerry, the commander of the Eastern Legion of the Holy Empire, was Karl's only son. In the Holy Empire, only a few knew that Kerry was Karl's only bloodline. Unfortunately, after a one-night stand with Rathina's mother, Kerry marched north to fight against the Orc Empire. In that battle, Kerry's Eastern Legion was completely annihilated. When Karl learned the full story, he was furious. Kerry led 200,000 Imperial infantrymen to face 3 Orc armies, 200,000 infantrymen against 800,000 Orc cavalrymen. The result was predictable. After holding out for a month in a long-abandoned fortress, with no hope of reinforcements, he led the remnants of his army to break out. He was ambushed and killed. Kerry himself was besieged by 12 magicians of level 7 and above. Kerry, an 8th-rank Dochi knight, refused to surrender. Even though he knew he was surrounded by enemies and betrayed, Kerry still chose to draw his sword and fight. After defeating 4 7th-rank Orc mages and 1 8th-rank Orc mage, Kerry ultimately fell. The Eastern Legion was utterly annihilated. Kerry and all the Eastern Legion soldiers were beheaded, and their heads built into a jingwan. 40-year-old Karl's hair turned white overnight. He wanted to avenge Kerry, but Kitty stopped him, believing that traveling alone to the Orc Empire would be tantamount to suicide. From then on, Karl never mentioned Kerry's name again. He was afraid that the mere mention of the name would cause him to lose control. The name became taboo. But Karl didn't let it go. All those who participated in Kerry's betrayal within the Imperial capital paid the price. 100,000 Imperial armored cavalrymen massacred the Imperial capital. Edward III didn't dare to speak a word. Everyone involved outside the Imperial capital was in danger. Thankfully, Caddis didn't escalate the slaughter. The bloodbath in the Imperial capital made it clear to everyone that even though Caddis had been exiled, he remained the pillar of the Empire. As long as Caddis lived, the Empire would not fall. Everyone thought the matter was over, but only Karl knew it wasn't. Caddis and Karl were waiting for a chance. And Leon's appearance was the moment they'd been waiting for 20 years. The blazing flames would ignite the entire continent, consuming all evil. Purge the nobility not only as a policy of the Great Yin, but also as a means of revenge for Karl and his men. Settle old scores new. Sooner or later, you pay for what you done. As dawn approached, Karl looked at William and Ruthina, chatting and laughing in the tent, silent. Looking up at the pale dawn on the horizon, he muttered, "Lebny, it's time to settle the matter with Kerry." Karl's eyes flashed with golden lightning, as if to tear the world apart. Chapter 306. The next day, after a rest period, the 1st Armored Brigade regrouped and set out. At the same time, due to the fall of Ross City, Lebny was forced to withdraw his army from the front lines. Abandoning the Duchy of Longmont, he retreated to the Duchy of Stephen, the Kara Empire's last remaining territory. The Duchy of Stephen was the last line of defense and territory. Because the Duchy of Stephen lay to the east of the sea, there was no further to retreat. The Holy Southern Empire fared no better. Under Chris's wise and powerful command, the Southern Empire quickly lost the entire Duchy of Snook. Forced to retreat to the Duchy of Pabuvia and the Duchy of Baryaw, they blocked the central and lower flanks. Blocking one flank was already difficult enough, and now they had to block 2. This was like an egg hitting a stone. Lebny did not act recklessly like Chris, and simply concentrated his entire army in the Duchy of Stephen. The battle line was shortened as much as possible. But Chris was different. He felt he still had 500,000 troops at his disposal, ready to fight. Chris attributed the previous series of disastrous defeats to a lack of personal command. So, Chris ordered the 2 previous commanders to closely monitor his operations. This time, Chris declared that he would use his advanced maneuvers to decisively defeat Diane's offensive. Diane, haha. With the help of the healing magician, William was able to get out of bed the next day. He was full of energy, as if nothing had happened. But there was one thing that was giving William a headache. That was about Ruthna. What should he do with a mountain of nutritional supplements? We chatted for half the night last night, and William tried to persuade Ruthna to take them back, but the more they talked, the more strangely she looked at him. After watching Ruthna leave, William quickly calmed down. She's a fighting knight, and Marshal Karl's granddaughter. I'm just a poor boy. William smiled bitterly, completely at a loss for what to do. The accompanying magician used a magical storage device to help William collect the items. William felt a sense of emptiness as he watched the vanished items. Gudry, standing by, noticed something was wrong with William and patted him on the shoulder. What's wrong? Distracted? Fleischham, standing nearby, pricked up his ears, eager to catch his brother's eye. Nothing. How are the troops preparing? William shook his head. Nothing? Why would you be distracted? You're not falling for Ruthna, are you? Gudry smiled, giving William a look that said, you know what I mean? William shuddered and couldn't help but push Gudry away. All right, get ready to go. The order from the military high command has arrived. Conquer the Principality of Pabuvia in 7 days, and reunite on the east coast in 12. William put on his helmet and checked his equipment. Sensing William's silence, Gudry patted William's shoulder. Don't hesitate. I believe in you. Don't leave any regrets. Maybe you two can make it? Anyway, I give you 200, Gudry said, and then he stuffed 2 silver coins into William's hand. William watched Gudry flee, speechless for a moment, clutching the money in his hand. Don't leave any regrets. Let's talk about it after this battle. William regained the momentum of an infantry battalion commander. Charge! Charge! Charge again! The 1st Armored Brigade quickly launched an all-out attack on the Duchy of Lonlot. After Laidney withdrew his troops, the Duchy of Lonlot had become a mere shell. It could be said that within 2 days at most, the Duchy of Lonlot would be completely liberated. What made William and his companions laugh and cry the most was that the situation in the liberated and unliberated areas was completely different. The faces of the citizens of Lonlot in the liberated areas were all beaming with smiles. After learning of the policies of the Great Yin and receiving their own land, these citizens of Lonlot unanimously sang the praises of Lion. This led to a very strange phenomenon. Most of the Holy Empire had been attacked by armored forces, yet the people of this same half of the Holy Empire were all praising Lion. At the beginning of the war, everyone believed Lion to be a tyrant, an unwavering dictator. But after the righteous army of the Great Yin had liberated the land, everyone realized that they had been mistaken. The original ruler had instilled in them the idea that Lion was an extremely stingy ruler, and his army was a ravenous army, plundering everyone's property and enslaving them. But the reality was different. After Great Yin finally achieved liberation, the people finally understood that the ruler's slander against Great Yin was directed at the rulers themselves. The rulers never dreamed they would be subjected to a wave of backlash. With the support of the people, the Great Yin army was unstoppable. In just 2 weeks, the Great Expedition would begin. Bonaparte, across the sea, would no longer have to fight guerrilla warfare in the mountains. Now, Bonaparte was under a joint encirclement and suppression by the Western and French empires. He could only use Bafong Port as his base, and lead his troops in guerrilla warfare in Bafong territory. Operating at the right time, in the right place, and with the right people, the Bonapartist Revolutionary Army repeatedly repelled the combined forces of the Western and French empires. But the Western Empire also began reforms. They witnessed the advanced weaponry of the Revolutionary Army. So, the Western Empire embarked on an industrial revolution from top to bottom. Other countries on the Eastern continent also began their industrial revolution. This is how the world works. If you don't get involved, someone else will. At the same time, the report on the night attack on Raw City landed on Lion's desk. Lion began to prioritize special operations. It wasn't that Lion didn't prioritize it before, but rather that previous technology simply couldn't meet the requirements of special operations. First, regarding weaponry, bolt-action rifles rarely improved a special forces soldiers' combat effectiveness. But now, with the advent of fully automatic rifles, night vision goggles, and body armor, these capabilities have been greatly enhanced. At the same time, as the territory of Great Yin grew, Lion decided to separate the Public Security Department from the Intelligence Bureau. Currently, the Intelligence Bureau is responsible for public security duties within Great Yin. But as the territory grew, managing such a vast territory by a single department inevitably led to many dark sides. Therefore, to govern a vast nation, every responsibility must be divided. If all power is placed in a single department, efficiency is difficult to guarantee. Thus, at Leon's instruction, the Public Security Department was established, with Winster serving as the BGA chief. This 9th-level expert was capable of confronting any terrorist force. To bolster the intelligence agency's capabilities, Leon also established a Special Forces unit. It consisted of only 300 members, and they reported solely to Leon. This unit would become the first truly Special Forces unit. Chapter 307. Dian is growing stronger, even though it's engaged in multi-front warfare. Dian still has a large number of soldiers engaged in routine training. Currently, Dian has only deployed half its forces to participate in the surrounding wars. 2 infantry corps remain stationed in Dian. However, as Dian grows stronger, more and more people are coming to Dian. And they're settling down here. Perhaps there are good people in this world, but not all of them are. As the population grows, many non-Dian natives have arrived. These foreigners pose a significant threat to Dian's public security. Most people are willing to obey orders. But there are always those who repeatedly challenge Dian's limits. Their greed leads them to prey on the affluent Dian. Robbery occurs daily in Dian. The Intelligence Bureau arrests robbers daily. But even as they apprehend batch after batch of robbers, new ones continue to emerge. Both Hans and Leon were troubled by this matter. Hans wanted to make an example of one person, but he didn't expect Leon to be even more ruthless. Leon immediately implemented a system of collective responsibility. First, all outsiders were concentrated in one area. If a robber appeared in this building, all outsiders in the entire building would be expelled from the yin. Someone asked Leon if this was too harsh. But Leon responded like this: although they are human beings like us, would you allow someone who only cares about getting something for nothing to stay in a thriving Yin? And most importantly, there is no discrimination in Yin right now. As long as you are willing to work hard, you will never starve to death. Yet, even so, there are still plenty of robbers, even rapists and murderers. Tell me, how can I be worthy of the people of Yin? I've given everyone a chance. Since they won't take it, forget it. Let me overturn the table. According to Leon's orders, Hans launched a thorough purge of criminals in Yin before handing over security management to Winster. Of course, this was also possible without Leon's support. Hans will bear the blame for this massacre. The credit will be inherited by the new security department. Across Yin, the Intelligence Bureau has 3,000 mobile soldiers. These 3,000 soldiers are not agents or operators. They are the exclusive armed forces of the Intelligence Bureau. And their priority is higher than that of the National Defense Force, but lower than that of the Imperial Guard Division. As the sun shone over the land of Yin, hundreds of armored vehicles bearing the insignia of the Intelligence Bureau parked in the square in front of the capital. 3,000 Intelligence Bureau soldiers, clad in black uniforms and helmets, gathered in the square. They awaited orders from Director Hans. They knew exactly what mission they were about to undertake. When they learned they were to evict a group of civilians, they hesitated. But when they thought of their compatriots, who had been brutally murdered, they couldn't help but tighten their grip on their guns. Those who are not of our race must have different hearts. Soon, Hans emerged, briefly inspected the area, and then gave the order to march. The 3,000 men headed straight for the city's largest outsider settlement. Along the way, many Yin citizens looked on with bewilderment at the aggressive Intelligence Bureau troops. But when they saw the soldiers heading for the outsider settlement, they immediately understood what the Intelligence Bureau was up to. Outer settlement. The once pristine streets had become a filthy mess. Many cleaners attempted to enter the outsider settlement to clean, but were driven out by those inside. They threatened to leave, declaring this their territory and telling them to get lost. At first, the cleaners reported the situation, and the Intelligence Bureau immediately dispatched agents to investigate. But when faced with the armed agents, the outsiders immediately changed their demeanor, politely ushering them in. They promised to clean the streets and allow the Yin staff to enter the settlement immediately. But once the agents left, their demeanor shifted. In reality, the outsiders had been occupying the settlement for a long time. From the beginning, these outsiders were very well behaved, but over time, their true colors gradually revealed themselves. Especially under the leadership of the dwarves, the outsiders became even more resistant to Yin's rule. The situation has intensified over the past month. During this time, Leon has been busy accumulating military equipment, urging the arsenals to ramp up production in preparation for the Great Crusade. He's paid slightly less attention to the Great Flame. But this slight attention has completely emboldened the outsiders. Although many outsider residents have advised these resistance fighters not to act foolishly, but whoever has the bigger fist has the final say. After the dwarves resorted to some unscrupulous tactics, the entire settlement was reduced to a single voice. The Intelligence Bureau had no choice but to send agents to intervene. This further emboldened the dwarves. They believed that Yin was capitulating and extending its influence beyond the residential area. Lion, having learned the full story, realized this was a golden opportunity. A chance to make an example of someone, a warning to the rest. So, 3,000 mobile soldiers surrounded the residential area. Not only that, but 12 black-painted Panther tanks blocked the gates. The 1st Infantry Division of the 1st Infantry Army, responsible for defending Sin City, had also sealed off Sin City. It could be said that the good times for those in the residential area were over. At this moment, inside the residential area, a sleazy-looking dwarf was toying with an orc woman. The woman carefully avoided the dwarf's movements, pleading in a delicate voice. "Boss Johnny, can my brother go to school in Yin? Please, boss." Johnny looked at the woman before him, who was fawning over him in every possible way, and felt a surge of pride. "Don't worry, as long as I'm here, your brother will definitely be able to enroll. And Leon will need our votes to become leader. If all else fails, as long as everyone votes for me, I be the next leader." Johnny burst into laughter, and the surrounding minions followed suit. Leon wasn't there. If he heard, he had burst out laughing. "What the hell? I need your votes? Do you have the right to vote? You can't even understand the laws of Great Yin. Besides, no one in Great Yin can challenge Leon's position." Just as Johnny was reveling, a minion rushed in a panic. "Boss! Great Yin has surrounded this place." "What?" Johnny suddenly stood up, enraged, and gathered his minions, rushing towards the gate. Chapter 308. Johnny, with his men in a menacing manner, arrived at the main gate. On the way, a large number of outsiders were observing the situation outside. When they saw the soldiers armed with live ammunition, they finally panicked. And besides these soldiers, there were even tanks. Those outsiders, who had never been involved in crime, were instantly terrified. From the looks of it, the residential area was going to be razed today, so what should they do? Johnny looked at the panicked crowd, and couldn't help but curse. "What are you panicking about? I hold up the sky even if it falls. This land belongs to me, Johnny. Even if the goddess of light comes, this land is mine." Looking at Johnny's self-righteous attitude, some of the more timid ones were instantly intimidated. Some of the smarter ones had already slipped away, packing their things, preparing to flee. Even a fool could see that Yin was serious this time. As expected, those who do evil will eventually perish. I'd better think about where I'd be buried next. Soon Hans, the commander-in-chief, arrived at the gate. Hans looked at the tightly surrounded residential area and nodded with satisfaction. "No one can escape now, right? No, we still have to be cautious." Hans then ordered the intelligence agency to bring in 12 quadruple 37mm anti-aircraft guns. Looking at these 12 guns, Hans's heart finally settled. No one can escape now, right? Just as Hans ordered his soldiers to prepare, Johnny arrived at the gate with his men. Before Hans could say anything, Johnny pointed his finger at Hans's nose and snorted. "Who the hell are you? Do you know whose base this is? Get out of here with your men." Hans was stunned by Johnny's triple click. He then looked at the intelligence officers on either side, with a puzzled expression. What he said made perfect sense. Should I leave then? Wait, this is clearly Yin territory. Why am I leaving then? Hans snatched the Mauser rifle from a nearby soldier and pointed it directly at Johnny. "Who are you?" Hans asked knowingly. Johnny's identity report was already on Hans' desk. Hans knew Johnny's background perfectly, but he still asked. He wanted to know if the Johnny before him had a brain. It's said that dwarves have limited brain capacity, which leads to low intelligence. But over thousands of years, dwarves have proven through their actions that they are not stupid. But Johnny before him convinced Hans that the dwarves were mentally retarded. Because it was so plausible. "Hey you! Why don't you get out of here? We're noble outsiders. Why don't you, the natives, salute us?" Click. Before Johnny could finish his words, Hans loaded his Mauser rifle. Unable to grasp the gravity of the situation, Johnny watched Hans's movements, unable to react. The next second, Hans raised his rifle and fired. Bang! The bullet pierced Johnny's head like a watermelon, shattering it with ease. Johnny's men were stunned, and the ordinary people nearby immediately screamed. Hans, looking at the soldiers on either side, with a puzzled expression, spoke. "What did he say? Was anyone talking just now?" "Sorry, my hand was shaking, and I accidentally fired. Didn't I scare our compatriots?" Hans looked innocent, watching his performance as if he were an outsider, and the previous shot was purely accidental. Everyone was silent. As Hans' subordinates, they naturally knew what he was going to do. The intelligence officer shook his head. Hans immediately smiled. "I heard there are criminals in the residential area who have harmed fellow Yin people. Since the residents have refused to cooperate with the Yin law enforcement officers in apprehending the criminals over the past few months, we have decided to abolish the residential area and deport all outsiders." The guilty will be convicted, and the innocent will be paid travel expenses. After Hans finished speaking, everyone in the residential area gaped in disbelief. They didn't know what to say, and many outsiders roared. Why? Yen accepted us. Why are you driving us out? We're not leaving. This is my home. A flood of extreme words emanated from the residential area, and many outsiders vented their anger by smashing things, attempting to hinder the intelligence officer's advance. Hans's smile widened upon seeing this. But the intelligence officer nearby was already sweating profusely. Whenever Hans smiled, it meant something big was about to happen. If he kept smiling, rivers of blood would surely flow. The land you stand on belongs to the Yin. It was won by the great leader through bloody means, and we defended it with our blood. Yet you stand on this land without any effort. This is already a great favor from the leader. The innocent will receive travel expenses, but the guilty will remain here forever. Since you are so ignorant, let me be the villain. Hans finished his words with a smile, but his expression froze for a moment, and he clapped his hands. Move! With Hans's command, the intelligence officers removed their rifles and, in squads of 20, began entering the residential area. A large number of armored vehicles also rushed in from the main gate, providing cover fire for the infantry. The outsiders who witnessed this finally realized that Yen was serious. A large number of outsiders began to flee into the residential area, and the previously scattered crowd suddenly became crowded. Many desperately fled deeper, as if this would offer a way to escape reality. The dense crowd jostled, and many were thrown to the ground. Before they could even stand, they were trampled on by others. A massive stampede ensued. But these outsiders no longer cared. They only wanted to escape, get away from here. But when they saw that the other exits were blocked by armored vehicles, they finally regretted their decision. But there is no such thing as regret. The intelligence officers began the roundup. They arrested everyone they saw, regardless of guilt or innocence. The intelligence officers outside the residential area immediately began screening. The innocent were released on the spot and given a silver coin for travel expenses. The guilty were locked up and awaited trial. Of course, there was a simpler way to determine the truth. During the arrest operation, if anyone resisted, they were definitely guilty. What? Are there any innocent people? What honest person would be so bold as to attack armed men, and they would rather kill the wrongdoer than let him go? In any case, Hans would bear all the blame. Hans, Chapter 309. Soon, these outsiders met their just end. The vast majority of outsiders cooperated with the Intelligence Bureau soldiers' arrest operations. But there were always some troublemakers. Time and again, they challenged the Intelligence Bureau soldiers' limits. Many outsiders wanted to fight the Intelligence Bureau soldiers on their own. But as Intelligence Bureau soldiers responsible for maintaining urban security, in addition to rifles, they also possessed powerful weapons for street fighting. Shotguns. For criminals hiding in homes, they could simply blast the door down with a single shot. Then they would break down the door. Because they were responsible for urban combat, Intelligence Bureau soldiers did not carry heavy weapons. Not even machine guns. But they did carry a large number of submachine guns. They had almost completely depleted the arsenal stock of MP40s. Currently, the Arsenal submachine gun production line has begun a gradual transformation. The emergence of fully automatic rifles means that the mainstream use of submachine guns will shift from military to police use. While the military will retain a certain number of submachine guns, most will be replaced by fully automatic rifles. Police use isn't necessarily about firepower. Accuracy and recoil are paramount. As for submachine guns, the most common one is probably the Bison. However, the most famous submachine gun isn't the Bison. It's the MP5. The MP5 is as famous in the submachine gun world as the AK-47 is in the rifle world. It's reliable, stable, and even capable of one-handed fire. And it's a product from the early Cold War. It's perfectly suited for urban counterterrorism and police use. So the intelligence agency soldiers took over the arsenal stock of MP40 submachine guns. They were quite happy to take them. Little did they know they were clearing out the arsenal's inventory. The unfortunate child always thought he'd gotten a great bargain. And he secretly rejoiced over the items. Little did they know he was the only one hurt in the world. Some criminals were hiding in buildings, but they had little impact on the intelligence agency soldiers. The bigger impact was on those who were running around. It was common to see 4 or 5 intelligence agency soldiers chasing a single outsider on the street. The outsider ran frantically, leaving the armed, gun-toting intelligence agency soldiers breathless in pursuit. After all, these fleeing outsiders weren't necessarily criminals. running didn't mean anything. Perhaps they were innocent people who simply didn't want to leave. But when an avalanche strikes, not a single snowflake is innocent. The most troublesome thing, however, was the criminals who, in their rage, grabbed random passers-by and used them as hostages to threaten the intelligence agency soldiers. Perhaps before they took hostages, many of them weren't criminals. But once they took hostages, they became criminals. And often by this time, the intelligence officers were already sweating profusely. While these outsiders were despicable, the hostages they held were innocent. Also, the intelligence officers could use the current situation as a training exercise. Most of these intelligence officers would be assigned to the Public Security Department. Only a small number of intelligence officers would remain. So this scene wouldn't be the last. Many intelligence officers had no idea how to deal with the criminals holding hostages. In the end, it took the help of magicians to completely capture the enemy. This also fully exposed the lack of soldiers and snipers in the Intelligence Bureau. Almost all the snipers were concentrated in the army. These Intelligence Bureau soldiers were stepmothers. So Hans decided to be the bad guy again. The sniper was from the army? No problem, just grab it, army. When the leader wasn't here, you Intelligence Bureau bullied us. Now that the leader is here, you Intelligence Bureau still bullies us? Then wouldn't the leader's arrival have been in vain? At this moment, the army finally understood the rumor that the army was only full of rookies. Because if they had rookies, they could withdraw elite soldiers from the army. Army, why is my life so hard? Just wait. Air Force and Navy, just wait. I, the army, will rise to the top step by step. I will do. Soon, the arrest operation came to an end. A dozen Intelligence Bureau soldiers were still injured. And in this operation, a total of 18 resisting criminals were killed. 1,172 outsiders who had committed crimes were apprehended. Over 120,000 outsiders were repatriated in total. However, what surprised Hans and Leon most was that the vast majority of these nearly 1,200 criminals were dwarves. Over 900 of them were dwarves. Regarding these criminals, Leon said a single word to Hans. You see to it. Hans, that's one word. Hans, receiving the order, immediately said, see what happens. These criminals were bundled together and sent directly to the People's Square in front of the Capitol. Hundreds of judges were summoned to determine the charges against these criminals. Determined on the spot, dealt with on the spot, bundled up on the spot, and sent. I believe the crops in Dian will be even more prosperous next year. These judges were remarkably fair in dealing with these outsiders. And they were also very caring about the dwarves. Other races convicted of theft received a maximum sentence of 2 years of reform through labor. Dwarves convicted of theft were sent directly to the Intelligence Bureau's execution facility. And they kindly explained to the dwarves that they were being relocated for reform through labor. As for where this reform took place, it was likely in another world. Soon, these criminals received the punishment they deserved. They also provided repatriation expenses for the outsiders, and for those with good behavior, the amount was doubled. Those with good behavior could apply to return to Great Yin after 1 year. Both the deported outsiders and the people of Great Yin were very satisfied with this outcome. For while the people of Great Yin weren't xenophobic, they hated those who broke the rules, and even more so, those who disrupted Great Yin. Everyone was satisfied, but some were not. The Dwarf Empire learned that a large number of dwarf criminals had disappeared. Immediately, they denounced De Yin. Lion, which fly is buzzing in my ear? The Dwarf Empire's denunciation was this. De Yin's arbitrary treatment of Dwarf Empire citizens has severely damaged the Dwarf Empire's image and dignity. De Yin should make due compensation. Leon responded with a single word to this accusation. Get lost. And they immediately dispatched 2 additional infantry divisions to Sucra City. What's the point of just saying something on paper? Do you dare to challenge us in real life? Sucra City has been under siege for 4 days. A 500,000-man army attacked a 20,000-man defense force. The battle lasted 4 days, and only on the first day did they manage to capture the outer positions using forbidden magic. In the 3 days that followed, the army, deprived of forbidden magic, failed to gain an inch. Chapter 310. Inside the city of Sucras. A 500,000-man army madly laid siege to the second line of defense. However, because the Wehrmacht had previously blown up most of the buildings, the attacking enemy had no suitable cover. With the support of massive artillery and snipers, the enemy had difficulty advancing. After 3 days of fruitless attacks, Andrei decided to send in the armored forces. This was one of the few elite troops of the Dwarf Empire. Currently, the Dwarf Empire possessed a total of 2,000 tanks. The vast majority were copies of the Panzer IV, the short-barreled 75mm model. Because the dwarf engine was too large, the dwarfs had to reduce its size. This resulted in a complete lack of horsepower. The only option was to weaken the Panzer IV's armor. And to strengthen its defenses, they added defensive magic circles to the outer armor. The magical defense proved to be very effective. The armor-piercing rounds from the 75mm anti-tank guns were completely incapable of penetrating the rear of a dwarven tank at a range of 500 meters. They could only penetrate the rear at a range of 300 meters. This forced the Wehrmacht to use the 88mm anti-aircraft gun against the dwarven tanks. Although the 88mm anti-aircraft gun had a caliber only a few millimeters larger than the 75mm anti-tank gun, the two were not even on the same scale. First, their initial velocities were completely different, meaning their kinetic energies were also significantly different. So, if the 88mm anti-aircraft guns were deployed horizontally, it would be a nightmare for armored units. But the 1st Infantry Brigade had a limited number of anti-aircraft guns. The opposing dwarven tanks alone numbered 1,000. That's not even counting the various other armored vehicles. The Western Elves also assembled 300 tanks to besiege Sukra's city. The 1st Infantry Brigade possessed only one heavy tank company, consisting of 8 Tiger tanks and 16 Panther tanks. Although they had ample fuel and ammunition reserves, expecting these 24 tanks to hold off thousands of tanks was a pipe dream. And the 1st Infantry Brigade now treated every soldier as a precious treasure. The garrison units on the defensive line were divided into squads. The commander of the 1st Infantry Brigade understood the immense difficulties they faced. Thankfully, they were not fighting this defensive battle alone. The Navy provided them with 24-hour fire support. Each company could simultaneously call on the naval gunfire of 2 Königsberg cruisers. Because a brigade-level unit actually consisted of only 70 companies, the infantry brigade could call on naval gunfire support with impunity in the current situation. But even so, the situation they faced remained dire. As the Dwarven army deployed armored units, the pressure on the infantry brigade defending the front increased. The battle line was shrinking bit by bit. The Wehrmacht soldiers had done their best, but they had to face the reality of abandoning their second line of defense. An MG-42 machine gunner struggled to extract himself from a pile of bullet casings. The pile of shells beneath his feet was already half his height. The assistant gunner had already shouldered his rifle and joined the battle. No one was helping the machine gunner clean the shells. Observing the struggling machine gunner, a nearby soldier reached out and pulled him out. This machine gunner had fired at least 100,000 rounds of ammunition. Of course, not all machine gunners consumed as much ammunition as this one. This machine gunner's position was crucial, smack in the middle of the intersection. Nearly half of the Western Elven Empire's troops attacking from the north would have passed through this intersection. That's why this machine gunner consumed so much ammunition. The remaining machine gunners consumed between 3,000 and 10,000 rounds. Since all transport ships were supplying this infantry brigade, it had no ammunition concerns at all. In short, just go for it. The infantry brigade voluntarily abandoned the middle line of defense and retreated to the inner line. At this time, the trial of the dwarf capitalists was also brought forward. Originally, they had planned to wait until the war was over to punish these dwarf capitalists. But now the army had retreated to the inner line, leaving the inner line as the last line of defense. The infantry brigade wasn't sure if the inner line would fall. So, to be on the safe side, they decided to eliminate all the dwarf capitalists first. What to do? The streetlight booths were the quickest solution. But simply hanging up the streetlights wasn't enough. So, the infantry brigade commander ordered the flamethrowers to wait below. Hang one by one. You can't just leave this world so easily. Soon, in the inner detention area, the dwarf capitalists' pleas for mercy spread throughout the inner city. Many elven civilians, who hadn't yet evacuated, shed tears upon hearing this. They mourned for their compatriots, who had perished at the hands of the dwarves. If the Wehrmacht had arrived sooner, their compatriots wouldn't have suffered such a tragic fate. Outside the city, the coalition forces preparing for their next attack paused silently upon seeing the scene. The dwarf soldiers were furious, while the West Elf soldiers stood stunned. Many of them didn't know what the dwarves had done. An informed soldier nearby explained the whole story. After learning of the dwarves' crimes, many West Elf soldiers felt a surge of anger. Why could the dwarves act so recklessly on their land? But as ordinary soldiers, they dared not speak out. But watching the dwarf capitalists twist in the flames, they felt a strange sense of relief. This, however, exhausted the flamethrowers. After all, it was difficult to blast every one of them. Carrying dozens of kilograms of equipment was no easy task. But the burning felt truly exhilarating, As the troops retreated to the inner defense line, the combined forces immediately launched an offensive, trying to press on and advance. However, when they entered the fortresses of the middle defense line, seeing the fortresses filled with explosives, boom! The next second, large sections of the fortresses were reduced to ash by the explosives. Thousands of soldiers perished instantly. Not only that, the Wehrmacht utilized mortars to their full potential. They used them to significantly slow the enemy's advance. The enemy had originally been advancing through the buildings, but they were blown directly into the air by the mines and tripwires buried within. So they were forced to advance along the streets. The result is predictable. They were completely slammed into the ground by the mortar shells raining down from the sky. They were left unable to care for themselves. Many soldiers were blown into the air by the falling shells before they could react. Many soldiers tried to avoid the bombardment by hiding behind cover. After all, they had used this tactic to evade the naval gunfire. But they forgot one thing: mortars could reach enemies behind cover. Chapter 311. Although the mortars did halt the Allied forces' advance, they continued to advance. And with the addition of armored units, the pressure on the Wehrmacht doubled. This reminded the infantry brigade commander of the battle for the Elven capital. The current situation was very similar, the only difference being the strength of the troops and the level of firepower on both sides. The 1st Armored Division, responsible for defending the Elven capital, possessed a large number of armored units. The infantry brigade was not only outnumbered by the 1st Armored Division, but its armored units were far superior to the 1st Armored Divisions. But the infantry brigade had a large number of naval artillery and 24-hour air support. Even with a numerical disadvantage, the infantry brigade might not be unable to fight. And perhaps the dwarf soldiers didn't have the same fighting spirit as the demon soldiers. After so many days of fighting, once the dwarf empire's army suffered casualties, they would suffer a large number of routs. But the demon empire was different. Many of their units were able to launch another attack even after losing half their men. While dwarves are inherently bellicose, they tend to bully the weak and fear the strong. Demons, however, are different. They are not only belligerent, but also skilled at it. This is why the demon empire dominates the northern continent, while the dwarf empire is relegated to the southern. After all, the dwarf empire isn't even on the list of monsters in the northern continent of central China. The northern continent of central China has always had only 3 protagonists: orcs, demons, and humans. There's a saying from long ago: the 3 kingdoms determine whether the world is in chaos. Not even the Papal States can contain these 3 nations. Because even if the Papal State could muster a force of tens of millions, it wouldn't be able to withstand 3 warring nations. Furthermore, the Demon Empire and the Orc Empire held different beliefs. And the citizens of the Holy Empire were far less devoted to the Church of the Goddess of Light than those of other nations. Because the citizens of the Holy Empire always believed that the Holy Emperor would lead them back to their peak. After all, the Empire once intimidated everyone. This history imbued them with national confidence. They firmly believed that the Empire needed no divine favor. The iron hooves of the Imperial armored cavalry would crush everything. It was precisely this confidence that made the Papal State impenetrable. Thus, for thousands of years, the Papal State had been trying to convert the Holy Empire to the Church of the Goddess of Light. They were almost there, until Leon showed up. Lion's appearance was like the Papal State had just successfully confessed its love to its goddess, only to be whisked off to another world by Leon's dump truck. It could be said that Leon single-handedly destroyed the Vatican's 1,000-year-long plan. Lion, it doesn't matter. The Goddess of Light will take action. Sucra City. The Wehrmacht repelled the Dwarven Empire's attacks time and again. The Dwarven Empire was currently employing a rotational strategy, using its numerical superiority to wear down the Wehrmacht soldiers. However, the Wehrmacht soldiers refused to retreat due to exhaustion. They remained firmly rooted in their positions, like nails. Neither the dwarves nor the elves could advance a single step. Watching this, Andrei, despite his complex emotions, could only sigh. How could this battle continue? The combat prowess of both sides was completely different. Andrei ultimately decided to dispatch his personal guard. 30,000 personal guards attempted to create an opening for the Dwarven army. Andrei also requested air support from the Dwarven king, Anvari. In Anvari's own words, "Stop hiding your aircraft. If we fail to capture Sucras, the Dwarven Empire's throat will be pierced." Though hesitant, Anvari nonetheless dispatched his air force. The Dwarven Empire dispatched all its airships. A dense swarm of airships obscured the sky. Hundreds of war beasts flew towards Sucras, accompanied by hundreds of fighter planes. This was a formidable test for Sucras. Knowing that the Wehrmacht possessed weapons to counter airships, Anvari reinforced the magic airship's defenses overnight. The magic airships now could easily withstand 4 or 5 V2 rockets. This was Inbari's confidence. However, they seemed to have forgotten one thing. They were upgrading their armaments, and so was De Yin. Upon learning that the fleet's V2 rockets were nearing depletion, Leon immediately ordered 200 more to be replenished. He also urged the Eastern Elves to end the battle as quickly as possible. At this point, the Eastern Elves had already laid siege to the Western Elf capital, Sipes. Many high-ranking Western Elf officials wanted to make Sipes a second Elven capital. A battle of Sipes, an attempt to stop the Eastern Elves in Sipes. But the Eastern Elves would not allow them to do so. Although the Western Elf leaders had ordered the construction of a comprehensive defense of Sipes, the chasm between the nobility and the lower classes remained. As a result, the noble commander's orders were unable to be implemented by the lower-level soldiers. Many defenses were only roughly deployed, with countless gaps. But at this moment, the Eastern Elf army had arrived. Seizing this opportunity, they ordered their troops to weave back and forth. They immediately shattered the outer defenses of the city of West Pesci. Many soldiers only learned they had been defeated by the Eastern Elves after the battles on the outer perimeter. The Western Elves, ill-prepared, lost their outer perimeter in the first battle. After the loss of the outer perimeter, the Western Elves continued to argue among themselves. The nobles furiously blamed the common people, claiming they had dragged down the war and led to the entire loss of the outer perimeter. But how could the common people bear the blame? They simply retaliated. The common people's foul words directly broke the defenses of the self-proclaimed nobles. Many elderly nobles were so enraged they nearly passed out. Looking at the chattering crowd, Tifinara finally took action. The enemy is at the gates, and you still have the energy to engage in intrigue? What good is blaming each other now? Think about defending Sipes now. What use does the Empire have for you? Are you supposed to engage in a verbal battle? And you're supposed to hold off the Eastern Elf army with your mouths. Speak up. Aren't you all talkative? Why are you all so speechless? Tifinara's barrage of attacks silenced everyone present. Nobles and commoners alike bowed their heads silently. Because Tifinara spoke the truth. The internal class friction within the Empire nearly destroyed the entire Empire. Chapter 312. As the Eastern Elf army approached the city, the Western Elves also learned of their predicament. However, they still held out hope, believing that the Eastern Elf army would be unable to break through the heavily fortified West Peth. Furthermore, West Peth currently had nearly 500,000 troops. How could a mere 800,000 Eastern Elves possibly capture West Peth in one fell swoop? This explains why the Western Elf High Command was so confident. However, it was only the Western Elf High Command who were so confident. The Western Elf commoners and Queen Tifinara were extremely cautious. They knew that the Eastern Elf army was no pushover. And the Eastern Elves, having long prepared, would definitely take West Peth in one fell swoop. So Tifinara had been patrolling West Peth. She was trying to strengthen the morale of the Western Elf army through herself. She told everyone that she would be with them. Seeing their queen personally inspecting the front lines, many Western Elf soldiers regained their confidence. They were prepared for a decisive battle with the Eastern Elves. But some had seen the true face of the Western Elf Empire. The entire vast empire was actually only supported by the queen. The queen had no one to rely on. The nobles only thought about pleasure every day, never considering how to govern this vast country. The fact that the empire had survived until now, supported by Tifinara alone, was a miracle. Not only that, even in this situation, Tifinara was still trying to save the empire. Many soldiers shed tears. The only kind noble in the empire was the queen before them. The soldiers looked at Tifinara, their hearts aflame with fire. They must save themselves, they must save the empire. The Western Elf Empire was a mistake. There was only one way to strengthen the Western Elf Empire, to merge with the Eastern Elf Empire. Only a unified Elf Empire is a true Elf Empire. A unified Elf Empire will no longer be bullied. The elves must strengthen themselves. An idea of rebellion began to take root and spread among the soldiers. In just one day, 100,000 soldiers had been infected by the idea of rebellion. They wanted to save themselves, save the elves, and escape oppression. The upper nobility vaguely sensed the movements below, but they thought it was just another protest over some basic issue, as usual. But they were wrong. This time, they weren't fighting for those things at all. They were fighting for themselves, for the future of all the elves. In just 3 days, the Eastern Elf army had completed its final preparations for the attack. At the same time, more than half of the Western Elf soldiers decided to join the rebellion. Feeling the unusual movements of his men, the nobles finally realized something was amiss, but it was too late. The East Elf army launched its attack under cover of darkness. At the same time, the rebels in Sipes sent representatives to the East Elf camp. After learning of the rebels' intentions, the East Elf army quickly responded. They ordered their troops to launch a feint attack on the south gate. At the same time, they ordered the rebels, and the main force of the East Elf army to focus on the north gate. With internal and external support, they captured the north gate. After seeing off the rebel representatives, the East Elf commander summoned his deputy commander. The battle plan was redrawn. Because the commander didn't believe the rebels' one-sided claims. He couldn't confirm the rebels' authenticity, so he made two plans. The feint attack remained the same, as did the focus on the north gate. But the commander also prepared a third plan, to send another main force to attack the west gate. With these two approaches, one of them would surely be breached. If the rebels were fake, the north gate would tie up most of the enemy's forces. This would allow the soldiers to launch an attack on the west gate. Of the four gates, the east gate was the most fortified. The West Elf leaders believed that the flat terrain outside the east gate was ideal for an armored assault. So, they stationed a large number of troops at the east gate. However, they never considered that the East Elves would not attack from the east gate. At night, outside the south gate, a large number of 107mm rockets flew out from the valley outside the south gate, illuminating the night sky. The Western Elf army, guarding the south gate, immediately requested support from the Western Elf High Command. In the previous battle, the Eastern Elves had not deployed their 107mm rocket launchers at all. The 107mm rocket launchers provided by De Hien were limited in number. The Eastern Elves would not use rocket launchers unless absolutely necessary. And now, the Eastern Elves had deployed their rocket launchers, which meant they had launched a general offensive. Thus, the South Gate, targeted by the rocket launchers, must be the Eastern Elves' primary offensive area. The Western Elves immediately dispatched their troops to the South Gate. But shortly after the troops were deployed, another incident occurred at the North Gate. The defenders at the North Gate mutinied en masse, raising their flags. The nobles are unjust. The people are suffering. The unification of East and West is imperative. 100,000-strong army shouted this slogan as they seized the North Gate. This caused the Western Elf leaders to panic, but Tifinara said nothing. She simply watched the nobles beneath the throne in silence. The nobles could only mobilize part of the troops from the East and West Gates and send them to the North Gate, trying to recapture the North Gate. Just then, 200,000 Eastern Elves launched an attack from the North Gate. With the support of the 100,000 rebels, the Eastern Elf army easily captured the North Gate, surprising the Eastern Elf commander. Not only that, the 300,000 troops responsible for attacking the West Gate also successfully captured the West Gate. However, the most outrageous situation was the South Gate. 200,000 Eastern Elves launched a feint attack, unexpectedly taking down the South Gate. The feint became the main attack. The Eastern Elf commander, watching the three gates fall almost simultaneously, fell into deep thought. Are the Western Elves so weak? Why are there only 500,000 defenders? Where are the remaining troops? The Western Elves' army is definitely more than just those seen here. There are at least 1 million more. The question is, where exactly is this million? Confused as he was, the commander ordered his troops to continue the attack. After losing 3 gates, the Western Elves were completely routed. They were forced to retreat to the Imperial Palace. By this time, the Western Elf nobles were already panicking. After clearing out the remaining troops, they discovered they had fewer than 50,000. How could 50,000 men possibly hold the Imperial Palace? And the remaining 350,000 troops were definitely not annihilated, as the number of soldiers who surrendered far exceeded the number of those who died. They didn't want to fight anymore. Chapter 313. Inside the palace, in the main hall, hundreds of Western Elf nobles were sweating profusely. They were terrified. The rumbling of cannons and the clashing of gunfire outside the palace signaled the approach of the Eastern Elf army. As the shells drew ever closer, the nobles grew increasingly restless. Tifinara, perched on the throne, gazed at the nobles in the hall with a smile on her face. Many nobles looked at Tifinara with a hint of confusion. They couldn't understand why Tifinara was smiling. Suddenly, a messenger rushed in a panic. Report to the queen, the empaths guarding the palace gates have revolted. No, they rebelled. They're now leading a large army towards the main hall. The messenger's words only added to the nobles' anxiety. Many nobles fainted from fear, while others looked as if they were about to die. Only Tifinara continued to smile. This puzzled the nobles. They didn't know why Tifinara was laughing, but their immediate priority wasn't to dwell on that. It was to figure out how to repel the enemy's attack. After all, the Eastern Elves would soon invade, and if they did, they would likely be left hanging or left in the dark. Then, they would be completely screwed. So these nobles pledged large sums of money, to the remaining soldiers to defend the palace. But how could they possibly hold it? The main force had been dispatched elsewhere, leaving only the elderly, the weak, and the sick defending the capital. The Eastern Elves on the other side were an elite force, commanded by Sif, the Empress of the Eastern Elf Empire. Although Sif didn't directly command, instead ordering other qualified generals to lead, that didn't change the fact that Sif was the supreme commander. In the words of the East Elf soldiers, the Queen is with them. So, the East Elf soldiers, like a shot of chicken blood, launched a fierce attack that pushed the West Elves back again and again. Soon, the outer walls of the palace fell, and the West Elves were forced to retreat to the main hall. The nobles in the main hall could already hear the roar of engines. They had never been so afraid of hearing such a sound, for it foreshadowed death. Soon, with the last gunshot outside the main hall, the defenders outside were completely annihilated. The East Elf soldiers marched into the main hall in orderly steps, surrounding the panicked nobles. The nobles looked terrified at the angry faces of the East Elf soldiers. Many of the East Elf soldiers were filled with rage, wishing to devour these nobles alive. But under their superiors' orders, they were forced to restrain themselves. They knew these nobles would receive the punishment they deserved. The Queen of the Eastern Elf Empire would not let any guilty person go unpunished. After the Eastern Elf army seized control of the palace, Sif marched from her position outside the city and headed straight for the palace. Everyone believed that Queen Sif would severely punish these people. The reality was just as everyone expected. Sif arrived at the palace without even a glance at the nobles kneeling and begging for mercy. She waved her hand impatiently, ordering the soldiers to escort all the nobles away. The nobles felt a wave of relief, believing they had escaped. But little did they know, this was just the beginning of their nightmare, because Sif discovered she had no idea how to deal with these nobles. Decapitating them directly seemed too easy for them. So Sif planned to keep them locked up first, then consult Hans on how to inflict a painful death. Hans, don't look at me, I'm not that terrifying. After clearing the hall, Sif looked at Tifinara on the throne. Tifinara looked at Sif quietly. Sif waved her hand, signaling the soldiers to leave. After double-checking, the commander ordered the soldiers to leave. Only Sif and Tifinara remained in the hall. After everyone had left, Tifinara looked at Sif with a smug look on her face. Sif twitched her lips and said reluctantly, "Sister." Tifinara nodded happily, like a child. Then she extended her hand, beckoning Sif to come for a hug. Sif dropped her aloof queen veneer and embraced Tifinara with a joyful expression. The two embraced each other tightly, like long-parted sisters. If the Western Elf nobles and Eastern Elf soldiers had witnessed this, they would have been astonished. What they hadn't expected was that these two, supposedly sworn enemies, could have such a close relationship. Sif embraced Tifinara and said, "Sister, you tried your best, but you couldn't avoid the Dwarven Empire's clutches." Tifinara froze upon hearing this, and spoke with regret. "I couldn't stop these nobles, but I did my best to contain the Dwarven Empire's invasion. It was my order to close the Dwarven factory. I also shared the frontline defense map and the Dwarven Empire's marching route with you. You didn't disappoint me. You did it, unifying the Elven Empire," Tifinara said, patting Sif's head with a look of satisfaction. Yes, Tifinara had been Sif's staunch supporter from the beginning. They weren't sisters, but they were more than sisters. After Sif launched the Rainy Night coup, the Elven Empire split into the Eastern and Western Empires. As the Western Elven Empire gradually began to draw closer to the Dwarf Empire, Sif knew the Dwarf Empire was not a good thing. If the dwarves were allowed to enter the Western Elven Empire, the entire Western Elven Empire would be in dire straits. So Sif had to find Tifinara and plead with her to seize the throne, providing a final line of defense for the Western Elven Empire. Tifinara proved successful. She prevented the Western Elven Empire from falling completely into the hands of the Dwarf Empire. She tried her best. But the 300,000-strong dwarf army is still besieging Sukra City. What should we do now? Sif. Suddenly she spoke. Tifinara caressed Sif's smooth golden hair lovingly, then spoke calmly. Don't worry, they can't escape. After all, 1,000,000 soldiers have vanished from the map. Tifinara finished, looking at Sif. Sif seemed to have a sudden thought, stunned and speechless. 1,000,000 of the West Elves' most elite soldiers had completely vanished from the map. Tifinara explained to the nobles that they had been sent to Sukra City for support. But these 1,000,000 soldiers simply vanished mid-journey. No one seemed to know where these 1,000,000 soldiers had gone, but was there really no one? The Dwarf Empire never imagined, to their death, what they were about to face. After dispatching the Air Force, the Dwarf Empire sent an additional 500,000 troops to Andre. A total of 800,000 troops attempted to besiege Sucra's city. Unbeknownst to them, a vast net had already been laid. Chapter 3:14. The news of the fall of the Western Elf capital, Cypes, quickly spread throughout the Western Elf Empire. The vast Western Elf Empire crumbled in an instant. With the liberation of the Western Elf capital, the remaining regions each harbored their own ulterior motives. A considerable number of regions chose independence, while others chose to continue flying the banner of the Western Elf Empire. However, several Western Elf emperors emerged from these regions. 5 regions, 6 emperors. For the first time, I felt that emperors were so worthless. At the same time, with the dramatic changes in the Western Elf Empire, the attitudes of the surrounding nations diverged. The Demon Empire openly sided with the Eastern Elf Empire, and supported its unification of the entire Elf Empire. But other nations were ambivalent. This was because they had more or less learned of the Dwarf Empire's military deployment. They had also learned of the Dwarf Empire's reinforcements, which suggested that the Dwarf Empire might have ulterior motives against the Western Elf Empire. As a result, the surrounding nations were hesitant to express their views. As news of the Western Elf Empire's disintegration reached the Dwarf Empire, Dwarf Emperor Andres immediately took action. After dispatching 500,000 troops, Dwarf King Andres opted to continue strengthening his forces. He dispatched another 500,000. This meant that the Dwarf Empire had deployed a total of 1.3 million troops. Andres issued orders to these dwarf armies. Their primary goal was to capture all the land south of Sucras. Their desired goal was to capture the land south of Cypes. Dwarf King Andres was already immersed in his own ambitions. He believed that the invincible dwarf army would surely help him expand his territory. At the same time, Tayin also learned of this situation. The Intelligence Bureau immediately delivered the information to Leon's desk. Leon couldn't help but feel a headache watching this scene. When there's no war, no one says a word, but once the fighting breaks out, everyone rushes to get involved. They really treat the battlefield like a market, don't they? They're like a bunch of lingering flies, drawn to the scent. What to do now? What else can we do? Send troops, of course. If the Dwarf Empire captures Sucra's city, the entire Elf Empire will be exposed to their military might. Although the Eastern Elf Empire has the power to drive the Dwarf Empire away for now. If Sucra's city is captured by the Dwarf Empire, then, given the dwarf's stubborn nature, they will never give up the meat they have in their mouths. If the Elf Empire wants to recapture Sucra's city, it will inevitably pay a heavy price. So Sucra's city must be preserved. Leon didn't hesitate. He immediately dispatched the entire 1st Infantry Army to Sucra's city. He also sent the dozens of warships just delivered to the Navy to Sucra's city. The Air Force was also approaching the Elf Empire. Cypes City. After capturing Cypes City, Sif didn't rush to announce the unification of the Elf Empire. Instead, upon receiving news of the Dwarf Empire's northward advance, she immediately dispatched troops south. For the greater good of the nation, this year's internal conflicts could be temporarily set aside. For they knew that only by preserving the Elf Empire could there be both Eastern and Western Elves. Thus, the Dwarf Empire before them was their number one enemy. Sif left behind 500,000 troops to advance westward to conquer other territories. She personally led 1.5 million troops south to support the city of Sucras. The most awkward situation at this moment was the Western Elf army besieging Sucras. The Western Elf commander, Cedos, learned of the fall of Cypes. He also learned that the Dwarf Empire, seeking to exploit the situation, had sent troops north. After receiving Andres' orders, Andres' relationship with Cedos and his men became strained. Cedos and his men immediately ceased fighting and withdrew their troops north. Although Cedos was a general of the Western Elf Empire, he was also a citizen of the Elven Empire. No matter how fierce the battle between the East and West Elves was, they would never tolerate the Dwarf Empire's exploitative behavior. Although Dime was also an outsider, they had defeated the Western Elf army openly and squarely, choosing not to act like thieves. But the Dwarf Empire's actions disgusted Cedos. As an elf, Cedos had to do something. He couldn't stand by and watch the Dwarf Empire annex his country. He was only a general. In peacetime, he was powerless to stop the dwarf's persecution of the elves. But now, precisely because he was a general, he could finally be a true general. After withdrawing his troops to the north of Sucra's city, Cedos began to reason with his soldiers. Many soldiers simply couldn't understand what Cedos was saying. But what they knew was that the Dwarf Empire assassins, whom they had always hated, had already sent troops north. They were the only Western Elf army currently closest to the Dwarf Empire. They were also the only army capable of stopping the Dwarf Empire's advance. Many soldiers were reluctant to fight the Dwarf Empire, knowing they couldn't defeat the dwarves. But the next day, After learning of the situation in the border cities, these Western elves were driven mad with a desire to fight the dwarves to the death. After crossing the border, the Dwarf Empire's army had begun a massacre of the border elves. Over 100,000 elves were slaughtered overnight. 9 out of 10 border villages were deserted, and corpses littered the ground. And the culprit behind all this was the Western Elf Empire's ally, the Dwarf Empire. Not content with plundering the Western Elves' resources, the Dwarf Empire also seized their land and murdered their own people. The remaining 150,000 Western Elf soldiers besieging Sucra City were furious. Yes, they were indeed weak in combat. Yes, they were indeed pawns of the nobles. Yes, they were indeed bullies. But they were also part of the Western Elf Empire, soldiers too. They were soldiers who had sworn an oath to the imperial flag to protect it. They had been defeated time and again, they were exhausted, and they refused to retreat. They had lost to the demons, lost to the Great Flame, and still lost to the Eastern Elves. They were complete losers, but they refused to flee. They would fight, even if they were annihilated, to stop the Dwarf Empire's northward advance. 4 millions of elves lay behind them. For the first time, these Western elves felt a sense of honor. Though they knew the outcome, they remained brimming with fighting spirit. Seeing this scene, Cetos was deeply moved. He immediately ordered his soldiers to withdraw from the battlefield and establish a defensive line in the northern suburbs of Sucra City, preparing to confront the army led by Andre. Andre was stunned. Cetos' breakup was expected, but what he hadn't expected was the sudden transformation of these Western Elf soldiers. Why was this happening? Chapter 3:15. After Cetos led his army out of the siege of Sucra City, Andre was furious, but he wasn't scolding Cetos, but the Dwarf King Andres. What is Andres doing? Wanting to send troops to annex the Western Elves at this critical juncture? The Western Elves still have over 1 million troops. Together with the Eastern Elves, the combined forces of these two nations would total 3 million. If Andres hadn't announced his annexation of the Western Elves might have had a fighting chance. But now, everything is over. The Dwarf Empire not only faces a united 3 million elven army, but also the behemoth Great Flame. Most importantly, we still don't know where the Western Elves' remaining 1 million troops have gone. Andre flipped the table after saying this. The men beside him didn't dare to breathe. Because Andre was telling the truth, and 3 million troops was a conservative estimate. In reality, it would have been much larger. They also learned that Great Yin was sending additional troops to Sucra City. Originally, even a 500,000-man army couldn't capture Sucra City, and now they had to be wary of the Western Elves. This meant that Andre couldn't capture Sucra City before the dwarf reinforcements arrived. But by the time the dwarf reinforcements arrived, Great Yin reinforcements would also arrive. So, both sides would be fighting a pointless battle in Sucra City. Andre had already realized that if he continued to engage in street fighting with Great Yin, there would be only one outcome: all the dwarf soldiers would be sacrificed in the meaningless street fighting. However, Andre decided to give it one last try. Because they had already broken through to the inner strata, they still had a chance to capture Sucras. Andre assembled the remaining 200,000 combat-capable soldiers and dispatched them all to the southern positions. From there, they would launch a general assault on Sucras. To support the infantry attack on Sucras, Andre concentrated all of his remaining 800 tanks on the southern front. At the same time, Andre concentrated all of the army's remaining artillery on the southern front. With thousands of artillery pieces and a large number of tanks, Andre was confident of breaking through the Wehrmacht's defenses in one fell swoop. At midnight that day, the rumbling of artillery rang out. The Dwarven artillery bombarded continuously throughout the night, from midnight until dawn. The Dwarven even possessed heavy artillery, with a caliber of 300 millimeters or more. The massive artillery shells had nearly destroyed the entire southern defense line. Many fortresses were already crumbling. The Wehrmacht had no choice but to abandon some of them and retreat to the houses in the inner city. Not only that, the Wehrmacht also transformed the Dwarven factories into makeshift fortresses. They discovered that the Dwarven factories had an abundance of materials. Many of the factory buildings practically met military standards. Even a direct hit from a 75mm anti-tank gun would have difficulty breaching the factory walls. This terrified the Wehrmacht even more, because how could this be a factory? It was more like a prison. And most terrifyingly, it was just a production facility, and the people inside were just workers. But why would the dwarves do this? The people inside were just workers, not prisoners. However, what shocked the Wehrmacht most was the list of names found in the factory. Many names were circled in red. At first, the Wehrmacht soldiers didn't realize what the red circles on the list meant, until some elves who had escaped from the Dwarven factory told them. These red-circled names were all elves who had died. Many Wehrmacht soldiers were stunned, staring at the densely packed red circles on the list, bewildered. Why would the dwarves do this? What were they trying to achieve? Shocked and even more terrified, the Wehrmacht soldiers finally understood why the ancestors of the Holy Empire had driven the Dwarven Empire to the remote corners of the southern continent. The Wehrmacht soldiers couldn't imagine the devastation their fellow citizens would suffer if these dwarves were allowed to rule Middle-earth. The soldiers also discovered numerous diaries, the contents of which were unacceptable to even these war-worn soldiers. The Wehrmacht soldiers immediately reported this to Chester. After seeing the lists, Chester's hands trembled with anger. Although Chester had never fought dwarves, he knew from the rumors passed down from generation to generation by the Holy Empire's high-ranking officials. They had always claimed that dwarves were an inferior race, and at first Chester didn't believe it. After all, no one is born perfect, right? When Chester saw these lists and diaries, he was stunned. He finally understood why Dreens hadn't extended his influence to the southern continent after driving the dwarves there. Because these dwarves would only dirty Dreens' hands. Despite their shock, the Wehrmacht soldiers quickly went into battle. They already knew what the dwarves were, so they had to stop them here. If the dwarves were allowed to leave the southern continent, it wouldn't just be the elves who would suffer their persecution. Soon at dawn, the Dwarven Empire launched its attack. A large number of tanks rushed toward the positions. Many soldiers were surrounded by stacks of Panzerfausts, firing one before reaching for another. The crackle of the Panzerfausts piercing the air never ceased. The fleet was now fully engaged, with numerous naval guns raining down upon the charging Dwarven army. But these Dwarven soldiers, as if possessed by a bloodlust, madly attacked the defenses. Many Wehrmacht soldiers' Mauser rifles had jammed from overheating. The worst hit were the machine gunners, whose arms had lost all feeling. Many soldiers simply couldn't remain in one spot for long, as if they did, the Dwarven tanks would unleash their targeted firepower. This caused many Wehrmacht soldiers immense suffering, as they had so few units to counter tanks. Anti-tank guns could only fire 2 or 3 shots before being destroyed. The task of destroying tanks fell to naval guns and the Stuka G. As the Dwarven forces advanced, the Wehrmacht soldiers gradually began to retreat. Some positions were about to fall. And just behind a shaky line of defense, a great painted Tiger tank stood ready. The tank commander was a battle-hardened Tiger commander. He had fought against demons and participated in the defense of the Elven capital, and was transferred from the 1st Armored Division. At only 27 years old, the commander's face was already marked by the vicissitudes of life. The commander looked at the photo of the beautiful woman in his pocket watch and observed the more than 20 Dwarven tanks pouring in from outside the defense line. I will definitely return alive. Chapter 316. Boom boom boom. Tank Commander Koch patted the top of the Tiger tank's turret, signaling the driver to start the tank. Boom. A powerful engine roared. Powered by a gasoline and magic crystal hybrid engine, the gasoline engine's smoke was far less dense than that of a diesel engine. The Tiger tank slowly moved forward. Most Tiger tanks had been modified, now sporting 6 pairs of road wheels and a 1,500 horsepower engine. Some vertical armor had been replaced with sloped armor. The modified Tiger tanks could be said to have been completely reborn from the ashes. But even the most powerful tanks can eventually be destroyed. Looking at the enemy approaching like a tide, Koch would be lying if he didn't feel nervous, but as a tank commander, he couldn't show it. Cohen, get your tank ready. Our survival depends on you. Koch shouted into the vehicle. Don't worry, Captain. Just wait. Driver Cohen said confidently. At the same time, news arrived over the radio. The Dwarven army had approached the defense line, and the Wehrmacht soldiers were no longer able to hold out. Koch knew it was time to strike. The Tiger tank rolled solitary towards the Wehrmacht position, soon coming into view. When the Dwarven tank driver saw the Tiger, he immediately reported the situation to his superiors. Although these dwarves had never seen a Tiger tank, its reputation was already well known. As soon as they saw the Tiger tank, the Dwarven tank drivers began to coordinate. 7 or 8 Dwarven tanks immediately launched an attack on the Tiger tank. At the same time, more than a dozen tanks attacked from both flanks. The dwarf tanks, leveraging their superior numbers, attempted to surround the Tiger tanks. But Koch wouldn't let them. The Tiger tanks instantly retreated to a nearby building. This left the dwarf tanks bewildered, and they didn't dare rush into the Wehrmacht's defenses. Because every Wehrmacht soldier knew anti-tank drills, a single, fluid maneuver could severely damage a dwarf tank. So, the cautious dwarf tanks wouldn't easily allow themselves to be attacked. They would first deploy their infantry, allowing them to clear obstacles. But they forgot one crucial point. In infantry-tank coordination, The most important element is the infantry, but the most crucial element is the tanks. Infantry provides cover for the tanks, but the tanks determine what the infantry will face. Infantry without tanks struggle to gain an advantage in urban combat. So, the dwarf infantry had only one outcome: repeated repulse. Finally, the dwarven infantry, using human wave tactics, overran the Wehrmacht positions in the outskirts. Seeing the dwarves seize the positions, the dwarven armored forces immediately launched an attack, hoping to capitalize on the momentum. Over 20 dwarven tanks surged forward, cautiously watching their surroundings. The Great Tiger tank had vanished. Perhaps it was lurking in some corner now, watching them. The dwarves were right. The Tiger tank Coke was now hidden inside a house, quietly watching the dwarven tanks in the distance. Through the observation window, Coke could already see the approaching dwarven tanks 300 meters away. Gunner Felix nervously watched the dwarf tank through his scope. The crosshairs locked onto the dwarf tank's turret. He waited quietly for Coke's command. Coke watched the dwarf tank approach, his heart in his throat. Soon, the dwarf tank was less than 200 meters away. But because the Tiger tank was hiding inside a house, the dwarf tank didn't notice it. Stillwell, armor-piercing round. The loader immediately loaded an 88mm armor-piercing round into the barrel. Coke watched the approaching dwarf tank nervously, the distance growing closer and closer. 150, 150. Without infantry protection on either side, the dwarf tank's field of view was extremely limited, making it impossible to spot the Tiger tank inside the house. Having participated in the defense of the Elven capital, Coke was very skilled at hiding Tiger tanks in bunkers. The Tiger tank was hidden inside the house, with only a small window providing a clear view of the interior. This is why the dwarf tanks couldn't detect the Tiger tanks even when they were about to approach them. The next second, a dwarf tank passed right in front of the Tiger tank. Coke's eyes widened instantly. Fire! Boom! Felix, receiving the order, fired immediately. The armor-piercing rounds easily struck the dwarf tank in front of him, and penetrated directly into its interior. The next second, the advancing dwarf tanks were instantly grounded. Hurry, hurry, hurry! Move! Coke hurriedly ordered Cohen to move and retreat. As soon as the Tiger tank started, a large number of attacks came flying towards it. Over 20 dwarf tanks noticed this, and launched a barrage of attacks, pelting the enemy with them. From inside his tank, Coke felt the thud of debris crashing down on the Tiger. Stillwell, standing nearby, clasped his hands in prayer. Leader, bless us! Leader, bless us! Let us defeat these dwarves. Just as the Tiger was about to exit the building, a shell suddenly struck its turret. Bang! The violent tremor stunned the 5 men inside. Coke, still experiencing tinnitus, tugged at Cohen and shouted, Don't stop! Move! Cohen opened his mouth, shook his dizzy head, and struggled to start the Tiger. The crew of the dwarf tank then had fired the shot. Watching the Tiger tank stop after being hit, their faces instantly filled with joy. Isn't the Tiger tank said to be powerful? How could it be defeated by just one shell? As expected, it's our dwarven empire, but the next moment, their laughter stopped. Because the Tiger tank started moving, the Tiger tank backed away, its turret rotating. The dwarf tank, still unable to react, saw the Tiger tank's turret pointed directly at them. Dwarf tank, the tank commander had only 2 words in his mind at that moment. Oh my god! The next moment, a high explosive shell struck the dwarf tank directly. It hit the dwarf tank's front armor with pinpoint accuracy. The shell instantly blew up the entire dwarf tank. The dwarf tank's turret flew straight up, instantly becoming a manned spaceship. The other dwarf tanks, upon seeing this, rushed over, intending to join forces to encircle and destroy the Tiger tank. As Coke watched the increasing number of dwarf tanks approach, his expression grew increasingly serious. Chapter 317. Cohen, haven't you eaten yet? Get her moving! Coke roared. Captain, this tank isn't a delicate lady. You can't be nice to it. Cohen complained, but despite his complaints, he still tried his best to drive the tank. Left. 10 o'clock. 100 meters around the corner, a tank. Coke spotted an approaching dwarf tank through the commander's window. Armor-piercing rounds ready. Stillwell removed an armor-piercing round from the ammunition rack, kissed it, and murmured, Leader, bless you. Then, with swift movements, he loaded the round. Then, clasping his hands over his chest, he leaned back. Fire! Felix immediately opened fire, and the armor-piercing round struck the side of the dwarf tank at a tricky angle. Hit! Just as Felix was about to cheer, he realized the dwarf tank wasn't significantly affected. What was going on? Through the observation window, Cocklick saw a magical light ignite at the point where the dwarven tank had been hit. Prepare anti-tank rounds, Coke ordered immediately. The loader quickly removed the few anti-tank rounds from the ammunition rack. As the name suggests, anti-tank rounds are used against enemy units with magical defenses. Their first use was during the defense of the Elven capital, where a single Tiger tank, armed with 10 anti-tank rounds, held off over 15 demon-armored units. But the dwarven tanks before Coke were no less numerous. And even as Coke prepared, the enemy also spotted the Tiger tank and fired a round directly at it. But luck favored the Tiger tank, the shell missed. At this point, the Tiger tank had already finished reloading. Felix opened fire without hesitation. But a moving tank made it difficult to hit its target. The anti-tank round barely grazed the dwarf tank's turret. A precious anti-tank round wasted. Felix couldn't help but punch the turret. Coke also saw this, but instead of blaming Felix, he spoke. "It doesn't matter. We still have a chance." The leader said, "It doesn't matter if you miss. As long as you're alive, you definitely hit." Stillwell patted Felix on the shoulder. By then, the Tiger tank had retreated into another street, completely out of sight of the dwarf tank. Coke was also radioing the Wehrmacht. "This is Tiger 213. We're being pursued and intercepted by dwarven tanks. Requesting interdiction fire." "Roger that. 213, please wait. 2 nearby mortar towers are ready for their bombardment. Please evacuate to the north. There's an infantry company near your location, being pursued and intercepted by 2 dwarven infantry battalions. 213, please rescue them." Coke glanced at the Tiger's ammunition rack. There were about 80 rounds left. 213 logged in, heading to support immediately. "Thank you, and long live the leader." "Long live the leader." Coke ended the call, then looked solemnly at the 4 people in the vehicle. "Listen, we're going to rescue an infantry company, but I don't know if there are any tanks nearby. But I already agreed. What do you think? What else can we say? If you don't save your own people, what's the point of living? You might as well just hang yourself under a streetlight." Cohen pursed his lips. Stillwell beside him couldn't help but laugh. "You deserve it? This is the treatment of a top capitalist." Then Egger, the most silent radio operator, spoke up. "Since command has given the order, we must obey." Gunner Felix nodded, then jokingly said, 80 rounds left. "Afraid of the hammer? Even a gunner like me isn't afraid, so what are you afraid of?" Everyone couldn't help but laugh at Felix's words. "In that case, let's charge." Soon, under the setting sun, a battle-scarred gray Tiger tank slowly moved down the street. The surroundings were a sea of ruin, as if foreshadowing the Tiger tank's imminent destruction. "Captain, we picked up the infantry company's radio signal. We just contacted them. They say they're surrounded. There are over 30 dwarf tanks and a regiment of dwarf infantry." Everyone in the tank fell silent upon hearing this. 30 tanks, a regiment of infantry? How could they fight? Coke could already see the infantry company trapped inside a building. Many Wehrmacht soldiers were pinned against windows, powerless to fight back. As soon as they emerged, 7 or 8 dwarf soldiers attacked. The entire infantry company was pinned down inside the building. What awaited them was only death. The interior of the Tiger tank was completely silent, save for the hum of the engine, as if the air had frozen. "Check your weapons and ammunition, and prepare for action." Coke finally gave the order. Upon hearing this, no one objected, instead checking their own posts. Because they absolutely could not stand by and watch someone die. In less than 30 seconds, everyone had finished checking their weapons and equipment, and everyone looked at Coke, waiting for his order to attack. "Move!" Cohen immediately advanced at full speed, while Felix aimed at the nearest dwarven tank. No matter how many there were, let's destroy one first. When they were within 800 meters of the trapped infantry company, Coke immediately ordered Cohen to halt. Then, he patted Felix on the shoulder. "Whether you succeed depends on you." Felix immediately pulled his hat aside, and smiled lopsidedly. "Just watch. I'm going to show you off." Boom! An armor-piercing round, carrying a terrifying vortex, directly hit the rear armor of a dwarven tank. The dwarven tank was instantly destroyed. At the same time, the dwarves also spotted Coke and his men in the distance, and immediately opened fire in response. But at a distance of 800 meters, the Tiger's 88mm gun was the true king. Stillwell summoned the hand speed of 22 years of singleness, frantically reloading. Felix remarked that he had never been so calm, because they knew that only by taking advantage of this opening, and doing their utmost to destroy the dwarf tanks would they have a chance of survival. One by one, the dwarf tanks, without even having time to activate their magical defenses, were decimated by the Tigers. After destroying 5 dwarf tanks in a row, the dwarf tank group finally locked onto the Tiger. A shell hit the front armor of the Tiger, and Coke immediately ordered him to relocate. The soldiers of the infantry company trapped in the building, watching this scene, could not help but shed tears. Command headquarters also learned the news. Everyone was silent. "Coke, what's going on? Do you think I'm dead? Why isn't there a single word on the radio? There are still 25 tanks left." Chapter 318. Faced with an enemy several times their size, Coke and his men chose not to engage in mobile warfare, but to confront the dwarven tanks head-on. The Tiger tank's powerful frontal armor was enough to withstand any attack. A mobile approach would significantly increase the duration of the battle. The problem was, a large number of dwarven troops were advancing. Coke and his men had to fight quickly and decisively. Therefore, there was only one path before them. Charge. Destroy as many dwarven tanks as possible to open a gap for the infantry company. The Navy had already deployed its naval guns for support, but their impact was minimal. With several lines of defense in jeopardy, almost all of the Navy's guns were focused on these crucial defenses. So, the infantry company and Coke and his men were left to rely on themselves. The Tiger tanks charged head-on at the dwarven tanks. A dwarven tank activated its defensive formation and charged directly into the Tiger tanks. While the dwarven tanks were commendable for their courage, they, lacking any experience in actual combat, consistently adhered to the principle of attacking the turret's vulnerable position. However, they didn't realize that at high speeds, the turret was nearly impossible to hit. Furthermore, at such close range, hitting the hull was far more effective than the turret. Another armor-piercing round struck the front armor, but due to the magical defense, the round was unable to penetrate the armor. At this point, the two sides were less than 50 meters apart. Shells from other dwarven tanks exploded around the Tiger tank, raising dust that provided some cover for it. Coke immediately ordered the deployment of countermeasures. Boom! This time, Felix didn't disappoint. The anti-missiles struck the front armor of the dwarven tanks directly. The magic circle flickered rapidly, but it couldn't stop the anti-missiles. The anti-missiles easily penetrated the dwarven tanks, piercing through them and detonating their ammunition racks. Driver Cohen didn't hesitate, driving his Tiger tank directly into them. Using the destroyed dwarven tanks as cover, he pressed forward. If it had been a previous Tiger tank, Cohen probably wouldn't have dared to do this. But now, with its optimized powertrain, the Tiger tanks could still advance even while pushing a tank weighing over 30 tons. Most of the dwarven tanks' attacks landed on the sides, with a small portion landing on the destroyed dwarven tanks. Only 2 shells hit the Tigers, but as if by luck, one ricocheted off the turret edge. The other struck the scrap wooden armor hanging from the flank. However, the scrap wood armor on the right side had worn off, making it the most vulnerable spot. The road wheels were now exposed. The rear of the tank, which should have been the Tiger's most vulnerable point, had been fitted with 3 layers of scrap wood armor. The 3 layers of scrap wood armor could block at least 2 or 3 rounds, greatly increasing the Tiger's survivability. Along the way, Felix fired 8 rounds, hitting 3 tanks and successfully destroying 2. Felix had used up all his luck. In the past, he probably only hit 3 out of 10 targets when shooting at moving targets. But today, he had been blessed. Felix prayed inwardly. Let this luck last, and lead the charge. The Tiger tanks charged forward, destroying 2 tanks along the way. Then, Coke watched the dwarf tanks grow in number. He immediately ordered the Tiger tanks to slow down and take shelter in a nearby building. As the Tiger tanks disappeared from sight, the dwarf tanks instantly grew serious. Because the Tiger tanks had just used this tactic to evade the encirclement. So, the dwarf tank group deployed 4 or 5 tanks to patrol the perimeter, to prevent the Tiger tanks from escaping. But they overlooked one fact. Coke and his men hadn't considered retreating at all. One dwarf tank spotted the Tiger tanks hiding behind cover, but as soon as it passed on the information, it was taken out by a single Tiger shot. It didn't even have time to activate its defensive magic before it was destroyed. However, the dwarf tank successfully reported the Tiger tank's location to the others. So far, the Tiger tanks have destroyed 8 dwarf tanks in this rescue operation. And this was just one battle. Looking at the remaining 20-odd tanks, Coke's scalp tingled. Coke could only grit his teeth and order Khan to advance. Soon, the numerically superior dwarves put Coke and his men under immense pressure. Often, 3 or 5 tanks formed small groups and attacked the Tiger tanks directly. Coke and his men suffered utterly. If you have the nerve, fight one-on-one. What kind of hero is it to fight in a group? Soon, the Tiger tank was surrounded by 7 or 8 dwarven tanks. Gunner Felix muttered. Goddess of light, goddess of elves, god of war. Grant us strength. Great leader, we are loyal warriors of Great Yen. Please bless us as we fight our way out. Listening to Felix's ramblings, no one laughed at him, because reality was too unreal. Shock! A certain Yen unit was surrounded by enemies many times their number, and they were about to commit atrocities. After a brief silence, Coke ordered Cohen to advance at full speed. No matter. Kill as many as possible. Seeing the tiger tanks charging towards them, the dwarf tanks immediately responded. They quickly dispersed, not wanting to give the tiger tanks a chance, and immediately began to surround the tiger tanks. A barrage of shells rained down around the tiger tanks, with several hitting them. But as if blessed by luck, the tiger tanks were unable to penetrate them. But the tiger tanks were able to pierce them with a single shot. Because Stillwell didn't care anymore, he removed all the anti-repellent rounds from the ammunition racks. It was all going to be death anyway, so kill as many as possible. The tiger tanks directly returned fire, facing the attack of more than a dozen dwarf tanks. Fortunately, the accuracy of these dwarven tanks was incredibly poor, with only 3 rounds hitting their mark out of 10. Felix, however, was like a jack of all trades, firing 7 rounds without missing a beat. He directly destroyed 7 dwarven tanks. So far, Coke and his men had destroyed 15 dwarven tanks. Looking at the only 6 anti-tank rounds left on the ammunition rack, Stillwell sweated for Felix. Under the saturation attack of the dwarven tanks, the tiger tank gradually fell into a disadvantage, its wooden armor completely shattered. The violent vibrations nearly caused Stillwell to fall while trying to carry the ammunition. But that wasn't the most despairing thing. Coke, watching the dwarven tanks gradually closing in, knew he couldn't escape. Chapter 319. Seeing himself surrounded, Felix continued firing. He fired 3 counterattack rounds in quick succession, destroying 3 more dwarven tanks. Felix finally rediscovered the feeling he had back in the elven capital. The feeling then was the same as now. The feeling of opening a can of bread was truly wonderful, but the dwarven tanks were increasing in number, and Coke knew he couldn't escape. Looking at the other crew members, he saw no fear or terror. Instead, they looked calm. Coke couldn't help but laugh at this. So what if we sacrificed ourselves? We didn't lose, we are legends, but my only regret is that we didn't save the infantry company. At this moment, the infantry company was still trapped inside the building, unable to move. The dwarven tanks were getting closer, and Coke knew his story was about to end. Coke closed his eyes, bracing himself for death. But the next second, the sound of dense bursts of air piercing filled the air. Swish, swish, swish. Coke's eyes snapped open upon hearing the sound. Only one weapon could produce that sound. The rocket launcher. Hundreds of 107mm rockets streaked across the dusk sky, plummeting directly into the streets. The dwarf tanks approaching the tiger tanks were reduced to scrap metal. Coke roared upon seeing this. The Wehrmacht didn't abandon them. Yes, from the very beginning, the Wehrmacht had intended to rescue Coke and his infantry company. However, because the 107mm rocket launchers had recently launched a salvo, and the aircraft carriers' aircraft formation and warships were almost entirely deployed, they were unable to provide any fire support to Coke and his men. And now, as night fell, the dwarf soldiers were forced to retreat. After repelling the dwarf attack, the Wehrmacht immediately mobilized a large amount of heavy firepower to support Coke and his men. The Wehrmacht would not abandon any of their comrades. The 107mm rocket launcher's attack instantly crushed the dwarf army. More than half of the 20 or so dwarf tanks were reduced to scrap by the rockets. 10 more were destroyed by the tiger tanks. To date, Coke and his men had destroyed 18 dwarf tanks. The 3 remaining dwarf tanks, seeing the situation was not good, immediately chose to retreat. Felix fired 2 shots, but only 1 dwarf tank was left alive. The other 2 had already escaped the tiger tank sight. Felix couldn't help but punch the turret. Letting the enemy escape? What a shame! But the next second, the sound of engines filled the air. 2 Stuka G bombers descended on the battlefield, directly destroying the last 2 dwarven tanks with their 37mm cannons. Simultaneously, artillery began shelling the dwarven infantry regiment, providing fire support for the infantry company's retreat. Coke immediately ordered Coleman to advance and support the infantry company. Seeing the sudden reversal of the tide of battle, the infantry company immediately prepared for action. After observing the tiger tank's movements, the infantry company commander immediately ordered his men to deploy smoke grenades. They headed for another building and followed the tiger tanks in their retreat. The dwarven army, stunned by the 107mm rocket launcher, had barely reacted when they were caught in a saturation artillery barrage. The temporarily suppressed dwarven army was unable to stop the Wehrmacht soldiers, who were rapidly breaking through. The remaining 100-odd soldiers of the infantry company quickly passed through the smoke zone, and soon reunited with Koch and his men. After a brief exchange, Koch and the infantry company retreated under cover of darkness to their camp, 2 kilometers away, to restock ammunition and obtain new missions. The dwarven army dared not attack at night, because they knew the Wehrmacht soldiers were equipped with night vision goggles. They didn't know what night vision goggles were, but the dwarves called the Wehrmacht soldiers who used them demons. They said the Wehrmacht soldiers had borrowed Satan's power and become the kings of the night. The Wehrmacht soldiers weren't upset by the dwarves' honor, but rather took it as amusement. After all, the biggest impact of the night vision goggles on the dwarves wasn't casualties, but the blow to their morale. This resulted in the dwarves being completely afraid to attack at night. This gave the Wehrmacht some breathing room. After all, if the dwarves fought continuously around the clock, they would surely have completely worn them down. But a night vision goggles, such a small gadget, became the key to the Wehrmacht soldiers' victory. Just as the saying goes, sometimes the most insignificant things are the most crucial. Soon, Koch and his team's battered Tiger tank returned to the camp. All the soldiers stared at them, at this legendary Tiger tank. Not all Tiger tanks had the courage to challenge over 20 tanks. But Koch and his team did it. 1 tank, against nearly 30 dwarven tanks and a large number of infantrymen. As Koch and his team returned to the camp, a large number of soldiers gathered around them, ushering them out of the Tiger tank like stars surrounding the moon. Listening to his comrades' cheers, Koch couldn't help but laugh. They won. They made it back alive. Thinking of this, Koch couldn't help but look at the Tiger tank, muttering to himself, "Thank you." He patted the other crew members on the shoulders. They gathered together, looking at each other, their faces beaming. They survived. A colonel personally ran over to greet Koch and his men. He not only wanted to thank Koch for saving the infantry company, but also to praise his bravery. Seeing the colonel in front of them, the crew felt a little uneasy. They had never seen such a high-ranking official before. But the colonel didn't put on airs. Instead, he looked at the 5 men with approval. "You're all great. Your story will soon be known to the people of Dian. You are true heroes, legends." With that, the colonel left. He had to make arrangements for tomorrow's defensive battle. After a brief celebration, the remaining soldiers dispersed, needing to rest and prepare for tomorrow's defensive battle. They also received confirmed news that the 500,000 dwarven reinforcements would arrive as early as the afternoon of the day after tomorrow. The Great Flame reinforcements also announced that they would land in Sucre City tomorrow night. Additionally, they would be accompanied by dozens of warships, as well as 80% of the aircraft on the entire Eastern Front and all the bombers on the Eastern L Front. The total number of aircraft likely exceeded 1,000. Enough to make the dwarves feel the Great Flame's abundant martial virtue. "Brother, open the door. I'm your neighbor." At the same time, Cetos contacted Sif, the queen of the Eastern Elves. Sif highly praised Cetos' righteousness and made a promise. "As long as you are willing to join the fight against the Dwarf Empire, the past will be forgiven." After all, Cetos is a professional soldier and has no record of oppressing civilians. In these difficult times, Sif has united all the forces she can. Over 2 million Jinling troops have already marched south. The Dwarf Empire will soon feel the impact of a people's wave. Chapter 320. The next day, 5 reconnaissance planes returned from the area south of Sucre City. The Dwarven vanguard was less than 300 kilometers from Sucre City. But the reconnaissance planes brought much more news. They documented the Dwarven atrocities. Over 1 million elves had been massacred. The area south of Sucre City had practically become a dead zone. Looking at the horrifying photos, Chester was overwhelmed. He was now the supreme commander of the Sucres region, but he didn't know how to handle this matter. He sent the photos, and the photos back via magic. Looking at the horrifying scenes in the photos, Leon recalled the negative memories of his past life. After a long silence, Leon called Hans and headed for the underground base in the northern forest. All the way, Hans, Leon's old subordinate, kept observing Leon's expression. But Leon remained calm. Hans knew something bad was going to happen. He had already guessed what Leon was going to do. "How far has Teresa's research progressed?" Leon asked in the car. "Currently, breakthroughs have been made in all weaponry, and Teresa has announced that she has developed the ultimate weapon." Hans winced, speaking somewhat uncomfortably. "The ultimate weapon? What kind of new equipment is this?" Leon was puzzled. "It's not a new equipment, it's the final model of Thanatos." "Thanatos 4. Hans said seriously. Isn't this a biological weapon? Yes, but the power of this biological weapon is truly terrifying. What do you mean? Leon demanded immediately. Previous Thanatos models were made of conventional materials. Thanatos is extremely toxic and spreads with the wind. Thanatos Type 2 alone can render a city a dead city. Type 3 is 3 times as powerful as Type 2, but Type IV's power. Hans didn't dare to continue at this point. Leon nodded, signaling Hans to continue. Type 4 utilizes a special material found in the catacombs. These are 3 poisonous dragon cores that Dreens once obtained during his world conquest. With these 3 poisonous dragon cores, Teresa developed the Thanatos Type 4. It's 100 times more powerful than Type 2. After Hans finished speaking, Leon nearly fell to the ground. What does 100 times mean? A single Type 2 can render a city of 100,000 people a dead city. 100 times? That's not even a biological weapon. It's comparable to a mushroom egg. How about using it against the dwarves? Leon said, looking at Hans. Hans froze in place upon hearing this. After a long pause, he spoke. We can use it both publicly and privately. Besides, the dwarves aren't even human. Leon nodded. As they talked, the car arrived outside the underground base's gate. Soon, Leon and Hans arrived inside. Teresa and the other staff members immediately came out to greet them. But this time, Leon lost his usual friendliness. Instead, his expression was gloomy. He recounted what had happened in the Western Elf Empire to the staff. Everyone fell silent. Although they knew they weren't good people, they wouldn't be so cruel as to attack unarmed civilians. Leon ignored the others and asked Teresa directly. Can Thanatos 4 be deployed? Teresa was a bit confused, but then she spoke firmly. Rest assured, leader. Thanatos 4 is ready to go into battle at any time, and we guarantee that the dwarves will pay a heavy price. Teresa's eyes were filled with enthusiasm. In the past, Leon had always been adamant about not using biological weapons, but now, Leon was showing signs of intent. This was the reason for Teresa's madness. Hasn't he spent all this time researching just to see his achievements presented to the world? Which Thanatos 4 is the least powerful? Leon remained conservative. Although he had made up his mind to use biological weapons, he still had some resistance to them. This wasn't because of any virginity or anything like that. It was because his land had been attacked by biological weapons in his previous life, and Leon had always been reluctant to face it. But Leon knew that biological weapons didn't have to be used, but you couldn't live without them. The least powerful is the 03 Thanatos 4, 100 times more powerful than the Type 2. Teresa reported loudly. Leon was a little surprised when he heard this, looking at Hans in shock. What's going on? Why is it the least powerful? Hans shook his head. I don't know. She reported it to me 100 times more powerful. Leon tried his best to calm himself, then asked. So how powerful is the most powerful Type 4? 1,000 times more powerful than the Type 2. Teresa said morbidly, a dangerous glint in her eyes. Leon was stunned upon hearing this. 100x was terrifying enough. How could 1000x pop up? 1000x. That's enough to destroy the yin. Looking at the stunned Leon, Teresa explained. The 3 poisonous dragon cores represent 3 giant dragons. These 3 dragons had varying powers in life, with the strongest being a near godlike being. This strongest poisonous dragon core also created the most powerful Thanatos 4, while the weakest was at the peak of the 9th rank, and the weakest was number 03. Leon breathed a sigh of relief after hearing Teresa's explanation. So the power depends on the strength of the material. But then he became more serious and said to Hans, please notify Princess Zoe that she will be guarding the base from now on. Seal number 01 and number 02 Thanatos IVs, and do not remove them unless absolutely necessary. Understood? Hans also understood the seriousness of the matter. Okay, get ready and transport Thanatos 4 number 03 to the airport, Leon said calmly. Teresa instantly became excited. Her treasure was finally going to be unveiled. Soon, Leon watched as a large number of staff, driving several trailers, unloaded a strange bomb from a warehouse. The Thanatos 4 resembled a mushroom egg, 3 meters long and 2 meters thick. An eerie dark green light flickered on its surface. Leon took only 2 glances before he felt his mind shaken. Is this thing so sinister? As the Thanatos 4 was transported out of the base, 2 beams of light flew in from the sky. They were none other than Winster and Zoe. Both were a little confused, but then they sensed the presence of the Thanatos 4. What is this? They asked. To deal with dwarves, Leon said with a heavy heart. The solemnity on Winster and Zoe's faces instantly vanished, and Zoe hugged Leon in comfort. Don't worry. To defeat the dwarves, you must use this terrifying weapon. Back then, Dreen led the Imperial army and nearly wiped out the dwarves,